Damn it! I'm back. Reborn. But, 4 days too late. The apocalypse is already here. Zombies roam the streets, and my girlfriend, Li Yating, the woman who betrayed and murdered me, is still by my side, nagging me about finding food. Food? I've got bigger problems than an empty pantry. I've got a score to settle and a world to save. Luckily, I came back with a cheat code, the heavenly fishing system. Chaos God Thunder? Check. Storage space the size of a small planet? Double check. This time around, I'm not going down without a fight. I'll fish my way to the top of the food chain, build an army of goddesses, because why not, and crush anyone who stands in my way. This is my second chance, and I'm not wasting a single second. My eyes snapped open. The familiar sight of my living room, the leather sofa, the coffee table, even Xiaobai, my pet dog, dozing at my feet, filled me with a surge of disoriented relief. Home. I was home. But, how? Li Yuting and her brother, Li Yufan, they killed me. Reborn. The word echoed in my mind. I grabbed my phone. April 4, 2060. The date sent a jolt of ice-cold realization through me. 4 days. I was reborn, 4 days after the apocalypse began. A bitter laugh escaped my lips. Of all the times, why now? I glanced down at myself, already dressed for the end of the world, heavy clothing, sneakers, a dagger strapped to my leg. Muscle memory kicked in. I remembered now. I was. Yi Feng, what are you muttering about? Li Yuting's voice, sharp and impatient, grated on my nerves. Why aren't you out looking for food? Horror. Rage, hot and potent, flooded my veins. The memories, vivid and painful, rushed back. The betrayal. The fight. The cold, calculating look in her eyes as. This time, things would be different. I had a secret, a power they couldn't comprehend. The heavenly fishing system. This time, I would be ready. April 1, 2060 in the Blue Star calendar. A sudden blood mist swept across the entire Blue Star. The end of the world is coming, and half of humanity is instantly transformed into zombies in this disaster. Although the remaining half of humanity did not turn into zombies, most of them died at the mouths of zombies. In the entire world, less than 20% of humans are left alive. Moreover, zombies are extremely ferocious and can mutate and evolve. Fortunately, the survivors can awaken their powers, so humanity will not become extinct. Yi Feng and his girlfriend Li Yuting were both among the survivors, and later they awakened their powers one after another. Li Yuting is Yi Feng's first love. She is fair-skinned, beautiful, tall, and very good at handling men. Yi Feng was fascinated by her, and he was always very devoted to her, buying whatever she wanted. After the end of the world, he also cared for her in every possible way, obeyed her words, and licked her dog properly. It's a pity that his sincerity was rewarded by his girlfriend's naked betrayal. One day, Yi Feng was injured and returned home early from his adventurous work. Unexpectedly, he accidentally broke up the affair between his girlfriend Li Yuting and Li Yufan. The two of them were on the big bed that belonged to Yi Feng, doing sloppy things, making obscene words and making obscene remarks, and the scene was unsightly. Yi Feng was stunned on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. He never imagined that his beautiful girlfriend would do such an immoral thing. He roared wildly and questioned the two of them. What are you two bastards doing? To Yi Feng's surprise, the two quickly recovered from their panic. Yi Feng, right? It was your wife who seduced me first. In this way, as compensation, I can give you a chance. There is a vacancy for the deputy captain in the 7th search team. You can fill it first. Li Yufan's expression was calm and matter-of-fact. He is qualified to say this. Although his powers are not strong, he is the son of a certain boss in the war zone, a standard second-generation ancestor, and his family is extremely powerful. I don't care about it. Yi Feng was furious, feeling only humiliated. Yi Feng looked at Li Yuting, and his heart was twisted for a moment. Why? Why did you betray me? The bicycle that he usually couldn't bear to ride was now being kicked hard by others. This was really unacceptable to Yi Feng. Li Yuting was unapologetic and looked calm. Yi Feng, just accept Yufan's conditions. After all, we are not married and can fall in love freely. Strictly speaking, this is not considered betrayal. Besides, Yufan is wearing it, what else do you want? Yi Feng's eyes instantly turned red and he completely lost his mind. You bitch. He rushed over like crazy, slashed at the two of them with a knife, and even kicked Li Yufan's lower body to pieces in the chaos. However, because Yi Feng was injured, he was unable to kill the two before the guards arrived. Yi Feng was imprisoned in a war zone prison. However, Li Yufan and Li Youting received treatment from superpowers and recovered quickly. After recovering from his injuries, Li Yufan launched a brutal revenge on Yifeng in prison, using all kinds of torture in turn. Just because although his lower body was repaired by a medical superpower, Yifeng's behavior caused great psychological trauma to him, and he has been unable to recover since then. With overwhelming hatred, Yifeng gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. It's a pity that Yifeng didn't wait for the opportunity until the oil ran out, and he finally died miserably in the corner of the prison. Fortunately, he was reborn. At this moment, Yifeng was trembling with excitement. Li Yiting came to Yifeng and frowned. Yifeng, what are you doing? I heard in the owner group that Lin Haotian on the 8th floor found a lot of supplies from his neighbor's house. You loser, why don't you go out and look for supplies? A sneer appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. Ha, looking for food? Find Nima. In the last life, he was so stimulated by Li Yiting that his head became hot and he ran out. Although he luckily did not feed the zombies, the right side of Yifeng's face was scratched by the glass and was disfigured. Later, he was disgusted by Li Yiting. Seeing that Yifeng ignored her, Li Yiting suddenly became furious. Yifeng, what's your expression? If you are a man, go find food quickly, don't let me look down on you. Snapped. Yifeng suddenly exploded and slapped her hard on the nose. You bitch. Li Yiting was slapped and looked in disbelief. Yifeng, how dare you hit me? Did you take the wrong medicine? She covered her red and swollen left face, pointed at Yifeng and roared. I tell you Yifeng, we are finished. Now even if you kneel down and beg me like a dog, I won't forgive you. Before Li Yiting could finish her words, Yifeng hit another big nose bag with his backhand. Forgive me. Snapped. Li Yiting's face instantly swelled into a pig's head, her body spun around and fell to the ground. Ah! Bastard Yifeng, you are just a beast, I'll fight with you. Li Yiting suddenly got up and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng grinned and slowly raised the dagger in his hand. The sharp dagger flashed a cold light. Li Yiting's delicate body suddenly froze, and her yelling stopped abruptly. She felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head. A chill suddenly rose in my heart. Yifeng, calm down. What are you going to do? What are you doing? Of course I will kill you. Yifeng's eyes were cold and he approached her step by step. Li Yiting was so frightened that her face turned pale and she backed away repeatedly. She had a feeling that Yifeng was really going to kill her. Why? Yifeng, don't you love me anymore? What is the oath we once made? Count it as an idiom. No. I don't believe it. You loved me before, Li Yiting cried hysterically. Then was then, and the present is now. You just make me sick now. Yifeng sneered and drew the dagger in his hand. No, do not want. Li Yiting was horrified. A flash of cold light. Phew. The dagger slit her throat easily. Ah, goo goo. Blood spurted out from Li Yiting's neck. Sizzle. Her face turned pale, and she subconsciously reached out to cover it, but she couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Yifeng, white goo, Li Yiting's delicate body was swaying and she was unsteady on her feet. Yifeng stepped forward and kicked her hard in the abdomen. Bang! Li Yiting groaned and fell heavily to the ground. Yifeng stepped forward and straddled her chest, holding the dagger tightly and stabbing her continuously. Puff! Poof! Yifeng looked crazy and kept moving his hands. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. It wasn't until Li Yiting's body was broken and no longer moving that Yifeng slowly stopped. Li Yiting, die. Ah, Yifeng laughed wildly. Great revenge must be avenged. The excitement is beyond words. Bah, bitch. It would be easier for you to die like this. Yifeng stood up, his eyes extremely cold. The enemy, and Li Yufan. In this life, I must repay you well, Li Yufan. Yifeng murmured to himself. Li Yufan is not in Jiangcheng currently. But, as long as he lives well and follows the trajectory of his previous life, he will definitely meet Li Yufan. Until then. Ha! Yifeng exhaled a breath of thick air. He took out a paper towel to wipe his hands, then went into the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife, came back, chopped off Li Yiting's head and threw it into the trash can. It's not that Yifeng is a pervert, but that if he doesn't do this, he will easily transform into a corpse. After doing all this, Yifeng turned around and sat on the sofa, looking out the window. Outside, blood mist fills the air and zombies are rampant. Yifeng felt relaxed all over and thought to himself. The only food in the house is the dog, and dog food. The dog was frightened when Yi Feng took action and ran back to the bedroom with its tail between its legs. However, there is still a lot of dog food in stock. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Risking your life to go out in search of supplies? Non-existent. Yi Feng eats dog food or dog meat to survive these days. Wouldn't it be nice to wait until your powers are awakened before going out? Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. As long as I successfully awaken my powers, even if they were weak powers in my previous life, it doesn't matter. I can use the information from my previous life to intercept the opportunities of powerful people and quickly become stronger. The power behind Li Yufan is huge. Only by working hard to become stronger can he have a chance to take revenge. In my previous life, I lived in fear, walking on thin ice. But in this life, I must firmly control my destiny in my own hands. I control my own life. Yi Feng secretly swore. At this moment, a mechanical electronic sound sounded in Yi Feng's ears. Tip: the phishing system is loaded, do you want to bind it? Prompt: the phishing system has been loaded. Do you want to bind it? Oh my god. Who is talking? Yi Feng's face changed and his body trembled slightly. Wait. It seems to be the system. Yi Feng, who reacted, was ecstatic. As we all know, the system is the strongest golden finger. Great, no need to say more. Bind now. Yi Feng replied immediately. The system prompt sounded. Prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully binding the phishing system. Wow. Phishing system? My plugin has arrived. Yi Feng's face was excited, his eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Efforts are inspiring, but cheating is more delicious. The system prompts continue. Prompt: this system can help the host fish any item in the heavens and the worlds. There are many kinds of items, covering daily necessities, weapons and equipment, extraordinary skills, mysterious abilities. Prompt: fishing requires bait. The host will be given 10 pieces of bait for the first time binding the system. Hint: the source of bait, the fishing system for all things? Can you fish out anything? Give me 10 baits? Good, good, good. Yi Feng's heart couldn't help but beat violently. The system prompt sound kept ringing. Yi Feng's mind came to a strange space. Is this the fishing space? Yi Feng's mind was immersed in it. In the fishing space, a floating island appeared in front of Yi Feng. The island was surrounded by mist, and the fairy air was ethereal, like a dream. On the island, stood a mysterious black fishing platform. At the front of the fishing platform, there was a golden fishing rod emitting colorful light. Below the island was an endless dark abyss, so deep that it seemed to swallow everything. Island, fishing platform, fishing rod, Yi Feng observed silently. Hint: consume 1 bait to fish once. The host currently has 10 baits. Tip: the host will be blessed with a novice halo for the first 3 times of fishing, and will definitely get powerful superpowers, skills, items, etc. Great! Yi Feng was delighted. There is a guaranteed reward for the first 3 times of fishing. After 10 times of fishing, you will definitely get a big treasure. Yi Feng took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, defy the heavens and change your fate, right now. System, let me fish once. In an instant, the fishing rod moved, and the hook flew into the endless darkness. Tip: fishing in progress. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with expectation, waiting silently. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the system prompt sounded. Tip: congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and obtaining a mythical superpower, Chaos Thunder. Mythical superpower, Chaos Thunder? Yi Feng was ecstatic, and his heart beat violently. Tip: the items caught by fishing are divided into ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical levels according to their quality. Tip: the items caught will be temporarily stored in the fishing space. Please extract them in time. Tip: the superpower is presented in the form of source beads. After the host extracts the source beads, he only needs to touch them lightly with his hands to fuse and awaken the superpower. It turns out that the mythical superpower is stronger than the legendary superpower. I'm so lucky. In the last life, Yi Feng's superpower was just an ordinary superpower strengthening power. In this life, he can have a mythical superpower from the beginning. In one word, cool. Yi Feng was overjoyed, and his mind sank into the fishing space. A superpower bead emitting colorful light lay quietly on the fishing platform. The surface of the superpower bead was covered with strange patterns, each of which was like thunder, faintly revealing an ancient breath of destruction. Is this the Chaos Thunder? It is indeed a mythical power, it looks extraordinary. Yi Feng suppressed his excitement and did not want to wait any longer. He silently said, "System, extract the chaos thunder." Boom! A source bead shining with colorful light appeared in the void and floated in the air. Yifeng stretched out his finger and gently poked the source bead. The source bead instantly turned into a colorful light and merged into Yifeng's forehead. Yifeng's body shook. The next moment, a large number of gray arcs suddenly burst out of his body. Crackling! The gray arcs surged wildly, and the outermost end was covered with a layer of light-colored light. Yifeng frowned and his body was extremely hot. The electric light surrounded him and sizzled. A strong energy surged in Yifeng's body, transforming his skin, muscles, internal organs, bones. Not only that, within a few miles around Yifeng, a terrifying mysterious pressure descended on the world. For a moment, everyone around felt difficulty breathing and extremely depressed. Surrounding survivors were terrified and vented their emotions in the message group. "What's going on? I'm so panicked. I can't even breathe. Is there another natural disaster coming? Fuck, let me die. I've had enough." The world shook, and everyone was panicking. At this time, Yifeng's awakening in the house had also reached a critical moment. Suddenly, all the thunder energy was recovered and poured into Yifeng's mind. It was as if something had violently broken into his brain, and for a moment Yifeng felt a splitting headache. Grit his teeth and endure the pain. Big drops of sweat kept rolling down Yifeng's forehead. Ah! Yifeng still couldn't help it and began to howl in pain. Soon after, the headache gradually subsided, and Yifeng gradually adapted to his own changes. The mysterious pressure from the outside world suddenly dissipated. Everyone in the community was talking about it. Seems to have disappeared. Hey! I'm fine. Thank God for blessing. What exactly is going on? In the room, Yifeng finished absorbing and refining the last of the Chaos Divine Thunder, and slowly opened his dark eyes. Awakening, finally completed. At the same time, a message came into Yifeng's mind. Power, Chaos God Thunder, mythical level, unique. Any awakened person who possesses superpowers will automatically receive relevant superpower information. Yifeng stared at his transformed body, which was as white and flawless as jade, with looming abdominal muscles. Mythical level, still the only superpower. Yifeng just wanted to sing a song to express his inner excitement. Yifeng had never heard of unique powers in his previous life, nor had he heard of anyone with mythical powers. The strongest superpower he knows is the legendary level. Is this a mythical power? Yifeng clenched his fists and felt the magical changes taking place in himself. Strength and speed have been amazingly improved. Such a powerful feeling. Compared with the superpower in the previous life strength enhancement, it's just like a cloud of mud. Yifeng felt that all his feelings of weakness and kidney deficiency were completely gone. The whole body is filled with energy. It can simply replace the big black cow in plowing the fields. Yifeng felt happy. A thought came to my mind. Sizzle! Gray arcs of electricity spurted out from his hands. Crackling! Thunder surges and gallops like a dragon. Gray arcs lingered between Yifeng's fingers, exuding an aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world, which was heart-stopping. Is this the Chaos God Thunder? The system prompts. Tip: congratulations on understanding the basic skill Chaos Lightning Strike. A message melted into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. The most basic technique for using lightning energy Chaos Lightning Strike. Let me come to Kong, how powerful is it? In a flash of thought, a gray arc of electricity burst out from Yifeng's fingertips. The electric arc turned into a gray stream of light and hit the wooden dining table not far away. Boom! The dining table instantly turned into powder and disappeared into ashes. Yifeng looked at the shattered dining table with a look of surprise on his face. Mythical power, so powerful. An arc of electricity shattered the dining table. It was like a little cow riding a rocket, so awesome. With the mythical power, Yifeng felt that he could fight against opponents of higher levels. Calm down. Yifeng, you are a professional, you can't laugh. Wow, huh? After a long time, Yifeng calmed down. The power of Chaos Thunder can be controlled, but it requires practice. Yifeng condensed an arc of electricity again. Boom! Thunder surged. A chair not far away immediately turned into a pile of charcoal. It works. Yifeng glanced at his girlfriend's body and felt that it was a bit annoying. With a move of his fingertips, a flash of lightning blasted out. Boom! Li Yiting's body was instantly turned into powder. Cool, cool, cool. Yifeng's heart was surging and he was very excited. You must know that when you were young, you had lofty ambitions and promised to be the best in the world. Who doesn't want to control extraordinary power and dominate the world? Now the doomsday is coming, order is collapsing. And he is reborn and controls thunder. He should dominate the world and do whatever he wants. Yi Feng tried to calm down and thought silently. Chaos thunder, unparalleled power, can destroy everything. To describe it in 3 words, invincible. However, there are also shortcomings. With Yi Feng's current ability, he can only release 10 thunders in a row in one battle. If there are more, it will not be sustainable. In other words, it is a lack of mana. But this problem can be solved by upgrading, Yi Feng muttered to himself. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Prompt, the host's personal information panel has appeared, please click to view details. There is also an information panel? Yi Feng's mind moved and clicked on the panel. Name, Yi Feng, level, first level, 1 star, superpower, Chaos Thunder, skill, Lightning Strike, combat power index, 120. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. There are 2 items worth paying attention to on the panel, namely the combat power index and level. The combat power index, as the name suggests, is an indicator that reflects the character's combat power. Yi Feng noticed that next to the combat power index on the panel, there is a line of detailed description. Click to view. The combat power index is a comprehensive reflection of the host's strength, speed, physical strength, spirit, and supernatural power. For a normal and healthy adult male, the combat power index is 10 points. Please note that the combat power index does not take into account supernatural powers, skills, weapons, props, combat skills. Please note that the combat power index is only for the host's reference. Yi Feng was thoughtful. The combat power index only represents the basic value of the supernatural power user, and does not represent its true combat power. In actual combat, it is very likely that a low combat power user will defeat a high combat power user. For example, an ordinary elementary school student fights against a world boxing champion. Under normal circumstances, the little kid cannot beat the boxing champion. After all, the strength and speed of the 2 sides are too different. But, if the kid has powerful weapons, such as swords, guns, tanks, or even nuclear bombs, the situation will be completely different. The same is true for the battle between superpowers. Skills, weapons, props, combat skills, etc. will affect the outcome of the battle. Of course, if the difference in combat power between the 2 opposing sides is too large, then no matter how powerful the superpowers or weapons are, they cannot make up for the difference. Yi Feng smiled and stopped thinking about it. The combat power index of ordinary people is 10 points. His current combat power index is 120 points. A full 12 times difference. What's more, the combat power index does not calculate the power of superpowers. Once the Chaos Thunder comes out, even superpowers who are 10 times stronger than himself will probably have to retreat. In his joy, Yi Feng looked at the level column. Level 1, 1-star superpower levels are divided into 9 levels. Each level is further divided into 7 stages, called 7 stars. After the superpower awakens, the initial level is 1 level and 1 star. With each level increase, the strength of the psychic will be greatly improved, and some psychics can even comprehend new skills. So for any psychic, star upgrade and level upgrade are the most important things. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. In his memory, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, something called crystal cores would grow in the heads of some zombies. Psychics absorb crystal cores, improve their strength, and upgrade their levels. Today is the 4th day of the apocalypse. That is to say, I have to wait a few more days before I can improve my strength. But now I have a system. Thinking of this, Yi Feng silently asked in his heart, "System, are you there? System, do I have a way to improve my level now?" The system did not reply. Yi Feng shook his head and gave up regretfully. The system seems to have no intelligence and cannot communicate. It doesn't matter, anyway, I can improve my strength in 2 days. Now I should continue fishing. Yi Feng was about to continue fishing. His cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Feng looked down and frowned. The call was from Wang Guofeng, who lived downstairs. Wang Guofeng is a middle-level manager in the company. He is in his early 50s and likes to meddle in other people's business. The most important thing is that this guy is an ungrateful bastard. A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. In the previous life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, after Yi Feng awakened his powers, he kindly helped some ordinary people and took the initiative to give them food, including Wang Guofeng. Later, Wang Guofeng's son Wang Kuan, a doctor, awakened as a superpower and came to pick up his father. Before leaving, Wang Guofeng did not say a word of thanks. Later, Yi Feng joined a force of superpowers, including Wang Guofeng's son Wang Kuan, who was also Yi Feng's captain. Yi Feng thought it would be easy to do things when he met an acquaintance. But what he didn't expect was that Wang Kuan smiled on the surface, but secretly targeted him in every possible way, and even almost killed him once. Later, Yi Feng learned the truth. The reason why Wang Kuan targeted him was because of the instruction of his father Wang Guofeng. Speaking of the reasons, it is even more ridiculous. Just because once when Yi Feng distributed food, the food given to Wang Guofeng was less than that of others, he secretly held a grudge. But he never thought that Yi Feng's ability was limited at that time and he could not cover everything. Wang Guofeng is a beast who repays kindness with revenge. In the room, the cell phone kept ringing. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, Wang Guofeng in his previous life did not call. Butterfly effect? Maybe something has started to change. Yi Feng pressed down the phone. Backhand, click on the owner group to check the news. I'm sorry, I can't breathe suddenly, there's another natural disaster, the uncomfortable feeling suddenly disappeared. It almost made me pee just now. Mad, there is a lunatic setting off cannons or smashing things so loudly, what should I do if it causes a zombie riot? Yes, zombies are the most sensitive to sounds, you are seeking death and don't involve us. The crowd was excited and accusations were made. Wang Guofeng said in the group, the sound came from upstairs in my house. If I remember correctly, a couple lived there. The male is a young man named Yi Feng. I will call him right now to educate him. Yes. Lao Wang, you must educate him well, what kind of airplane, I see. The phone rang again, and it was still Wang Guofeng calling. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold. Wang Guofeng, do you really want to die? Answer the phone. Hey, it's Xiaoye, right? Did you look at the group, were you responsible for the sound? Yi Feng said calmly, it's me. Hearing this, Wang Guofeng suddenly said in an old-fashioned tone, Xiaoye. Now that a natural disaster has struck, we are a collective. Only by holding together for warmth can we have a better chance, Yi Feng said unceremoniously, if you have anything to say, please tell me. Wang Guofeng was slightly startled. What's your level? Talk to me like this? He frowned and his expression became serious. Okay. In this case, I will warn you on behalf of the collective, no matter what Yi Feng is doing, you must stop immediately, otherwise, Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and interrupted in a cold voice, shut up. Who do you think you are? Dare you talk to me like this? On the other end of the phone, Wang Guofeng suspected that he had heard wrongly and could not believe his ears. Is this still the soft-hearted Yi Feng in his memory? It is simply contrary to Tiangang. You, what are you talking about? Wang Guofeng asked. Are you deaf? I said you are nothing. Little beast, you want to rebel, Wang Guofeng was furious. Wang Guofeng, listen carefully, if you beep one more word, you will die. Yi Feng's tone was cold. Wang Guofeng laughed. He felt that Yi Feng was delirious and crazy. Haha, die? Yi Feng, you little brat, you are so awesome at showing off. Death? I'm so scared. Wang Guofeng's tone was contemptuous. Yi Feng sneered. Very well, I'll crush your throat. A gray electric arc shot out from Yi Feng's fingers and struck the ground. Boom! The building shook and floor tiles flew off. In an instant, a large hole of about 80 centimeters appeared in the ground, leading directly to the downstairs. Then Yi Feng jumped up. 13th floor. Wang Guofeng looked disdainful. What a stupid dog, with no quality. He even crushed my throat. He just laughed me to death. At this moment, a loud noise came out and the house shook. Boom! Gravel fell and dust flew. Wang Guofeng looked subconsciously and saw a big hole in the ceiling and roof of his home. His mouth opened wide and his brain shut down for an instant. Sorry. What happened? Earthquake? Wang Guofeng's eyes were blank and he stood blankly on the spot. The next moment, a figure fell from the hole, his knees slightly bent, and he landed easily. It's Yi Feng. Wang Guofeng was stunned and extremely horrified. He didn't even think about it, but Yi Feng suddenly appeared in front of him. That's outrageous. Wang Guofeng's hand trembled and his cell phone fell to the ground. Snap! The screen is broken. Wang Guofeng pointed at Yi Feng, his fingers trembling as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Feng, are you a human or a ghost? Yi Feng looked at Wang Guofeng and sneered. Hey! The old guy who repaid kindness with revenge is afraid now? Are you ready to die? Upon hearing this, Wang Guofeng's expression suddenly changed. Xiaoye, no, Mr. Yi, please listen to my excuses, Yifeng was too lazy to talk nonsense and left an afterimage in place. In an instant, he arrived in front of Wang Guofeng, stretched out his hand, grabbed his throat, and lifted him into the air. Wang Guofeng's face was pale, his breathing was rapid, and there was fear in his eyes. "Spare my life, Gu," he kept struggling with his hands, trying to get rid of Yifeng's control. However, Yifeng's hands were like iron pliers, motionless. An endless feeling of despair surged into Wang Guofeng's heart. Yifeng smiled, admiring Wang Guofeng's desperate expression, and at the same time used his fingers a little harder. "Please," Wang Guofeng begged. However, Yifeng remained unmoved. Instead, he looked directly into his eyes and said coldly, "Old man, go on your journey with peace of mind. You will not be alone on the road to hell, because I will send your son Wang Kuan down to stay with you." No surprise, ha! Hearing this, Wang Guofeng's eyes widened instantly and he looked at Yifeng with disbelief, his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes. "No!" Click! Yifeng crushed Wang Guofeng's throat. The kingdom's peak tilted, death. After his death, his expression was still full of fear, sadness, and confusion. Yifeng sneered, and lightning burst out from his palm, blasting Wang Guofeng's head into powder. The headless corpse fell to the ground. This feeling of life and death is so good. Yifeng exhaled softly, with a look of enjoyment on his face. After taking revenge, Yifeng searched Wang Guofeng's home. The old guy's house didn't have much food. Yifeng only received 5 kilograms of rice, 6 eggs, 1 bag of biscuits, and half a carton of milk. Despite this, Yifeng is still happy. After awakening his superpower, he was already empty and hungry. Yifeng held the food, bent his legs, and bounced through the hole, returning to his home on the 14th floor. Afterwards, Yifeng sat on the floor, eating biscuits and drinking milk. Chewing the food, Yifeng took out his mobile phone and continued to browse the messages. He made a lot of noise again, even causing the building to shake, and the group was still full of curses. Yifeng smiled disdainfully and didn't take it seriously. "It's just a bunch of little karamis, all of them are strong-mouthed kings, and no one dares to come out." Yifeng simply scrolled up and browsed the historical news. Most of the news is basically complaining, and scolding. Not long after, a message caught Yifeng's attention. "Lin Xiaoxiao, is there any kind person who can give me something to eat? I've been hungry all day. I can exchange for medicines, including azithromycin, acetaminophen, and antiviral oral liquid." No one in the group paid any attention to her. After a while, a person named Lin Haotian in the group replied. "Lin Haotian, haha, if the beauty wants to play with the uncle, I can give you 2 packs of instant noodles." "Lin Xiaoxiao, you are dreaming." Lin Haotian, you girls are quite brave, it seems you are still not hungry enough." Lin Haotian, "But even if you agree to come down, I won't be willing to go there if there are zombies in the corridor. It's a pity that a beautiful woman will starve to death." Yifeng was extremely impressed by Lin Xiaoxiao. She lives on the 16th floor and can be seen occasionally on the stairs. She is a young female music teacher. Has stunning beauty and snow-white skin. More importantly, he has a broad mind, a slim waist and perky butt, and an extremely hot figure. Especially when she walks, her swaying peach butt. She is a beauty who is not inferior to any star. It's a pity that the beauty was ill-fated. Lin Xiaoxiao in her previous life did not awaken her powers and died miserably in the end. Gulu. Yifeng drank the last mouthful of milk. After barely eating 3 cents full, Yifeng looked serious. In order to kill this idiot Wang Guofeng, he delayed fishing in the system. Women are a matter of the future, now improving strength is the real thing. Yifeng took a deep breath and said silently, "System, go fishing again." Tip, fishing in progress. Yifeng waited silently, with hope in his eyes. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining the legendary skill, storage space. Legendary skills? Storage space? Yifeng showed a touch of ecstasy, and immersed his mind in the fishing space. On the fishing platform, a source bead with shining golden light floated. "Is this my skill? It's also legendary?" Yifeng looked a little excited. Next to the skill source bead, there is an option that can be clicked to view details. Yifeng checked it immediately. Skill, storage space, quality, legend, description, storage space, with infinite size inside, can accommodate various items, and can store and take out items. Additional description, space has nothing to do with the passage of time and reality, and objects will not be damaged or deteriorated if stored for a long time. Damn! Infinite space! Yifeng couldn't help but take a breath. Great! The storage space is not only infinite, but also will not be damaged when you put things in it. It's great. Yi Feng was extremely surprised. But, a skill with space attributes? This seems to be a skill that has nothing to do with my own ability? Yi Feng was thoughtful. In theory, a person can only awaken one ability. As the level of the psychic increases, he will comprehend the corresponding skills. The skills of a psychic are often related to his own superpowers. And now, Yi Feng's fishing system can break this rule and allow him to have multiple skills. Powerful skills that have nothing to do with superpower attributes. It's really wonderful. Also, if you can have multiple skills, can you also have multiple superpowers? In his previous life, Yi Feng had never heard of a person with 2 superpowers. However, his status in his previous life was too low, and some secret information was completely out of reach. So what Yi Feng thinks is common sense is not necessarily correct. Moreover, his superpowers did not come from awakening, but from fishing. In other words, his superpowers and skills may be infinite? If so, the future is promising. System, I choose to extract the legendary skill storage space. A golden light flashed. A source bead representing the space skill emerged from the void and slowly fell. Yi Feng stretched out his hand, caught it and crushed it. Swish! The source bead turned into a golden stream of light and flew into his forehead. Yi Feng's body trembled suddenly. Tip: congratulations on learning the legendary skill storage space. Easy to learn. Get the storage space yourself. Yi Feng's mouth corners rose. His mind naturally connected to a strange space. The interior of the space was extremely wide and could accommodate everything. Is this my storage space? Test the storage capacity of the space. Yi Feng set his eyes on the flower pot on the balcony. His mind moved. The flower pot disappeared instantly. At the same time, the flower pot appeared in the storage space. Yi Feng was delighted. This skill is very convenient to use. Use it whenever you want. After testing the new skill, Yi Feng put his mind back to the fishing space again. The system said that the first 3 times of fishing will be blessed by the novice halo, and good things will definitely come out. This is the 3rd time. Yi Feng silently said in his heart, system, go fishing once. Hint, fishing in progress. Yi Feng felt a little nervous. What will come out this time? Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and obtaining a legendary item, Supreme God Ring. Legendary item? Supreme God Ring? This time, an item was actually caught. Yi Feng showed joy. In the fishing space, a black ring with golden light floated. Yi Feng couldn't wait and clicked to view the details. Item, Supreme God Ring, Quality, Legend, Description. The legendary ring has a powerful shelter ability. It can release a shield without consumption to resist attacks from the outside world and protect against all damage for 100 seconds. The moment the shield is activated, all abnormal states are removed. Additional description: after releasing a shield, you need to wait for 5 minutes before releasing it again. Oh my god! Immune to all damage. Remove all abnormal states. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Immune to damage. Isn't this 100 seconds of invincibility? Just like the Barbarian King's ultimate move, 100 seconds of real manliness. Yi Feng was very excited. Immune to all damage. It means that within 100 seconds after I activate the shelter skill, I can roll in a nuclear explosion, swim in magma, dance on the moon, and dance on the sun. Yi Feng fell into a beautiful fantasy. Unfortunately, there is a 5-minute cooldown. It would be great if there was no cooldown. Yi Feng took out the Supreme God Ring. Ahoo! A black mysterious ring appeared in Yi Feng's palm. The surface of the divine ring is engraved with rune patterns, and the whole body emits light golden light. Do all the items fished out emit golden light? Yi Feng was a little confused. The system prompts. Tip: the items caught by fishing are divided into common, rare, epic, legendary and mythical levels according to their quality. Tip: different quality items have completely different colors: white common, blue rare, purple epic, golden legend, color myth. Yi Feng suddenly realized. Chaos Thunder is a colorful myth. And his storage space and the Supreme God Ring are both golden legends. Yi Feng picked up the Supreme Ring and put it on his finger. Waited for a while. Why no response? Yi Feng looked confused. Tip: legendary and mythical equipment require blood to be recognized before their functions can be activated. Yi Feng suddenly realized. It turns out that you need to shed blood to recognize the master. Yi Feng bit his finger open and dripped blood into the Supreme God Ring. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Blood dripped onto the surface of the divine ring, blending in and disappearing. Absorbing the blood, the supreme god ring emits a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire room. After a while, the golden light dissipated. Yifeng immediately felt that there was a mysterious connection between him and the supreme god ring. Is this a successful recognition of the master? Yifeng showed excitement and kept touching the supreme god ring. With the divine ring, my ability to save my life is incredible. After 3 fishing trips, my life has changed dramatically. Yifeng licked his lips and murmured to himself. Perhaps. I don't need to obtain opportunities in my previous life. I can overturn the end of the world by fishing alone. After 3 fishing trips, Yifeng gained a lot. Yifeng clicks to view the number of baits. Bait, 7 servings 7 portions of bait means you can still fish 7 times. Yifeng felt hot in his heart and murmured to himself, the protection skills of the Supreme God Ring will be tested later. Now, the real priority is to keep fishing. The corners of Yifeng's mouth rose, and he said confidently, "System, continue fishing." As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded, "Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting Superman's red underwear +1. Superman's red underwear? Yifeng was dumbfounded. What is the function of underwear? Yifeng saw a pair of red underwear floating in the fishing space. He clicked to view the details. After all, it belongs to Superman. Could it be equipment? Item, Superman's red underwear, quality, ordinary, description, a pair of red underwear worn by Superman. Yifeng? Yifeng reluctantly took out his underwear, held it in his hand, and observed it repeatedly. These shabby underwear are of pretty good quality. But it's really just a pair of ordinary underwear. The only special thing is that the underwear belongs to Superman. Seems useless? So, the system can also catch junk items? The corners of Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly. This, without the novice halo, is the gap so big? Throwing the underwear into the space, Yifeng took a deep breath. System, give me continuous fishing. On the fishing platform, the fishing rod moved and the fishhook was thrown into the endless darkness. Tip, fishing in progress. Yifeng held his breath and waited silently. After a few seconds, a beep sounds. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting imported raw-cut steak +1 serving. Steak. Is this food caught? Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 bottle of primary recovery potion. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 sword mastery scroll. Primary recovery potion? Sword mastery scroll? It all seems to be good stuff. Yifeng continued to wait silently. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting 1 bottle of 82-year-old Fila red wine. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 used black silk. Yifeng was speechless. Used black silk? Okay, this is how you play the system, right? Fortunately, the items caught next are relatively normal. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 flame sword. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a box of Gongjin ham sausage +1. Fishing is over. The items caught are temporarily stored in the fishing space. Yifeng can be extracted immediately, delayed, or directly transferred to the storage space. However, items can only be stored in the fishing space for a maximum of 48 hours. If they are not retrieved after the expiration date, the system will throw these items back into the boundless darkness again. System, I want to extract items. Yifeng first chose to extract all the food at once. Swish, swish, swish. Steak, red wine, and ham suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the steak, his eyes filled with impatience. Item, raw-cut steak, quality, ordinary, description, high-quality beef, carefully cooked to retain the original taste of beef. Medium rare, can be eaten directly. The rich aroma of high-grade steak wafted out, making Yifeng's index fingers move and his mouth watering. Oh whoa! The husky also ran out and circled around Yifeng. Yifeng took a bite of the steak. It was tender and juicy, and tasted great. Woo woo! It's delicious. Yifeng gobbled it up and ate it with relish. Oh woo woo woo, the husky next to him was spinning in circles and barking. Yifeng ignored it and finished the steak quickly. Satisfied. He unpacked the Luo-jin ham he had caught, and there were 24 pieces in a box. They were all 140 grams of ham. Yifeng was overjoyed. Ha, this is enough to fill me up. Yifeng glanced at the dog, unwrapped a ham sausage, and threw it to the husky. Xiaobai, I'm capable now. I'll have enough ham in the future. Xiao Bai smiled and jumped up to swallow the ham into his stomach. Yi Feng tore open another ham and ate it in a few bites. Normal people cannot overeat after being hungry for too long, otherwise their bodies will not be able to bear it. However, Yi Feng has awakened his superpowers and has excellent physical fitness, so he has no such concerns. The world is big, but eating and drinking are the most important. Yi Feng ate a lot. After a while, the man and the dog ate a box of ham sausages until only 10 were left. It's so delicious. Yi Feng wiped his mouth with a satisfied look. Xiao Bai was the same. After satisfying his appetite, Yi Feng put his mind back into the fishing space, ready to see what good things there were in the items he caught. Yi Feng first looked at the primary recovery potion. Item, primary recovery potion, quality, rare, description, after use, your physical strength and energy will be restored in a short time. This is a blue potion. Good stuff that can last. Yi Feng was happy and transferred the potion to the storage space. Continue to look at other items. Item, used black silk, quality, ordinary, description, I used black silk, which seems to have a trace of body temperature. Body temperature? Did they catch the black silk that someone else was wearing? Yi Feng threw the stockings aside with some disdain. It seems that his fishing system seems to be doing a business without any cost. Fishing system? No, it's a robbery system. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't think about it. Continue to check other items caught. Item, Sword Mastery Scroll, quality, rare, description, after using this scroll, your sword skills will be greatly improved. The way to use it is to tear the scroll into pieces. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This scroll is a good thing. His heart moved. Swish! A palm-sized scroll emitting a faint blue glow appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng tore the scroll into pieces without hesitation. The next moment, the scroll turned into a stream of blue light and flowed into Yi Feng's body. After waiting for a few seconds, Yi Feng was a little confused. What? It seems that there is no reaction. At this moment, a memory was stuffed into Yi Feng's mind. In a training space, a slender figure was waving a long sword and practicing swordsmanship. Swinging the sword, putting it away, and swinging the sword again. Over and over again, once, 10 times, 100 times. 10,000 times. Time passed, and the practice continued. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. A full 10 years passed. Finally one day. Boom! This figure swung the sword and slashed. The world shook. The figure practiced his swordsmanship to perfection. That figure put away the sword and turned around. It was Yi Feng himself. At the same time, countless memories of swordsmanship came to Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in himself. He felt that he was a swordsman who had practiced swordsmanship for 10 years. Countless swordsmanship skills, gathered in one body. Swordsmanship has become Yi Feng's physical instinct. This feeling of becoming stronger is so wonderful. Great, great, great. After a while, Yi Feng digested the harvest and gradually came back to his senses. I need a good sword. Wait, he seemed to have fished out a sword just now? Yi Feng immediately clicked to check. Item, flame blade, quality, rare, description, an indestructible sword, solid and extremely sharp. When attacking, there is a certain probability of fire damage. Is this an extraordinary weapon? Yi Feng was delighted and took out the flame blade. The flame blade is about 1.5 meters long, and the blade emits a red glow. Yi Feng reached out and grasped the flame blade, gently waving it a few times. Buzz! The sound of breaking through the air continued to come out. Good sword! Yi Feng's eyes lit up. With a sharp weapon in mind, the desire to kill arises. Yi Feng looked around. Xiao Bai? The husky stared at Yi Feng innocently. Yi Feng shook his head. No, dogs cannot be chopped. Yi Feng swung his sword at the sofa. Swish! Instantly, the sofa was split in two. Silky and smooth. Just like cutting tofu. What a fast sword. Yi Feng's eyes flashed, a little surprised. The sharpness of this sword was unexpected. It can cut iron like mud and cut hair like a whirlwind. Yi Feng continued to swing his sword and cut continuously. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. When Yi Feng slashed the 4th sword. Boom! A red flame burst out from the blade. Boom boom! The power of the flame burned the remaining part of the sofa into charcoal. Yi Feng looked at the debris on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Put the flame sword into the storage space. Ha! Yi Feng exhaled lightly. All fishing items have been checked. The system produces, and the quality is clearly divided. It is divided into 5 levels: ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Items such as steak and stockings do not contain extraordinary power and are white ordinary items. Items such as potions and swordsmanship scrolls contain extraordinary power and are blue rare items. Yifeng has not fished out purple epic items yet. Yifeng has the Supreme God Ring and storage space for gold legendary items and skills. At the colorful myth level, Yifeng has the Chaos Thunder. Yifeng murmured to himself. It seems that if you want to become stronger, you have to fish more. As long as you fish enough, you will have power, food, and everything. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. The key to becoming stronger is fishing. And the key point of fishing is bait. As long as you keep getting bait and keep fishing, you can become infinitely stronger. Thinking of this, Yifeng frowned slightly. According to the system prompt, there are 2 sources of bait: 1. Trigger various events to get bait. 2. Complete system tasks to get bait. The first way to get bait, Yifeng does not know how to trigger it yet. It's the second way. Yifeng looked at the system panel. There is a column of system tasks on the panel, and there are 2 tasks at the moment. Novice task: kill 1 zombie. Task reward: 20 baits. There is also a second task. Daily task: kill 10 zombies. Task reward: 10 baits. Yifeng quickly understood. Novice task: only once, reward 20 baits. Daily task: refreshed every day, reward 10 baits. There is no penalty for failing to complete the 2 tasks. Yifeng smiled slightly. With his current combat power, it is easy to kill zombies and complete the tasks. But before going out, he has to test his skills again. Yifeng's heart moved, and he activated the protection ability of the Supreme God Ring. In an instant, a golden protective shield instantly appeared on the surface of Yifeng's body, completely wrapping him up. A strong sense of security suddenly rose in Yifeng's heart. Then his mind moved. Boom! A gray arc collided with the golden shield. Yifeng himself was unscathed. Yifeng didn't even feel that he had been attacked. Fuck, so strong. This shelter skill is really amazing. Yifeng praised it endlessly. He knew how terrifying his ability to attack was. The skill test was over. Yifeng came to the mirror in the bathroom and looked at himself carefully. The man in front of him was handsome. He was a little strange. Yifeng gently stroked his face that was not disfigured. Sword eyebrows and star eyes, his face was like a crown of jade. In one word, handsome. Yifeng smiled. Although he was handsome, who among the readers here is not handsome and outstanding? After admiring his handsome face, Yifeng walked out of the bathroom. Put all the materials scattered on the ground in the house and the items in the fishing space into the storage space. Wait until the cooldown of the shelter skill is over, then go out to hunt zombies and complete the task. Yifeng waited silently. Reincarnated, Yifeng's goal is very clear. He is not a noble person. Even if he is reborn, even if he has a system, he has never thought about saving the world. His goal is very clear. Get rid of all the enemies in the previous life, especially Li Yufan. After completing the revenge, he can live the life he wants. Yifeng's eyes flickered. So, the question is? What kind of life do you want? Is it to establish a power and dominate the world? Or live alone in the end of the world? Yifeng pondered silently. The last life was too bitter. I have never enjoyed a day of happiness while guarding my girlfriend Li Yating. In this life, I must be free, do whatever I want, and live my life freely. I don't want to build a power, just build a team to serve me. Power, beauty, I want them all. If I can achieve immortality with the help of the system, it would be even better. It is very necessary to recruit a few beautiful women to chat with and learn from each other. You must enjoy your life. Yifeng suddenly thought of Lin Xiaoxiao. A beautiful woman with a slim waist and a perky buttocks. Yifeng's mind was moved. As the old saying goes, when you are full, you think about that. Yifeng was full and full of energy. Naturally, I had other ideas. My girlfriend has been hacked to death. I can't pretend to be cool with my left and right hands, right? It's a good choice to take Lin Xiaoxiao in. It just so happens that she is currently short of food. Yifeng touched his chin, thinking. But in this life, he is determined not to be a licker. Click on the information group, find Lin Xiaoxiao's avatar, and click to add a friend. Note, I am Yifeng, my neighbor on the 14th floor. I have food and can send it to you. After a while, Yifeng's friend request was approved. Lin Xiaoxiao, are you Yifeng on the 14th floor? Do you really have food and can send it to me? Yifeng, no more nonsense, please watch the VCR. Lin Xiaoxiao? Yifeng recorded a short video of the remaining ham and milk and sent it to Lin Xiaoxiao. After watching it, Lin Xiaoxiao drooled. Lin Xiaoxiao, how much money do you need, or something else? I have medicine, you know, medicine is also very important in the end times. Yifeng smiled and responded quickly. I don't want money, nor do I need your medicine. Lin Xiaoxiao had a bad feeling. What do you want? Yifeng, I want you to be my woman. Lin Xiaoxiao, impossible. Yifeng continued typing, then accompany me 3 times, and I will provide you with 3 meals. Lin Xiaoxiao, can you change the conditions? Please. Yifeng, no. But 3 meals are enough to feed you. Lin Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment and sent another message. But, this is my first time. Oh. Child. Yifeng's eyes lit up immediately, and he became even more excited. He immediately typed in response, 30 times. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned when she saw Yifeng's reply. She almost cried when she realized it. Too shameless. There's even a price increase. Lin Xiaoxiao, 30 times? How can you do that? Yifeng felt that he was not doing anything wrong. It was the first time, so I didn't know anything. Maybe I'll have to teach myself. Naturally, I need to supplement many times. Isn't that reasonable? Don't get me wrong, 30 times, I'll give you 30 times of money. No, it's 30 times of food. 1 meal at a time, guaranteed to keep you full. If you agree, I'll deliver the food to your door immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear the hunger and responded, although I need food. But I have to remind you that there are scary zombies in the corridor. Can you make it? I have a suggestion. We can pass the food from the outside of the window with a small basket hanging on a rope. Okay? This way you don't need to take risks. Yifeng, I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Yifeng pouted. Lin Xiaoxiao's abacus beads are about to jump onto her face. Ha, she's very beautiful. Don't think so beautifully. Yifeng continued to send messages. I'm not afraid of danger, I will personally deliver it to you. Lin Xiaoxiao, it's too dangerous, you should pass it to me. Yifeng insisted, I'm not afraid. Just ask if you want to eat it. Lin Xiaoxiao, silence. Yifeng continued, Ms. Lin, I actually like you for a long time, so I'm willing to take a risk. In fact, what he called liking was simply coveting Lin Xiaoxiao's body. Yifeng, I'm a good person, I won't hurt you. After Yifeng typed these few sentences, he immediately reacted. Damn, how did he develop into a dog licker again? Didn't he suffer enough in his last life? Yifeng, you have to be tougher. Lin Xiaoxiao on the other side fell silent again. Yifeng waited and waited, a little impatient. Damn it, hurry up and tell me the truth. Another minute passed. Lin Xiaoxiao replied a message. Just once, I must eat enough. Yifeng's mouth corners slightly raised. Once? Humph, don't regret it when the time comes. Don't worry, I promise to feed you well. Lin Xiaoxiao, I live in number 1803. Yifeng, don't worry. Yifeng, wait a moment, I have to prepare before I can go over. Lin Xiaoxiao, why? Yifeng, don't worry. Lin Xiaoxiao, putting down the phone, Yifeng exhaled a foul breath. In today's world, strength comes first. Yifeng naturally has to complete the task first, go fishing, and then think about women. The cooling time of the shelter skill is over. Yifeng moved the debris pile up at the door, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the room. Next, it's hunting time. Roar! Roar! In the corridor, zombies roared and blood mist filled the air. However, the blood mist is very light and basically does not affect human close-up vision. Yifeng walked forward cautiously. Soon, his footsteps attracted a human zombie. Yifeng looked up. He saw that this zombie was wearing a black top, red shorts, pale skin, and bloodshot eyes. Roar! The male zombie howled, waved his claws, and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng looked up and recognized the zombie's identity. When the zombie was a human, he was Yifeng's neighbor across the street, a middle-aged uncle. In his memory, Yifeng was not familiar with him, and they were just nodding acquaintances. The zombie was getting closer and closer to Yifeng. Yifeng took out the flame sword. He was not going to use the Chaos Thunder for the time being. On the one hand, although the Chaos Thunder was strong, it consumed a lot. Yifeng currently had little energy in his body. Chaos Thunder was more suitable as a trump card to kill powerful zombies. It was not used as a conventional means. This situation will be greatly improved when the level is upgraded and the energy is increased. For Yi Feng, it seems more cost-effective to continue to hunt zombies, use physical strength, and fight zombies in close combat. Yi Feng wants to be an all-around warrior, not a fragile mage. Yi Feng clenched his sword, held his breath, and was ready to go. The zombie entered Yi Feng's attack range. Roar! The middle-aged uncle zombie kept roaring, pounced in front of Yi Feng, raised its sharp claws, and attacked Yi Feng's face. Facing the zombie attack, Yi Feng dodged easily. Then, Yi Feng slashed with a knife as if instinctively. Go to hell! Puff! It was as smooth as cutting jelly. The middle-aged uncle zombie was instantly split in half by Yi Feng from head to toe. Blood splattered everywhere, and brain matter flowed out. Yi Feng slashed horizontally with his backhand again, cutting the zombie into 4 pieces. At the same time, the fire attribute attack attached to the flame sword was triggered. Sizzle! The body of the uncle zombie was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, all charred black. From the time Yi Feng attacked to the zombie's death, it took only a few breaths. Great, great, great! Yi Feng laughed heartily. He had never killed a zombie so easily before. This is the real power. This is a superpower. Ha! Yi Feng exhaled lightly, his eyes full of confidence. Yi Feng. From now on, you are no longer a weak superpower who was manipulated by others. Set a small goal and become the first supernatural person on Blue Star. Yi Feng smiled confidently. Click on the panel. Notice that the task progress has changed. Novice task, completed novice task, you only need to kill a zombie to complete it. Yi Feng can claim the task reward at any time. As for another task, daily task, 1 out of 10, the progress of the task is updated in real time. Yi Feng thought secretly. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Prompt, trigger event. Prompt, you feel happy when you kill a zombie for the first time, and you will be rewarded with plus 10 baits. Yi Feng was delighted. Triggering an event? The first time you kill a zombie, you feel happy? Okay. It's really fun. A smile appeared on Yi Feng's lips, especially when he got 10 baits. Roar! There was a howling sound of zombies in the distance. Yi Feng looked up. It was the sound of him killing the zombies that attracted the attention of the other 2 zombies in the corridor. The 2 zombies waved their claws and quickly pounced on Yi Feng. Yi Feng was secretly on guard. Although I can easily defeat the zombies, but I still have to be vigilant. After all, once bitten by a zombie, it will be a big trouble. Once an ordinary person is bitten by a zombie, he will inevitably turn into a zombie. A first-level mutant has a certain chance of turning into a zombie after being bitten by a zombie. Only second-level and above mutants can be immune to the zombie virus. Yi Feng is still a first-level mutant, so he naturally needs to pay attention to this. 2 zombies, 1 male and 1 female, soon came close. Yi Feng looked at the zombies. He knew both zombies. It was the wife and father of the middle-aged uncle zombie. Yi Feng sighed. A family should be together. Yi Feng tapped the ground with his toes, and rushed towards the zombies at high speed instead of retreating. A few meters away, in an instant. Approaching the 2 zombies, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. He clenched the sword and swung it. The blade was sharp. Swish! Swish! The 2 zombie heads flew up into the sky. Dirty blood splattered everywhere. The headless bodies of the 2 zombies fell down and hit the ground heavily. 1 knife kills 2. Yi Feng easily solved the 2 zombies. Beheading, or destroying the zombie's brain, is the most effective way to kill zombies. Yi Feng's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth rose. He has surpassed the zombies in strength and speed. Without superpowers, he can crush the zombies with his physical fitness alone. Yi Feng looked at the sword in his hand. He killed 3 zombies in a row, but the blade was not stained with blood, and it was still very bright and sharp. This flame sword is really good. Yi Feng looked at the 2 zombies and his heart moved. Will there be crystal cores in the zombie heads at present? Thinking of this, Yi Feng kept chopping the zombie heads with the flame sword. Bang bang bang. Soon, Yi Feng chopped the 2 zombie heads into pieces. Nothing. It seems that there is nothing. I still have to wait until 2 days later. Yi Feng was not disappointed. He held the knife and walked slowly towards the neighbor's house. The 3 zombies all ran out from Yi Feng's neighbor's house, number 1402. The anti-theft door of the neighbor's house was half open. Yi Feng walked in and locked the door. A mixed smell of blood and corpse stench hit him in the air. Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. Looking up, a skeleton that was not human-like fell at the door. The bones were horrible. Various body parts were scattered around, and the ground was covered with dirty blood. Yi Feng sighed. Make a rough judgment. When the doomsday came, 3 of the 4 people in the neighbor's family instantly turned into zombies. The only person who didn't turn into a zombie should be his 10-year-old son. Unfortunately, this was not the boy's luck, but misfortune. The boy did not turn into a zombie, but his end was even more miserable. The boy was bitten to death by his parents and grandfather who once loved him the most, and tore into pieces with their own hands. It can be imagined that the boy was desperate before his death. This is the end of the world. Yi Feng acted cautiously, checked all the rooms, and confirmed that there was no danger, then began to search for supplies. It is better to be cautious than to be safe. Came to the kitchen. Yi Feng found half a bag of rice, a bag of black fungus, a small bag of millet, some mung beans, and a bucket of olive oil. Then Yi Feng opened the refrigerator. The situation in the refrigerator made his eyes light up. The power has not been cut off yet, and most of the food left in the refrigerator has not deteriorated. There are some vegetables, fruits, and drinks in the fresh-keeping layer. The vegetables and fruits are no longer fresh, but they are not bad. As for the frozen layer, there are 2 pieces of frozen beef, a box of frozen black tiger shrimp, and quick frozen dumplings and glutinous rice balls. A big harvest. Yi Feng showed surprise and put the refrigerator into the storage space. Then Yi Feng found 3 wafer biscuits, half a box of chocolate, a few bags of potato chips, a bottle of AD calcium milk, and more than 10 bottles of mineral water in another room. There is also a whole line of huazi. Yi Feng put these supplies into the storage space one by one. After confirming that nothing was left out, Yi Feng walked to the door of the room. Outside the door, there were already zombies wandering around. Yi Feng looked through the cat's eye. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 5 zombies outside the door. Yi Feng's previous killing of zombies attracted some zombies upstairs and downstairs. Not bad, just in time. Yi Feng was full of surprise, opened the door directly, rushed towards the zombies, and started fighting. Roar! Several zombies kept roaring and rushed towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng swung his knife and chopped it down. Puff! A zombie's head flew into the sky in an instant, and blood kept spurting out. At the same time, Yi Feng dodged and easily avoided the attacks of the remaining 4 zombies. He raised his knife and chopped it horizontally, slashing at another zombie. This slash triggered the flame special effect of the sword. Buzz! A red-hot flame burst out. Not only did it kill the zombie Yi Feng attacked, but it also burned the 3 zombies next to it and made them tremble. Good opportunity. Yi Feng swung his knife at the 3 zombies in front of him. Puff! Puff! Killed 2 zombies in succession. Facing the last zombie, Yi Feng mobilized his energy. Chaos Thunder! Yi Feng put his fingers together, and a gray arc burst out from his fingertips. Boom! The zombie had no time to react and was instantly killed by thunder. Chaos Thunder is still so domineering. Once used, it is the ultimate destruction. If you use it sparingly, with your current energy reserves, it is no problem to launch 10 attacks in a row. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction and looked down at the flame sword in his hand. The flame sword can also trigger fire attribute damage, but compared with the power of Chaos Thunder, it is too much worse, and it is not at the same level at all. Then, Yi Feng laughed dumbly. What am I thinking about? Blue rare items and colorful mythical abilities, of course there is no comparison. By the way, how is the task progress? Thinking of this, Yi Feng clicked on the daily task. Task progress, 8 out of 10. There are still 2 zombies to complete the task. Yi Feng walked towards the second neighbor on this floor. In memory, this family was home to a young couple. Yi Feng walked to the door of the neighbor's house. The heavy anti-theft steel door was tightly closed. Dong dong dong. Yi Feng knocked on the door. Is anyone there? No one answered. Roar! The roar of zombies came from the house. They should all be dead. Yi Feng took a look at the anti-theft steel door, which seemed very strong. But with his current strength, this ordinary door could not stop him. Yi Feng raised the flame sword in his hand high. Slashing with the sword. Bang! Bang! The sound spread throughout the corridor and triggered the power of fire. The security door was shaky. Yi Feng kicked it out. Bang! The door fell to the ground with a bang. Yi Feng stepped into the room and looked at the master bedroom. Zizizi! Roar, roar, roar! The scratching and roaring sounds came from the master bedroom. Yifeng walked forward slowly, swung his knife to break the door lock of the master bedroom, and kicked the door open. Inside the house, two naked zombies came into Yifeng's sight. "Fuck! What are you two doing when the apocalypse comes?" Yifeng exclaimed. He recognized the two people in front of him. To be precise, they were the two zombies in front of him. They were a couple who had just graduated from college and entered the society to work, renting here. The man. Yifeng had no impression. But the girl, the original owner, was impressed. She was a beautiful young lady, tall, long-legged, and very beautiful. It's a pity that now that she has become a female zombie, her face is no longer the same. But her figure is quite good. Yifeng looked at the female zombie. Although her skin was gray, it was still rolling. When Yifeng was sighing, two zombies, one in front and one behind, waved their sharp claws and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng's right hand moved slightly, and a flash of lightning instantly lingered on his fingers. The male zombie took the lead. A flash of lightning instantly poured out, forming an arc and bombarding the male zombie. Boom! The thunder surged, and the upper body of the male zombie instantly disappeared. The lower body barely took 2 steps, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The attack of the female zombie followed. The gray-white rabbit kept bouncing. Yifeng dodged and easily avoided the attack of the female zombie. It was quite promising. What a pity! After the battle, Yifeng was a little emotional. Zombies have 3 characteristics. 1. The whole eye is blood red. 2. The skin is unhealthy gray-white, and parts of the body, such as claws and arms, will change. 3. The body will emit a faint corpse odor. Apart from these points, the difference between zombies and ordinary people is not very big. The female zombie continued to stretch out her claws unwillingly and grabbed Yifeng's face. Yifeng tilted his head and dodged the attack. With a thought, the flame war knife was obtained, and then he took a step forward and swung the knife diagonally and chopped it down heavily. Puff! The female zombie and her head were split in half with one knife. Crash! The rotten internal organs and dirty blood flowed all over the ground. The 2 halves of the female zombie's body twitched slightly, and then stopped moving. Yifeng frowned slightly. It's better to behead the zombies directly in the future, otherwise it's too dirty. After the 2 zombies were dealt with, the system prompt sounded. Prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. Yifeng was happy, the task was completed. Scanning the entire house, Yifeng began to search. Harvested 2 bags of rice, a small bag of black rice and millet, 16 bags of instant noodles, 4 bags of snail noodles, 14 bottles of various beverages, biscuits, potato chips, spicy snacks. The overall harvest was not much. These 2 people don't cook often. Yifeng put the harvested supplies into the storage space and turned to leave. Just out of the door, several zombies bared their teeth and claws and pounced on Yifeng. Yifeng opened the shelter, and his body flashed with golden light. With a flying kick, a zombie was kicked away directly. Yifeng was not going to kill these zombies. Because once the fishing system issues the task of killing zombies tomorrow, keeping a few zombies as a backup can easily complete the task. Killing zombies in the corridor is safer and more convenient than killing groups of zombies on the street. Besides, if Yifeng cleans up the zombies in the corridor, other survivors can run out and compete with him for the supplies in the empty house. Yifeng is not so kind. The remaining zombies are still arrogant. Yifeng stepped forward, knocked a few zombies to the ground, and walked away. Returning home, Yifeng locked the door. Click now to claim the 2 mission rewards. The system prompts. Tip: congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission and receiving 20 pieces of bait as a reward. Tip: congratulations to the host for completing the daily task and receiving 10 pieces of bait as a reward. Yifeng looked happy. Previously, Yifeng triggered an event and received 10 bait rewards. Bait: 40 servings, 40 portions of bait. Yifeng calculated. If you have bait, use it. Quickly improving one's own strength is the last word. Thinking of this, Yifeng silently thought, system, fish 20 times in a row. In the fishing space, the fishhook draws a parabola and flies into the boundless darkness. Tip: fishing in progress. Yifeng waited silently. The system prompts. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 unopened Liba Maison silk stockings. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 pack of Octave Space sanitary napkins. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 bottle of edible human lubricant. The corners of Yifeng's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Damn it! What are they? Give me some strength. System. The system prompts. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 box of plum peach hand-shredded bread. Fish out a whole box of food. Yi Feng's eyes flashed and he clicked on the item details. Item: plum peach hand-torn bread, quality, ordinary, description: an ordinary bread that can fill your stomach. The hand-pulled bread was okay. At least. Much better than the previous junk items. Yi Feng tore open the bread and put it in his mouth. Tip: fishing continues. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 strength enhancement scroll. Is it shipped? Yi Feng felt happy. Strengthening scroll? Fishing for extraordinary items again. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 box of cloud-legged mooncakes. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a Blue Star China scratch-off +1 pack. Tip: congratulations to the host, a box of Yunzu mooncakes, great stuff. As for scratch-offs, what use are they for now? It's so hard to wipe your butt. Next, the system prompts continuously. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 pair of black lace panties. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 speed enhancement scroll. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 small black whip. Speed enhancement scroll? Good stuff. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. 20 fishing trips are over. The fishing harvest this time is not very good. Yi Feng sighed softly. Turn your attention to the extraordinary scroll. Previous experiences told him that this thing should be a good thing. Yi Feng took out the first scroll. Like the sword mastery scroll, this scroll also emits a light blue glow. Item: power strengthening scroll, quality, rare, description: after using the scroll, your strength will be improved to a certain extent. Items of rare quality are indeed good things. You can permanently improve your physical strength. Yi Feng was so happy that he tore the scroll into pieces without hesitation. The next moment, the scroll turned into a stream of blue light and merged into Yi Feng's body. A warm current surged through Yi Feng's body, filling his limbs and bones, continuously strengthening his muscles, bones, flesh and skin. Yi Feng felt extremely comfortable, as if wrapped in soft clouds. The body gradually becomes more energetic and the mind becomes clearer. Strengthening continued, and the muscles on Yi Feng's body were gradually revealed, and his 8-pack abs were even more looming. After a while, the strengthening is over. Yi Feng's strength has been improved. This feeling is so wonderful. Yi Feng felt disappointed. After coming back to his senses, Yi Feng clenched his fists and felt the changes in his own strength. The power went up explosively. It's not a technical improvement like sword skills, it's not an improvement in body energy, it's an improvement in pure physical strength. Not only that, Yi Feng's physical strength, speed and other attributes have also been slightly increased. How strong is my power? Yi Feng walked towards the double-door refrigerator. When he came to the refrigerator, Yi Feng held the refrigerator with one hand, and with a slight exertion, he easily lifted the refrigerator. The strength has been greatly enhanced. Yi Feng was elated and his eyes were filled with surprise. He only used 10% of his strength to lift the refrigerator. When awakening the Chaos Divine Thunder, Yi Feng's physical strength increases. Now he used the Strength Strengthening Scroll to strengthen and become stronger again. So cool. Yi Feng felt happy. After testing his strength, Yi Feng took out the second extraordinary scroll. Item: Speed Enhancement Scroll, quality, rare, description: after using the scroll, your speed will increase to a certain extent. It's just like what I thought, it's similar to a power-enhancing scroll. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth rose. He stretched out his hand and used a little force to tear the scroll into pieces. The scroll turned into a stream of blue light and flew into the body. Warmth flowed through Yi Feng's body, filling his limbs and bones. Yi Feng keeps getting stronger. Comfortable. After a while, the speed enhancement ends. Yi Feng waved his fist, leaving several afterimages in the air. He took a few more steps, extremely fast, with the wind under his feet. Yi Feng felt very relaxed. The speed of attack and movement has increased a lot. Yi Feng was delighted. Strengthening scroll, what a good thing. If he keeps getting stronger, the future is promising. Yi Feng moved his hands and feet, constantly adapting to his own skyrocketing speed and strength. Push-ups, sit-ups, planks, high leg raises, squats. After simple activities, Yi Feng completely adapted to the strength. Click on the panel to check the combat power. Combat power index, 211. Yi Feng was surprised. The combat power is actually 211 points. The combat power index refers to indicators such as energy, strength, and speed, and does not take into account supernatural powers, skills, and weapons. Yifeng did not absorb the crystal core, and his level was still 1 level and 1 star, and there was no improvement in energy. The surge in the combat power index is a pure increase in strength and speed. Yifeng was very happy. Close the panel and look at other items. Item, black whip, quality, ordinary, description, it's just an ordinary whip. If you want to use it against the enemy, you are just overthinking. Useless items. Yifeng curled his lips and continued to look at other things. Scratch cards, stockings, lubricants. These things are useless. But Yifeng didn't plan to throw them away. Anyway, the storage space is empty at the moment, so just put them there. What if they are useful someday? Finished sorting items. Yifeng checked the number of baits. Bait, 20. Yifeng continued to recite in his heart. System, continue fishing for me 20 times. In the fishing space, on the fishing platform, the fishing rod was waving. The fishhook flew into the endless darkness again. Yifeng continued fishing. Hint, fishing in progress. The next moment, the system prompt sounded. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained 1.8 meter model of the Eiffel Tower of Lebanon. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained 1 box of ultra-thin and durable Litos. Yifeng was speechless. What are these things that were drawn? Damn, it's really a fisherman who can catch anything except fish. Yifeng's mouth twitched slightly and shook his head. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained 1 book of Jiraiya's Intimate Violence. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained 1 box of fragrant and rich tiramisu milk. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained a rare skill, Malice Perception +1. Malice Perception? Is this shipped? Yifeng was delighted. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained 1 bottle of corpse poison immunity potion. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 cup of Xingrui sauce-flavored latte coffee. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 shooting mastery scroll. Potions, scrolls, all seem good. Awesome. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 set of the movie disc version of Horror Cruise. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 box of Farmer's 3-Punch mineral water. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 bottle of durable spray. Soon, the fishing is over. Yifeng began to check the harvest. Skill, Malice Perception, quality, rare, description, passive skill. After learning this skill, you will be more likely to perceive the malice or threats of the creatures around you. Fuck. Good skill. Yifeng widened his eyes and looked excited. Malice Perception can perceive the malice of people around you. Although it is not a combat skill, it is really useful in the end times. You know, what is the most terrifying thing in the end times? Zombies? Mutated beasts? None. In the end times, the most terrifying thing is always the human heart. The human heart is unpredictable. Maybe your most beloved pillowmate will betray you one day and stab you while you are sleeping. Maybe your most trusted subordinate will stab you in the back at a critical moment. With this skill, Yifeng can sense the malice of others. In Yifeng's heart, this skill is as effective as a legendary skill. If he had this skill in his previous life, why would Yifeng die tragically? Yifeng extracted the skill. A source bead emerged, and Yifeng reached out to catch it. In an instant, the skill source bead turned into a blue streamer and merged into Yifeng's body. Tip: congratulations on learning the rare skill Malicious Perception. The skill message appeared in Yifeng's mind. Malicious Perception became Yifeng's instinct. Yifeng's eyes flashed. Unfortunately, it is a passive skill, so there is no way to test the effect. Yifeng continued to check the harvest. Milk and mineral water are still useful. It seems that a strange book was also caught. Item, Intimate Violence, quality, ordinary, description, a bestseller from the Naruto world, a work by Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. This book is the second part of the fantasy book Intimate Paradise. Naruto bestseller? The second one? Yifeng quickly took the book out of the fishing space and flipped through it. What are these? What do I need this for? Yifeng looked disappointed and threw this bestseller from the Naruto world into the storage space. This also reminded Yifeng. Maybe one day, he can really catch some familiar abilities from the heavens and the worlds. For example, Wanxiang Tianin, Shinra Tensei, Devil Fruit, and so on. The future is promising. Yi Feng continued to check. Item, Corpse Poison Immunity Potion, Quality, Rare, Description. After taking this potion, you will gain super immunity to the zombie virus and will not be afraid of infection. Those who have been infected can also gain super immunity as long as they have not turned into zombies. This is a good thing. Yi Feng's face was overjoyed. He took out the potion decisively and drank it all. Gurgle. It was cold at the entrance. When it entered his stomach, Yi Feng felt a burst of cool air in his body. He waited for a while, but there was no other reaction. Is it immune now? Yi Feng was a little confused. I felt that I seemed to not become any different. But the system's products must be fine products. It should be trustworthy. Yi Feng didn't think too much and continued to check the harvest. Item, Shooting Mastery Scroll, Quality, Rare, Description. After learning this skill, your shooting skills, including but not limited to firearms, crossbows, etc., will be greatly improved. Yi Feng looked happy. This is a good thing. It can improve your shooting ability. Yi Feng took it out and tore the scroll into pieces. The scroll turned into a stream of light and rushed into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng waited silently. Not long after, a memory came into Yi Feng's mind. In the shooting range, a slender figure was constantly practicing shooting. Raising a gun, firing, changing bullets. Over and over again, thousands of times. Time passes and practice continues. Pistols, crossbows, sniper rifles, artillery. Countless shooting experiences and memories flooded into his mind. Yi Feng closed his eyes and quietly felt his own changes. Countless shooting skills, combined into one. He is proficient in all kinds of shooting skills. Shooting has become Yi Feng's instinct. This feeling of getting something for nothing is wonderful. Cool. What the system fishes out is really amazing. Yi Feng finished digesting the harvest and was satisfied. Look at other items. This long-lasting spray. Wait, this thing is actually a rare item? Yi Feng's eyes widened. Item, Durable Spray, 10 times, Quality, Rare, Description. After using the durable spray, you will have longer endurance and energy within 2 hours, and become a real man again. For topical use, it will permanently slightly enhance staying power after each use. This is the first time Yi Feng has obtained rare items other than knives and scrolls. Yi Feng held the spray in his hand, turned it over and over, and looked at it again and again. Only then did I confirm that this thing was what I thought it was. I bother. Who are you looking down on? I'm a super hunk, do I need this thing? Yi Feng threw the spray into the storage space with great disdain. The harvest is sorted out. Yi Feng is temporarily free. He thinks of some superpowers in his previous life. I am not afraid of any superpower of the same level. Release the Chaos Thunder and kill everything in seconds. No need for Chaos Thunder. With my enhanced strength, speed, and swordsmanship, combined with the Flame Saber and the Supreme God Ring, I can also beat most superpowers. Yi Feng touched his chin and his eyes moved slightly. It will take 2 days to hunt zombies and obtain crystal cores to become stronger. Some opportunities in the memory of the previous life will also need to wait for 2 days before they will be opened one after another. At this moment, Yi Feng's mobile phone vibrated slightly. Picked it up and saw that it was an urging message from Lin Xiaoxiao. Little girl. I can't wait. Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He took out the most handsome set of clothes and dressed neatly. He took out the shopping bag and filled it with ham, milk, and bread. Everything is ready. Yi Feng carried the food, left the house, and walked upstairs. In the corridor, blood mist filled the air, and zombies were wandering around in groups of 3 or 2. Soon, a zombie heard Yi Feng's footsteps, bared his teeth, waved his claws, and rushed towards him. Yi Feng kicked several zombies away with a flying kick, and continued to walk towards the stairs. When he came to the 15th floor, there were zombies blocking the way again. Yi Feng kicked the zombie away again. Since Yi Feng became immune to zombie infection, he was no longer particularly careful. Just as Yi Feng was beating the zombie, a woman's voice suddenly came from the house on the 15th floor. Who? Is there anyone outside? Yi Feng didn't say anything, and slapped the zombie away with another slap. Bang! The zombie fell to the ground. The movement outside the door made the woman a little excited. The woman's name was Wang Hongxia, and she lived upstairs from Yi Feng's house. Wang Hongxia observed the outside through the cat's eye, and didn't see anyone, but saw a zombie lying on the ground wailing constantly, which was even more surprising. Who are you outside? Are you fighting zombies? Are you a superpower? Or do you have a weapon? Do you have any food? I've been out of food for a long time, can you give me some food? Yi Feng's heart moved. Is it Wang Hongxia? As neighbors upstairs and downstairs, the two had already crossed paths before the end of the world. Wang Hongxia was in her 30s, a young woman with a bit of beauty, and her husband was an ordinary office worker. The reason why Yi Feng crossed paths with her was because she had a 7-year-old son who was particularly annoying. The naughty child ran around the house, making noises, and often yelled, even in the middle of the night. Yi Feng negotiated with Wang Hongxia many times, but to no avail. There was even one time when Yi Feng went to argue with Wang Hongxia, but was scolded by her. You have no tolerance at all. You are just arguing with a child. This made Yi Feng so angry that he called the police on the spot. But in the end, the matter was only settled through mediation, and the naughty kid still did what he wanted. Because of this, Yi Feng was often scolded by his girlfriend Li Yiting. After the end of the world, Yi Feng became a superpower, and Wang Hongxia had already fallen. She only needed a piece of bread too. Yi Feng loved his girlfriend deeply, and they didn't have much interaction. Inside the house, Wang Hongxia saw that Yi Feng didn't respond, and she looked impatient. You outside, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. You know, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I have a 7-year-old son. If you don't save me, we will both die. If you don't save me, you're a murderer. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and sneered. Wang Hongxia, you are still as good as ever at playing moral kidnapping. Inside the house, Wang Hongxia paused, a little surprised and doubtful. You are Yi Feng downstairs? Yi Feng said lightly, it's me. Hearing this, Wang Hongxia's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It turned out to be him? Why was it him? She had offended Yi Feng severely before, will Yi Feng save her? What should I do? Wang Hongxia stamped her feet anxiously, her eyes rolling. She must apologize. A weak-willed boy, as long as she says some nice words, it should not be difficult to deal with it, right? Wang Hongxia took a deep breath and said in a tender voice, Yi Feng, it was my fault before. I shouldn't have treated you like that, I sincerely apologize to you. She continued in a gentle tone, I'm sorry, Yi Feng. Please forgive me. You must have food outside, can you give me something to eat? Dong Dong and I are starving to death. Yi Feng was startled, Wang Hongxia was flexible. However, he looked down on Wang Hongxia. Compared with Lin Xiaoxiao, she was not in the same league at all. Yi Feng said coldly, I don't accept your apology. Also, you are old, don't always call me sister, isn't it disgusting? Of course I have food, bread, ham, milk, everything. But I won't give it to you, I won't even feed it to a dog. Wait to die. Yi Feng spoke up in rapid succession, feeling relaxed physically and mentally. He turned and left. Rescue people? Non-existent. Not adding insult to injury, Yi Feng is kind. Inside the house, Wang Hongxia's face was full of despair. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and she shouted, Yi Feng, come back here. You are not a human being. What are you showing off? You have food, why don't you save me? Wang Hongxia's son Dong Dong next to him also kept crying at this moment. Mom, I'm hungry, I want to eat potato chips, I want to eat hamburgers. Wang Hongxia was upset by the noise and gnashed her teeth. Good Dong Dong, there will be potato chips, there will be hamburgers, the naughty child continued to cry. No, I want to eat. On the stairs, Yi Feng stopped. Malicious perception, triggered. The target person is Wang Hongxia. In other words, Wang Hongxia has malicious intentions towards him at this moment. Yi Feng smiled playfully. Triggering malicious perception. So this is the feeling. Wang Hongxia's malicious intentions are red. In his perception, like a firefly in the night sky, it is particularly conspicuous. What to do? Thinking quickly, Yi Feng decided to test his skills. Turning back, he walked back to the door of Wang Hongxia's house. Knocked on the door. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng said, Wang Hongxia, I am willing to make a deal with you, open the door and talk, you don't want your child to starve to death, do you? Inside the house. Wang Hongxia was cursing constantly. She suddenly heard Yi Feng's voice, and was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Yi Feng is really back? Trade? Are you serious? Wang Hongxia shouted suspiciously, Yi Feng, you are back? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Yi Feng picked up the food bag in his hand and opened it. Don't worry about it. This is food, take a look yourself. If you are satisfied, we can make a deal. Wang Hongxia saw the food in Yi Feng's hand through the cat's eye. Bread, milk, ham, rich variety and large quantity. She swallowed her saliva, her eyes full of desire and greed. Unable to resist the temptation of food, Wang Hongxia took the initiative to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, Wang Hongxia stared at the food in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng, thank you so much. You are such a good person. As she said, Wang Hongxia reached out to take it. Yifeng was thoughtful. Her malice at this moment was actually reduced a little. It turned out that malice was adjusted dynamically. Yifeng stepped back and smiled playfully. Wang Hongxia, are you trying to rob? No, Wang Hongxia was a little impatient. You said you would give me food. I said a deal, but I didn't say I would give it to you for free. Yifeng paused and continued, tell me, what valuable things do you have to exchange, such as medicine, tools, and weapons? I will buy it with money, 500, no, 1,000 yuan to buy the food in your hand. Wang Hongxia looked painful. No. Yifeng shook his head and refused. At this time, money is just waste paper, you should be more practical. Wang Hongxia's mind was agitated, and she said, how about a gold bracelet? I also have a gold necklace. Yifeng still shook his head. Then, what do you want? We can talk. Wang Hongxia lowered her head slightly, playing with a strand of hair in her hand, pretending to be embarrassed. The child is here, it's not convenient to talk, anything can be discussed. Yifeng looked Wang Hongxia up and down, shook his head and said, you are too ugly, and you have body odor. I suddenly regret it, the deal is cancelled. Yifeng turned around and wanted to leave. Wang Hongxia was stunned, she didn't expect Yifeng to react like this. Ah! I don't have body odor. Yifeng! You can't leave. Wang Hongxia screamed shrilly and reached out to grab Yifeng. What? Are you going to rob? Yifeng turned around and sneered. Wang Hongxia's eyes were anxious, and she grabbed Yifeng tightly. Yifeng, is your food your own? You took it from someone else's house. What's wrong with you giving me some? At this moment, in Yifeng's vision, the malice from Wang Hongxia intensified, and the red color gradually deepened. At the same time, the little boy Dongdong suddenly rushed towards Yifeng and reached out to grab the food bag in Yifeng's hand. I want to eat, give me food quickly. Dongdong pulled the food bag, but failed to grab Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the naughty kid's behavior, and his previous unpleasant experience instantly came to his mind, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. The naughty kid continued to snatch and make noises. Yifeng's eyes were cold, and he said, little boy, let go. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Wang Hongxia saw this, not only did not stop the naughty kid Dongdong's behavior, but also started to snatch, and encouraged him. Dongdong, good job. Let's just snatch his, I don't believe he dares to do anything to you. Dongdong was encouraged by his mother, and he was very proud, and he actually bit Yifeng's hand with his teeth. Give it to me quickly, or I will bite you to death. The naughty kid Dongdong also burst out with malice, light red. Interesting, a hint of coldness flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Just when the naughty kid Dongdong was about to bite Yifeng's wrist, Yifeng suddenly exploded and punched Dongdong's stomach hard. Bang! Yifeng's current strength is many times that of an ordinary person. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it was not something a child could bear. Whoa! The naughty child immediately let out a shrill scream, and then whoosh, turned into a parabola and flew out. Plop! Dongdong's body hit the wall hard, and then like a dead dog, he slid down the wall and fell softly on the ground. Things happened too quickly, and Wang Hongxia was a little confused. It wasn't until the naughty child fell to the ground that she reacted and howled hoarsely. No! Dongdong! My Dongdong! Wang Hongxia cried and pounced on Dongdong, who was lying on the ground. Yifeng was very happy when he saw this scene. He had long hated Dongdong. Now he was happy to beat the naughty child. Oh my god! Dongdong, wake up! Wang Hongxia was like crazy, shaking the naughty child non-stop. Dongdong was like dough, soft and motionless, without any reaction. Yifeng's power is too much for a child, even an adult can't bear it. The naughty child Dongdong has already fainted. Yifeng, you are not a human. Dongdong is just a child. How can you have the heart to do that? Beast! Beast! Scum! Trash! You are worse than a beast, you are a devil. Wang Hongxia cried heartbrokenly, pointed at Yifeng's nose and cursed wildly. Wang Hongxia's malice was so red that it turned purple. Yifeng basically understood how to use malicious perception. In a word, it is the hatred value distinguished by color. Yifeng smiled coldly. Oh, I'm a beast? Like mother, like son. If you don't educate your children yourself, someone will educate them for you. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to dead people. Since he returned here, he has never thought of letting the two of them go. Yi Feng took out the flame sword from the space. The sword light is sharp and the evil aura is overwhelming. Livestock, seeing the sharp sword emerging from the void, the obscene words in Wang Hongxia's mouth stopped abruptly. You, what are you going to do? She was pale, trembling all over, and her body kept shrinking. Yi Feng held the flame sword and walked towards Wang Hongxia step by step. Thump! Thump! Wang Hongxia's scalp was numb and her heart was about to jump out. No! Yi Feng, don't come over here, killing is against the law. Wang Hongxia stared at her bloodshot eyes and her body couldn't help but tremble. First of all, you live above me, but you allow your naughty child to make noise every day. You have low character and low morals. Yi Feng said, raising his hand to give Wang Hongxia a big blow. The right side of Wang Hongxia's face immediately swelled like a pig's head. Then, I came to discuss the noise issue with you, but you were unreasonable and even cursed. Later, you even got worse and indulged the naughty child. The more Yi Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, and he hit Wang Hongxia with his backhand again. Snapped. This time, not only was the left side of Wang Hongxia's face swollen, but her teeth were also loosened. Yes, symmetrical. Yi Feng smiled and nodded with satisfaction. I'm lying down, don't let me go. Wang Hongxia looked frightened, with blood at the corner of her mouth. She almost urinated in fear and kept retreating. The last one. If I don't save you, you will be dissatisfied and full of malice towards me, you, damn it. Yi Feng showed a killing intent and raised his sword. Don't want. Sorry Lang. Wang Hongxia was so frightened that her soul trembled. The next moment, the sword flashed. Poof! Wang Hongxia's head flew into the sky. Blood spurts out. Wang Hongxia's head fell to the ground. Her body collapsed on the ground, twitching slightly and then stopped moving. Yi Feng's face was calm, he put away his sword and turned around to leave. The moment he turned around, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck down, smashing the naughty child into slag. Cut the grass and roots without leaving any hidden dangers. Yi Feng walked out of the room and the system prompt rang. Tip, trigger event. Tip, if you feel happy, you will be rewarded with plus 10 bait. Yi Feng was stunned and immediately overjoyed. Trigger event again. Please add bookshelf, please give me a good review. Happy? Yi Feng smacked his lips. System, you are slandering me. I am not a murderer. But? Yi Feng grinned. He was really happy to get 10 baits. Do you want to go fishing now? Yi Feng's heart moved, and then he shook his head. I have something important to do today. Don't worry, save it up later, and go fishing together. Yi Feng walked upstairs to the 18th floor. He kicked a few zombies to the ground again, and walked straight to the door of room 1803. The security door was locked. Dong dong dong. Yi Feng knocked on the door gently. In the room. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled around on the bed in the bedroom, holding her stomach, and was so hungry that she was staring. The food in the room was gone. I wonder if this neighbor named Yi Feng is bragging. There are so many zombies outside, can he make it? In the end times, no one is willing to help her. Even if there are, they are people with ulterior motives. Yi Feng is no exception. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes are dull and she is thinking wildly. She doesn't want to die. But without food, she can't go out. She can only wait to die. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Lin Xiaoxiao looked excited and sat up. Is he really here? Are you really risking your life? Aren't you afraid of zombies? Is my attraction so great? Surprise flashed in Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes. Although it was just a transaction, Yi Feng's willingness to take risks for her still touched her a little. Lin Xiaoxiao trotted all the way to the door and secretly looked outside through the cat's eye. A handsome young man with a tall figure and a bright smile stood at the door with a food bag in his hand. He's here. He really brought food. Yi Feng looked really handsome holding the food. Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised and asked quickly, Are you Yi Feng? Yi Feng said softly, It's me, you open the door first. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate and opened the door immediately. She was starving to death, so she didn't care too much. And Yi Feng smiled brightly, so he shouldn't be a cruel person. As soon as the door opened, Yi Feng saw Lin Xiaoxiao. Big eyes, thin eyebrows, high nose bridge, snow-white skin. Lin Xiaoxiao was very beautiful, but not the kind of enchanting beauty. She looked serious and dignified, with a kind of virtuous feeling that parents liked. But, if you look down, you will find that Lin Xiaoxiao has a pear-shaped figure. The waist is extremely slender and can be held in one hand, but the plump buttocks are extremely full and round. The tempting peach buttocks don't match her dignified face, forming a strange sense of contrast. Yi Feng's eyes lit up and he couldn't help swallowing. Beautiful face, dignified temperament, and superb figure, at least level. Great! Did you bring food? Lin Xiaoxiao was excited, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. Yes, you take it first. Yi Feng handed the food in his hand to Lin Xiaoxiao and turned around to close the door. Several bags of bread, 2 sausages, and a bottle of milk. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and she grabbed the food like a snatch. Sitting on the chair, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to tear open the package and eat it voraciously. Baji, eat slowly, drink some milk, don't choke. Yi Feng comforted softly beside him. Yeah, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded while eating. He gulped down another mouthful of milk. Yi Feng pulled out a chair, sat aside, and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao carefully. Her face was a little haggard, her mouth was slightly chapped, and her hair was a little messy, but it still couldn't hide Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face and hot body. Her breasts were high, her waist was slender. Then there was a delicate but that took up most of the chair. I like it. Yi Feng smiled. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't care how Yi Feng looked at her, and swept away several foods like a whirlwind. Then, Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head and said carefully, I'm so hungry. Yi Feng, can you give me some more food? Yi Feng shook his head slowly and refused. You've been hungry for too long. Eating too much food at one time is not good for your body. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little disappointed and looked at Yi Feng pitifully. Yi Feng, please. Don't look at me like that, it's your turn to fulfill your promise now. Yi Feng looked directly at Lin Xiaoxiao, excited. Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks suddenly flushed. This is my first time. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip lightly. Don't worry, Yi Feng, I won't break my promise, but can we get to know each other for a few days first? We don't know each other yet. It will be better after emotional communication, okay? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Feng pitifully with her big watery eyes. No, today, right now. Yi Feng shook his head and said firmly. Lin Xiaoxiao, a forced melon is not sweet. Yi Feng, but it quenches thirst. Lin Xiaoxiao, but I've been hungry for a long time, and my body is still very weak now. I can't stand it at all. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed, and she was a little flustered. Yi Feng thought about it, and it seemed to be true. But soon, his brother told him, sometimes, you still have to be tough. After all, the spray has been used. No, now. Yi Feng was tough. Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent. You don't want to break your promise, do you? Yi Feng's eyes became a little dangerous, and he threatened, if you don't want to, you can spit out the food you ate. Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. How to spit out the ham sausage that has entered the stomach? Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to say, I can't spit it out, does it count if I poop it out? But looking at Yi Feng's tall figure, strong muscles, and gradually gloomy face, she swallowed her words back. I'm not mentally prepared, Yi Feng. No, brother Feng, can you give me some time? Please? Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed Yi Feng's arm and started to act like a spoiled child. Yi Feng felt a little funny in his heart. After eating and drinking, you want to regret it? What a joke. I can give you some time to prepare. Yi Feng nodded. Really? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Before Lin Xiaoxiao could be happy, Yi Feng continued to add, then I'll give you 5 minutes, you should prepare well. Face me with your best appearance. 5 minutes. Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Yi Feng continued to say lightly, please note that this is a notice, not a discussion. Lin Xiaoxiao had no choice but to look at Yi Feng carefully. She found that the man in front of her was still quite handsome and very manly. Tall and mighty. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed. Okay, accept your fate. Lin Xiaoxiao accepted her fate. All right. Then I'll prepare. Lin Xiaoxiao agreed shyly. Then Lin Xiaoxiao first got into the bathroom and started taking a shower, then found her own cosmetics and applied light makeup on herself, then got into the house again and started to change clothes. During this period, the waiting time was too long. Yi Feng thought for a while. I took out the long-lasting spray and sprayed it twice on my brother. It's not that brother Feng is not confident, mainly because he, Yi Feng, doesn't like to waste things. If you leave something good without using it, that's really not the right thing to do. Besides, who doesn't want to be stronger? Men are stronger in every sense of the word. After using up the spray, Yi Feng decided to go fishing. He clicked on the panel. Bait, 10 servings. Yi Feng had a thought. System, fish 5 times first. The system prompts. Tip: Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a Warwick MT60 mobile phone +1. Tip: Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 fighting mastery scroll. Tip: Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a box of Desert Eagle pistol bullets +1. Tip: Congratulations to the host, 5 fishing sessions ended. Yi Feng looked happy and began to check the items one by one. Cell phones are basically useless. Desert Eagle bullets? A gun is useless without a gun. But maybe the corresponding pistol will be fished out in the future, right? Yi Feng focused his attention on the scroll and clicked to see the details. Item: Fighting Mastery Scroll. Level: Rare. Description: Make you proficient in fighting ability and learn various unarmed fighting skills. Fighting Mastery Scroll? Yi Feng took out the scroll and couldn't wait to tear it open. The scroll turned into a blue stream of light and quickly poured into Yi Feng's body. After waiting for a moment, a wave of memories came to Yi Feng's mind. In an open space, a slender figure is fighting with different people. The cycle goes on, 10 times, 100 times, 10,000 times. Time passes and the exercises continue. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I don't know how long it took, but one day, this figure finally perfected his fighting ability. At the same time, countless memories of fighting experiences flooded into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng's body is also constantly adapting to the sudden changes. Yi Feng closed his eyes and quietly felt the changes in himself. He felt as if he was a fighting master who had practiced for a long time, and fighting had become an instinctive part of Yi Feng's body. The strengthening is over, Yi Feng becomes stronger again. So cool. Yi Feng had a smile on his face. System: Continue fishing. Tip: Fishing in progress. Yi Feng looked expectant. After a few seconds, a beep sounds. Tip: Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting the complete set of Lampgrass Monk +1 book. Tip: Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 set of women's yoga clothes. Tip: Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare skill, Holy Blessing +1. Fishing is over. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly and he began to inspect the harvest. Books, yoga clothes, are of no use. However, it seems that he has an extraordinary skill. Not a loss this time. Yi Feng clicks to view the skill details. Skill: Divine Blessing, Quality, Rare. Description: After awakening your skills, you will be able to apply a divine blessing to others or yourself to restore your or others' status. Is this an auxiliary skill? Yi Feng looked happy. Reality is no different from games, you only have one life. With auxiliary skills, the life-saving ability can undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Yi Feng immediately said silently, System: I choose to extract skills. The next moment, a skill source bead emerged from the void. Yi Feng reached out and poked it open. A stream of blue light flew into his forehead. The system prompts and rings immediately. Tip: Congratulations on learning the rare skill Holy Blessing. In just a moment, Yi Feng learned the sacred blessing skill. Yi Feng clicked on the panel. Name: Yi Feng. Level: First level 1 star. Superpower: Chaos God Thunder. Skills: Lightning Strike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Divine Blessing, Sword Mastery, Shooting Mastery, Fighting Mastery. Combat Power Index 213. The Combat Power Index is a comprehensive reflection of attributes and does not change much. But increasing skills also means that you are getting stronger. Yi Feng was satisfied and breathed out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoxiao hasn't finished changing her clothes yet. However, from the moment he entered until now, Yi Feng's sense of malice has never been triggered. This means that Lin Xiaoxiao has no ill intentions towards him. A few more minutes passed. Lin Xiaoxiao finally walked out of the room and walked up to Yi Feng with a shy expression. Do you think this is okay? Yi Feng looked at Lin Xiaoxiao carefully and swallowed unconsciously. Lin Xiaoxiao had changed into a close-fitting white shirt, and her chest was particularly bulging. The neckline was designed a little low, and one button was undone, revealing her fair skin, slender collarbones, and a deep career line. It's worthy of being in E-class, great. Yi Feng continued to look down, skipping the towering breasts and slender waist. Coming to the lower body. Lin Xiaoxiao changed into a black tight hip skirt, which perfectly outlined her plump buttocks, paired with black stockings, slender legs, and small feet painted with red nail polish. To describe it in one word, it is breathtaking. A perfect congenital wife's holy body. Who would have thought that this woman would be a virgin? Yi Feng's eyes were firmly attracted by Lin Xiaoxiao. You are so beautiful. Yi Feng licked his lips and gave a heartfelt compliment. Then, can you be gentler? Lin Xiaoxiao said pitifully. Okay. Yifeng nodded in agreement, and suddenly his heart moved. Why not try the effect of this sacred blessing? Wait a minute, I'll give you a blessing. Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a little puzzled. Yifeng did not explain anymore, and raised his hand to send a sacred blessing. Buzz! A sacred white light fell on Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao was startled and subconsciously wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, she failed to dodge. Then, in Lin Xiaoxiao's incredible eyes, the white light merged into her body. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao groaned, her body trembled, and her face became visibly red. How do you feel? Yifeng asked hurriedly. Very, very comfortable, but a little strange, Lin Xiaoxiao replied subconsciously. Then, she moved her hands and feet, and suddenly said with surprise, Yifeng. Brother, I feel that my physical fatigue has disappeared a lot, and my energy has also been replenished a lot. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yifeng with a look of surprise. I feel very good. Yifeng nodded slightly. Is that so? He was thoughtful. It seems that the so-called recovery state can replenish a person's consumed physical strength and energy to a certain extent. This skill is pretty good. Although the level is rare, it is a rare auxiliary skill. Yifeng thought about it and gave himself a sacred blessing. The white light fell. Instantly, a warm and comfortable feeling filled Yifeng's whole body. Yifeng's eyes lit up. This feeling is so comfortable. No wonder Lin Xiaoxiao had that expression just now. The state has indeed recovered a lot, a bit like having a full massage and then having a good sleep. Full of energy and vitality. Yifeng came back to his senses, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's inquiring eyes, and said calmly, as you can see, I have extraordinary powers and am a superpower. Lin Xiaoxiao was immediately overjoyed and said excitedly, I guessed it. What is said on the internet is actually true. Superpowers really appeared in this world. Yifeng, you are so amazing. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart was beating wildly. The man in front of her was not only handsome and had a good figure, but he was also a superpower. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yifeng with little stars in her eyes. Let's start. Yifeng gave an order. Lin Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and turned around, facing away from Yifeng, and moved her little hand. Yifeng stared at her intently. Lin Xiaoxiao's behavior perfectly displayed her physical advantages in front of Yifeng. Long legs, thin waist, plump buttocks. Yifeng licked his lips and walked towards Lin Xiaoxiao step by step. The hustle and bustle is Cambridge tonight. 2 hours later. The clouds cleared and the rain dispersed. Lin Xiaoxiao nestled in Yifeng's arms like a wounded kitten. She felt her body was soft. There was a patch of blood on the bed sheet. Torn underwear, black stockings, and crumpled toilet paper were scattered all over the floor. Lin Xiaoxiao gently stroked Yifeng's abdominal muscles, her pretty face blushed, and her eyes were a little intoxicated. Brother Feng, how can you be so strong? It's really, almost took my life. She was completely conquered by Yifeng, and even her eyes were drawn. Yifeng was handsome in appearance, and his figure was also very good, with 8 abdominal muscles, which was intoxicating. And his fighting power was even more explosive. If it weren't for the sacred blessing given by Yifeng before, she would probably have fainted long ago. It was as if her soul had left her body. She didn't suffer any loss in this deal. Yifeng smiled and pretended to be calm. I didn't do much today because I took your physical condition into consideration. When you recover later, I will max out my output. Ah. Really? Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised and happy. She couldn't tell whether Yifeng was bragging or not for a moment, but subconsciously moved closer to Yifeng and said shyly, No, I can't bear it. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's shy and fearful eyes, Yifeng's heart was filled with satisfaction. Damn. Cool. Isn't this woman 10 times stronger than Li Yiting? No. It's 100 times. Yifeng looked down at his body. His strengthened body, coupled with the durable spray, naturally has explosive combat power. After rebirth, Yifeng has always been depressed. The tragic experience in the last life made Yifeng accumulate a lot of negative energy. Now after communicating with Lin Xiaoxiao, he suddenly felt very happy. Yifeng reached out and gently patted Lin Xiaoxiao's buttocks. Ton. Although her buttocks were huge, they were still full of elasticity and felt amazingly good. Your figure is so explosive. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. It's not plastic surgery, right? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Yifeng, waved her little fist, and gently hit Yifeng's chest. Of course not. I'm all natural. Besides, who would have plastic surgery on their buttocks? Yifeng smiled and thought to himself that it was not necessarily the case. Some women spend as much money on their buttocks as on their faces. Just when Yifeng was about to say something, a mechanical electronic sound suddenly sounded. Hint, trigger event. Hint, communicate with high-quality opposite sex, you will be happy physically and mentally, and reward bait plus 20. Hint, detect that it is the first time, and reward bait plus 10. Damn! Yifeng was shocked. A clever move, he sat up suddenly. Trigger event? A total of 30 baits are rewarded? You know, completing the daily task only gives 10 baits. What did he do? Just rewarding himself. He actually rewarded 30 baits? He can fish 30 times. It's outrageous. For a while, Yifeng was in a good mood. This system is really powerful. It really gives benefits. Yifeng sat up suddenly, which made Lin Xiaoxiao a little puzzled. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Yifeng's heart moved, and his tone was indifferent. According to the agreement, we only have one time. Now that the one time is over, I should leave. Yifeng stood up and wanted to leave. Ah! Don't leave! Lin Xiaoxiao was a little anxious, and subconsciously grabbed Yifeng's arm to prevent him from leaving. Yifeng smiled and said, Why? You don't want me to leave? You proposed the conditions. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted and said a little aggrievedly, You are not allowed to leave anyway. Yifeng turned around and lay down again, saying to Lin Xiaoxiao, Then consider it. Consider, why don't you leave first? Lin Xiaoxiao said pitifully. Oh. I see. Yifeng responded casually. Lin Xiaoxiao buried her head in Yifeng's chest and gently drew circles on his chest with her fingers, wondering what she was thinking. Yifeng ignored her and opened the system panel. Bait, 30 copies, wow. It's really in the account. This is too cool. Yifeng was very happy. This is really getting stronger while lying down. More importantly, the previous 2 event rewards were event rewards generated by doing something for the first time. For example, the first time killing a zombie, the first time killing someone. This kind of second time will not be available, and it is not replicable. This time, there is no description of the first time. Interact with the opposite sex to trigger events. Seems not quite the same? After all, it didn't say the first time. Perhaps, this means that I can repeatedly brush the reward. Yifeng was immediately moved. But among them, there should be some conditions to meet? First of all, you should interact with women, not men. Then, it seems that there is no limit on race? But animals should not work. And the word high quality is very interesting. What are Lin Xiaoxiao's characteristics? Beautiful, good figure, highly educated, temperamental, perfect body. That's about it. Well, there is one more thing. In the end, Lin Xiaoxiao communicated with herself voluntarily and was not forced. Yifeng thought for a moment and roughly came up with these conditions. I wonder if continuing to communicate with Lin Xiaoxiao in the future will trigger event rewards? Feeling happy physically and mentally? I like this word so much. After this incident, no matter what the purpose, Yifeng would not let Lin Xiaoxiao leave. Well, I need to reward her well. Yifeng glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, recalling her performance just now, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This little girl, under her elegant and dignified appearance, not only has a hot figure, but also a fiery heart. The most important thing is that he also contributed 30 fishing opportunities to himself. What a mascot! Award! She must be rewarded severely. Xiaoxiao, as long as you obey, I will ensure that you are safe and have no worries about food and drink in the future. Yifeng pinched Lin Xiaoxiao's little face and said seriously. Yifeng tried to make a transaction permanent. Really? You're not leaving? Lin Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. Yes, but you have to be obedient. Yifeng said. Yeah, I will listen to you in everything. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Then I'll stay here tonight and not leave? Yifeng smiled. My own home has long been in ruins. Yifeng has put all the valuable items into the space. So, it's okay to break your family and never come back. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao said excitedly with a happy face. Yifeng also raised the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao's stomach growled. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Are you hungry? Yifeng chuckled. The consumption just now was indeed a bit high. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Easy to say. Then, Yifeng waved his hand gently. Wow! Huge piles of bread, ham, and milk were scattered all over the floor. Oh my god! What is going on? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. Am I dazzled? Am I hallucinating? Lin Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes hard. I told you, I am a superpower, and this is my spatial superpower. Yifeng smiled slightly and explained a few words briefly. But, you just blessed me. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little unbelievable. Don't ask too much about this. I'll tell you slowly later. Anyway, your man has a lot of abilities. Yifeng stretched out his hand and caressed Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face. Oh. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and asked no more questions. Feeling Yifeng's gentle caress, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that it felt good to commit herself to a reliable man. It's really a sense of security. You can eat these as you like, I have plenty. Yifeng waved his hand with great pride. Brother Feng, you are so kind. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and she immediately prepared to stand up. Oops. As soon as he sat up, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and let out a slight cry. Yifeng took a look and said with a smile, you are overexerting yourself. I will treat you, say it. Yifeng casually gave a sacred blessing. A ray of white light fell, Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled, and her red lips couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. So comfortable. Yifeng's blessing ends. It doesn't seem to hurt much anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. She immediately got up and dressed, tucked her peach butt into her skirt, and quickly put on her shirt. Then he bent down and picked up the food scattered on the ground. This action perfectly displayed her plump buttocks. What a stunning beauty! Yifeng couldn't help but smack his lips, with a look of endless aftertaste on his face. So domineering. Amazing waist-to-hip ratio. However, there are also shortcomings. Lin Xiaoxiao is a bit shorter, only about 165 centimeters tall. This resulted in her thighs not being long enough. And she is not the kind of chopstick legs, her thighs are still a little thick, just like that fleshy feeling. Lin Xiaoxiao took the food and returned to the dining table to eat. Eat less, there will be better ones later. Yifeng also got out of bed and gave a casual warning. Alright, I got it. Lin Xiaoxiao promised, but she ate not at all slow. Yifeng shook his head, walked into the bathroom, ordered a huazi, and sunk his mind into the fishing space. Bait, 30 servings keep fishing. I don't know what good things I can get from these 30 fishing trips. Yifeng was full of expectations. In the fishing space, around the island, the fairy spirit is still floating, and the surroundings are shrouded in white mist. Below the fishing platform on the island is endless darkness, deep and dark. Yifeng thought silently in his heart, system, start fishing. As soon as the fishing rod moved, the fishhook drew a parabola in the air and entered the boundless darkness. The system prompts. Tip, fishing in progress. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly and he waited patiently. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting the complete Blu-ray version of the TV series Game of Thrones +1 set. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 physical strengthening scroll. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 set of the hardcover book The Lost City of One Beast. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting physical strengthening scroll. Yifeng's eyes showed surprise. Pause fishing and click to view item details. Item, physical strengthening scroll, quality, rare, description. After using this scroll, your physical strength will be improved to a certain extent. Yifeng felt happy and immediately took out the scroll. Use your right hand to gently tear it apart. The physical strengthening scroll turned into a stream of blue light and merged into Yifeng's body. Warmth flowed through Yifeng's body, filling his limbs and bones. Yifeng felt warm, like he was in the clouds. Not long after, the strengthening is over. Yifeng's physical strength has been improved. This feeling is so comfortable. Yifeng felt a little disappointed. When he came back to his senses, he felt the changes in himself. Defense and vitality are significantly enhanced. Yifeng was thoughtful. Physical strength is, in a way, life force. He can be called an invincible Xiaoqiang. Yifeng felt excited. Strength, speed, and stamina have all been enhanced using scrolls. Fishing, keep fishing. Tip, fishing in progress. Yifeng waited silently. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting 1 box of Lizzie 4J grade cherries. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 spiritual strengthening scroll. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 driving mastery scroll. Woohoo! This time, 2 scrolls came out in succession. There is also a box of cherries, not bad. Yifeng looked happy and quickly stopped fishing. Click on a new scroll to view details. Item, spiritual strengthening scroll, quality, rare, description. After using the scroll, your spirit will be improved to a certain extent. As expected. It belongs to the same series as the strength strengthening scroll and the speed strengthening scroll. A spiritual strengthening scroll can enhance spiritual attributes. Yi Feng took out the scroll and tore it open without hesitation. Buzz. A stream of blue light representing spiritual strengthening merged into Yi Feng's brain. Strengthening continues. Yi Feng suddenly felt clearer. Looking around, everything is clear. Yi Feng's control power has been greatly enhanced. Energetic. After a while, the strengthening is over. Yi Feng's mental attributes have been improved. It's cool. Yi Feng's face was full of excitement. A thought came to my mind. Buzz. A wooden comb in the bathroom floats slowly. Yi Feng looked happy. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden comb keeps flying in the bathroom, drawing a beautiful arc. After spinning several times in the air, he returned to his original position. The improvement in spiritual power is truly magical. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. Click to view the panel. Name, Yi Feng, level, first level 1 star, superpower, Chaos God Thunder, skills, Lightning Strike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Divine Blessing, Sword Mastery, Shooting Mastery, Fighting Mastery, Combat Power Index, 308. Yi Feng looked surprised. After 2 physical and mental strengthening, the combat power index skyrocketed again. Yi Feng estimated that in terms of combat power, he had already crushed all current superpowers. Close the panel. Yi Feng was satisfied. View another scroll. Item, Driving Mastery Scroll, quality, rare, description. After using this scroll, your driving skills will be greatly improved. This scroll is similar to the Sword Mastery Scroll and the Fighting Mastery Scroll, and belongs to the same series. Can improve driving skills. Yi Feng took out the scroll. A palm-sized scroll with a blue shimmer appeared in his palm. Yi Feng tore the scroll into pieces. In an instant, a stream of blue light poured into Yi Feng's body. At the same time, a wave of memories entered Yi Feng's mind. At a racing track, a slender figure is driving a sports car, practicing his driving skills. Accelerate, brake, drift. Countless memories about driving skills flooded into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng closed his eyes slightly. I feel like I am a car god with superb driving skills. Driving has become Yi Feng's instinct. Yi Feng opened his eyes and took a breath. All kinds of means of transportation are already at his fingertips. Even planes, tanks, ships, aircraft carriers, can be easily controlled. Fishing items are really amazing. Have a break. Yi Feng chose to continue fishing. Tip, fishing in progress. Yi Feng is full of expectations. I wonder what other treasures he can catch. The system prompts. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 fresh red tomatoes. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 thick cucumber. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a giant long eggplant +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing. Oh my gosh. Yi Feng's mouth twitched, and he was a little speechless. Damn. Did I catch a vegetable garden? Why are there only vegetables? Vegetables are good. But can you give me more, system? The system prompts to continue. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a large iron stick yam +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a green celery +1. Hint, congratulations to the host, okay? Vegetables are not a loss anyway. Yi Feng could only comfort himself. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a set of the TV series Don't Stop the Annual Meeting +1 set. Could it be that the pond has been changed? Yi Feng's heart was shocked. Woohoo! Finally, it's not vegetables. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get the book I Kill Gods in the End of the World +1 set. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get the visual enhancement scroll +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get the Desert Eagle pistol +1. 30 fishing trips are over. Yi Feng was very excited. God has mercy on me, I finally left the vegetable garden, and still caught some good things. Desert Eagle pistol, and visual enhancement scroll. Yi Feng first checked the firearms. Item, Desert Eagle, quality, rare, description. This Desert Eagle is a very powerful pistol. It is very good in terms of range, accuracy, and power. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Yes. Yesterday I caught a pistol bullet, and today I caught a pistol. It's just right to match a set. Yi Feng was very happy. Firearms are still very powerful in front of low-level psychics. Yi Feng took out the Desert Eagle and played with it in his hand. Putting the pistol into the space, Yi Feng took out the scroll. Item, Vision Enhancement Scroll, Quality, Rare, Description. After using the scroll, your vision will be improved to a certain extent. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. Vision Enhancement. Enhance vision. Strength, speed, physical strength, spirit, vision. Yi Feng's eyes showed joy. He liked this feeling of steady growth. Yi Feng took out the scroll. Tear it open. The blue light merged into Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng felt a slight sting in his eyes, and slowly closed his eyes to adapt to the new power. After a long time, Yi Feng opened his eyes again and felt that the whole world had changed drastically. Look around. Every detail in the bathroom is clearly visible. The pattern of the wall tiles, the dust on the ground, the hair on the wooden comb. Everything is extremely clear, vivid and interesting. Yi Feng stepped out of the bathroom and came to the living room. Walked to the window and looked into the distance. Through the blood mist, Yi Feng saw farther. The teeth of the zombies in the distance, the overturned vehicles, the broken glass. Everything seemed to be close at hand. Yi Feng's eyes showed joy and he murmured in his heart. This feels so good. Fishing is over, and strengthening is complete. Yi Feng's overall strength has greatly increased. Yi Feng turned around. Lin Xiaoxiao had already eaten all the food on the table. Have you finished eating? Yi Feng walked over with a smile on his face. Yeah. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. She was very satisfied with her meal. Leaning on the chair, her plump buttocks took up most of the chair below. Yi Feng came behind Lin Xiaoxiao, gently lifted her black hair, and gently wrapped his hands around her snow-white neck. Feeling Yi Feng's hot breath, Lin Xiaoxiao gently grabbed Yi Feng's big hand. Yi Feng, I feel so happy, as if I'm dreaming. I won't be starving to death, now it's my fantasy before I die. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were blurred, and she murmured to herself. Silly. This is certainly not a dream. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxiao didn't speak, Yi Feng decided to go a step further. Yi Feng picked up Lin Xiaoxiao by the waist. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Yi Feng's mouth curled up with a smile. Gone. Holding her, Yi Feng walked towards the sofa. He. I'll make you feel more real. Ah, this. Lin Xiaoxiao showed a pitiful look that she couldn't bear, and kept begging for mercy. Don't. Yi Feng. I'm really not in good condition now. Can we do it tomorrow? Lin Xiaoxiao begged tenderly. Yi Feng threw her on the sofa. Yi Feng, please forgive me, I'm so tired. Lin Xiaoxiao curled up her body, cute and lovely. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. So? Don't worry, I have other ways. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Feng and asked blankly, Then tell me quickly, what's the way? Yi Feng bent down and whispered softly in her ear. How is it? After hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's face suddenly flushed. But she finally nodded. After a while, Yi Feng lay on the sofa with a relaxed expression, looking very comfortable. Lin Xiaoxiao kept rinsing her mouth in the bathroom. This is how people live. Yi Feng's eyes showed emotion. Turning his head to look out the window, it was already late. Xiaoxiao, can you cook? I can do it, but I'm not proficient, I can only cook home-cooked dishes. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Enough. I just want to eat some fresh vegetables. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned and said subconsciously, Where can I get fresh vegetables now? She didn't finish her words. Swish. A lot of vegetables appeared on the dining table in an instant. Tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots, green peppers. Looking at these vegetables, Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened, revealing an unbelievable expression. Wow! It's incredible! Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward and picked up a cucumber. Wow! This is so big and thick, and so fresh and juicy. Yi Feng, how did you do it? Although she already knew that Yi Feng was a space power user. But when she saw these vegetables appearing out of thin air, she was still shocked. Scallions, ginger, garlic, dried tofu, continued to appear. Oh my god! These vegetables are so fresh. Almost like they were just picked. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Yi Feng, how did you do it? Are you the creator? I really didn't expect that when everyone was hungry, we could still eat such fresh vegetables. Yi Feng didn't explain too much and waved his hand quickly. Go and get busy, I'm really hungry. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten so much. Lin Xiaoxiao held the vegetables, walked into the kitchen, and started to get busy. Yifeng lay on the sofa, opened his mobile phone, and browsed the messages. Soon, a message caught Yifeng's attention. Everyone, look, have the zombies mutated? Below is a short video of a few seconds. In the video, a 2-meter-tall zombie with white hair all over his body is lying on the ground biting and chewing a corpse. Oh my god, it's definitely a mutation. All zombies are mutated, and I don't have any special powers. Are you going to let people live? Destroy them, haha. Yifeng's eyes flickered, a little surprised. Mutated zombies appear now? Yifeng kept searching on the internet and found that more than one person encountered this kind of zombie. There are power-type mutant zombies, speed-type mutant zombies, and mutant beasts. These zombies are much stronger than ordinary zombies. When ordinary people encounter them, they can only wait for death. Yifeng put down his phone and thought. Mutated zombies are the elite among zombies. If ordinary zombies produce crystal nuclei, they can be called first-level ordinary zombies. Mutated zombies are first-level elite zombies with stronger strength. At this stage, zombies are all zero-level, and their strength is about the same as ordinary people. Zero-level ordinary zombies will not produce crystal nuclei. I wonder if elite zombies have crystal nuclei. Are there any mutant zombies in Jiangcheng at present? If so, I can go and kill them. Yifeng kept searching, but found no useful information. After a while, a fragrance came from the kitchen. What a good smell! This feeling is just like yesterday. Yifeng's nose twitched and he sighed. Soon, the dining table was filled with food. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumber salad, stir-fried carrots with ham, stir-fried eggs with green peppers, stir-fried dried tofu with green onions. The two continued to eat. Delicious. Yifeng praised. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little embarrassed. Yifeng, I know it doesn't taste good, I will try my best. She knew her cooking skills very well. Yifeng ate most of the food. Lin Xiaoxiao had eaten too much before, and now she could only eat a little. After dinner, Yifeng took out the cherries he had caught. A box of 10 kilograms of cherries, full of color and fresh green stems. Come on, let's have some after-meal fruit. Yifeng smiled. Brother Yifeng, you should have taken it out earlier. Now, I really can't eat anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao said coquettishly. After eating some more cherries, Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the bedroom and snuggled together to rest. Lin Xiaoxiao was like a sticky bean bun, her delicate body tightly pressed against Yifeng, mumbling in her mouth. Yifeng, you will protect me, right? I will. Yifeng, you are so nice, yeah, okay. Yifeng responded casually. Not long after, Lin Xiaoxiao fell into a deep sleep. Yifeng looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's dignified and beautiful face and curvy figure, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This girl is pretty good, she has a simple mind and is very contrasting. The personality, appearance, and figure are not related at all. Yifeng turned over and got into position. I should sleep too. But I always feel like I forgot something, Yifeng thought silently. After a long time, Yifeng slapped his thigh and stood up suddenly. Fuck! I forgot Xiaobai at home. Yifeng immediately put on his clothes and ran to his home on the 14th floor. Ouch! As soon as he entered the door, the husky wagged his tail and pounced on me aggressively. Noob! Yifeng picked it up and put its dog food into the space. After walking around the house to make sure nothing was missing, Yifeng took Xiaobai back to his new home. Lin Xiaoxiao was too tired and slept heavily. Yifeng's movements did not wake her up. Throw Xiaobai into the second bedroom and give him a lot of snacks. Yifeng returned to bed again. Fall into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. Sleeping room. A panicked voice came from Yifeng's ears. Brother Feng, it's not good. Lin Xiaoxiao sounded a little panicked. What's wrong? Yifeng was shaken awake by her. Brother, look outside. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed outside the window with her hand. Yifeng followed the sound. The blood mist outside was actually a bit thicker than yesterday. How could this happen? Isn't the blood mist getting thinner day by day? Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were full of anxiety. Yifeng was very calm and comforted. Don't worry, I have everything under control. This situation was also the same in Yifeng's previous life. Blood mist actually contains energy, which can promote the formation of crystal nuclei among zombies. On the 7th day, some zombies will produce crystal nuclei. Also, we have an extra dog in our family. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to panic. Yifeng quickly explained, my dog, his name is Xiaobai, I got him back yesterday. The task of taking care of it from now on will be left to you. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a long sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. So that's it. Lin Xiaoxiao patted her chest and promised, no problem, Xiaobai, don't worry, leave it to me. She quickly ran over and touched Xiaobai's head. Your name is Xiaobai. Woof. Xiaobai has always been heartless and quickly accepts the new hostess. Yifeng turned on his phone and checked the information. When I woke up, damn, the sky had changed again. Wow, haha. Can anyone tell me what it means when the red mist becomes thicker? What does it mean? Ha ha, I tell you, it means that when I wake up, I awaken my powers. Ha, the increase in people with superpowers is certainly not a coincidence. In the future, not only will there be more superpowers, but also mutated zombies. According to later statistics, Blue Star has a population of 10 billion and about 2 billion survivors. About 5% of the survivors will awaken their powers. This means that there will be nearly 100 million superpowers in the entire Blue Star. Of course, because the superpowers will gradually awaken within a month. Therefore, the actual number of survivors is far less than 100 million. Yifeng continued to browse the news. Why? Why am I not a superpower? I'm so miserable. I'm not a superhuman. I've been without food for 2 days, and now there's a power outage. I feel like I'm going to die, someone come and save me. I'm fair, beautiful, and have long legs. I'm proficient in playing and singing. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaobai played around for a while, then ran to Yifeng's side and started making short videos. Someone help me, I've been hungry for 3 days. My wife and children have turned into zombies, what's the point of living for me? Lin Xiaoxiao became more and more frightened as she watched. In the end, it was like a frightened big rabbit, crawling into Yifeng's arms. Yifeng, do you think mankind still has a future? Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of worry. Don't worry, the sky won't fall. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. The situation before me is just the appetizer. The situation in the future will get worse and worse. Zombies mutate, alien beasts run rampant, plants mutate, ferocious beasts rage, sea beasts land. But humans are highly adaptable creatures. No matter how difficult the environment is, you can always find a way to survive. Yifeng and Lin Xiaoxiao got up and washed together. Xiaoxiao, shall we eat this morning? Yifeng took out 2 bags of wontons from the space and handed them to Lin Xiaoxiao. Wow, little wontons? So good. Lin Xiaoxiao took the wonton and drooled with greed. It's wonton, but it's about the same, maybe? Yifeng said uncertainly. I'll cook. Lin Xiaoxiao walked into the kitchen and got busy. Yifeng lay lazily on the sofa, waiting for dinner. Click on the panel and start admiring your skills. My heart is filled with joy. Close the panel. Yifeng clicked on his phone and continued to browse information. The blood mist fills the air and the zombies become stronger. How can we survive? I'm going to die, and a suspected mutated zombie suddenly appears in the corridor. We have a power outage here. Haha, you just stopped? We stopped yesterday, and now our cell phones are out of battery at any time. It's so special, I really want barbecue now. Across the country, bad news spread frequently. On the internet, resentment is overwhelming. Yifeng frowned slightly. Power failure? In the past 2 days, only a few cities experienced power outages. Today, more and more places are experiencing power outages. This is not good news. In the previous life, when did Jiangcheng lose power? Yifeng thought hard. It seems to be the 10th day? Can't remember clearly. But a power outage is a matter of time. Not only that, if there is no power supply, tap water, internet, gas, etc. will all stop one after another. Things will get worse. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly, and he kept thinking in his heart. Without the crystal core, there is no point in hunting zombies at the moment. Various opportunities from previous lives have not yet been generated. In this case, I should go out and collect more food to prepare for future troubles. In addition to food, there are also daily necessities such as diesel generators, gasoline, diesel, medicines, clothes, etc. Fishing by the system alone is too uncontrollable. There's storage space anyway, so it doesn't matter if you add more stuff. Just then, a smell came from the kitchen. Brother Phone, the wontons are ready. Come and eat. Lin Xiaoxiao brought up 2 bowls of wontons. The steaming wontons exude the fragrance of food. Yifeng came to the dining table and sat down, picked up a spoon, scooped up a wonton, and put it in his mouth. The mouthful is full of delicious flavor, and I immediately pounce on it. Not bad, delicious. Yifeng took a big bite. Next to her, Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed wontons with the same excitement. It's not easy to have this bite. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Yifeng with eyes full of dependence. Who could have imagined that the civilization that mankind is proud of would collapse in such an instant? This meal looks like ordinary wontons. It is a delicacy that 99% of human beings cannot eat today. Snort! Snort! The two of them destroyed 2 large bowls of wontons, not even letting go of the soup. After meal, Lin Xiaoxiao was busy in the kitchen, with her back to Yifeng, bending down from time to time. Tons. The apron could not hide her plump butt. The buttocks that seemed to be exposed from the clothes were like a plump jelly, constantly trembling. Yifeng's eyes were firmly attracted by it. As the saying goes, her ass is bigger than her shoulders, which is better than that of a living god. Yifeng couldn't help but stepped forward and gently patted her plump buttocks. Tons, causing a shiver. This feeling. Disgusting. Lin Xiaoxiao said coquettishly. Yifeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said meaningfully, "Come with me." Yifeng pointed to the big bed in the bedroom. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly blushed. Yifeng chuckled, picked up Lin Xiaoxiao by the waist, and walked into the bedroom. Lin Xiaoxiao buried her head in Yifeng's chest. Yifeng threw her on the bed and took out a pack of unopened silk stockings from Liba Nostalgia. "Here, put this on." "I'm afraid." "Don't worry, I will be gentle." The clouds gather and the rain disperses. Underwear and toilet paper were scattered on the floor. The black silk had holes in it and was thrown aside. Lin Xiaoxiao's body became weak, her face flushed, her eyes blurred, and she muttered to herself. "I'm so tired. I feel like my whole body is falling apart, I feel like I'm going to die. My soul seems to have come out. Yifeng, are you human? It's so cruel." Yifeng looked very proud. Lin Xiaoxiao hit Yifeng on the chest with a small fist. "Yifeng, where is the gentleness you promised? I would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe in a man's deceitful mouth." Yifeng lit a cigarette and started puffing away. As the saying goes, a cigarette afterwards is better than a living god. Handy. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Tip, trigger event. Tip, if you feel happy, you will be rewarded with plus 10 pieces of fishing bait. Yifeng was stunned and immediately overjoyed. Another 10 portions of bait? Is it that easy and simple? It seems. The path to salvation. No, it's the way to become stronger, right there. Just between the warblers and the swallows. Yifeng's mouth corners rose. Interesting. From this point of view. At least for me, beauties have become an important resource. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly, and he kept thinking. Especially high-quality beauties. By communicating with beauties, you can get rewards and become stronger. Not only do you need to collect various materials, you also need to collect various beauties. Yifeng blew a smoke ring and turned to look at Lin Xiaoxiao in his arms. Xiao. At present, the situation is getting more and more wrong. I decided to go out today to collect some useful materials for us. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes widened, and she said anxiously, Yifeng, don't go out, okay? Nowadays, there are zombies everywhere outside, it's too dangerous. It's hard to see the hope of survival, she really doesn't want to lose it. No, I must go out. Yifeng flatly refused. Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over and hugged Yifeng tightly from the back, with a trembling tone. Yifeng, don't leave me. Okay? Yifeng felt its softness, and his heart was moved. It's okay, I know my limits. Yifeng reached out and stroked her soft hair, and continued, don't worry, I'm stronger than you think. While the supplies haven't rotted and deteriorated, I need to collect more for the future. It's not feasible to stay at home blindly. But, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated. Yifeng waved his hand and continued, now it seems that going out to fight is inevitable, and no one can escape. You have to adapt. In the future, you may also have to go out to fight. Anyway, I've made up my mind. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted and said nothing. Yifeng was about to persuade again, but suddenly came to his senses. Damn. Yifeng. Are you going to the direction of a licking dog again? Are you shameless? Show your manly side. Thinking of this, Yifeng's face darkened, and he slapped her hips hard, pretending to be angry and said, Xiaoxiao, you listen to me. Lin Xiaoxiao saw that Yifeng was angry, so she could only bite her lower lip lightly and said, okay. Brother Feng. But, you must pay attention to safety, if anything happens to you, I won't live either. Yifeng nodded and warned, don't worry, I won't have any problems. But you. After I leave, Don't open the door for anyone to come, understand? Yeah, I understand. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Yi Feng took out some food from the space. There were bread, instant noodles, milk, about enough for one person to eat for 10 days. I may not come back today. Just in case, this is your ration. I'm leaving. Yi Feng put out the cigarette but turned around and opened the door to leave. Brother Yi Feng, I'll wait for you at home. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip and shouted loudly. Yi Feng did not look back, but just waved his hand to show that he knew. In the corridor, Yi Feng went downstairs quickly. He decided to go to the street to search for supplies. After all, there are two things that are real and vital in the end of the world. First, it is power. Only with strong power can you have enough capital to resist all changes. Second, it is supplies. Only with a large amount of supplies can you survive in this end of the world and live freely. Yi Feng's goal of going out is to stockpile a large amount of supplies. Yi Feng quickly attracted the attention of the zombies. Two zombies rushed towards Yi Feng with their fangs and claws. What a bunch of idiots, they only remember to eat and not to fight. But this is a zombie. Only high-level mutant zombies can produce wisdom. Yi Feng kicked the two zombies to the ground. Continue to walk down. Click on the panel, and the system pops up a prompt. Prompt, please choose whether to increase the difficulty of daily tasks. Two choices appeared in front of Yi Feng. Yes or no, Yi Feng decisively chose to increase the difficulty. The next moment, the task was refreshed. Daily task, kill 20 zombies. Task reward, 20 baits. Yi Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Not bad. The task requirements are upgraded, and the rewards are upgraded accordingly. Go to the 6th floor. A bunch of zombies blocked the stairs. There was no way forward, and Yi Feng looked at the zombies, his eyes suddenly sharp. Swing the knife and chop. Puff! A zombie's head fell to the ground, and the body slowly fell to the ground. Yi Feng kicked hard and kicked another zombie to the ground. Then Yi Feng stepped on the zombie's head with his foot, letting the zombie continue to struggle. The zombie's power has indeed become a little stronger. After many enhancements, Yi Feng's control of power has long been extraordinary. Yi Feng clearly felt that today's zombies were stronger than yesterday's zombies. Zombies will become stronger and generate crystal nuclei. Yi Feng stabbed the zombie to death. He quickly killed all the zombies blocking the road. He walked out of the unit door. Yi Feng clicked to view the task. Task progress, November 20th. 9 more zombies need to be killed to complete the task. Yi Feng's figure flashed and he quickly ran to the gate of the community. The sky was gloomy and filled with blood mist. There were terrifying zombies wandering around in the community and on the streets farther away. When Yi Feng arrived at the entrance of the community, there were already more than a dozen zombies chasing him. Yi Feng stopped, turned around to face the zombies, and faced the challenge. He swung his sword and slashed continuously, and the sword light was rampant. Puff! Puff! Several zombies, their heads flew up to the sky, dirty blood splashed, and their bodies fell to the ground. Yi Feng slashed wildly. The zombies farther away were in turmoil. The zombies bared their teeth and claws, rushing towards Yi Feng one after another. Yi Feng touched the ground with his toes, did not retreat but advanced, swept a residual shadow, and rushed towards the zombie group. Near the zombie group, Yi Feng held his right hand in the air, gray arcs gathered in his hand, and thunder kept flashing. Crackling! The next moment, the thunderball suddenly burst out from Yi Feng's hand. Boom! Gray electric arcs surrounded by streamers continued to spread in all directions. Explosions continued to be heard in the air. Electric arcs shot out in all directions, running away. All zombies that came into contact with the divine thunder were instantly turned into dust and ashes. Destroy everything. Yi Feng looked excited and continued to release energy. The lightning became stronger. Boom! The zombies around him rushed towards Yi Feng like moths to a flame, and then turned into debris and ashes. Thunder continued, and zombies surged. The grand battle scene attracted the attention of the survivors in the surrounding buildings. Everyone shouted loudly. Fuck, lay. Damn it, Big Brother save me. Big Brother, superpower, save me, I am willing to be your subordinate. Yi Feng turned a deaf ear to the cry for help. Save people? What can he save? How many people can he save? Yi Feng continued to release chaos lightning, blasting the zombies to pieces. But soon, Yi Feng frowned. Energy consumption was too fast, and the mana reached the bottom. Yi Feng glanced at the task. Task progress, 20/20. The task has been completed long ago. Looking up, Zombies continued to pour in and surrounded Yifeng. Yifeng took out the flame sword. Activate the protection skill of the Supreme God Ring. Swish! With a flash of golden light, Yifeng entered the 100-second invincible state. Yifeng was like a god of war, attacking without dodging, rushing into the zombies and killing them. The zombies' attacks fell on Yifeng, but had no effect. Instead, Yifeng seized the opportunity and slashed with his sword. Between the flashes of the sword, zombies' heads fell to the ground one after another. Yifeng continued to harvest. Kill, kill, kill. The sky, the earth, and the blood mist filled the air. Zombies continued to pour towards Yifeng. Yifeng was trapped in a siege. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of others. The superpower who set off the mine was surrounded by zombies. In my opinion, there are hundreds of zombies. He is probably going to die. It's what he deserves. He is too arrogant. What's wrong with having superpowers? The survivors gloated and talked about it. Downstairs, waves of zombies continued to rush towards Yifeng. Yifeng's invincible state has not disappeared. Kill, kill, kill. Yifeng held a flaming sword and swung the sword continuously, constantly harvesting the zombies around him, venting his emotions wantonly. In his previous life, he lived his whole life cautiously and treading on thin ice. How could he have such a wanton behavior? Cool. Swish, swish, swish. Zombie heads kept flying into the sky, and dirty blood sprayed everywhere. Yifeng killed dozens of zombies again. However, the number of zombies around him increased instead of decreasing, and there were more and more. Yifeng is surrounded. Seeing more and more zombies, Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. The fearless human wave tactics are quite useful. If I only have the Chaos Thunder ability, I might really be exhausted here. After all, my superpower level is only level 1, and the energy is too little. Fortunately, I am an all-round warrior. Yifeng's mouth corners slightly raised. The next moment, Yifeng's legs were slightly bent, and he jumped up with all his strength, jumped high, and jumped dozens of meters away at once. Then, while the zombies didn't react, Yifeng continued to run all the way and threw all the zombies away. This scene fell into everyone's eyes and shocked everyone. My God, is he still a human? He just jumped away? Is this jumping? It's no different from flying. Damn, other superpowers are not so outrageous. Yifeng ran all the way on the street and soon left the community. However, as long as he moved on the street, zombies would swarm in. So soon, a large number of zombies followed behind Yifeng. After Yifeng killed several zombies again, he jumped several times and jumped to another street. He found an abandoned shop at random, killed several zombies inside with a few knives, and blocked the door with sundries. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and found a place to sit down. Click to receive daily task rewards. Tip: congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward plus 20 baits. Task completed. Yifeng was delighted and opened his phone. In the message, Lin Xiaoxiao's avatar kept flashing. Yifeng clicked on the message. I'm afraid of affecting your battle, so I won't contact you actively. If you have time, talk to me, be safe. Yifeng smiled and sent an okay expression. Yifeng, do you know that a superpower who can set off mines appeared in our community just now? Lin Xiaoxiao sent another message. That person is me. Yifeng smiled slightly and responded immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth wide, her eyes widened, and she was shocked. After a moment of silence, he quickly responded. Oh my God. Are you a thunder-type psychic? Space, divine blessing, thunder. You are too strong. How can you know everything? I saw psychics on the internet, but they are not like this. Lin Xiaoxiao was very surprised and excited. He is worthy of being her man. So strong. Yifeng smiled slightly. By the way, Yifeng, our community group has exploded because of you. Lin Xiaoxiao sent another message. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and clicked on the community group. A large number of messages were refreshed. The thunder-type psychic is so strong. Ha ha ha, let him show off. Now he is surrounded and dead. So cool. Oh my God, he can run away like this? This is too outrageous. He jumps so fast. Damn psychic, watching someone die without saving him. The guy above, if you piss him off, what can he do if he kills you? Yeah, times have changed. That's right, now the order is broken, and fists are king. I envy you. I want to be a psychic too. Yifeng casually browsed the news and then turned off his phone. It's time to get down to business. Yifeng's mind moved. Complete the daily task and get 20 baits as rewards. In addition to the morning communication, because Yifeng was in a good mood, the system rewarded 10 baits. Bait, 30 you can go fishing 30 times again. Yifeng silently said in his heart, system, fish for me. The next moment, the system prompt sounded, prompt, fishing in progress. Yifeng was full of expectations. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 bag of long-grain fragrant rice. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 Philip electric toothbrush. Another pile of garbage. Let's have something good. Yifeng smiled helplessly. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 DVD of the movie Mermaid 2. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a rare item, 1 hidden necklace. Hidden necklace? Yifeng's eyes lit up. This name sounds like equipment. Could it be that good things were caught at the beginning? Prompt, fishing in progress. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 bag of Koski potato chips. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get Huaxia currency plus 10,000 yuan. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get stainless steel screwdriver plus 1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get broken copper wrench plus 1. Nima? Yifeng's face was a little dark. Potato chips can be eaten, which is better than nothing. What's the use of Huaxia currency? It's too hard to wipe your butt. And, these things, did they fall into the decoration company or the hardware store? System, give something good. The system prompts to continue. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get electric drill plus 1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get angle grinder plus 1. Caught a lot of tools again. Stop. Stop fishing. Yifeng couldn't hold it anymore. Co-author system, you are just staying in these decoration tools, and you won't leave? These things, you say they are useless? That's definitely not the case. But Yifeng can get them from reality. What Yifeng wants more is extraordinary power, items, skills, and supernatural powers. After stopping fishing, Yifeng's mind moved, and he opened the panel. Bait, 8 portions. Yifeng touched his chin. These 8 fishing opportunities should be saved for later. Maybe wait, and the luck will come. Then, Yifeng's mind moved, and he extracted the only useful harvest this time, the hidden necklace. Swish! A delicate necklace emitting blue light appeared in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng clicked on the item details. Item, hidden necklace, quality, rare, description. The hidden necklace has a magical power that can absorb the breath of a race, making ordinary members of this race turn a blind eye to the wearer of the necklace. The necklace can be contaminated with the breath of a certain tribe member after 5 minutes of contact. Yifeng's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Ha ha! It is indeed a good thing. Humans had already determined it in the previous life. Zombies are a tribe of their own. If I absorb a zombie breath into the necklace, wouldn't I be able to ignore ordinary zombies and walk sideways on the street? Yifeng looked at the method of use again, which was to put the necklace in contact with people of a certain ethnic group for 5 minutes. In other words, you need to get in touch with zombies. Yifeng thought for a while, moved the debris away, and walked out of the store. There are many zombies wandering on the street. Yifeng, with quick eyes and quick hands, grabbed the pale thigh of a zombie and ran back. Boom! His act of catching corpses naturally caused a zombie riot in the surrounding area. However, due to Yifeng's extremely fast speed, he ran back to the store as soon as the other zombies were about to react. Close the door. Bang bang bang. Outside the door, a group of zombies were banging on the door crazily. After Yifeng blocked the door again, he then looked at the zombie he had captured. Yo! Or a female zombie. Black silk skirt, OL white collar suit, big waves. At this moment, it was baring its teeth and claws at Yifeng, roaring continuously. Yifeng took out the rope and tied up the zombie he had captured. Ho ho ho! Yifeng frowned and stepped forward to have sex with 2 big dicks. The white-collar zombies suddenly became quiet. She was a little confused. What are you doing? In this life, no man has ever hit her. Hey, I'll give you a necklace. When Yifeng saw the zombie calm down, he put the necklace on her with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, after a while. Ho ho ho! The white-collar zombies continued to roar. Yifeng ignored her, walked aside, took out a bag of melon seeds, and clicked on the short video to pass the time. Click on a video, parents died tragically, please ask for help. Clicked on another one to record how the neighbor's zombie child tortured and killed his parents. Douyin has relaxed its review system. Now you can shoot anything. Not in the mood to watch. Yifeng closed the video and was filled with emotion. Alas, the era of big white legs is gone forever. 5 minutes later. Yifeng slashed the white-collar zombie to death. Take off the necklace, wash it with clean water, and wear it on yourself. I don't know how effective it will be. Yifeng murmured in his heart. Get up and click on the map on your phone. Yifeng kept searching and quickly locked the target. The largest shopping mall from the is the shopping mall Fortune Plaza. Yifeng's idea is very simple. In a shopping mall, there is usually a large supermarket. In a supermarket, there must be a huge amount of supplies. Empty the supermarket and you won't have to worry about supplies in a short time. Then, Yifeng opened the door and walked out of the store. Zombies are still roaming the streets. But this time, Yifeng stood in front of a group of zombies, but they turned a blind eye. Yifeng deliberately made noise and threw a stone. Wow! A large number of zombies raised their heads in unison, looking for the source of the sound. However, they still didn't find Yifeng. Yifeng walked up to a strong zombie, waved his hand in front of it, and joked, I'm standing in front of you, and you see that I look a bit like before. The zombie tilted his head and raised his head in confusion, still unaware of Yifeng's presence. Yifeng thought for a while and realized that his backhand was a big punch. Snapped. The zombie was immediately beaten by Yifeng and his body was rotated 360 degrees and fell heavily to the ground. Yifeng naturally didn't use all his strength. If you slap it with all your strength, the zombie's head will definitely move. The next moment, the beaten zombie got up angrily, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Yifeng. Yo, you can actually detect me. Yifeng swung his knife and chopped off the zombie's head. Looking around, there are more and more zombies gathering around. They kept roaring and were a little restless. But they still couldn't notice Yifeng. It seems that only after attacking a certain zombie will the zombie notice itself. This concealment necklace is so useful. Yifeng's test was over and he was satisfied. Give way, why are you gathering people? As for you, get out of the way. Yifeng was arrogant. After pushing a few zombies away, he squeezed out of the zombie group. It's time to go. Yifeng tapped the ground with his toes and jumped forward quickly. The surrounding high-rise buildings continued to extend backward. Yifeng left a trail of afterimages in the air. There were only a lot of zombies left on the street, looking at each other in confusion. Just now, something seemed to have happened? Yifeng ran all the way. Hey! There's a convenience store. Yifeng stopped. The street he is on now is relatively prosperous. On both sides of the street, there are scattered small supermarkets, convenience stores, and the like. I don't have much supplies in my space, so why not replenish them here first? Thinking of this, Yifeng walked into the convenience store. There are a few zombies wandering around in the convenience store. Yifeng entered it without attracting the attention of the zombies. That's a lot of food. Yifeng was a little surprised. The supermarket is not big, some shelves have fallen to the ground, and the whole space looks messy. There were a lot of snacks scattered everywhere on the ground. Ham sausage, bread, instant noodles, jelly, potato chips. There are also mineral water, various drinks, milk, canned fruits. All common supplies found in supermarkets are available. Yifeng felt happy and unceremoniously put all these things together with the shelves into his storage space. In the corner of the supermarket, there were some daily necessities, including detergent, washing powder, seasoning, salt. Yifeng thought about it and put these items into the space. Although these things cannot be eaten, they are indispensable if you want to live comfortably. As Yifeng collected the supplies, the zombies wandering in the supermarket became a little irritable and uneasy. They could not notice Yifeng, but they could feel that the things around them were constantly decreasing. This made them a little restless. Roar! Several zombies began to roar. What a trouble! Yifeng took out the flame sword and then swung the sword to chop. Swish! Several zombies, their heads fell to the ground directly. Their bodies fell to the ground, and dirty blood continued to flow out. After Yifeng dealt with several zombies, he continued to search and made sure that nothing was missed before leaving. The harvest is not bad. Yifeng walked on the road with a slight smile on his face. If that's the case, let's open a few more. In the next quarter of an hour, Yifeng encountered several convenience stores in succession. He didn't let go of any of them and plundered them all. Well, there's a drugstore here? Drugs are probably good things in the end times. Anyway, the space is infinite, so put more. Thinking of this, Yifeng walked towards the drugstore. As Yifeng walked into the drugstore, a mixed odor and the smell of disinfectant hit his nose. The disinfectant must have spilled. He looked around and saw that the shelves were full of various drugs, the counters were full of bottles and jars, and there were 2 zombies wandering around. Yifeng's mind moved, and a large number of drugs disappeared. Isatis root and aspirin that can treat colds. Ibuprofen and acetaminophen that can treat fever. And stomach-soothing and anti-inflammatory choleretic tablets that can treat gastrointestinal diseases. All were put into Yifeng's storage space. At this time, the female zombies in white nurse uniforms at both ends of the pharmacy noticed that the goods were decreasing and began to get restless. Roar! They were a little unhappy. What happened? Why did the things disappear? However, they could not detect Yifeng's presence, so they could only turn around in a hurry and worry. The effect of the hidden necklace is great. In his heart, Yifeng once again gave a heartfelt praise. Yifeng continued to move forward, and the zombies in nurse uniforms blocked his way. Yifeng stretched out his hand and pressed on the chest of the nurse zombie, gently pushing it aside. The touch is a bit hard. Yifeng sighed and continued to collect medicines. The 2 zombies were naturally confused and at a loss. Yifeng took the initiative to attack the zombies, and the zombies would only notice Yifeng's presence. Pushing zombies is not considered an attack. Except for treatment medicines. Yifeng also collected Pai Yin Ping, eye drops, eye ointment. There are even Fu Yin Jia, Wu Ji Bai Feng Wan and so on for treating common diseases of women. After Yifeng emptied the pharmacy, he turned around and left with satisfaction. After leaving the pharmacy, Yifeng continued to move forward at a rapid speed. Not long after, Yifeng encountered another supermarket. This supermarket is larger than the convenience store that Yifeng had plundered before. But the door of this supermarket is locked. Yifeng swung a knife and chopped the door lock into pieces. Then, Yifeng stepped into the supermarket and was about to collect the items. At this moment, Yifeng raised his eyebrows and stopped his actions. There seemed to be fewer supplies on the shelves, and there were no zombies in the supermarket. Yifeng felt something was wrong and listened carefully. There was an extremely slight breathing sound in the corner. Are there any survivors? Yifeng frowned. Then, he pretended to be unaware and began to plunder supplies. As Yifeng's thoughts moved, a large amount of supplies were moved into the space. He was too lazy to hide his storage space. Anyway, at present, everyone knows about the superpowers. There are many kinds of superpowers. As long as Yifeng claims that he is a space superpower, he will not arouse suspicion, and naturally he will not expose the existence of the system. Swish! As Yifeng continued to collect supplies, the shelves were reduced one by one. Yifeng gradually approached the hiding place of the survivor. His heart moved. Yifeng's mouth corners rose, deliberately showing a flaw, with his back to the hidden person. Suddenly, the man's breathing became a little rapid. The next moment, a loud shout came. Go to hell! Inside the supermarket, a middle-aged man, holding a fire axe, slashed at Yifeng fiercely. Yifeng was well prepared, and he dodged the man's attack with ease, followed by a flying kick. Although he didn't use all his strength, Yifeng still kicked the man several meters away. Plop! The man fell heavily to the ground, and the fire axe fell out of his hand. Yifeng took out the fire knife and stared at the man who attacked him with cold eyes. Ah! Ouch! The man was kicked by Yifeng and was a little stunned. He lay on the ground and kept moaning. When Yifeng approached, the man slowed down. He glanced at Yifeng and saw Yifeng holding a sharp blade with murderous intent. This scene scared the man to death and he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother, please spare me. I'm obsessed. The man looked middle-aged, had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and was crying bitterly. Yifeng raised the flaming sword and said with murderous eyes, I didn't offend you, why did you attack me? The man's face was pale, his body was shaking, and he explained hurriedly, Big brother, it's my fault. I am the owner of this supermarket, and the supplies in the entire supermarket belong to me. I am afraid that you will come over and steal it from me. Does this supermarket belong to you? Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. It's mine. The man answered quickly. Yifeng was thoughtful. In fact, the man is lying. He is just a customer, not the boss. When the apocalypse came, only a man and a female clerk were in the supermarket. Fortunately, neither of them turned into zombies. Relying on the supplies in this supermarket, the two naturally don't have to worry about food. However, the two later had differences. The female store clerk wanted to help other survivors and rescue others into the supermarket. Anyway, there were enough supplies. The middle-aged man naturally objected strongly and called the female clerk a holy mother. Later, the middle-aged man even attacked the female clerk and tied her up. In the end, he was brutally killed and monopolized the supermarket. However, Yifeng naturally did not know about these situations. The man kept kneeling down and begging for mercy. "This is my supermarket. I'm afraid you'll steal my supplies, so I'm so obsessed with it that I launch a sneak attack. Please forgive me." The middle-aged man was trembling all over, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yifeng chuckled and said, "I see, the supplies in this supermarket are all yours." No, I am willing to give this supermarket to you. From now on, you are the owner of this supermarket," the middle-aged man said with a flattering look. Yifeng touched his chin, seeming hesitant. Upon seeing this, the man gritted his teeth and knelt down to kowtow. "I am willing to be your subordinate and your dog. I beg your forgiveness." Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then I'll let you go." The man immediately showed a look of ecstasy. "It's impossible to let you go." Yifeng changed his tone and smiled jokingly. "Hey!" The man's smile suddenly solidified on his face. Yifeng stared at the man and, the red malice emanating from him, and said slowly, "I will give you a good time." The man's entire body was as cold as ice. No, please spare my life." Yifeng looked cold and unmoved. No, I'll fight you." The man's face was ferocious, and he waved his fist and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng flicked his fingers, and lightning flashed. Boom! The man's body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes showed fear. The next moment, the body suddenly shattered and turned into powder and disappeared. Able to bend and stretch, and decisive in taking action. "What a pity, you met me." Yifeng began to collect supplies here. There are still a lot of supplies in this supermarket. Even if some are used by middle-aged men, they are far more than the previous convenience stores. Mineral water, biscuits, instant noodles, cans, put all the supplies here into the space. Yifeng walked out of the supermarket and continued walking. Next, Yifeng continued to collect all the way. Gas stations, various types of gasoline and diesel, all packed and taken away. Ice cream shop, take it all away. Cafe, looted. The condiment store will be vacated immediately. Hardware stores, underwear stores, milk tea shops, hot pot restaurants, they were all vacated, and no tables were left open. Yifeng searched wildly and was extremely happy. After a while, this behavior slowly stopped. Incoming materials into space requires the consumption of mental strength. Yifeng moved a lot and felt a little tired. What's more, there are too many street shops in the city. It's really a waste of time to search from house to house. Yifeng was already a little dissatisfied with making small fuss. Ignore the small goals along the way, let's go to the big supermarket first. Soon, Yifeng made up his mind. However, it was really stupid to just run all the way there. But driving is also out of the question. This is a bustling city center, and the roads are full of zombies and abandoned cars. Some roads have long been blocked, making it impossible to drive a car. However, just because it is inconvenient to drive a car, it does not mean that you cannot use other means of transportation. Yifeng stopped and walked along the way, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Soon his eyes lit up. On the street, there was an electric bike lying on the road, which looked in good condition. This thing is good. It's just right for the current situation. Yifeng walked to the electric bike and found that there was still a key hanging on it. He lifted up and started the electric bike. Everything was fine, and the electric bike even had a lot of power. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction, got on the bike, hummed a little song, and started to move forward. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. There will never be a traffic jam. Yifeng did not slow down, and shuttled among a large number of cars and zombies. Sometimes he made an S shape, and sometimes he made a Z shape. From time to time, he pressed the horn and beeped twice. The zombies naturally could not find Yifeng, and could only run around like headless flies. Big head, deep confusion. Zombies could not detect Yifeng's unscrupulous behavior. But people could see it. His behavior was witnessed by a large number of survivors. Everyone was amazed. Fuck! How did this guy do it? Why didn't the zombies attack him? Fuck! It's not fair. I sneaked downstairs, and the zombies yelled at me when I farted. Yeah, why is he so arrogant? That's right, he rides a small electric bike, and sometimes he makes a few beeps, and zombies, don't you care? Someone even took a video and posted it to the city forum. It immediately caused a lot of discussion. Oh my god, this is so unfair. Yeah. It's not scientific at all. The upstairs, the zombies are here, and they have superpowers, and you are still talking about science here? What a god, I am a superpower user and I am walking on thin ice with zombies. Once I fall into the zombie group, I will be finished. Is there a possibility that he is also a superpower user, but he awakens not combat superpowers, but some hidden skills? Fuck. It's very likely. The discussion on the internet continues. On the street, Yifeng continued to rush forward. In fact, there were survivors who asked him for help along the way. However, Yifeng ignored them all. As the saying goes, everyone should clean up the snow in front of their own door, and don't worry about the frost on other people's roofs. Just as Yifeng was riding a small electric bike and galloping freely. In a small house on the 4th floor of the street, a girl ignited the light of hope. Her name is Li Yueqi, and she is a well-known internet celebrity. After the doomsday came, she has been hiding in the house. But now, the food is almost gone, and Li Yueqi naturally needs to consider the way out. Coincidentally, she happened to see Yifeng's video on the city forum. When she was angry, she turned around and saw Yifeng riding a small electric bike and heading in her direction. Li Yueqi was very excited. He must be the legendary superpower. Although he is not a combat superpower, he is a little weak, but he has the ability to make zombies invisible, which is not bad. Maybe he can protect me, at the very least he can provide some food. He is the best choice to be a temporary boyfriend. Thinking of this, Li Yueqi hurriedly leaned on the window, trying to show her full chest, and shouted anxiously, "Brother, handsome brother, can you save me? If you save me, I can consider being your girlfriend." Little brother? Li Yueqi yelled a few more times. Still didn't attract Yifeng's attention. Wow! Li Yueqi's shout attracted a lot of zombies to her downstairs. Zombies kept gathering and roaring. This situation made her jump anxiously. So angry. Li Yueqi continued to shout a few more times. Seeing Yifeng continue to ignore her, Li Yueqi frowned slightly, looking unhappy. Little brother? Hey, can't you hear me? I asked you to save me? You are deaf. Yifeng still didn't even look at her. Along the way, there were countless people asking for help, like Krushenkarp crossing a river. Yifeng couldn't save him at all. Not prepared to save either. Seeing that Yifeng still ignored her, Li Yueqi became angry. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, Okay, you're ignoring me, right? Look around. Li Yueqi's eyes lit up. She picked up the stool at home and came to the window again. He raised the stool fiercely, pointed it in the direction of Yifeng, and threw it down. The stool drew a parabola in the air. Snapped. It hit the ground hard, cracked on the spot, and made a loud noise. The loud sound attracted the zombies around. Woohoo! The zombies are surging, swarming each other, and constantly gathering. Yifeng was suddenly surrounded by a group of zombies and was unable to move forward. Yifeng frowned and stepped on the brakes. A large wave of zombies surrounded Yifeng, restless and looking around. Unfortunately, they just couldn't find Yifeng. Li Yueqi was pleasantly surprised. Did the zombies really attack Yifeng? It seems that the man in front of me is really capable. It's barely worthy of me. Little brother. Li Yueqi spoke softly. This time, Yifeng raised his head and looked at internet celebrity Li Yueqi with cold eyes. Did you throw this stool away? Li Yueqi was very happy that she finally attracted Yifeng's attention. With his stunning looks, he's sure to win hearts. Yes, it is. Don't I think you're ignoring me? Little brother, come and save me. I am willing to be with you. Li Yueqi straightened her towering chest, deliberately exposing her white collarbones and a hint of snow-white ravine. Yifeng glanced at this woman. She is somewhat pretty, but compared to Lin Xiaoxiao, she is still far behind. Yifeng uttered 3 words indifferently, "You don't deserve it." Li Yueqi's beautiful eyes widened. Shocked. I couldn't even believe my ears for a while. Who is she? She was Li Yueqi, the class beauty of her school who was known as the super pretty girl. Today, he is also a well-known internet celebrity with a total of 200,000 fans. I sent it to my door, but was rejected? You said I'm not worthy of you? Li Yueqi looked in disbelief and pointed at herself. Yes, not worthy. Even if it's reversed, I'll despise it. Yifeng sneered. Backpost? Dislike? Li Yueqi was immediately furious. How had she ever received such contempt? She is broken. Break the defense on the spot. Ha, you say I'm not worthy? Do you still dislike me? Man, are you blind? It's so funny, I don't deserve it, ha. Li Yuechi was so angry that her back molars were almost broken. Don't take a pee to look at yourself. You don't look down on me, I don't look down on you. Li Yuechi was furious and cursed. Disgusting. Pu Xinnan, you are so arrogant. A stinky loser who lives at the bottom of society has now awakened a terrible ability. Ouch, you are so amazing. These words of Li Yuechi reached Yi Feng's ears without missing a beat. This time it made him laugh. Good guy, the end of the world has been here for several days. He felt that all survivors should become smarter. I didn't expect that. Nowadays, there are still people actively seeking death. Okay, I'll make it happen for you. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. A thought. An extra pistol appeared in his hand instantly. It's the Desert Eagle. On the other side, Li Yuechi leaned on the window edge with her hands, leaned out of the window, and continued to curse Yi Feng. The lower man. I gave you shame for saying that to me. Smelly man, what kind of eyesight do you have? It's better not to have two eyes at all. Li Yuechi's saliva flew everywhere. Yi Feng loaded the bullet, raised the gun, and adjusted the angle. Pull the trigger and get it done in one go. Boom! A gunshot. Bullet shot out. Puff! This shot hit Li Yuechi's silicone chest. Oh wow! Li Yuechi screamed, stunned on the spot. She didn't understand what was happening, her mouth was opening and closing, and she was still moving. Boom! Boom! Yi Feng showed no mercy and continued to fire 2 shots. These 2 shots directly penetrated Li Yuechi's hands. Ah! Li Yuechi screamed as severe pain hit her. At the same time, her body lost balance and she fell upside down from the window, hitting the zombies below heavily. Aha! Li Yuechi's heartrending scream echoed in the air. The zombies downstairs were just doing nothing. They were so happy to see the delicious food falling on their heads. They rushed forward and kept biting Li Yuechi's body with their sharp teeth. No. Don't. Li Yuechi and the zombie group kept screaming at first, but then gradually stopped making any sound. The zombies tore her to pieces, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the scene was very bloody. Yi Feng smiled indifferently, watching Li Yuechi die tragically on the spot, and then he put the pistol back into the space. Then he rode his electric bike and left. He didn't feel any guilt for killing Li Yuechi. Anyway, a fool like this wouldn't live for a few days. I sent her out in advance to make way, so that she wouldn't continue to suffer in the world. From this perspective, I am really kind. Yi Feng thought leisurely. Keep moving forward. Not long after, Yi Feng found a police station not far away. Police station? Yi Feng's mind moved. Should I go or not? There is a high probability that there are guns in the police station. Thinking of the power of the Desert Eagle just now, Yi Feng decided to take a look. It is definitely worth it to get some guns. In the early days of the apocalypse, guns are actually more useful than many superpowers. There is no harm in stockpiling more guns. Even if you can't use them yourself, you can give them to others. I just don't know if there are still police there, Yi Feng murmured in his heart. In the apocalypse, there are often 3 situations in the police station. The first one is that the police occupy a dominant position and order is maintained. The second one is that the criminals in the police station occupy a dominant position and the police station becomes a paradise of sin. The third one is that the zombies occupy a dominant position and there are no survivors in the police station. All these situations may happen. I don't know which situation I will encounter. Yi Feng didn't think much and ran to the police station. Police station. In the hall. 4 men covered in tattoos were puffing away smoke and chatting casually. This apocalypse has come just in time. Yeah, this is our world. The woman yesterday was so ignorant of praise, she finally surrendered to Brother Scar's brave gun. Unfortunately, I was having too much fun yesterday and accidentally killed him, so I didn't get to play today. One of them, the scarred one who looked like a boss, laughed. Don't worry, Huang-san sent me a message. He got 3 more top quality ones and will be back soon. According to what he said, it's really the best. Brother, is it true? The 3 younger brothers suddenly became energetic. Scarface looked proud. Then there are fake ones. The end of the world is our paradise. Women can choose whatever they want. From now on, if you hang out with me, I guarantee that you will all be the best. The 3 younger brothers nodded repeatedly with flattering expressions on their faces. The boss is wise and powerful. Boss, we will definitely mess with you. It turns out that after the end comes Most of the police officers in this police station turned into zombies, and their number suddenly dropped to 80%. The scene was extremely chaotic. The criminals who were temporarily detained here, led by Scarface Siawandong, took the opportunity to seize the firearms, captured the remaining police officers, and occupied this place. Later, these criminals saw that the apocalypse was getting worse, zombies were rampant, and the national order was almost collapsing. They went on, frantically killing all the policemen they caught. Scarface Siawandong is the boss. He used the firearms in the police station to form a gang of 8 people and used the police station as his base. They were divided into 2 teams and took turns going out to search for supplies. One team is led by Scarface Siawandong, and the other team is led by Huang Wenlong. When they encounter survivors, the men will be killed, and the women will be deceived or forced to take them back to their lair for their pleasure. While several people were chatting, the 4 gangsters who went out were equipped with firearms and backpacks, and returned with full loads. "Boss, we are back." The leader, with yellow hair and a handsome face, is Huang Wenlong. They also escorted a man and 2 women. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, had messy hair, and looked like a polite scumbag. 2 women, a young woman and a girl. The young woman has a beautiful appearance, a hot body, and quite a bit of charm. Girls are young, cute, and lovable. The 3 of them all looked horrified at this moment. Unfortunately, their hands were tied with tape and their mouths were sealed, unable to speak. Scarface Siawandong frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, "Don't you mean to kill the man?" Huang Wenlong smiled lewdly, "Boss, you know me, and this man has a special status. He is not only the husband of this young woman, but also the biological brother of this girl. With him here, everyone may have more fun." Huang Wenlong chuckled with a lewd expression. All the younger brothers also laughed understandingly. Scarface Siawandong waved his hand helplessly, "As you wish." He looked at the 2 women again, and then nodded with satisfaction. "I arranged for these 2 women to take a bath. They smell too much. Also, I want to take the lead, you are not allowed to snatch me." All the boys laughed. "Of course you go first, boss." "Ha, the boss eats meat, and we are happy eating soup." The 2 women were pushed into the bathroom with panicked expressions on their faces. Only the handsome man with glasses was left, trembling all over. "I don't need to wash this, I like the original flavor." Huang Wenlong walked up to the man and took a deep breath. He looked intoxicated. Scarface Siawandong frowned slightly and said with some disgust, "Hurry up, and we leave no hidden dangers. When you're done with it, dispose of it immediately." Huang Wenlong smiled evilly, "Don't worry, I'll make a quick decision. When I'm done with him, I'll finish him off." Huang Wenlong reached out and removed the tape from the man's mouth. Then he leaned forward with a lewd smile and stretched out An Lushan's hand. Only then did the handsome man react, with a look of disgust on his face. "No! Get out of here. Don't be like this. My father is the president of a bank. I can give you a lot of money. Please let me go." The man wailed. Huang Wenlong looked disdainful and mocked, "What time has it been? Money is just waste paper now." He stretched out his hands. The handsome man struggled desperately, but it didn't help. No one knows that there is a pair of eyes in the dark at this moment, watching everything here. This person is Yifeng. It turned out that when Yifeng approached the police station, he happened to encounter a group of 4 returning with a full load. They are covered in tattoos, carry guns, and swear. 3 other people were also escorted. Yifeng immediately concluded that the prisoners were dominant inside. Then he quietly followed them into the police station, hiding and observing in the dark. When Yifeng saw clearly the people in the hall, he was suddenly pleasantly surprised. "Li Shihao, I didn't expect that you would experience something like this, interesting." Yifeng raised a smile on his lips and murmured in his heart. He recognized many of the people present. In the previous life, the handsome man who was being ganged up on was the boss of a small faction, named Li Shihao, whose supernatural power was to release poisonous fog. He also had a beautiful wife and a lovely sister, both of whom were supernatural powers. As for Siawandong with a scar on his face, he was also a supernatural power and the leader of a faction. As for Huang Wenlong with yellow hair, Yifeng did not know him, and he probably died in advance. A sneer appeared on the corner of Yifeng's mouth. "It must be these people. I would never have thought that such a small police station would gather so many acquaintances. It's so surprising." Yifeng had a feud with Li Shihao and Siawandong. Yifeng had a conflict with Li Shihao before, and his supernatural poisonous fog corroded his skin, leaving permanent scars. Yifeng had also been exploited by Siawandong's team, and dared not speak out. Thinking of this, Yi Feng sneered. Forget it if I don't meet him. Since I happened to meet him. Yi Feng watched coldly. Huang Wenlong stepped forward and started fencing. Dog bites dog, what a great show. Yi Feng watched with interest. Inside the police station. 10 minutes later, the show ended. Huang Wenlong looked relieved and put on his clothes contentedly. Li Shihao was anally raped and looked like he had lost all hope. At this moment, the two women who were bathing were brought out. All the men present had bright eyes. Yi Feng in the dark was also moved. The two women after bathing were both pretty beauties. The beautiful young woman, charming, fair-skinned, and well-proportioned, was Li Shihao's wife, named Song Yaji. The pretty girl, pure temperament, youthful and beautiful, and with a good figure, was Li Shihao's sister, named Li Qingyan. These two women later awakened their superpowers and became Li Shihao's right-hand men. In the previous life, the two women were the envy of Yi Feng's wife Li Yiting. They live a luxurious life and never worry about food and drink. Li Yiting has complained more than once, when can he, Yi Feng, let her live a life as carefree as Song Yaji, and then he can be considered a real man. Yi Feng's mouth curled up. He never thought that Li Shihao and his wife and sister had such an experience. Everyone has an unbearable past. No wonder I heard that Li Shihao and Xia Wendong had a deep hatred in the previous life. I just don't know how Li Shihao escaped in the previous life? Yi Feng was a little confused. Inside the field. Scarface Xia Wendong looked at Song Yaji and Li Qingyan greedily. He kept swallowing his saliva and approached the two women step by step. Ah, they are really beauties in the world. Song Yaji and Li Qingyan were trembling all over, with panic on their faces. Husband, save me. You, don't come over here. Scarface Xia Wendong had a lewd smile on his face. You guys can scream, scream. No one will save you even if you scream your throat out. Then, Xia Wendong pounced on his food like a hungry tiger. This time, the sound of tearing cloth continued. The woman's crying was heard. On the other side, Li Shihao heard his wife's screams and came back to his senses. Seeing this, his eyes were bloodshot and he cursed, a bunch of garbage. Beasts! Let go of my wife, let go of my sister. Come at me if you can. Huang Wenlong stepped forward and appeared in front of the man, laughing strangely and said, Come at you, I'll come at you. Little baby, you are quite courageous. Li Shihao was shocked when he saw Huang Wenlong coming over. His body shuddered, and he immediately clamped his legs together, showing fear, and shouted in horror, don't come over. Huang Wenlong took out a pistol. He pointed the gun at Li Shihao and said with regret, You are very moist, I like it. Unfortunately, my boss thinks we don't need other men here for the time being, so I have to ask you to die. Huang Wenlong's tone was frivolous. Hearing this, Li Shihao's body trembled constantly, and he kept begging for mercy. No, don't kill me. I can join you, please, let me go, Huang Wenlong sneered. We don't need a soft egg like you. As for your wife and sister, my boss and brothers will help you take care of them. As he said, Huang Wenlong was about to pull the trigger. No, don't. I can also serve you. The man shouted hurriedly. Huang Wenlong looked tangled, and turned to look at Scarface. I found that the boss Xia Wendong was about to take up his gun and mount his horse. He had no time to take care of me. Huang Wenlong shrugged somewhat unwillingly and grinned. My boss won't let me, I'm sorry. Ah! Li Shihao screamed in fear, and he was incontinent, and yellow and white fluid flowed out. No! Don't! Huang Wenlong frowned, his fingers moved slightly, and he was about to pull the trigger. The next moment, a stone flew at high speed and instantly pierced the back of Huang Wenlong's hand. Puff! Blood dripped, and the pistol fell to the ground. Huang Wenlong felt a piercing pain and screamed in pain. Who is it? What's going on? With this shocking change, Xia Wendong immediately climbed up from the woman and hurriedly took out his gun. The other 6 brothers were also panicked, holding their guns and standing up to be alert. Outside the door, Yi Feng walked out slowly. His eyes were playful and he scanned the whole scene. What a good show. Li Shihao was reborn and hurriedly asked for help. Brother, save me, help me. Song Yaji and Li Qingyan took advantage of the chaos to hide in the bathroom, huddled in the corner and shivered. Huang Wenlong's palm was bleeding, and he was sweating in pain. He roared with resentment, My hand! Kill! Boss, kill him! Avenge me! Scarface Xia Wendong was also very decisive. Before Huang Wenlong warned him, he had already raised his gun and shot. No matter who you are, die. Shoot all. Xia Wendong had a ferocious face and pulled the trigger. Because his spell was interrupted, he was very angry. His brothers also raised their guns and shot at Yifeng. Hit, 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 kill him. Bang 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 bang. Bullets flew out one after another, hitting Yifeng's body. Xia Wendong looked confident. His brothers also had a triumphant smile on their faces. In their opinion, Yifeng would be shot into a sieve. And the next moment, everyone's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. Yifeng was shrouded in a golden light. All the bullets fell on Yifeng and were all bounced away by the golden light. Yifeng was unharmed. Damn it! Fuck! This is impossible? Oh my god, is it a golden bell? Everyone looked panicked, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xia Wendong was also shocked, his eyes were about to pop out. However, there were also bandits who were quick-witted and exclaimed, "My god, there is such a superpower in the world?" Everyone suddenly realized it. It is a superpower. A defensive superpower. Yifeng's body was bathed in golden light, and he walked forward slowly, like a god of war. All the gangsters were pale and trembling. "Boss, what should we do? He is a superpower. What kind of superpower is this? It's over. It's over." Xia Wendong took a deep breath and forced a smile. He bent down and said respectfully, "My friend, I spoke too loudly just now. Too impulsive, I apologize to you." Before Scarface finished speaking, Yifeng interrupted. "Just now, it was fun to shoot me, right? Now, it's my turn." Yifeng's voice fell. His mind moved. A desert eagle appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Xia Wendong's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously raised his gun and shot. At the same time, Yifeng also pulled the trigger and fired decisively. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets flew out. The bullets shot at Yifeng were bounced away by the golden light protecting his body. The bullet shot at Scarface hit him right in the middle of his eyebrows. Blood splattered. Scarface Xia Wendong's eyes widened, his forehead was full of blood, and his body slowly fell to the ground. He died very uneasily. Before he died, there was only one thought in his mind: there's a cheat. Xia Wendong is dead. Inside the police station, the scene was in chaos. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over, boss, bang. The other 6 little hooligans saw this and immediately fled in all directions. It's not that they are not brave, they are really powerless. The other side hits us, one shot at a time. We hit the other side, they have an indestructible body. How can we fight this? There's a cheat, we can't fight at all. Run! 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 Yifeng looked at these defeated bandits. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. He turned into a sharpshooter and pulled the trigger continuously. A series of bullets burst out. Bang, 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 bang. One shot, one, all in the head. 6 gangsters, all fell to the ground dead. My shooting skills are really good. Yifeng was satisfied. After being strengthened by the shooting mastery scroll, he became a sharpshooter. By the way, there is still one person left. Yifeng turned around, and then was slightly stunned. Huang Wenlong, with a pale face, held a dagger with his other intact hand against Li Shihao's throat. He was fierce on the outside, but weak on the inside, and shouted frantically, "You are here to save him. Look carefully, the pretty boy is in my hands now." Huang Wenlong carefully hid his body behind Li Shihao, endured the severe pain, and continued to threaten loudly. "Quick, let me go. Look carefully, I have a hostage. If you shoot, I will kill him." At this time, Li Shihao, who was the hostage, was even more terrified and said hurriedly, "Brother, don't shoot. Save me quickly." "Yifeng? What's going on? Save him?" Yifeng looked amused. A series of questions emerged in Yifeng's mind. When he figured it out, he almost laughed out loud. Huang Wenlong actually thought that he was here to save Li Shihao? How hilarious. Yifeng sat relaxedly on the chair and said slowly with a playful expression, "Xiao Huangmao, I think you did something wrong. I was just passing by to pick up some weapons. I saved him just now because my hands were itchy and I wanted to see how the plot develops. After all, I can't figure out how he survived and awakened his powers." Huang Wenlong couldn't understand Yifeng's words, and continued to speak loudly with an expression of disbelief on his face. "You mad, stop lying to me. Now, immediately, put down the pistol. If you dare to come near me, he will die." The corners of Yifeng's mouth rose, almost laughing. "The desert eagle that I keep playing with in my hand. Hey, I won't let go, I'm just playing." From time to time, he pointed his gun at Huang Wenlong. Huang Wenlong and Li Shihao were both frightened. The fear in Huang Wenlong's heart was getting deeper and deeper. Yi Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of a jet of black smoke suddenly emerging from the fingers of Li Shihao's right hand. But Huang Wenlong knew nothing about this and was still yelling. The next moment, a roar came out. Go to hell! With black smoke billowing from his hand, Li Shihao suddenly turned around and pressed his palm directly on Huang Wenlong's face. Zila Zila! The black poisonous smoke quickly corroded Huang Wenlong's face. No! No, ah! Huang Wenlong screamed, and soon there was no sound. A few seconds later, Huang Wenlong was poisoned and died. That's it, the poisonous smoke power. Thinking of the last life, he was corroded by the poisonous smoke, leaving permanent scars. A trace of killing intent flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. After Li Shihao killed Huang Wenlong, he stared blankly at the palm of his hand. I did this? I have become a superpower. A rare superpower. Li Shihao suddenly looked excited and arrogant. It's so cool. I'm a superpower. Ha, with this ability, I, Li Shihao, will definitely soar into the sky, Yi Feng nodded, with a playful look on his face. Have you awakened your superpower? It's still rare. Congratulations. Li Shihao slowly calmed down, looking at Yi Feng, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled again. Benefactor, you are my savior, Li Shihao. What is your surname? I will definitely repay you. Yi Feng asked with a smile, Li Shihao, you survived such a danger and awakened your powers. You must be in a good mood, right? Li Shihao nodded subconsciously, his face full of joy. Of course, I'm so excited now, huh? Li Shihao couldn't help laughing again. Boom! In an instant, a grey thunder struck down and hit Li Shihao's Tianling cap. Ah! Li Shihao screamed and his smile froze. Yi Feng smiled slightly. You are happy too soon. Li Shihao's eyes were full of confusion. He didn't understand, what happened? The breeze blows. Wow! His body was instantly reduced to rubbish. Li Shihao, die. A lightning strikes to solve the problem. Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. Li Shihao's final performance also solved Yi Feng's doubts. In the previous life, Li Shihao probably succeeded in breaking out at the last moment, awakening the power of the poisonous mist and killing Huang Mao. He also rescued his wife and sister, and survived the desperate situation. As for how he escaped from Xie Wendong, and how he played with him later, Yi Feng didn't know and didn't bother to know. He was in a good mood after getting his revenge and clearing up his doubts. Looking around the entire field, the enemies are all dead. A thought came to my mind. Yi Feng put the pistols on the ground into the space one by one. After cleaning the battlefield, Yi Feng felt satisfied. Pistols are still very powerful in the early days of the apocalypse. At this moment, two pleasant female voices came. Excuse me, are you a rescue worker? The two women carefully walked out of the bathroom. A young woman, a girl. Both of them were disheveled, with large areas of snow-white skin exposed. Seeing the debris on the ground, sadness flashed in the eyes of the two women. Yi Feng thought. The two daughters are Li Shihao's wife Song Yaji, and his sister Li Qingyan. Both of them are beauties, and both were supernatural beings in their previous lives. After a brief inspection, no malicious perception was triggered. It's Li Shihao's wife and sister. Yi Feng licked his lips subconsciously. I'm not a rescuer, and I'm not prepared to save you. After that, Yi Feng ignored them and walked straight into the depths of the police station. The two women were left with blank expressions on their faces, looking at the whole place covered with blood and flesh, feeling at a loss what to do. Yi Feng began to search the police station. There are also pistols and rifles in the gun safe, too bad it's locked, without a password. Yi Feng thought. A bolt of lightning struck. The safe was damaged on the spot and was smoking. Yi Feng glanced at it and directly put the pistol and rifle inside into the space. Then the search continued. There are 3 boxes of bullets here, not bad, take them away. Brand new combat uniforms and combat vests, take them away. Is this a strong flashlight and electric shock baton? Take them away too. Yi Feng swept the police station and took away whatever he saw, including security batons, handcuffs, combat boots, leg holsters, bulletproof vests, riot shields. There were even tear gas guns and tear gas sprayers. Yi Feng didn't know if these were useful, but the space was infinite, so he just collected them. Not long after, Yi Feng had basically emptied the entire police station. When he walked to the door again, the two women had been waiting there for a long time. Please wait. Yi Feng glanced at the two women casually. Then, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Sir, please take us away. If we stay here alone, we will definitely die. The two women's eyes were red and pitiful. Yi Feng smiled meaningfully. I am not a burden, may I ask what use you are to me? Song Yaji and Li Qingyan looked at each other shyly, and then both knelt down. We, of course, have other uses. After saying that, the two shyly took off their coats, revealing their wonderful and curvy bodies. Yi Feng's heart was warmed, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Song Yaji is Li Shihao's wife, beautiful and elegant, with fair skin, curvy figure, and curvy body. Especially the towering peaks, Yi Feng estimated that she was level. As for Li Qingyan, as a younger sister, although her figure is average, only above level, she is pure and youthful. Yi Feng's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he thought to himself, I'm not lustful, it's just right to test the triggering conditions of the system event. It's a serious matter, and it's also a chance for them. Song Yaji slowly crawled over. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. Li Qingyan followed closely behind. Half an hour later. Yi Feng looked comfortable and ordered a huazi. The only regret is, this behavior did not trigger the system bait reward. The two women were standing beside him, both smiling and flattering. Mr. Yi, please take us away. We have demonstrated our value. They looked pitiful and sad. Yi Feng was a little melancholy inside in his heart. Two beauties, they will both be superpowers in the future, what a pity. Yi Feng showed a trace of regret at the corner of his mouth and said, it's a pity. As soon as these words came out, the two women were suddenly a little confused and their expressions were blank. Li Qingyan lowered her head and was at a loss. Song Yaji even forced a smile and said carefully, Mister. What are you talking about? You saved us, Yi Feng interrupted the two women. Is Li Shihao worthy of your humiliation and revenge? As soon as these words came out, the two women's eyes widened and their faces changed drastically. Ah! What? Yi Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, forget it, right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Have a good journey, you guys. Yi Feng moved his wrist. Boom! Two gray arcs of electricity fell down with a bang. The two women hadn't reacted yet, and their panicked expressions were instantly frozen. The next moment, the two women's bodies turned into powder and scattered on the ground. At first, Yi Feng didn't want to kill the two women. But after Yi Feng searched the police station, he found that the two women had a lot of malice towards him before leaving. Yi Feng didn't want to kill them easily, so he decided to give the two women another chance. Unfortunately, until the end of the communication, the malice of the two did not diminish. Is it because you didn't witness Li Shihao's death, or did you not react? But later you should have guessed that I killed Li Shihao, and hatred was born. They are all red malice, obviously with the intention of revenge. If your malice is weakened after our communication, I might change my mind. Unfortunately, you are still full of malice, how can I leave you? Yi Feng looked indifferent. In the end times, only ruthless people can make it to the end. In Yi Feng's view, any hidden dangers must be eliminated. Even beauties are no exception. Yi Feng turned around and left without any regrets. After leaving the police station, Yi Feng went straight to the target point without stopping. More than an hour later, he arrived at Fortune Plaza. Fortune Plaza is a comprehensive shopping center that integrates leisure and entertainment with large supermarkets. There is a particularly large supermarket underground here. When the zombies broke out, it was at the peak of traffic, so the number of zombies in the supermarket was naturally extremely shocking. A large number of zombies were wandering around. However, Yi Feng didn't care and walked into the mall with a swagger. Excuse me. Everyone make way. I'm talking to you, close your legs. Yi Feng took advantage of the gaps and kept walking through the zombies. Not long after, he arrived at the door of the supermarket. Looking around, the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket came into Yi Feng's sight. All kinds of supplies, everything you need. Yi Feng couldn't help but brighten up. This place is great. It's much better than the convenience stores and small supermarkets before. Yi Feng first came to the food area of the supermarket. The supplies here are very rich, with all kinds of food, such as rice, mung beans, flour, corn. Yi Feng thought about it and put all of them into the space, which was as much as 100,000 kilograms of food. In addition to food, there are also a lot of leftover meat in the supermarket, such as pork, beef, mutton, fish, shrimp, crab. It's just a pity that the meat in the fresh keeping cabinet has basically deteriorated, and only the meat in the freezer is still intact. With a thought, Yifeng made the meat and the freezer disappear in an instant. Next to the staple food and meat is the vegetable and fruit area. There are a lot of vegetables and fruits on display. There are Chinese cabbage, carrots, Fuji apples, baba oranges, imported bananas. It's a pity that most of the vegetables and fruits have deteriorated and rotted. However, some fruits and vegetables can still be eaten, but they are not fresh. Yifeng will naturally not let it go. As long as it is still edible, he will put it all into the space. I'll collect. Yifeng ran around and kept collecting supplies. The numerous zombies around were all a little strange, with puzzled expressions. How come the things that were there just now suddenly disappeared? Roar! The zombies roared in confusion. Yifeng ignored them and continued to sweep. After collecting the vegetables and fruits, he also collected all kinds of dairy products. Plain yogurt, fruit-flavored yogurt, whole milk, soy milk, almond milk. Soon, Yifeng put all the supplies in the supermarket's food area into the space. After collecting the entire supermarket's food area, Yifeng felt very happy. Walking in the supermarket and mingling with the zombies, Yifeng was filled with emotion. In his previous life, searching for supplies was never so comfortable. Yifeng looked at the huge supermarket and his hands were a little itchy. How about emptying everything except food? Anyway, I'm here. Other things will be useful in the future. Yifeng immediately started to act. Shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush, toilet paper, paper towels, wet wipes. Yifeng put everything he saw into the space without being picky. So cool. These items are enough for me to use for 10 lifetimes. Yifeng was happy and his face was full of red. Nothing else, just want to put it in, want to take it. Put it away, it will be comfortable. Yifeng turned into a ton rat, searching all the way. Come to the clothing area of the supermarket. Clothes, shoes, pants, skirts, black silk, uniforms, bedding. I'll take it. Yifeng moved forward steadily, sweeping it bit by bit. No valuable place in the supermarket was missed. Electronic products area. Mobile phones, computers, tablets, TVs, speakers. Put it in. Anyway, the space is big enough, just put it in. Yifeng also put all these products into the portable space. Household goods area. There are various large beds, sofas, dining tables, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners. Empty it. Medical supplies area. There are cold medicines, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, thermometers, blood pressure monitors, various health and nutritional products. Empty them. Seasonings, hardware supplies, tobacco and alcohol, adult products area. Empty them. Empty them all. Time passed unnoticed. Yifeng was busy like a little hamster, gradually emptying the entire supermarket. In the empty supermarket, a bunch of zombies looked at the different environment, at a loss. Yifeng was in a good mood, took a sofa from the space, and made himself a cup of coffee. Too much mental energy has been consumed, just in time to rest for a while. Outside the window, the sky was gloomy and blood mist filled the air. In the room, it was empty and the zombies were at a loss. Among a bunch of zombies, Yifeng sat leisurely on a sofa, drinking fragrant coffee comfortably, thinking about the next plan. There are still more things in the big supermarket. It is many times better than the small supermarket. Next, where to go? Where are there more supplies? Other big supermarkets? Or a slaughterhouse? Or a hospital, or a logistics center? There are so many places worth visiting. Yifeng was in trouble. Forget it, let's go fishing first. Yifeng's mind moved, and the number of baits appeared in front of him. Bait, 8 you can still fish 8 times. Thinking of this, Yifeng thought silently in his heart, system, I want to go fishing. The hook moves and enters the boundless darkness. Yifeng chooses fishing. In the fishing space, the fishing rod moved and the fishhook was thrown into the boundless darkness. The system prompts. Tip, fishing in progress, the Jade Emperor, the Monkey King, don't let me stay in the hardware supplies pool anymore. Yifeng prayed silently. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 banana Bluetooth headset. Yifeng felt happy. Alas! Bluetooth earphone. Change the pool. Finally, it's not a damn hardware supply pool anymore. It seems that the plan to postpone fishing and change fishing ponds has worked. Big success. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised. It seems that this can be done in the future. The system prompts to continue. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 stack of detonating symbols. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a 100-year member of 511 network disc +1. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 hearing enhancement scroll. Detonating charm? Strengthening scroll? Nice. Yi Feng's eyes became brighter and brighter. Net disc membership is of no use. Glancing at the detonating talisman, Yi Feng found that it was from the Hokage. Use energy to activate it, which is much more powerful than grenades. As for the strengthening scroll, it is the one from the old series. Tip, fishing in progress, Yi Feng continues to look forward to. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 bottle of Adi's shampoo. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a Rolls-Royce black umbrella +1. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare skill, spiritual detection. Woohoo! Yi Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Another skill. Soon, the fishing is over. This time it was a great harvest. Yi Feng began to inspect the harvest. A skill source bead floats quietly in the fishing space. Yi Feng clicks to view the skill details. Skill, mental detection, quality, rare, description. After learning skills, you can better use your mental power to perceive the surrounding environment and situations. Special description, please note that excessive use of this skill will consume too much mental energy. Fuck. Psychic skills. It actually still has detection skills? Yi Feng felt excited. He immediately chose to extract this skill. The skill source beads floated in the air. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and inhaled it into his body. The system prompts and then sounds. Tip, congratulations on learning the rare skill spiritual detection. The next moment, Yi Feng's body trembled slightly. He learned this mental detection skill instantly. A thought came to my mind. A spider web that seemed to be composed of spiritual power, with him as the center, continued to extend in all directions. Everything around you is in full bloom. Good skills. But, it seems like it requires some mental energy? Yi Feng thought silently. The range limit is 20 meters, the disadvantage is that it needs to be started proactively, and whether it is activated or maintained, it consumes a lot of mental energy, but with my now strengthened mental power, it won't be a big problem to maintain it for about 5 minutes. Yi Feng took back the detection and was satisfied. By the way, I also got a new scroll. Yi Feng thought and took out the scroll. Item, hearing enhancement scroll, quality, rare, description. After using the scroll, your hearing will be improved to a certain extent. It is the same series as the strength strengthening scroll and the vision strengthening scroll. This time it's a hearing enhancement scroll. Yi Feng smiled slightly. It's also great for enhancing hearing. Yi Feng thought and took out the scroll. Ahoo! A palm-sized scroll appeared in his hand. Yi Feng's heart moved and he immediately tore open the scroll. The next moment, the scroll turned into a stream of blue light, pouring into Yi Feng's ears. Yi Feng only felt a comfortable coolness, which continued to pass to his ears. Not long after, Yi Feng's strengthening was completed. Every sound around Yi Feng was clearly audible. The sound of your own breathing, heartbeat. There are also the sounds of zombies walking, wandering, and roaring outside the window. Every sound is clearly audible. The voices of some survivors faintly reached Yi Feng's ears. Yi Feng can also turn off this state and block out some sounds he doesn't want to hear. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Hearing enhancement is so cool. This fishing trip was fruitful. Not only did I get the ability to detect spirits, but I also got the hearing enhancement scroll. And the detonating talisman. Yi Feng took another look at the detonating talisman. Item, detonating talisman, quality, rare, description, detonating talisman from the Naruto world. After activation, you will be able to release a powerful fire explosion with extraordinary power. A stack of detonating talismans, a total of 20. Yi Feng moved it to the storage space. It can be used as a grenade. Yi Feng was very happy and took another sip of coffee. Where to go next? That's right. There must be a warehouse in a large supermarket. Generally, the items in the supermarket are put on display for sale. In the warehouse in the backstage, according to Yi Feng's memory of his previous life, the warehouse must have a large amount of supplies. The voice of the survivor just heard. Yi Feng thought about it. The supermarket is full of zombies. If there are really survivors, hiding in the warehouse is indeed a good choice. Yi Feng put the coffee and other items back into the space and directly activated his new ability, mental exploration. A mental force, like dense silk threads, continued to extend in all directions. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. Everything was visible within a 20-meter range around Yifeng. Next, Yifeng turned on the mental exploration and began to walk in the direction where he heard the survivor's voice before. Here, not. At this moment, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Found it. Yifeng turned a corner and ran towards the warehouse area he found. Not long after, Yifeng arrived at the door of the warehouse area. The door here was locked, and there were a lot of debris piled up inside the door blocking the door. There are indeed survivors. Yifeng pricked up his ears and listened carefully. There was a voice coming from the depths of the warehouse. Sister May, how is my technique? Not bad, keep working hard. Yifeng's hearing was enhanced, and ordinary people must not be able to hear it. Yifeng moved his mind and released mental power to explore. Then, he showed a strange look on his face. Inside the warehouse, there is an open space. A charming woman with a queen-like look is sitting on a chair, resting with her eyes closed. The woman is wearing a black tights, and her figure is extremely hot, with curves and a slender waist. Behind her is a short-haired girl, massaging the woman's back. There are also some people moving around. These people are in good spirits. This scene really surprised Yifeng. He thought about the various situations that might exist in this gathering place of survivors. It may be harmonious, there may be clear classes, or it may be that male superpowers are kings and dominate. But Yifeng did not consider that it is actually a woman who occupies the dominant position here, and lives a very comfortable life. The blood mist is everywhere, and the end of the world is coming. Although men have an advantage over women in physical strength, the emergence of extraordinary power has changed everything. If a woman awakens a good superpower, she may not be worse than a man. In addition to the unique material conditions here in the warehouse, it makes sense that life is so comfortable. Yifeng did not take action immediately, but just observed everything in front of him with interest. The woman in front of him had a charming face, black tights, and long boots, which perfectly highlighted her body curves. What should be big is big, and what should be small is small. Yifeng secretly praised. Enough. Continuing to extend his mental power, then Yifeng made a new discovery. The material warehouse is really here. Yifeng thought about it, and the material reserves in this warehouse were rich, and he would never let it go. Retracting his mental power, Yifeng swung his knife to chop the door lock. A few times, the door lock was easily cut off by Yifeng. Yifeng pushed hard. The debris at the door naturally couldn't stop him. The door was slowly pushed open by Yifeng. Yifeng stepped into the warehouse and walked directly towards the material direction. There are two large warehouses here, one is mainly for frozen food, and the other is a general cargo warehouse. The movement of Yifeng smashing the door startled everyone in the warehouse. The survivors in the warehouse rushed out with homemade weapons. The two sides met in the corridor. The leader of the survivors was the charming woman that Yifeng had observed before. Charming and enchanting, with a hot body. The woman frowned and looked at Yifeng with a look of doubt. She didn't know what she was thinking, and didn't speak at the first time. Who are you? What are you doing here? A petite girl with short hair asked first. Yifeng glanced at the short-haired girl. It was the one who massaged the woman's back. She was not big, but she had a lot of money. Her breasts were amazing. Yifeng couldn't help but take another look. Not bad, her face was pretty too. What are you looking at? The short-haired girl was fierce, but she had a baby voice, which was really not scary. Yifeng chuckled and said calmly, who I am is not important. The important thing is, I want all the supplies here. The arrogant words made everyone silent. Some people still haven't figured out what Yifeng meant. Some who figured it out were even more surprised by Yifeng's arrogance. At this moment, a handsome man named Zhao Dongming in the crowd said inwardly, my chance to show off has come. Zhao Dongming stepped forward and sneered. Ha, you said you want all of them? You are so arrogant. I'll scare you to death if I tell you that. Our sister May is a powerful superpower. At this time, other people also reacted and said, you want all of them? It's funny? How can we survive if you take away the supplies? Who do you think you are? Everyone talked non-stop. Yifeng looked slightly cold, and thought to himself, this group of people is too annoying. It seems that I have to teach them a lesson before I can take action. Just when Yifeng wanted to take action and show his skills, the charming woman in the lead suddenly scolded. Okay, shut up. As soon as this was said, everyone suddenly quieted down. Then the woman extended her hand to Yifeng and smiled, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Wumei. I used to be the manager of this supermarket and now I am the leader of these people. At the same time, I am also a superpower. Yifeng did not speak, nor did he go forward to shake hands with Zhao Wumei. He just kept looking Zhao Wumei up and down. Why does the name Zhao Wumei sound so familiar? Zhao Wumei slowly put down her hand, not embarrassed, but continued to smile and said, "Handsome guy, I see you are so handsome, you should also be a reasonable person. We have more than 20 people here, all relying on this warehouse to survive. If you take away all the supplies here, it will be no different from killing us. You can come here, you must be extraordinary. There are so many supplies outside, why bother to compete with us?" Yifeng smiled slightly and slowly said, "You have a good vision. I am indeed very handsome, but unfortunately I am unreasonable." When these words came out, everyone was secretly angry. Yifeng didn't care at all and continued, "What does your life and death have to do with me? You woman, you can't just say a few words and let me go for nothing, right?" Zhao Wumei's eyes moved and she continued to explain, "Don't worry about this, handsome guy, I will definitely not let you go for nothing. But there is one thing I'm curious about. You said you want all the supplies here, but how are you going to take them away? After all, there are so many zombies outside the supermarket that the truck can't get in at all. You can't even want to take away our small territory, right?" Zhao Wumei smiled lightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Yifeng put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I have nothing to say about this. I only say one thing, I want to take the supplies, there is no room for negotiation." Before Zhao Wumei could speak, the other survivors couldn't help but scold. "Boy, you are too arrogant. Sister May, why are you wasting time talking to him? We have so many people, beat him up and throw him out." The scene was noisy. "Shut up. Anyone who says another word will be severely punished." This time, Zhao Wumei's eyes were full of murderous intent, and she drove everyone away again. She glanced at Yifeng again, covered her mouth and chuckled, "If you want to take the supplies, of course you can." Then, Zhao Wumei looked at Yifeng again, and then her red lips uttered something shocking. "How about this, handsome boy, accompany me once. Within 1 hour, take as much of the things here as you want, how about it?" Aha! Yifeng's mouth twitched. This time, he really couldn't hold it back. What did he hear? Did he hear it right? Yifeng blinked and looked at the woman in front of him repeatedly. She had a beautiful face, fiery red lips, a tall and hot figure, and deep cleavage. The most important thing was that she exuded an alluring young woman's aura, like a ripe peach, captivating. She was the best. It was just a fleeting love, a one-time affair. Yifeng's heart was moved. Faced with Zhao Wumei's outrageous proposal, Yifeng looked directly into Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes and said nothing for a while. Zhao Wumei also remained silent and boldly looked at him. On the contrary, everyone around them stood there with their eyes wide open. Yifeng asked with great interest, "Zhao Charming, right? Is this the kind of company I understand?" Because it was a bit outrageous, Yifeng needed to confirm it. Anyway, facing such a beautiful woman, Yifeng really doesn't mind. And it just so happens that you can test the triggering rules of system events again. Just now, Li Shihao's wife and sister did not trigger the reward. Yifeng speculated that it might be related to the fact that the two women had malicious intentions and he couldn't let go. I wonder if a beautiful and sexy woman like Zhao Wumei can trigger the system's event reward if she voluntarily communicates with herself. This matter is critical. Yifeng was particularly curious and swallowed slightly. "Yes, it's what you think." Zhao Wumei smiled with a charming face. In the crowd. When everyone heard this, their pupils were shocked and their hearts were extremely shocked. After spending so many days together, they naturally knew that Zhao Wumei looked wild on the surface, but in fact she was very conservative and had never had any further contact with a man. Everyone advised one after another, "Oh my god. It's not this far, Sister May." "That's right, Sister May, how can you take advantage of this kid?" "I don't understand." Zhao Dongming was even more filled with anger at this moment and shouted loudly. I don't agree. This pretty face, this man is not good at first sight." Yifeng also watched the scene in front of him with great interest. The fact that things had progressed to this point was completely beyond his expectation. What kind of strange development is this? At this moment, he no longer cared about everyone's offense. Among the group of people in front of him, several people had deep ill intentions towards him. Yifeng's malice perception can detect other people's malice toward him and mark it in red. If it is light red, it means that the person has deep malice towards him, similar to jealousy. The deeper the redness, the more malicious the person is. Light red is pure jealousy and slight resentment. Don't bother with this. In the future, I will definitely be superior to everyone and have endless beauties. It is normal to be jealous of others. We can't just slaughter everyone. But once it reaches normal red, it means that the person has the idea to harm himself. Need to be eradicated. As for dark red, it means deep hatred. The corpse must be cut into thousands of pieces. Are you the boss, or am I the boss? Zhao Charming's voice suddenly dropped. Everyone fell silent immediately. But, Sister Mei, Zhao Dongming opened his mouth, his eyes full of impatience. Zhao Wumei waved her hand and said, "Okay, you don't need to say more, I've made up my mind." Then she turned around and stared at Yifeng with a charming face. "Little handsome boy, what do you think? Can you like the slave family?" Yifeng suddenly felt uncomfortable. However, in this case, if you're a man, you can't back down. And the woman in front of him has no ill intentions toward him. Facing Zhao Charming's pretty face, a smile appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. Just don't regret it. Not to mention competing with myself to learn skills. Are you giving away the entire warehouse's supplies for free? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Zhao Wumei narrowed her eyes, like a successful little fox. Everyone present had different expressions. Zhao Dongming was even more heartbroken and his eyes were dull. In that case, let's do it now without further ado. Handsome boy, please come inside. Then, Zhao Wumei twisted her hips and led the way. The swinging round buttocks seemed to burst out of the clothes at any time. Outstanding and charming. Yifeng looked at the woman swaying butt, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and remembered Zhao Wumei's identity. In the previous life, there was a man who called himself the god of fire and was one of the most powerful people in Jiangcheng. And Zhao Wumei is the Vulcan's right-hand man and one of his women. Zhao Wumei is sexy and enchanting, ruthless in her methods, and kills people without blinking an eye. Seems to have epic fire powers. When he thought about competing with celebrities from his past life, Yifeng swallowed dryly and quickly followed Zhao Charming into the room. A large number of survivors were left standing there, bewildered. The petite girl with short hair even frowned. "What do you think, Sister Mei? I don't understand? Besides being handsome, there's nothing good about this man." Zhao Dongming was even more jealous of Yifeng and said loudly, "What the hell? If I had known that Sister Mei had such a need, she would have chosen me. Compared with this kid, what's the difference?" The short-haired girl glanced at Zhao Dongming and said calmly, "It seems to be quite far behind. At least the level of pretentiousness is far inferior." Zhao Dongming was speechless. The short-haired girl looked complicated and murmured, "If Sister Mei is willing, if you think about it carefully, the two of them are a perfect match. It's not our turn to object." Inside the room. "Little handsome boy, I'm going to take a shower first." Zhao Wumei winked and then entered the bathroom. Yifeng took out the durable spray from the space while Zhao Wumei was taking a shower, and sprayed his brother fiercely a few times. "No matter what your purpose is, if I don't punish you severely, I will not be named Ji." After a while, Zhao Wumei, with a charming face, walked out slowly. Under a dark green light gauze scarf, there is a super figure that can't be hidden at all. Her eyes are like water, black silk long legs, tall figure, towering breasts, and plump buttocks are as tempting as peaches. All of these attracted Yifeng's attention. "Are you ready?" Zhao Wumei stretched out her white jade fingers and lifted Yifeng's chin. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth, grabbed her jade hand in his hand, and said with a sly smile, "Always be prepared." Swish! The sound of tearing silk was heard. Then, there was a shocking battle of superpowers. Half an hour later, the clouds cleared and the rain dispersed. Lace panties and black stockings were all torn to pieces and scattered all over the floor. "Yifeng, you are such a great man." Zhao Wumei kept twisting her buttocks, muttering to herself, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Yifeng was slightly out of breath. The woman in front of him was really powerful. Fortunately, with the help of his spray, her physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, otherwise the outcome would be hard to say. The woman looked aftertasteful and leaned her body on the bed with difficulty. Yifeng was also satisfied. This woman was so moist. At this time, Zhao Wumei was excited and her eyes were also excited. "Yifeng, you are so strong." This situation made Yifeng a little suspicious. It's not right. Why does this expression make him feel like he has suffered a loss? Yifeng felt a little uncomfortable. But his malicious perception was not triggered. Yifeng checked himself again and found nothing wrong. It can even be said that his condition is better than ever. Refreshed and relaxed. When Yifeng was with Lin Xiaoxiao, he always held back and didn't dare to use force, for fear of hurting his woman. But facing Zhao Wumei, Yi Feng was not polite at all and vented his anger fiercely. Storm! I thought it would be a miracle with great force. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wumei could resist it completely. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Prompt, trigger event. Prompt, you feel happy, reward bait plus 20. Yi Feng was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. This time, it was really worth it. Yi Feng was excited. Easily got 20 baits. The needle is good. Not to mention, he also enjoyed a hearty battle and was about to harvest a warehouse of supplies. It was really profitable. Yi Feng was in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Turning back, he saw Zhao Wumei's face flushed with excitement, and she looked 10 times happier than him. Yi Feng's smile froze immediately. His doubts rose again. Something was wrong. What was going on? Why did he feel that this woman was much happier than himself? There must be a problem. It couldn't be that his hard work just now made Zhao Wumei too satisfied? Yi Feng couldn't help shaking his head. Although Yi Feng was very confident in himself, he didn't reach this point. Yi Feng couldn't figure it out, so he just asked directly, "You are a little abnormally happy, what's going on? Can you help me solve this puzzle? You are too strong." Zhao Wumei smiled and said softly. Yi Feng was a little suspicious, and always felt that she was not talking about her bed at the moment, fighting power. Don't keep me in suspense. Yi Feng was a little unhappy. Seeing that Yi Feng seemed a little angry. Don't be angry, I'll tell you. Zhao Wumei smiled tenderly. Yi Feng nodded slightly, waiting for her explanation. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wumei continued to ask back, "Yi Feng, what is your ability?" Yi Feng was a little impatient. What kind of riddleman? He felt that the woman in front of him was not as cute as Lin Xiaoxiao. Although the driving sense was full. Does this have anything to do with the question I asked? Yi Feng said lightly. It has something to do with it. Zhao Wumei nodded. You tell me first, I'll tell you later. Yi Feng had no expression on his face. Seeing that Yi Feng seemed really angry, Zhao Wumei simply stopped keeping him in suspense. No matter what superpower you have, I know you are very strong, especially strong, and have great potential. Zhao Wumei narrowed her eyes, like a little fox that had stolen food. Oh? Yi Feng was really curious. Do you know what superpower I have? Zhao Wumei chuckled. You have a fire superpower. Yi Feng said tentatively. Flame? Zhao Wumei looked at Yi Feng with some doubts, then shook her head. I don't have a fire superpower, how did you know that? Oh, I guessed. Yi Feng smiled. It's not a fire superpower. The information from the previous life is wrong. It seems that the hearsay information from the previous life cannot be fully trusted. Yi Feng thought silently in his heart. My superpower is very special, very special. Zhao Wumei continued. I would like to hear more about it. Yi Feng was really curious. If you agree to one condition, I will tell you the truth, and you are not allowed to be angry. Zhao Wumei narrowed her beautiful eyes. I am not angry. Yi Feng said. Zhao Wumei smiled, bright and charming. The ability I awakened is called attachment, and it has no grade. It turned out that Zhao Wumei was different from other psychics. The ability she awakened was actually a very special and gradeless ability attachment. When the attachment ability was awakened, it brought Zhao Wumei the characteristics of natural charm and comprehensive physical enhancement. This greatly increased Zhao Wumei's strength. However, this is not the true use of the attachment ability. When the attachment ability was awakened, it brought Zhao Wumei a limited skill that can only be used once in a lifetime. Skill breeding. When Zhao Wumei communicated with a high-quality opposite sex for the first time, that is, after playing poker, she would automatically absorb a breath of the other party's ability. After absorbing the breath of the ability, the attachment ability will automatically breed and transform into the ability possessed by the communication object. However, the level of superpowers will be reduced by one level. If the communication partner is legendary, epic superpowers will be bred. If the communication partner is mythical, legendary superpowers will be bred. And so on. Zhao Wumei's face flushed, and she said excitedly, the moment I met you, I saw at a glance that you are a powerful superpower. But I really didn't expect that you could bring me so many surprises. What exactly is your superpower? What is the level? In fact, the moment Zhao Wumei saw Yi Feng, Zhao Wumei's superpowers kept giving her hints. If she communicated with Yi Feng, it would be of great benefit. Zhao Wumei was married and was a wife. But her husband had become a zombie. But after Zhao Wumei awakened her superpowers, she automatically reshaped her body and restored her perfect body. Because of this, the man Zhao Wumei chose for the first time will be extremely important. It will have a significant impact on the improvement of her strength. She had thought of leaving it for later, to see which powerful person of the opposite sex would catch her eye. Unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to meet Yifeng in a blink of an eye, powerful and handsome. Zhao Wumei made a quick decision and made a big bet. As a result, she won the bet and got huge benefits as she wished. Her ability prompts that her ability is transforming into a legendary ability. It's outrageous. It's downgraded to a legendary ability. Since the internet is still around and there are many people with special abilities, some information about special abilities can be found online. So the 4 levels of special abilities, namely ordinary, rare, epic and legendary, have already appeared. The known levels of special abilities are the lowest ordinary and the highest legendary. So Zhao Wumei herself never thought that her special ability, which was lowered by 1 level, would still be legendary. In other words, Yifeng's special ability level is above legendary. What kind of special ability is above legendary? No one knows. After listening to Zhao Wumei's introduction, Yifeng felt mixed emotions. He couldn't help but smack his lips. Special abilities, there are such magical existences. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. The broken world is getting more and more fantastic. I was too weak in my previous life and had never heard of these. This woman really got a great bargain. I am completely her optimal solution. Chaos Thunder is a mythical special ability. Whether in terms of potential or strength, it is the strongest existence in this world. Yifeng estimated that Zhao Wumei would awaken a legendary thunder attribute-related ability. So, Zhao Wumei's communication with him was really a loss for him? Damn, I thought I had made a profit. It turned out that she made a fortune. Yifeng was a little unhappy, with a black line on his face. You didn't rob me of anything, did you? His eyes were a little suspicious. No, I didn't. The benefits I got will not cause any trouble to my partner. Zhao Wumei hurriedly explained. She knew how huge the benefits she got were. So the man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. Yifeng's mouth twitched. Okay. Zhao Wumei's behavior did not trigger her malicious perception. However, malicious perception is not without its shortcomings. If a person's behavior can hurt you, but she herself is completely unaware and has no ill will towards you, then, her behavior will naturally not trigger malicious perception. Take Zhao Wumei's incident as an example. If Zhao Wumei's behavior is harmful to Yifeng, but she herself is unaware of it, Yifeng's malicious perception skill will not be triggered. When you are in the world, you still have to be careful. Yifeng checked it carefully again. The status is normal, no problem. He breathed a sigh of relief. So, do you know what my ability is? Yifeng's heart moved and asked. He began to reflect on himself. The word lust is a knife above his head. He is still too careless. I don't know yet, I only know that my ability is legendary. Zhao Wumei shook her head slowly. Your ability is too powerful. I estimate that it will take another hour to complete the transformation. I will know what my ability is when that time comes. Yifeng nodded. Just tell me, what is your ability? Zhao Wumei was still lying on the bed excitedly, rubbing Yifeng's arm with her softness, and her plump buttocks were raised high. Keep a little expectation, you will know in a while. Yifeng looked at Zhao Wumei's hips, his heart was moved, and he reached out and patted them lightly. Snap! It feels really good. It's very elastic. Yifeng's mouth curled up with a smile. Although Zhao Wumei's hips are larger than ordinary people, they are still a little smaller than Lin Xiaoxiao's. But everyone has their own merits. Zhao Wumei's style is something that Lin Xiaoxiao can't compare to for the time being. Of course, Lin Xiaoxiao still has room for development. Zhao Wumei smiled and turned over, showing her beautiful figure. Snap! Yifeng reached out again and patted her headlights. You seem a little unhappy. Zhao Wumei was like a little goblin, with seductive eyes. Yifeng was getting more and more angry, and said viciously, you have gained a lot of benefits, too much. No, I want to vent my negative emotions. Zhao Wumei's pretty face was flushed, and her big eyes were watery, as if they would drip water. She was also very excited, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Another martial arts exchange. Half an hour later. Zhao Wumei's body was limp, like a puddle of mud. You are really an animal. Whether it is supernatural powers or other things, Yifeng, you are a man among men. Yifeng smiled triumphantly and was in a good mood. The results of the battle were extraordinary. Zhao Wumei suddenly stepped forward, put her arms around Yifeng's waist, and hugged him gently. My enemy, why don't you stay with me? I will only follow you in the future. Okay. Yifeng was stunned at first, and then pushed her away firmly. What a joke! For a flower, give up the whole forest? Yifeng laughed dryly and refused decisively. What? You want to get it for free? Don't want to give me supplies? We agreed that it would be just one night. Zhao Wumei bit her red lips, obviously disappointed. You are such a hard-hearted man. Seeing Zhao Wumei's attitude, Yifeng touched his chin and said tentatively, but if you choose to go with me, I can consider it. There is no doubt. Zhao Wumei is definitely a top-notch beauty. Go with you? Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes lit up and asked, do you have other women? Yifeng nodded, indicating his consent. Zhao Wumei rolled her eyes at Yifeng and continued, forget it. I can see that you are a playboy. I don't want to be with you and be humble with other women. Hearing this, Yifeng was somewhat disappointed. However, with Zhao Wumei's ability, she can indeed dominate the world in the future. No need to rely on herself. You have time to come back to see me. I need a man. Zhao Wumei covered her mouth and chuckled, meaningfully. Looking at her charming face, Yifeng was speechless. Cuckold me, I will kill you. Yifeng's expression was calm, but his tone was unquestionable. Zhao Wumei's heart trembled at first, then she reacted and said angrily, Yifeng, who do you think he is? My first man is my husband. You are my second and last. Yifeng shrugged. Okay, I believe you. I'm going to collect supplies. Yifeng began to put on his clothes. Zhao Wumei thought about it, took the opportunity to get close to him, and kept sticking to Yifeng. My enemy, are you angry? We are already like this, do you still want to take away my things? Aren't my things yours? Yifeng clearly felt Zhao Wumei's softness, and his heart was shaken. He said calmly, one thing is one thing. Besides, there are only more than 20 people here, so much food can't be eaten. Yifeng put on his clothes neatly, pushed Zhao Wumei away with his backhand, and walked towards the warehouse firmly. My enemy, wait for me. Zhao Wumei was in a hurry and put on her clothes. Yifeng left the room and walked to the cold storage. The power system was still turned on at this moment. Yifeng released his spirit to explore. His spirit power extended like a thread, and a large amount of supplies came into Yifeng's sight. Large supermarkets are equipped with corresponding large frozen warehouses. Frozen warehouses usually store food that needs to be kept at low temperatures. This frozen warehouse is no exception. Yifeng glanced around. There were a large number of frozen glutinous rice balls, wontons, dumplings, wontons, pastries, frozen vegetables, and a large number of frozen pork, chicken, beef, mutton, aquatic products, etc. The reserves were amazing, more than on the shelves outside. And there were a large number of vegetables and fruits in the cold storage area outside the warehouse, which were fresh. Yifeng moved quickly, and wherever he went, the frozen meat quickly disappeared. Swish! A large amount of supplies disappeared out of thin air and appeared in Yifeng's storage space. Yifeng kept collecting supplies. Zhao Wumei hurried over. Along with her, there were other survivors here. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a large amount of supplies disappearing out of thin air. Everyone was shocked and stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Oh my god! Ah, what's going on? It disappeared. All the beef and mutton disappeared. Everyone was stunned and at a loss. Zhao Wumei suddenly realized and exclaimed. Yifeng! You are a space power user? Yifeng's expression was calm and he continued to collect. Everyone also suddenly realized. Oh my god! Fuck! There are such powers in the world. Someone soon reacted. Sister May, if this goes on, he will empty this place. If the supplies are gone, how can we survive next? Everyone looked anxious. Zhao Wumei was surprised and happy. You, all get out first. Zhao Wumei gave an order. Everyone heard the words and left the cold storage with a look of unwillingness. After the subordinates left, Zhao Wumei stepped forward, her face full of excitement. Yifeng, will I also awaken the space power? Yifeng said lightly, you don't have the space power. Yifeng's hands kept moving and continued to collect. Ah! Zhao Wumei was dumbfounded. No? What is it? Yifeng ignored her. You will know when the time comes. Zhao Wumei looked unwilling. But there was nothing she could do. Seeing Yifeng constantly collecting supplies, she felt a little distressed. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and begged, Brother Yifeng, please take back your magical power. I admit that I underestimated you too much. Can you please leave me a way out? Yi Feng glanced at Zhao Wumei. Zhao Wumei's eyes were watery, and she looked at him pitifully. Because of the rush to come out, Zhao Wumei's hair was scattered, her clothes were a little messy, and her delicate body revealed a large area of snow-white skin. Poor, wronged. Yi Feng was unmoved and said calmly, according to the agreement, I will take as much as I can. While speaking, Yi Feng put boxes of frozen seafood into the space. Seeing that her supplies were getting less and less, Zhao Wumei became more and more anxious and hugged Yi Feng's arm. It's my fault, brother, please let me go? Please. Zhao Wumei kept begging. Yi Feng kept moving and continued to collect. Seeing that the man was unmoved, Zhao Wumei cried anxiously. A line of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Why are you like this? Wo, you are bullying me. Yi Feng was a little speechless. How did she drop the little pearl? Although he knew she was acting, Yi Feng was still a little soft-hearted. Don't worry, I'm not such a cold person. How about this, I'll leave you 30% of the supplies in the frozen warehouse and the food warehouse next to it. Yi Feng made a suggestion. Ah, you also know the warehouse next to it? Zhao Wumei was stunned, and then hurriedly said, 30% is too little, how about 50%? 20%? Ah no. 30%, just 30%. Zhao Wumei hurriedly smiled. 30% is enough for you. These stored supplies, even 30%, are enough for more than 20 people to eat for many years. Originally, according to Yi Feng's plan, it would be normal to empty this place. As for the life and death of the survivors, what does it have to do with him? But he can't do that now. After all, he and Zhao Wumei have a close relationship. In fact, it was mainly because he was tricked by Zhao Wumei, and he was a little unhappy. Otherwise, he really disdained to rob his woman's supplies. Jiangcheng has a lot of supplies, Yi Feng can just go to another place to search. Well, thank you brother Feng. Zhao Wumei breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and caused a slight tremor. Yi Feng continued to use his ability to collect supplies. Apples, bananas, strawberries, watermelons, cherries. These fruits are still relatively fresh under low-temperature refrigeration. Zhao Wumei was beside her, her eyes rolling around, and I don't know what she was thinking. Yi Feng asked casually, I feel that even without relying on my superpowers, your superpowers are still quite strong. As long as you are careful, those zombies outside should not be a big deal for you, right? Zhao Wumei chuckled, of course. After my superpowers awakened, not only was I naturally charming, but my strength and speed were also greatly enhanced. As long as I am not surrounded by a large number of zombies, ordinary zombies are nothing to me. But there is a mutant zombie among the zombies that is stronger than ordinary zombies. There is one here, I can't beat him. Yi Feng was shocked when he heard this and frowned. Mutated zombies? There are mutant zombies here? Stop it. Yi Feng has not encountered any mutant zombies along the way. Zhao Wumei continued, there is a mutant zombie in this supermarket, a powerful mutant zombie, but it sleeps most of the time and only comes out to stroll at night. With it here, I dare not go out easily. Yi Feng nodded and continued, Wumei, after your ability awakens, you can deal with him. Really? Zhao Wumei looked excited. She kept guessing in her heart, what exactly is Yi Feng's ability, and how strong is it? After another moment, Yi Feng left 30% of the supplies and then stopped. He turned around and left, heading straight to another warehouse to continue collecting supplies. The goods stored in this warehouse are similar to those on the shelves outside, but they are all packed in boxes, and most of them are fast-moving consumer goods. Instant noodles, iced black tea, coffee, pure milk, yogurt, rice, cooking oil, orange juice, cola, boxes are piled up like mountains. Yi Feng put them all into the space. Zhao Wumei accompanied him all the way, her heart was bleeding, and she could only force a smile. After watching for a while, Zhao Wumei couldn't bear it any longer. Yi Feng, I believe you, you must leave me 30%. Zhao Wumei left in a hurry after saying this. In the warehouse hall, everyone was restless. Some people were puzzled. Where did this man come from? It seems that he is nothing special except space. Why is Sister Mei so afraid of him? I don't know how Sister Mei talked to him. Zhao Dongming was unwilling and gritted his teeth. I don't understand, Sister Mei is so strong, why doesn't she dare to fight him? Maybe he is just an embroidered pillow, good-looking but useless. The short-haired girl immediately retorted, I think Sister Mei has her own reasons for doing things. Her name is Su Xiaoxiao, and she is Zhao Wumei's assistant. Since knowing that Yi Feng is a space ability user, her impression of Yi Feng has changed greatly. Su Xiaoxiao continued, this man named Jifeng must have something extraordinary. After all, he is a space power user. Everyone was discussing when Zhao Wumei appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all went to meet him. Sister Mei, what's going on? What did that damn space power user say? Zhao Wumei said calmly, 30% of the supplies. Ah. He wants to take away 30% of the supplies, why doesn't he just rob them? The handsome man was immediately filled with righteous indignation. 30% is ours. Zhao Wumei continued. Ah, this. Everyone was speechless. Can he finish all the supplies? Yes. Too greedy. Zhao Dongming angrily suggested, Sister Mei, he is alone, how about you lead us to fight him together? Zhao Wumei glanced at Zhao Dongming and said coldly, if you want to die, go by yourself. But, before you do it, I will kill you first. To save you from causing trouble for me. Zhao Wumei complained inwardly. You bewitched me and killed my man, you deserve to die. This sentence frightened Zhao Dongming so much that his scalp went numb and his body trembled. Zhao Wumei had never been so cold before. Ah. No. I dare not. Zhao Dongming did not expect Zhao Wumei to have such an attitude, and immediately nodded and bowed in fear. Zhao Wumei's beautiful eyes swept across everyone and continued, this result is already very good. Even if it is 30% of the supplies, we can't use up all the people. Zhao Wumei paused and continued to issue orders. You all remember that Jifeng is extraordinary and is someone we must not offend. Do you understand? Yes. Understood. Everyone responded. At this moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from outside. Roar. Everyone heard the roar and their faces changed. Fuck, it's a mutant zombie. How could this happen? Why did he run out in the daytime? It seems very angry, it's over. This is terrible. Zhao Wumei's face was ugly. She copied Yifeng's ability, and it will take some time to awaken. At the moment, she has no confidence to fight the mutant zombie. Do you think it has something to do with that space ability user? That's right. Maybe it really has something to do with him. Everyone whispered and discussed. Zhao Wumei frowned slightly. Related to Yifeng? Forget it. No matter it's related or not, if the mutant zombies really come to kill, she still has to rely on Yifeng. I'll go find Yifeng and talk to him. Zhao Wumei said decisively. No need. A clear male voice came out. Yifeng walked out slowly. Wingdings, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. When everyone saw Yifeng coming over, they subconsciously stopped talking. Zhao Charming's beautiful eyes lit up, she smiled and said, Yifeng, did you hear everything? Yifeng nodded. There was a huge roar of zombies not far away. Yifeng stared in a certain direction and said slowly, is the direction of this sound the mutated zombie? Yes. Zhao Wumei nodded. Yifeng said calmly, whether this zombie wakes up during the day or not, whether it has something to do with me or not, I will kill this zombie. This mutant zombie is extremely powerful, you must be more careful, Zhao Wumei said quickly. It's just a mutated zombie, I can kill it with a snap of my fingers. Yifeng smiled slightly. After hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. The next moment, Yifeng flashed and ran quickly towards the mutated zombies. Only Yifeng's last words remained in the air. Just say goodbye. After Yifeng left, everyone looked at each other with doubts on their faces. Zhao Dongming stood up again with a look of disdain. Yifeng may be very strong, but he is too showy this time. If he could kill mutated zombies with a snap of his fingers, I would run naked around the warehouse 3 times. Others echoed. Yeah. It's just nonsense, ha. Yes, we all know how powerful mutant zombies are. Can normal people defeat them? I wonder if the items in the space will explode after the space superpower dies, everyone was whispering and discussing. Su Xiaoxiao, a girl with short hair, also had a trace of worry on her face. She looked at the direction Yifeng was leaving and subconsciously retorted. What are you questioning? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Zhao Wumei also had a complicated look on her face and slowly said, Yifeng said he can solve it, so it can be done. We just wait patiently. By the way, find the high-power telescope and let's find an angle to see if we can watch the battle. Okay, Sister Mei. Su Xiaoxiao immediately beamed and puffed up her proud chest. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not understanding where Zhao Charming's confidence came from. Zhao Wumei squinted her eyes slightly, feeling the transformation power in her body. How powerful are superpowers above the legendary level? She'll see it soon. If Yifeng can kill this mutated zombie. Zhao Wumei's eyes flashed. It was precisely because of the existence of this mutated zombie that she dared not go out. She could only huddle in this warehouse, feeling scared every day. I was afraid that one day mutated zombies would suddenly come over and beat them all to death. If Yifeng can really deal with the mutated zombies, it would be great news. The other side. Yifeng ran quickly, constantly shuttling between a large number of ordinary zombies. Generally speaking, compared with ordinary zombies, mutant zombies have greatly increased in strength, but their wisdom has not increased much. But every mutant is different. Yifeng's behavior of nearly emptying the entire supermarket might have stimulated the mutated zombies. Not long after, Yifeng followed the sound and came to the vicinity of the mutated zombies. Looking from a distance. This mutated zombie is 2 meters tall, its eyes are flashing with evil red light, its skin is as hard as iron, and its blood-red muscles are flaring out. It looks very disgusting. Yifeng thought and took out the flame sword. The mutated zombie turned around suddenly and stared at Yifeng fiercely. Yifeng's heart moved. Can the mutated zombies detect him? Right. According to the description of the invisibility necklace, invisibility only works on ordinary zombies. Ho ho ho! The mutated zombies roared loudly. Yifeng's heart moved and he said loudly, "Silly big guy? Come and show Grandpa what you are capable of." The mutated zombies naturally couldn't understand Yifeng's words. However, it felt the provocation in Yifeng's language. It's angry. The next moment, the mutated zombies let out a low roar. Ho ho ho! The sound was huge and earth-shattering. It seems that there is really a little bit of wisdom? Yifeng thought silently. Immediately afterwards, the mutated zombies rushed towards Yifeng. When he got close, he suddenly waved his huge fist and hit Yifeng on the head. Yifeng's speed is naturally far beyond his imagination. Yifeng dodged and nimbly avoided the attack of the mutated zombies. At the same time, Yifeng brandished the flame sword and slashed hard on the chest of the mutated zombie. Poof! This knife directly cut into the mutated zombie's body several centimeters, causing the mutated zombie to suffer serious injuries. Compared with ordinary zombies, mutant zombies not only have enhanced strength, but also have stronger defense. The mutated zombie got even more mad after being stabbed. The next moment, his body swelled even more and his eyes were red. He kept swinging his giant fists with great violence. It seems to have some special skills. Yifeng dodged the attack, then swung the flame sword and slashed at the zombies. Bah! This time, Yifeng was surprised to find that his knife could only leave a small gash on his body. Its defensive power has become significantly stronger. It should be that it has stimulated some kind of defensive ability, which must not be maintained for a long time. I just don't know how long it can last. With this kind of strength, has it advanced to the first level in advance? Yifeng's heart moved. The mutant zombie continued to attack, but Yifeng easily dodged it. Seeing this, the mutant zombie was furious and jumped high and fell from the sky. Waving a huge fist, it hit Yifeng. Yifeng was like a mouse playing with a cat, and dodged it easily. Bang! The mutant zombie's attack smashed a big pit on the ground, with gravel flying and dust flying. Taking this opportunity, Yifeng swung his knife and slashed, leaving several wounds on the mutant zombie. The mutant zombie became more crazy, constantly waving his fists and attacking Yifeng. The strength is much stronger than the ordinary zombie of the first level. From a physical sense, the strength of this mutant zombie seems to be a first-level elite zombie. Yifeng estimated that if he could see the combat power index of this zombie, it would definitely be hundreds. It is not something that ordinary psychics can contend with. The more Yifeng fought, the more surprised he became. He suddenly remembered. In his previous life, the psychic who called himself the God of Fire seemed to have had a shocking battle with a powerful zombie. It can't be you. If so, it would be a pity to kill it directly. A zombie that can grow quickly is a good leak. Yifeng thought silently in his heart. Roar! The mutant zombie roared and his eyes were red. He completely lost his mind and fought only on instinct. After activating the skill, the intelligence of this mutant zombie, which was not high to begin with, was completely gone. Anyone with a little intelligence, even the kind of cats and dogs, has already realized the difference in strength between the two sides. However, because of this, its power is getting stronger and stronger. If we continue to fight like this, I may win. But it will definitely take a lot of time. I just blew all the bragging. Yifeng continued to fight with the mutant zombie. Let's make a quick decision. Yifeng made up his mind and prepared to use the Chaos Thunder ability. Yi Feng's figure appeared in front of the zombie like lightning. With a thought, Yi Feng stretched out his palm, and a gray arc of electricity gushed out from his hand. Zzzz. The mutant zombie did not dodge. After activating the skill, it has lost the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. In its eyes, it has already experienced the attacks of small humans. Nothing to fear. The gray arc instantly hit the mutant zombie. Boom! The current surged and the thunder exploded. Crackling. The sound of electricity continued. The mutant zombie hit by the thunder stood still on the spot, its body stiff. The next moment, the mutant zombie roared unwillingly, and then with a bang, it exploded into slag and scattered on the ground. Yi Feng used the Chaos Thunder to kill it instantly. Chaos Thunder, still as useful as ever. Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Not far away, Zhao Wumei and others were using high-powered telescopes to observe the battle. Just happened to see Yi Feng killing the zombies in seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if petrified, with shock in their eyes. Please give a good review, click to urge for more, click to generate electricity for love, begging. Everyone in the supermarket slowly came to their senses. Fuck, thunder. Oh my god, the big guy just died like that? Only the scum is left. Why is Yi Feng so outrageous? Su Xiaoxiao was jumping up and down with joy. Yi Feng is so handsome, he can kill him instantly with one move. She turned around and glanced at Zhao Dongming. Some people, what do you say? Zhao Dongming stood blankly on the side without speaking. His body couldn't help but tremble. Thinking back on my behavior today, I feel like I have repaid myself to the Lord of Hell twice. Yi Feng can kill himself 10 times with just one thunder, no, 100 times. Nima, it's good to be alive. Everyone was amazed, and Zhao Wumei was no exception. Although she had thought that Yi Feng might be very strong. But what she didn't expect was that Yi Feng was so powerful. In front of this mutated zombie, she could only flee in panic. However, when the mutant zombie faced Yi Feng, he couldn't survive several rounds and died. The difference in strength is naturally clear. It is truly worthy of being above the legend. Zhao's charming eyes flashed. The most important thing is thunder, the power of Yi Feng? Thinking of this, Zhao Charming felt excited. This means that I will soon have a thunder attribute abilities? Yi Feng's excessive strength aroused everyone's discussion. Yi Feng is not pretending, he is really awesome. Sister Mei, your judgment is really amazing. Yes, if we offend Yi Feng, he can probably kill us all in a few minutes. How many minutes? Just a few seconds is enough. Su Xiaoxiao's face was full of admiration. The mutant zombie is like a toy in front of him. Some people also looked puzzled. That's not right. Isn't he a space superpower? Why can he release thunder? No way. The gap between people is really too big. The other side. Yi Feng glanced down at the charred debris on the ground, looking a little helpless. Using the flame sword to poke a few times into the zombie debris, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. Oh, I didn't control my strength well. Regardless of whether there were any good things in the mutated zombies, they no longer exist. The Chaos Divine Thunder used by Yi Feng with all his strength represents the ultimate destruction. There will be no loot left at all. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. It seems that he will continue to exercise and control the power of the Chaos God Thunder in the future. Strive to use the Chaos Divine Thunder like an arm and a finger. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Tip, kill the mutated zombie for the first time, you will feel happy, and you will be rewarded with plus 10 pieces of fish bait. Woohoo! Fish bait plus 10 servings. Yi Feng felt a burst of joy in his heart. Now there is a harvest. Immediately, Yi Feng glanced thoughtfully in a certain direction, with a smile on his lips. Stretch out your hand and make an OK gesture. Then Yi Feng dodged and disappeared. The other side. Everyone looked at each other. Did he find us? This is nonsense. It's outrageous that we can be found so far away. Aren't you curious why ordinary zombies don't attack him? Maybe he's scared? He's scarier than a mutated zombie. Zhao Charming's beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter. Space, thunder, kill mutated zombies instantly, ordinary zombies do not attack. Yi Feng, what secrets do you have about you? And what exactly is my superpower? Zhao Wumei was filled with curiosity. Su Xiaoxiao on the side also looked admiring. At this time, Zhao Wumei slowly turned around and glanced at Zhao Dongming, who was trembling. Also, the promises made by certain people must be fulfilled. Zhao Dongming smiled bitterly and regretted it for a while. Why should I be so mean-mouthed? Zhao Wumei felt happy and said secretly, "You deserve it if you dare to look down on Yifeng. Get out of Fortune Plaza." Yifeng silently thought about where to go next. At this time, ding dong. There's a message coming. Yifeng clicked on the message and found that it was from Zhao Wumei. After the two sides competed in skills before, Yifeng became friends with her. Zhao Wumei, Yifeng, is your superpower thunder? Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and typed a reply. Yes. Next moment, Zhao Wumei sent a series of happy little rabbit emoticons. Yifeng also smiled and put away his phone. Thinking silently. From the supermarket in Fortune Plaza, Yifeng knew that as long as there was electricity, a large amount of meat would not spoil for the time being. However, once the power goes out, all the frozen goods in the refrigerated warehouse may suffer. The same goes for slaughterhouses, places where large amounts of meat are stored. Yifeng thought for a while. The collection of supplies in supermarkets can be postponed. Anyway, it won't expire in a short time. Before the power goes out in this city, it is the right decision to collect as much meat products as possible and hoard more supplies. After thinking, Yifeng made a decision. The next target is the frozen warehouse of the slaughterhouse. Yifeng clicked on the evil map and started searching the slaughterhouse. Soon, the map showed that Yifeng was very close to a slaughterhouse in Jiangcheng. And this slaughterhouse was one of the largest slaughterhouses in Jiangcheng. Yifeng smiled slightly. In that case, let's go. On the road. A heavy truck was speeding on the road at its maximum speed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The truck left a trail of after images. The driver was Yifeng. After leaving the supermarket, Yifeng chose to go straight to the slaughterhouse. At first, he set off on a small electric bike. But later, as the number of zombies on the road decreased, the road gradually opened up. Yifeng disliked the small electric bike for being too slow. At this moment, he happened to meet a heavy truck that could be driven on the side of the road. Yifeng decisively replaced his small electric bike with a large truck. The effect of replacing an electric bike with a large truck is naturally different. It's like changing a shotgun to a cannon. At this point, the field of vision is wide and the speed is amazing. Yifeng slammed on the brakes and galloped all the way to his destination. Soon, Yifeng arrived at the Hongta slaughterhouse. Yifeng parked the heavy truck on the side of the road, jumped out of the car, turned around and put the truck into the space. Looking around. There was still blood mist all around, and the sky and the earth were hazy. On the ground, asphalt was paved. The surrounding plants were taller and straighter than before the end of the world. There were two trees next to the gate of the slaughterhouse. One was a willow tree, and the other was also a willow tree. Yifeng walked to the gate and was surprised to find that there was a nest of little sparrows on one of the willow trees. It seemed that they had just been born not long ago, and they were pink and hairless. Yifeng was thoughtful. In this doomsday disaster, animals, like humans, have three fates. One is to become a zombie and evolve into another species. The second is to control the extraordinary. Humans will have superpowers, while animals will directly mutate and become mutant beasts, also known as alien beasts. The third is no change, and directly fall to the bottom of the food chain. Plants, on the other hand, will experience collective changes. However, that is a matter for the future. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. The nest of birds in front of him seemed to be just ordinary sparrows. They were lucky to survive until now. Ignoring the sparrow, Yifeng walked into the slaughter area. Entered the gate. A bloody smell came to his face. Yifeng frowned and looked around. It was empty all around. Overturned tables and chairs, dried blood, broken bones. How, are there no zombies? Yifeng was alert. Normally, there should be some zombies here. After all, there are employees in the slaughterhouse. With a thought, Yifeng activated his mental skills. He kept extending his inspection around. There were no survivors, no zombies. Yifeng walked forward carefully, approaching the cold storage area of the slaughterhouse. Just then, roar, roar. A low roar came. Yifeng looked closely. A giant pig-like monster walked out of the shadows. Yifeng was stunned at first, then suddenly realized. So there are mutated zombies here. It seems to be a mutated zombie pig. The unknown is the most feared thing. After knowing what kind of monster it is, Yifeng felt relieved. Yifeng looked sideways. This pig-like monster was 3 meters tall, with bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth. Its skin was pale, covered with black blood vessels, and there was a thick layer of skin on some parts of its body, which looked extremely strong. Non-human mutant zombies, looks scary. Hope, there is a crystal core in your head. Yifeng stared at the monster in front of him with interest. Crash! At this moment, a group of more than 10 small monsters rushed out from the corner. They all had bloodshot eyes and saber-toothed fangs, but they could still vaguely see the appearance of domestic pigs. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. The zombie in the lead is a mutant species, and the other zombies are just ordinary ones. After the end of the world. Like humans, some animals have become zombies, such as zombie pigs, zombie dogs, zombie cats, etc. Among these zombie creatures, there are also mutant zombies. For example, the mutant zombie pigs in front of us are essentially the same as human mutant zombies. Mutated zombies, whether they are human or beast, are often extremely powerful. The most important thing is that they will definitely produce crystal cores, or special crystal cores. Even if there are survivors in the slaughterhouse, they are probably eaten by these mutant zombies. Even ordinary human zombies are not spared. At this moment, the mutant zombies rushed towards Yifeng. Roar, roar, roar. The monster had a hideous face and rushed towards Yifeng at an astonishing speed. In a blink of an eye, it came to Yifeng. Yifeng could even see the clear blood vessels and hideous fangs on the pig's head. A fishy smell rushed towards him. Yifeng tightly grasped the flame sword, and at the moment when the mutant zombie was about to hit him, he cleverly sidestepped and avoided the attack. At the same time, Yifeng took advantage of the mutant zombie's lack of reaction and swung his knife at its neck. Puff! This knife cut into the mutant zombie's neck 30 centimeters deep, and the bone was visible. A stream of black blood spurted out. Ouch! The mutant zombie screamed in pain, and then turned around and spit out a ball of brown secretions in anger. Yifeng dodged and easily avoided it. Sizzle! The brown secretions fell to the ground and corroded the ground directly. Nima, saliva is poisonous. Yifeng immediately became alert. Ouch! At this moment, the ordinary zombie attacked Yifeng. Yifeng waved his hand, and several terrifying grey thunder energy burst out from his palm. Boom boom boom. The 4 zombies in the lead were immediately turned into powder the moment they came into contact with the thunder. However, the subsequent zombies had no IQ at all and continued to rush towards Yifeng. Yifeng took out the Desert Eagle. Pull the trigger and shoot decisively. Bang! 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 The flying bullets shot into the eye sockets of zombie pigs one by one. Puff! Blood spurted out from every shot, and a zombie pig was killed with every shot. Yifeng cleared all the zombie pigs. Seeing his brothers fall down, the mutant zombie pigs were completely angry. Roar! With a wild roar. Its body expanded rapidly, and its scarlet eyes became even more red. In an instant, it expanded into a terrifying monster as tall as 5 meters. Yifeng became very small in front of it. The transformation is over. The monster opened its blood-red eyes and pounced on Yifeng cruelly. The speed is like lightning. Yifeng bent his legs slightly, launched himself, and instantly jumped high. In the air. The mutant zombie pigs haven't reacted yet. Yifeng raised his knife and chopped it down suddenly. Puff! Black blood gushed out, splashing several meters away. Ouch! This knife made the mutant zombie feel so painful. It launched a violent attack on Yifeng. But Yifeng's speed was much faster than it, so he easily avoided all its attacks. Is that all you can do? Yifeng narrowed his eyes. This time, he didn't plan to use the Chaos Thunder ability. At present, he couldn't accurately control the power of Chaos Thunder. He was afraid that he would be too strong again. Just like killing the supermarket zombie, he smashed the mutant zombie in front of him. After several rounds of fierce fighting, the mutant zombie realized that it was no match for Yifeng. After a feint attack, it turned around and ran away. Yifeng was stunned, and then chased after it. How could he let it go? He chased, it ran away. Yifeng's speed was faster than the mutant zombie, so he caught up with it quickly. He chased and chopped all the way, 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. The mutant zombie pig had no choice but to turn around and fight. But its speed was far inferior to Yifeng, so it could only rely on its amazing defense and physical strength to face it head-on. After several rounds, Yifeng found the right opportunity and chopped off the huge head of the mutant zombie pig. Puff! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the pig's head flew into the sky. Black blood spurted wildly, splashing everywhere. The body of the mutant zombie pig fell to the ground with a bang. Dust flew, and gravel flew everywhere. The mutant zombie fell to the ground and stopped moving. Ha! Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air, with a happy look on his face. It took about 3 minutes. Not bad. This mutant zombie has a very strong vitality. It is indeed a bit troublesome to deal with it with physical attacks alone. We must refine the Chaos Thunder as soon as possible. Yifeng did not expect that one day he would be troubled by his overly powerful superpowers. Hint, trigger event. Hint, you feel happy, reward plus 10 baits. 10 baits? Yifeng was pleasantly surprised. Although the system did not say, it might be related to the first time he killed a mutant zombie animal. Yifeng set his eyes on the corpse of the monster in front of him. This monster is not weak. Will there be a crystal core? Yifeng stepped forward, wielding the flame sword, cut a hole in the mutant zombie's head, and then continued to explore with the sword. Not long after, Yifeng's blade touched a hard object. It seems, there is a harvest. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the dirt and reached out to touch it. After a while of groping, Yifeng took out a hard object. His mind moved. Yifeng took out mineral water from the storage space and cleaned the object. A thumb-sized, crystal-clear crystal core was displayed in front of Yifeng. Crystal core, it's really a crystal core. Yifeng showed joy. He felt a stream of energy that could be absorbed from the crystal core. Ha! Yifeng let out a long breath. He could finally absorb the crystal core and improve his strength. Generally speaking, crystal cores are divided into ordinary crystal cores and special crystal cores. After a few days, the zombies will collectively advance to the first level, and the crystal cores produced will be the first level ordinary crystal cores. When the mutant zombies advance to the first level, the crystal cores produced will be the first level special crystal cores. Special crystal cores not only contain more energy, but also contain special energy. If a superpower wants to upgrade his level, he must first increase his energy reserves to the limit, that is, to the 7-star level. After a superpower reaches the 7-star level, he must absorb a special crystal core to have a chance to break the shackles of the human body and advance to the next level. With the crystal core produced, does it mean that the mutant zombie pig in front of him has reached the first level? Yifeng's eyes flashed, thinking. After a long time, Yifeng shook his head. Anyway, this crystal core can be used to improve strength or to break the level. Yifeng put the crystal core into the storage space with a happy face. Whether to absorb the crystal core, let's wait until tonight. Next, it's time to harvest. Yifeng stepped into the storage room of the slaughterhouse. Walking into the door, Yifeng scanned the whole place. The huge cold storage workshop was lined with large freezers. Each freezer was filled with various frozen meats. Pork, beef, mutton, all categorized, labeled, and in astonishing quantities. Wow! It's worthy of being the largest slaughterhouse in Jiangchang. The reserves are really rich. Yifeng was full of praise in his heart. With a thought, Yifeng began to collect frozen meat quickly. Wherever his eyes could see. Crash! Countless frozen meats, along with the freezers that held them, were collected by Yifeng into the storage space. Collect, collect, collect. Yifeng smiled, overjoyed. Great! Yifeng quickly traveled through the entire frozen workshop. A quarter of an hour later, Yifeng looted the entire frozen workshop. What he reaped was a bounty. A total of 5,400 tons of frozen pork, 1,200 tons of frozen beef, and 800 tons of frozen mutton. Yifeng could never finish eating all this meat in his lifetime. This wave, I made a lot of money. Yifeng left the slaughterhouse with an excited look on his face. Walked out of the slaughterhouse. Yifeng took out the truck from the space and prepared to leave. At this moment, Yifeng was suddenly stunned. Not far away. A zombie cat with sharp teeth and claws and green eyes was wreaking havoc in the bird nest on the tree. Yifeng didn't think much, and immediately took out his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew out, and the zombie cat fell to the ground. Then, Yifeng flashed forward and came under the willow tree. The willow tree originally had a nest of birds, but now only one young bird was left. To be precise, it was a pink sparrow young bird. The bald young bird was red and looked particularly ugly. Yifeng looked around and didn't find any other adult sparrows. Its mother may have died. Yifeng thought silently. If he didn't care, the sparrow young bird would definitely die in the current environment. It's also a fate. Yifeng smiled, stretched out his hand and carefully put away the cute little sparrow, holding it in his palm. In the past, some strong men would subdue some powerful mutant beasts as their subordinates. I have a hang in my hand, so it seems that I can also train a few. On the highway. Yifeng hummed a tune and drove a heavy truck, speeding all the way. The secular world always requires men to be fearless, success or failure, always face it calmly. It was already half an hour later, and Yifeng had entered the city. The little sparrow chick, under Yifeng's sacred blessing, looked energetic. It can't call yet, and now it is walking around in the co-pilot seat of the heavy truck. Give the little sparrow a name. What should it be called? Just then, something strange happened. Bang 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 bang. A burst of urgent gunshots came out. Bang! The window glass of Yifeng's truck shattered. At the same time, his truck was like a wild horse that had broken free, swaying wildly. Fuck! The tire is flat. Yifeng calmly controlled the steering wheel, kept pressing the brakes, and forced the truck to slowly park on the side of the road. Fortunately, he had master-level driving skills, otherwise he would definitely have overturned. After parking the car, Yifeng glanced at the passenger seat, and his face suddenly became gloomy. His bird exploded. The sparrow chick was hit by one of the bullets, and its body was broken into pieces, a bloody mess. Yifeng's heart sank. It's like this, can it still be alive? Checking sideways, as expected. Yifeng's eyes were cold. The baby sparrow is dead. Damn it! Yifeng jumped out of the car with a livid face. The bullets that flew from nowhere not only shattered the tires and glass of his truck, they also blew up his bird. It's really unforgivable. Yifeng was filled with anger. He didn't recruit anyone or provoke anyone. Who is it? I will definitely find you out. You will be cut into pieces. His eyes were filled with monstrous rage. From the bullet positions in the truck tires, Yifeng quickly determined that the attackers were in several buildings on the side of the road. But there were several buildings on that side, and there were even more survivors inside. It is not easy to identify the shooter. Even so, Yifeng immediately had an idea. A thought came to my mind. Yifeng puts the heavy truck into the storage space. The figure flashed and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards the tallest building, in the building. In a room. A young man holding a gun was shaking slightly and his face was a little pale. Damn, it looks like he's a superpower. It seems like we are in trouble now. The other young men in the room also looked a little ugly. What to do now? I'm so panicked. I'm sorry, I'm going to find my brother. The young man left a word and then rushed out of the door. Only a few younger brothers were left, looking at each other at a loss. Yifeng here has already arrived downstairs. I saw him bend his legs slightly, start bouncing, and jump. Jump directly into a house on the 8th floor. There was no one in this household. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Enhanced hearing, plus mental power detection. In an instant, a large amount of information came into Yifeng's mind. Mom, I'm hungry, you're a complete piece of shit, how could I be blind and marry you, Yifeng thought. Start investigating one by one and collect information. The first family, a middle-aged couple, was excluded. The second family, a fat otaku, is excluded. The third house, no one. Yifeng's idea was very simple. The person who shot him must have ill intentions towards him. Yifeng only needed to find the people in the building who had ill intentions towards him. Then kill all of them. This family is not, this one is not. Yifeng did not get anything for a while, but he was not discouraged. Walking out of the room, Yifeng kept shuttling in the corridor and continued to collect information. The 8th family. The 12th family. Just then, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. In a house on the 10th floor. There were 3 little hooligans with dyed yellow hair, and their faces looked a little bad. In the house, there was also a woman who was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Yifeng was shocked. This woman looked familiar. She seemed to be a movie star. And these yellow-haired young men had different degrees of ill intentions towards him. I found you. Yifeng raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. 10th floor. In a room somewhere. The 3 little hooligans looked at each other. Zhou Wanjin ran away, what should we do? That superpower person should not be able to find us. As soon as the voice fell, there was a bang sound of the door. Someone kicked the door open. The 3 people's hearts trembled, and they all looked. A man in black with murderous eyes walked in from outside the door. This person was Yifeng. The 3 young men shuddered when they saw Yifeng. Seeing that the 3 people were so abnormal. Yifeng also had an idea in his heart. At this moment, he was 100% sure that this group of people were the ones who attacked him just now. Just now, did you shoot? Yifeng asked in a cold tone. The faces of the 3 people were a little pale. They were in the building just now, but they witnessed Yi Feng's behavior of collecting cars and his inhuman speed of movement. Naturally, they knew that Yi Feng was very likely a superpower and was very difficult to mess with. "Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand," one of them said innocently, and at the same time, his hand quietly touched the weapon on his waist. Yi Feng snorted coldly, flashed, came to his side, and stretched out his hand to strangle his neck. Goo. The man was about to say something. Crack. Yi Feng exerted a little force and crushed his neck directly. The man died instantly. Now, think about it first. Yi Feng looked at the remaining two people in the room with indifference. "Damn, I'm going to fight you." Another yellow-haired man excitedly took out his pistol and was about to pull the trigger. The next moment, a knife flashed. Puff! His palm on the pistol fell to the ground on the spot, and blood gushed out like a fountain. "Ah, my hand!" The yellow-haired man fell to the ground, covering his hand and wailing in pain. Yi Feng sneered, took a step forward, and crushed his head like a watermelon without hesitation. Red and white things splashed everywhere. Yi Feng turned his head to look at the third person, grinning like a devil. "Now, you are the only one left, think about it before you say it." The last yellow-haired man was almost scared to see his companions die tragically, and his legs and feet were weak. The yellow-haired man was panicked and spoke without thinking. "Is this your answer?" Yi Feng said in a cold tone. The yellow-haired man was horrified and collapsed to the ground. "No. I said everything. Zhou Wanjin fired the gun. He said you were too arrogant. He was very upset that you drove away in a truck. He fired the gun himself, and we were just bystanders. Zhou Wanjin fired a lot of guns. It really has nothing to do with me." The little yellow-haired man told all his knowledge without reservation, just like pouring beans. "Oh?" Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he asked, "Where is this Zhou Wanjin you mentioned now?" The little yellow-haired man answered without hesitation, "He ran away." When Zhou Wanjin saw you rushing over, he realized that something was wrong, and immediately went to the 13th floor to find his brother. His brother is a powerful psychic who can condense ice power and easily destroy everything. Yi Feng nodded to show his understanding. Then Yi Feng asked again, "Where are all of you from?" The little yellow-haired boy immediately said, "Both Zhou brothers escaped from Qingcheng prison. It is said that they killed the prison guards. Zhou Wanrong has a lot of guns and a lot of people. We were originally residents here. Later, we were forced to join under the coercion of the Zhou brothers. Brother, I am innocent. I have done nothing bad." Yi Feng was thoughtful. "Zhou Wanrong?" Yi Feng had heard of this person in his previous life. He seems to be a very strong ice-attributed psychic and the leader of a faction. Zhou Wanjin also has a beast-like ability. The Zhou brothers have hundreds of younger brothers and many guns. But they seem to be recruited by a stronger psychic force later. If Yi Feng remembers correctly, they should have joined the team of the psychic Vulcan, and they have no intersection with Yi Feng. It seems that Zhou Wanrong has awakened the ice-attributed ability. Zhou Wanjin has not awakened yet. You brothers lived a comfortable life in the last life. But now that you have offended me, your life is over." Thinking of the bird that died tragically, Yi Feng felt a little sad. "Brother, I have already said it, please let me go." The little yellow-haired man kept begging. Yi Feng nodded and smiled slightly. "You are not bad. Thank you for your information." The little yellow-haired man was surprised as if he had been pardoned. "Thank you for letting me go." A sneer appeared on the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. "It is impossible to let you go. I will send you to death right now." The little yellow-haired man suddenly felt cold to the bone, as if he fell into an ice cellar. "You, don't keep your word." "I have said everything." Yi Feng sneered, "When did I say I would let you go?" The little yellow-haired man widened his eyes, as if he wanted to say something else. Yi Feng raised his knife and fell. The knife flashed. A line of blood instantly appeared on the man's throat. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood spurted out continuously. The yellow-haired boy tried to cover it with his hands in horror, but found that he couldn't cover it. Why? Finally, he fell to the ground and died with a look of unwillingness. All three of them died. Yi Feng glanced at the unconscious female star in the house. The woman's hands and feet were broken, and she had become a disabled person. Not only was her body covered with scars, but her eyes were also blind, and her ears and nose were cut off. It was too tragic. Her injuries were too serious, and she could die at any time. A bunch of scumbags. Yi Feng was furious. She used to be such a beautiful beauty. Yi Feng walked forward, raised his hand and sent a sacred blessing. White light fell on the woman. The woman groaned, but still didn't wake up. Yi Feng looked down at the woman's injuries again. Confirmed that the injuries had not improved much. Yi Feng sighed. He raised his hand, and cut off a knife. Puff! The female star's head fell to the ground. There was no way to save her, so Yi Feng could only help her reduce her pain. Yi Feng felt a little emotional. He used to like the dramas filmed by this female star. What a pity! This is the end of the world. Yi Feng glanced at the corpses on the ground again. They were all scum, and it was not a pity to die. Then Yi Feng sneered. Brother Zhou, it's your turn next. 13th floor. In a room. Brother! It's not good. The younger brother Zhou Wanjin found his eldest brother out of breath. Brother, I seem to have gotten into big trouble. The eldest brother Zhou Wanrong was enjoying himself. When he saw his younger brother acting like this, he couldn't help but frown and looked unhappy. If you don't yell like that, what will you do if you attract zombies? Quiet down and speak slowly. Beneath Zhou Wanrong, there is a woman kneeling to serve him. A sense of comfort made him squint his eyes slightly. Oh! His younger brother Zhou Wanjin nodded obediently. Brother, here's the thing. I just saw a heavy truck passing by, and I fired a few shots at the car. As a result, not only did the car not overturn, but a person with supernatural powers got out of the car. When he turned around, he submerged the car and ran towards our building. I felt something wasn't right at the time. This might be a person with superpowers. Zhou Wanjin paused and continued, not only that, this guy's speed is also extremely fast, just like the wind. I judged that it must be a person with superpowers, so I immediately ran to you, brother. Brother, you have to save me. Hearing this, Zhou Wanrong's face immediately darkened. A superpower who can turn heavy trucks into oblivion? Moving very fast? Zhou Wanrong frowned and became angry. He pointed at Zhou Wanjin's nose and cursed, what do you say you owe? Don't you know our rules for doing things? Either don't do it, or do it. Ah! Don't you understand? Zhou Wanrong suddenly raised his voice. Zhou Wanjin at the door was startled by him, and his body suddenly trembled. The woman under Zhou Wanrong was also shocked. His body trembled as he exerted too much force and his teeth chattered. Hiss! Zhou Wanrong felt a little pain and couldn't help but take a breath. His face was expressionless and he looked at the woman beneath him. The woman suddenly felt as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Trembling all over. Zhou Wanrong often kills people randomly, is moody, and is more like a devil than a devil. The woman knelt down and begged for mercy with a look of horror on her face. Boss Zhou, I was wrong. Don't kill me, please, please. Zhou Wanrong smiled gently, reached out and patted her face, and said, no, you are right, it was me who was wrong. The woman was startled for a moment, then breathed a long sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Zhou Wanrong suddenly stretched out his hand to strangle the woman's neck and twisted it hard. Click! The woman's head turned and she died with a frightened look on her face. Fangs and sharp mouth, damn it! Zhou Wanrong sneered and threw the woman's body on the ground. Brother Zhou Wanjin glanced at the woman's body. Although her appearance is average, she has fair skin, a big butt, and nice legs. Brother, you are so wasteful. It's hard to find beautiful women nowadays. Zhou Wanjin was thinking wildly on the sidelines. Try to find? Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. Then he said with excitement, brother, do you think that superhuman being can't find me at all? After all, he didn't know it was me who shot him. Zhou Wanrong stood up and said coldly, we are very conspicuous here. That superpower will definitely find us, as long as he has enough patience. Zhou Wanjin was a little unwilling. The eldest brother Zhou Wanrong put on his clothes, then turned to his younger brother and said, remember, I'll wipe your butt again. But, this is the last time. Do you understand? When his younger brother Zhou Wanjin heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled. With my brother taking action, this wave is stable. Zhou Wanjin couldn't help but relax and began to mutter, I'm thinking, we usually just kill people for fun. Who would have thought that this time we would be unlucky enough to meet a person with superpowers, and he's also a driving expert. At such a fast speed, it can stop smoothly even if a tire bursts. It's ridiculous. It's really unlucky. I'm going to play with a few girls later to get a feel for it, he muttered quietly to the side. Zhou Wanrong ignored him and gave orders to the other boys in the room, convey my orders and summon all brothers who are able to fight, understood, Brother Rong. The younger brothers acted quickly. Soon after, A large group of people gathered in Zhou Wanrong's house. There was a huge crowd. Zhou Wanrong explained the situation to them. However, a group of younger brothers disagreed with this. Boss, I thought it was a big deal, but this is just a piece of cake. Yeah, so what if he is a superpower? How powerful are you to have a boss? Besides, it's not like we haven't killed him before. That's right, even people with superpowers are afraid of bullets. When we broke out of the prison, didn't we kill a prison guard with supernatural powers? One of the younger brothers even had a sarcastic smile on his face. We have more than 10 guns here. No matter who comes, they will be enough to beat him to death. Zhou Wanrong also showed a sneer. I think he should be a capable person and will act according to the opportunity. It's not impossible to adopt him as a dog, it depends on whether he understands the situation. At this moment, a clear voice came. Recognition? It's quite interesting. Yi Feng walked into the room slowly and looked around. There were more than 20 people and more than a dozen guns. Others who did not hold a gun also had a stick or a long knife per person. Yi Feng suddenly sneered and said, very good. A bunch of losers have gathered together and saved me a lot of trouble. It's great. You can say your last words now. Hearing Yi Feng say this, a group of boys suddenly became angry and cursed together. Nemas, you little brat, you are so arrogant. Little bastard, believe it or not, I will beat the shit out of you. Zhou Wanrong waved his hand confidently to stop everyone from cursing. He looked Yi Feng up and down again, then said with a smile, brother, as the saying goes, it is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. I am a person with superpowers, and brother, you are no ordinary person either. I heard you can make a truck disappear in an instant, very fast. Are these your last words? Yi Feng said with cold eyes. Zhou Wanrong suppressed the anger in his heart and forced out a smile. Brother, you haven't lost anything. I'm willing to compensate you for a box of instant noodles and 10 ham sausages. What do you think? Also, Wanjin, come here and make amends to this brother. His younger brother Zhou Wanjin stood up carelessly. Oh, I was just joking with my brother. I don't think he's so angry. I'm so sorry. Come on, shake hands, we will be good buddies from now on. Before he finished speaking, there was a flash of sword light. Poof! Zhou Wanjin's arm fell off instantly. Zhou Wanjin's arm fell to the ground. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! My hand! Zhou Wanjin screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Feng said coldly, you are my brother. You are not worthy. Brother Zhou Wanjin hugged his arm and rolled on the ground. Brother, my arm is gone. Catch him for me. I want him to live a life worse than death. Eldest brother Zhou Wanrong was also a little surprised. His face sank and he cursed in his heart. You are so shameless. Immediately issued an order, everyone, shoot. Zhou Wanrong did not mean to underestimate his opponent and ordered to shoot decisively. The younger brothers showed a cruel smile and pulled the trigger one after another, shooting together. Bang 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 bang. Endless bullets shot towards Yi Feng like dense raindrops. Faced with this scene, Yi Feng just smiled indifferently and did not dodge. Zhou Wanrong frowned when he saw this. Is he scared silly? Humph. I overestimated him. Turns out he's just a piece of trash. However, the next moment, the situation in front of them made everyone stunned on the spot. They couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Feng's body was suddenly covered with a layer of golden light. The bullets they fired fell on the golden light and were directly ricocheted and flew everywhere. Yi Feng himself was completely unharmed. Why? Fuck, this is impossible. Indestructible body? The younger brothers were a little panicked. Zhou Wanrong was also stunned. What the hell is this? However, he reacted immediately. It's a superpower. Brothers, don't stop, keep hitting me. His superpower consumes a lot of energy, there must be an upper limit. The younger brothers were relieved after hearing this and immediately increased their strength. Bang 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 bang. A large number of bullets continued to shoot out. Yi Feng was calm and composed, bathing in the hail of bullets, and walked slowly forward. It was like strolling in a garden. Yi Feng was filled with emotion. Supreme God Ring, invincible. Immune to all damage, it's really not covered. Yi Feng was like a golden god of war, pressing forward step by step. Zhou Wanrong saw that everyone's attacks had no effect, and he was sweating anxiously. I don't believe that your broken shield can withstand all attacks. His face was solemn, and he gently clenched his palm, and a ball of cold energy condensed between his fingers. Your defense must have a limit. This ball of energy was composed of ice, extremely cold, and seemed to be able to freeze everything. My ability is an epic ability frost control. I also comprehended a skill ice arrow. The person in front of me can't resist it. Zhou Wanrong gritted his teeth and silently said in his heart, increase, I want to increase the intensity. Zhou Wanrong directly drained all the energy in his body in one breath. The powerful icy energy continued to roll and wriggle in Zhou Wanrong's palm, and finally formed a small icy sword. The icy sword was crystal clear, with a large number of ice crystal patterns, emitting bursts of icy breath. Zhou Wanrong's eyes were cold, and he waved his hand suddenly. Go to hell! The small sword made of ice shot out like an arrow from a string. A cold trajectory was drawn in the air. The next moment, the icy arrow successfully hit Yifeng. Bang! The energy suddenly exploded on Yifeng. Ha! It worked! Zhou Wanrong showed ecstasy. The younger brothers next to him were also excited. It hit! The boss's icy arrow is so powerful that it can destroy the world. He is dead. However, the next moment, their voices stopped abruptly. Yifeng's body flashed with golden light. The icy sword instantly turned into a piece of ice mist and then dissipated in the air. Yifeng was unharmed. Even the clothes didn't have a wrinkle. Too outrageous. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Wanrong's eyes almost popped out, with a look of disbelief. The younger brothers were also in a mess. Yifeng smiled coldly and said, Boss Zhou, use whatever means you have. Zhou Wanrong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, as if falling into the abyss. My ice arrows are more powerful than bombs, how can you be unscathed? Yifeng said coldly, can't figure it out? Go to hell and think about it. Yifeng gently clenched his right hand, and a gray arc of electricity surged wildly in his hand. The terrifying pressure spread. Zzzz. Thunder surged, and lightning flashed. The terrifying thunder energy made everyone present tremble. He is a thunder-type mutant. Oh my god. Everyone's face was extremely ugly. No, I don't want to die. A little brother suddenly dropped his weapon and rushed to the door. Yifeng's mind moved, and an arc of electricity shot out. Boom! A flash of lightning passed by, and the arc of electricity struck the body of the running little brother. The man's body immediately turned into powder and scattered all over the ground. Such a horrible scene made everyone present feel cold all over, as if falling into an ice cellar. No, don't kill me. Oh my god. Please spare my life. Everyone lost their fighting spirit and fled in all directions, crying like ghosts and howling like wolves. Yifeng waved his hand, and terrifying thunder energy surged out from his fingertips. The electric light flashes and surges. Crackling. Thunder shoots out like fireworks. Gorgeous and beautiful. The gray electric arcs turned into deadly death, and anyone who came into contact with it was destined to be wiped out in ashes. Not long after, more than 20 people were all dead. The only enemies still alive in the room were Zhou Wanjin, who was moaning on the ground without his arm, and his eldest brother Zhou Wanrong, who had a stiff expression on his face. After cleaning up all the miscellaneous soldiers, Yifeng slowly walked towards his eldest brother Zhou Wanrong. At this moment, Zhou Wanrong was trembling all over and his face was extremely pale. He managed to remain calm, but the back of his body was soaked with cold sweat. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. He doesn't want to die. He has awakened powerful ice attributes, and the future is promising. Brother, this is all my fault. Zhou Wanrong smiled dryly. Yifeng's face was expressionless. Zhou Wanrong gritted his teeth, plopped and knelt on the ground. Please spare my life, I am willing to serve you and be your dog. I have awakened epic ice attributes. I will be the most useful tool in your hands. I am your dog, and I will fight wherever you point me from now on. Bang bang bang. Zhou Wanrong couldn't help but kowtow. Woof woof, at the same time. There was a trace of resentment in his eyes. Han Xin can endure the humiliation of his crotch. A man who can bend and stretch is a real man. One day, I will repay today's humiliation in full. Yifeng saw this and smiled jokingly. I killed so many of your men, and you don't hate me? Zhou Wanrong said without hesitation. No hate, they are all ordinary people, no matter how many deaths they have, it doesn't matter, sir. Zhou Wanrong raised his head with a flattering expression. What he didn't expect was. The next moment, an arc of electricity flashed in front of his eyes. The arc flashed. Zhou Wanrong's expression was frozen forever. No! His body suddenly shattered and turned into a pile of charred debris. Zhou Wanrong, die. You are not worthy of being my dog. Yifeng sneered. After killing Zhou Wanrong, Yifeng looked at the last survivor in the house, Zhou Wanjin. Zhou Wanjin was terrified at this moment, his face was pale, and his body was shaking constantly. No, don't kill me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Watching the tragic death of his eldest brother and a group of brothers one by one, Zhou Wanjin's heart was filled with regret. Regret. Why? Why did he shoot? Why did he bring such a terrifying evil star to his eldest brother? Regret devoured his heart. Yifeng slowly came to Zhou Wanjin, looked down at him, and raised the flaming sword. No, no. Please let me go. The one-armed Zhou Wanjin collapsed on the ground, his urine already incontinent, like a dead dog. Yifeng smiled coldly and swung his knife to chop it off. The knife flashed. Swish! Zhou Wanjin's other arm slid to the ground at the root. Blood spurted out. Ah! Zhou Wanjin screamed miserably. Kill me quickly. Yifeng swung his knife again and chopped off his leg. Blood spurted out again. Ah-ha! Please kill me. Zhou Wanjin screamed and almost fainted. Yifeng raised his hand and gave a sacred blessing. The white light fell, and Zhou Wanjin's condition immediately improved, and he woke up from confusion. Yifeng swung his knife again and chopped off his other leg. Ah! Zhou Wanjin screamed miserably. Yifeng used the holy blessing again, and then the fifth limb. After cutting off all of Zhou Wanrong's 5 limbs, Yifeng stretched out his hand to strangle Zhou Wanjin's neck, like dragging a dead dog, and went to the next floor. Here, there is a group of zombies crying for food. Open the door. Yifeng lifted the ball-shaped Zhou Wanjin in the air. With a holy blessing, Zhou Wanjin slowly woke up. Turning his head, he saw a group of zombies right under him, and was almost scared to death. He screamed in fear. No! Don't! Please, give me a quick death. Yifeng's heart moved. According to the information in his previous life, Zhou Wanjin later awakened a beast-like ability. So Yifeng tortured him like this, not entirely for venting his anger. Such torture did not awaken you. It seems that the instinct of survival has little effect on the awakening of superpowers. After getting the answer, Yifeng sneered. It's a good thing for you to die like this. After saying that, Yifeng threw Zhou Wanjin into the zombie group. Swish! A large group of zombies surrounded him, stretched out their claws and teeth, and bit Zhou Wanjin. No, ah! Zhou Wanjin kept struggling, screaming at first, and then gradually became silent. Yifeng watched him die coldly before turning around and leaving. Half an hour later, Yifeng drove back to the city again. It was already afternoon. Yifeng felt a little hungry and decided to find a hidden place to eat. Looking around, there were many buildings on the street. Yifeng jumped up, broke the window, and entered a residential building on the street. This is an empty room on the 4th floor, and the environment is relatively clean and tidy. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. Let's have some lunch here. Well, what should I eat? Yifeng touched his chin, and then he had an idea. He thought. Take out a table from the space and set it up. He took out the stove, pots, charcoal. He lit the charcoal fire and took out a lot of hot pot ingredients again. Fresh Chinese cabbage, crystal vermicelli, plump yellow throat, tender beef, mellow mutton, various small meatballs. Watching the hot pot gradually heat up, Yifeng took advantage of his free time to open the panel. Click to view the number of baits. Bait, 40 portions. Yifeng smiled slightly. He got 20 baits from Zhao Wumei. Kill the mutant zombies and get 10 baits. Kill the mutant zombie pigs and get 10 baits. Total, 40 baits. This time I can go fishing a little. 40 chances, I wonder what I can catch. System, let me fish 20 times first. Yifeng said silently in his heart. Consume 20 baits, fishing items. Yifeng's eyes were full of expectations, and he waited silently. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a 3-carat diamond ring +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a turquoise yoga ball +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a set of Xing Shizo Road TV series DVD +1. Yifeng touched his chin. This wave of luck doesn't seem to be very good. The so-called diamond ring is just a scam of capital. Yoga balls and TV series are useless. Fishing continues. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a pair of black Tyrannosaurus sunglasses +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a 500G gold brick +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a rare skill, charisma +1. Woohoo! There are good things. It is a skill, charisma. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get one high vibration jumping pill. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get one box of Qiantong tendon and bone patch. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get one smell enhancement scroll. Another enhancement scroll. Sense of smell. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth floated up. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get one RTX 4090 graphics card. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a rare item, eavesdropping bug +1. Eavesdropping bug? It seems to be a good thing. Not long after, 20 fishing trips were over. Yi Feng immediately clicked to check the eavesdropping bug. Creature, eavesdropping bug, quality, rare, description, a strange little bug, which is very small when manifested and is particularly fragile. After activation, it will turn into an invisible and colorless bug, which can attach to any target surface, or fly continuously to help the owner eavesdrop on the sound intelligence around it. It needs to drip blood to recognize the owner. Yi Feng thought about it. Is it a flying eavesdropping device? Invisible and colorless after activation? It means that no one can see it and it cannot be destroyed, right? Not bad. Yi Feng took it out. He found that the little bug was green all over and only the size of a grain of rice. With a thought, Yi Feng squeezed out a tiny drop of blood from his finger. If there was more, he was afraid that the eavesdropping bug would drown. The blood fell, and the contract was established. Yi Feng found that he could drive the eavesdropping bug. With a thought, the eavesdropping bug immediately turned into an invisible and colorless flying bug, flying around Yi Feng continuously. It's quite interesting. Yi Feng smiled. He casually attached it to his sleeve and ignored it. The invisible state of the eavesdropping bug can be maintained for a very long time, and in this state, it is almost invincible. Yi Feng continued to count the harvest. Skill, charisma, quality, rare, description, passive skill. After learning this skill, you will be more likely to attract the attention and love of the opposite sex. You will exude a unique charm, making the opposite sex more willing to interact, communicate, and fall in love with you. Is this a skill for picking up girls? All the beauties fall in love with me? Yi Feng immediately chose to extract the skill. Swish! In an instant, a source bead appeared in the air. Yi Feng reached out and caught it. In an instant, the skill source bead turned into a blue stream of light and merged into Yi Feng's body. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Prompt, congratulations on learning the skill charisma. Yi Feng learned the passive skill charisma. It seems, no change. Yi Feng took out the mirror and looked carefully. Sword eyebrows and star eyes, a face like a crown, extraordinary temperament. Good skills. Make him, who is already handsome, even more handsome. Continue to check the harvest. Item, olfactory enhancement scroll, quality, rare, description. After using the scroll, your sense of smell will be improved to a certain extent. It is still the enhancement scroll series. With a thought, Yi Feng took out the olfactory enhancement scroll. A delicate scroll appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng gently tore open the scroll. A rich and complex smell mixed together and spread. The next moment, the smell merged and turned into a blue stream of light, pouring into Yi Feng's nose. A magical force quickly strengthened Yi Feng's olfactory nerves. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly, slowly adapting to the new enhancement. Soon, the enhancement ended. Yi Feng took a breath gently, and was surprised to find that the originally plain air was full of various subtle smells. The aroma of various hot pot ingredients, the smell of decaying flowers and plants, the unique smell of people who had been active. Yi Feng's heart moved. It seems that someone has stayed here not long ago? Yi Feng tried to distinguish each smell. His mind moved. Yi Feng took out some food from the space. Then Yi Feng gently closed his eyes and identified them one by one. The fragrance of apples, the richness of cheese, the smell of cigarettes. Yi Feng was a little emotional. Is this the enhancement of the sense of smell? It feels good. Yi Feng was satisfied. Now, he has continuously strengthened his hearing, vision, and smell. Yi Feng showed a hint of anticipation. I wonder what kind of strengthening will be obtained next. After sorting out the harvest, Yi Feng opened the panel. Bait, 20. There are still 20 fishing opportunities, use them all. System, continue fishing. At the same time, the hook flew out. Consume 20 baits, fishing items. Yi Feng exhaled lightly and waited for the result silently. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get one Philips 1000 Yuan series electric shaver. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get one DVD collector's edition of the martial arts film and television drama The World and the Earth. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get one bottle of primary recovery potion. Hint, congratulations to the host, Yifeng's heart moved. Caught one primary recovery potion? I seem to have obtained it before. Yifeng was thoughtful. It seems that I can fish out the items I have already obtained. This should be good news, right? Hint, fishing in progress. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and obtaining one DVD of the movie 36 Hours of Blind Girl. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and obtaining one character album of Young Lady by Jia. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and obtaining one scroll of taste enhancement. Hint, congratulations, taste? It really is the enhancement of the six senses. This time it is a scroll of taste enhancement. Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Not long after, fishing was over. This time, the harvest from fishing was not very big. Yifeng clicked on the recovery potion to view the details. Item, primary recovery potion, quality, rare, description, after use, your physical strength and energy will be restored in a short time. Yifeng has obtained one of this thing before. A recovery potion that can ensure continuous combat. Still good. It's just that I haven't had the chance to use it yet. Yifeng put this bottle of potion and the potion he had obtained before in the storage space. Then there was the new scroll. Item, taste enhancement scroll, quality, rare, description, after using the scroll, your sense of taste will be improved to a certain extent. 6 Sense Enhancement Series. Taste Enhancement. Yifeng's mind moved, and he took out the scroll. A small blue scroll appeared in Yifeng's hand. Yifeng tore open the scroll. The next moment, the scroll turned into a blue stream of light, poured into Yifeng's body, and quickly merged into Yifeng's taste buds. The enhancement continued. Not long after, the enhancement ended. Yifeng's mind moved, and he took out a few pieces of chocolate from the space. Put them into his mouth one by one, and tasted them quietly. There is the bitterness of dark chocolate, the sweetness of milk chocolate, and the richness of nut chocolate. Taste enhancement doesn't seem to be of much significance in combat, it will only make me more picky about food. Yifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this considered negative reinforcement? The previous enhancements in hearing, vision, and smell have helped Yifeng to assist in combat and obtain intelligence. The only thing that seems to be useless is the improvement in taste. Yifeng didn't think much about it. This wave of fishing did not improve my strength much. But Yifeng was still very satisfied. Every time I fished, I gained something. Every time I strengthened, I improved. I became stronger little by little. It was pretty good. Yifeng opened the panel. Name, Yifeng, level, first level, 1 star, power, chaos thunder, skills, lightning strike, storage space, malicious perception, sacred blessing, mental detection, swordsmanship, shooting, fighting, driving, charisma, combat power index, 389. Yifeng smiled slightly. After multiple enhancements in vision, hearing, smell, taste, etc., his combat power index also improved to a certain extent. The combat power reached 389 points. Close the panel. Yifeng was delighted. There was a slight vapor in the room, and the water in the hot pot was boiling. Gurgle, gurgle. The aroma of beef hot pot base gradually spread throughout the room. Yifeng put the mutton, meatballs and other ingredients into the pot, and then took out his mobile phone. He found several unread messages. Yifeng moved his fingers lightly. The message was sent by Zhao Wumei. Zhao Wumei, Yifeng, my superpower has awakened. Zhao Wumei, I awakened a legendary superpower, Thunder Master. Then she made a series of emoticons. I can control thunder, this superpower is too powerful. I can't imagine how strong you are, Yifeng. Zhao Wumei's joy was beyond words. Yifeng's mouth curled up. He was really happy for Zhao Wumei. The awakened ones with legendary superpowers have already stood at the top of the pyramid of human superpowers. As far as Yifeng knows, legendary superpowers are the strongest superpowers. I have never heard of anyone having mythical superpowers. Yifeng continued to slide the screen of his mobile phone. In addition to Zhao Wumei's message, Lin Xiaoxiao at home also sent a few messages. Yifeng clicked on them and saw that they were all nagging words of concern. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yifeng, I miss you so much at home. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yifeng, you must pay attention to safety when you are outside. Yifeng smiled. Yi Feng made a few simple jokes to Zhao Wumei. To Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Feng told her that he was in good condition now and everything was fine. Soon, the hot pot soup continued to boil. It's time to eat. Yi Feng picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of mutton impatiently, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. Not bad, really delicious. The fresh aroma of mutton slightly stimulated Yi Feng's taste buds. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. Another piece of hot pot tripe. It's really delicious. So refreshing. He opened another bottle of Fat House Happy Water, just right to relieve the greasiness. Delicious. Yi Feng ate heartily and enjoyed the food. Time passed quickly. Yi Feng burped comfortably and put down his chopsticks. After filling his stomach, Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly, and his fingers tapped the table lightly. The current reserves of supplies are already very rich. Enough to smoothly survive the early stage of the doomsday. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he murmured in his heart. Stockpiling supplies is important, but it is not the most important thing. For powerful superpowers, in the middle of the doomsday, ordinary supplies have no meaning. Yi Feng's eyes kept flickering. The important time nodes of the doomsday in the previous life kept emerging in his mind. Today is the 5th day of the doomsday. The first important time node is the 7th day of the doomsday. From this day on, zombie crystal cores will appear in the heads of some zombies. Zombie crystal cores can be used to improve strength, which is extremely important for human superpowers. The second important time node is the 10th day of the doomsday. To be precise, it starts from the night of the 9th day. The blood mist becomes thicker, and opportunities fall from the sky. A large number of plants, animals, and objects will undergo collective mutations again. The third important time node is 1 month after the doomsday. Every change in the blue planet will profoundly affect and change the survival status of human survivors. Human survivors, under one disaster after another, evolve step by step and survive hard. Under the mutation, various mutant plants and mutant beasts containing energy will be born one after another. For many powerful superpowers, the ordinary materials produced before the doomsday will hardly meet their physical activity needs. Because as the level of superpowers increases, the strength of superpowers gradually becomes stronger, and the life level will also change. For superpowers, the mutant food produced after the disaster is more suitable for their physical condition. Thinking of this, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Whether it is the mutant wheat and corn born after the disaster, or the mutant cows producing fresh milk, or the mutant pork with excellent taste, they are all better than ordinary supplies. Long-term consumption is of great benefit to the body of the superpower, and can even slightly improve the physical strength. The food before the end of the world is for ordinary survivors and low-level superpowers. In the previous life, Yi Feng ate half a barbecued mutant swan meat by chance. The fragrance, taste. Thinking of this, Yi Feng couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Damn it! I can't think too much. Yi Feng swore secretly. In this life, I must eat delicious food and drink spicy food. All kinds of mutant and high-energy food, I must eat until I vomit. Coming back to his senses, Yi Feng sank his mind into the storage space and began to count the number of supplies. Beef, mutton, pork, chicken, duck, seafood. The supplies in the space are enough for me to eat for hundreds of years. Even if he could support more than 10 women, it would be enough. When the second mutation comes, all kinds of mutant plants and animals will appear like mushrooms after rain. Yi Feng can't eat these ordinary foods anymore. And Yi Feng is not planning to build a big power. At most, he can build a small team to support himself and serve him to improve his personal strength. So in the future, the collection of materials will be done at will, and there is no need to do it deliberately. But if I don't get supplies, what should I do now? Kill zombies? No crystal cores have been produced yet. Some opportunities one know about have not been born yet. Considering the butterfly effect, Yi Feng decided not to interfere too much in advance. Apart from this, there seems to be no other way to become stronger? Or, go home and rest? Yi Feng thought of Lin Xiaoxiao's tall and majestic figure and round buttocks. For a moment, I was a little distracted. No! Yi Feng! How can you be so lazy? That's right! Mutated zombies can produce crystal cores. And, beauties. Beauties are also resources for me. Get more. Yi Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Now that the end of the world has just arrived, the resources of beauties are still very rich. In the future, beauties will become fewer and more scarce. After all, the awakening of humans to become superpowers has nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. Most beauties are not superpowers. By the middle of the end of the world, even beauties will rarely be perfect. Although Yifeng didn't have that kind of plot, he would naturally like his woman more if she was a perfect virgin. So taking advantage of the early days of the apocalypse, it was the right thing to do to recruit a few more beautiful subordinates. It will be hard to find them in the future. The question is, where are there more beautiful women? The first thing Yifeng thought of was the university campus. Who is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen? A beautiful figure came into Yifeng's mind. She is a girl who can be described as stunningly beautiful. The #1 campus beauty of Jiangcheng University, Nan Shirin. Yifeng couldn't help but fall into memories. He himself graduated from Jiangda. In the year when Yifeng was a senior, Nan Shirin just became a freshman. When she first entered the campus, Nan Shirin overwhelmed the entire school with her absolute beauty. With her supermodel-like figure and explosive appearance, she became the well-deserved #1 campus beauty of Jiangcheng University. During a school organization event, Yifeng asked for Nan Shirin's contact information. Said a few words. Other than that, there was no further communication. Nan Shirin has a beautiful face, long black hair, fair skin, and a cold temperament. She is like a fairy who descended from heaven, reclusive and independent. As long as the men who have met Nan Shirin, ranging from an 80-year-old man to an 80-year-old child, there is no one who thinks she is not beautiful. Yifeng is no exception. In Jiangcheng University, there was once a saying, who doesn't like Nan Shirin? In the last life, after the end of the world came. Yifeng once inquired about Nan Shirin. It is said that Nan Shirin did not awaken her powers and become a person with powers. Therefore, as an ordinary person, she died early at the beginning of the end of the world. Yifeng didn't even know whether Nan Shirin died at the claws of zombies or at the hands of others. It can be said that beauty has a bad life. Think about this. Yifeng took out his mobile phone and clicked on Nan Shirin's message. Try to get in touch first. If Nan Shirin is included in his pocket. Yifeng felt suddenly excited and tapped the screen with his fingers. Soon, Yifeng edited a message. Hello Nan Shirin, I am Yifeng, your former senior. I once liked you. Now I have become a powerful superpower. I wonder if you are okay now. After editing, Yifeng checked it. What happened? Read through. Does this news of mine smell like dog licking? Yifeng frowned slightly. Do you want to change it? Yifeng thought about it carefully. Never mind. Just this posture was enough to lower Nan Shirin's vigilance. Get it first and then talk about it. Yifeng thinks that he is essentially a wolf warrior. Click send now. The message was sent quickly. Yifeng waited patiently. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. No message returned. Yifeng couldn't help but look disappointed. Could it be that in this life, Nan Shirin is going to burp now? After all, she is not a superpower, so her living situation should not be easy. Yifeng looked sad when he thought of Nan Shirin's tragic death at the claws of zombies. Pity. A delicate girl like a flower. Yifeng stood up and prepared to take the remaining hot pot ingredients back to the space. At this moment, Yifeng frowned slightly. Immediately, a sneer appeared on his lips. Outside the door, a young man and woman approached quietly. The man holds a crossbow and the woman holds a kitchen knife. Little sister, have you really seen clearly? There is a man eating hot pot in our house right now? The man still can't believe it. Such an outrageous thing happened before his eyes. When most people don't have enough to eat, some people are eating hot pot? What about in your own home? Incredible. Brother, I can't be wrong. Are you still worried about my powers? The woman whispered back. They are a brother and sister who went out to look for food and came back with nothing. My sister has awakened a rare power perception. My brother owns a crossbow and has excellent shooting skills. Hearing his sister's assurance, the man narrowed his eyes and said in a fierce tone, in that case, let's do it like last time, you go in first to seduce him and attract his attention, and I'll kill him with one arrow from behind. After hearing this, the woman hesitated for a moment and said, Brother, I think this person has an extraordinary background. Should I get him to join us? Confused? A big fat sheep comes to your door. How can you not take action? Besides, if you know people but don't know their hearts, just kill this kind of person. The man frowned and scolded. The woman is silent. The man widened his eyes and said suspiciously, Wait, sister, do you have a crush on him? Hearing this, the woman immediately shook her head. No, brother, then I'll do as you say, inside the house. Yifeng sneered. Turn around and continue to sit down and eat hot pot. Soon there was the sound of a key opening at the door. The next moment, a scantily clad and rather pretty woman walked in. The woman first pretended to be surprised, and then asked timidly, You, who are you? Why did you break into my house? My house doesn't have anything of value. The woman spoke and looked up into the house. After taking a clear look at the situation inside the house, she was stunned for a moment and extremely shocked. How is this possible? It's too exaggerated. The steaming hot pot is cooking with tempting meat slices, and there are a lot of hot pot ingredients on the side, various vegetable balls. The aroma of the hot pot fills the whole house. The woman's perception is limited, and she only saw Yi Feng eating hot pot before. She really didn't expect that Yi Feng's hot pot ingredients would be so rich. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with greed, her throat was squirming slightly, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The aroma of hot pot base and meat wafts in the air, it's so fragrant. Handsome brother, can you give me some food? I can do whatever you want, the woman puffed out her plump breasts. Flirting and posing, try your best to show off your beautiful figure. Yi Feng glanced at her, unmoved. Compared with Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei, women are far behind. I was just passing by here, borrowing the place to have a quick meal. Yi Feng said, standing up. The woman rolled her eyes secretly. You call a sumptuous hot pot a simple meal? At the same time, she looked Yi Feng up and down. With a handsome appearance and a tall and straight figure, he exuded a very comfortable breath all over his body. When she thought that such a handsome man was about to be shot to death by her brother, she felt very sorry. Little brother, look at me here. The woman took off her coat, revealing a touch of snow-white spring light. Yi Feng looked up after hearing this. Whoosh! In a flash, a sharp arrow shot through the air and flew towards Yi Feng. Go to hell! The man walked out from behind the door with excitement in his eyes. He was extremely confident in his archery skills. The hot pot man in front of him was dead. The next moment, the man's expression froze instantly, and he was stunned. Yi Feng stretched out his right hand. Bang! Yi Feng easily caught the flying crossbow arrow. Catch it, catch it? The woman was also dumbfounded, with incredible eyes. This is impossible. The man's eyes widened, his heart was horrified. Catching a crossbow arrow with bare hands, is this still a human? Could it be, he is a superpower? Yi Feng looked at the two with a cold gaze, and slowly said, Shoot me? Then I'll give it back to you. No, don't. The man's face changed drastically. The woman's face also changed drastically, and she turned and ran out. Yi Feng turned his wrist, and the arrow in his hand flew backwards instantly. Swish! The sharp arrow first pierced the woman's neck, and then shot into the man's heart. Puff! Puff! One arrow kills two. Yi Feng killed two people with one arrow. The man and the woman both fell to the ground and died, blood slowly flowing out. Until they died, they still kept a look of horror on their faces. Yi Feng's expression was calm and unperturbed. He would not show mercy to anyone who tried to hurt him, no matter who it was. There was only one outcome, and that was death. With a thought, Yi Feng put the remaining hot pot ingredients into the storage space, and then came to the window. He jumped down. The wind whistled in Yi Feng's ears. Snap! Yi Feng tapped the wall with his toes and landed slowly. Although the sound of landing was slight, it still alerted the zombies around. However, they looked up, but did not find any target. They could only look confused and continue to wander. Yi Feng strolled on the street. While thinking, he decided to go to Jiangcheng University. There was no other reason, simply because there were more beautiful women there. Compared with the complex society, college students are relatively simple. At this moment, Yi Feng's phone vibrated. He took out his phone and clicked on the message. Yi Feng was immediately delighted. The message on the phone was from Nan Shireen. Nan Shireen, Senior Yi Feng? Sorry, I can't remember you. But I really need the help of a superpower here. Yi Feng was speechless. Okay. It's normal not to remember me. After all, we've only met a few times. Nan Shireen, I'm currently in the second library of Jiangcheng University, and my location is the reading room on the west side of the third floor. We've been targeted by a mutant dog with extremely terrifying strength. Nan Shireen. I don't want to lie to you, this mutant dog is very powerful, and an awakened person with epic superpowers has died in its hands. There is also relevant news on the internet. We may die at any time. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The beautiful school beauty is still alive, and she lives an extremely difficult life. This situation is simply too good. Yi Feng smiled from ear to ear. This situation is just convenient for me to add insult to injury. No, it should be to help someone in need. As for a terrifying mutant dog? Is that a big deal? At this point in time, creatures more terrifying than me have not been born yet. Yi Feng quickly typed a reply to her. Nansharine, you must hold on, I'll be there right away. I'm not bragging. My superpowers are very strong. A mere mutant dog can be easily killed in a snap of a finger. Wait for me, don't die. Nansharine immediately replied, That's great, Senior Yi Feng, thank you so much. You are such a good person. Yi Feng, damn, you're giving me a good person card? Little girl, I'll show you the dangers of the world. Yi Feng quickly edited the message immediately. Sorry, I'm not a good person. Just like there is no free lunch in the world, I save you. It's also conditional. I just made it very clear in the text message. Since I met you, I fell in love with you at first sight, so the condition for saving you is to be my woman. Yi Feng sent the message and waited patiently. Learn from the lesson of the last life, never be a bootlicker. If you agree, I will save you. If you don't agree, you can wait to die. Yi Feng touched his chin. Forget it, for her face is Nansharine. Yi Feng sent 2 more messages. Shireen, be my woman, I will treat you very well. Free food and accommodation, no worries about food and clothing, absolutely safe. Waited for a while. No reply. Will she agree? Will she not give in to death? It's hard to say. Yi Feng was thinking wildly. Damn! There are so many beautiful women, she is not the only one. Just then, a reply message popped up on Yi Feng's phone screen. There were only a few short words. I agree, please come quickly. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and was pleasantly surprised. She agreed. Yi Feng's mouth curled up. Although there are many beautiful women. But she is Nansharine. In terms of appearance alone, Nansharine is basically the most beautiful woman Yi Feng has ever seen. She is more beautiful and good-looking than those so-called big stars. Time is running out, and Yi Feng decided to act immediately. The figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Jiangcheng University, Library. A reading room on the 3rd floor. 6 men and 2 women, a total of 8 students sit here, huddled in the corner. Everyone was pale and expressionless. School beauty Nansharine was among them. But unlike others, she had a hint of expectation between her eyebrows at this moment. My senior, Yi Feng. Superpower, Nansharine frowned her beautiful eyebrows and tried to recall. Alas, I really can't remember this person. I don't know if this Yi Feng can come as promised, finger snapping can destroy, it doesn't sound credible. Nansharine sighed helplessly in her heart. She actually didn't quite believe what Yi Feng said about being able to kill it with a snap of a finger. After all, the strength of the mutant Chow Chow was too terrifying. But she was already in a desperate situation and needed this hope. And she had already told Yi Feng the truth about the situation here. Since Yi Feng is still confident, then his strength should, probably, be good. I hope Yi Feng can rescue me before the mutant Chow Chow comes. Thinking of the terrifying mutant Chow Chow, Nansharine's body shuddered involuntarily. When the doomsday came, Nansharine hid in the snack bar inside the library and luckily avoided the first wave of zombies. Relying on snacks and cakes in the snack bar, Nansharine and other survivors spent a few days in peace. Later, as time passed, the food inside the library gradually ran out. Just when people were panicking, 2 superpowers appeared among the survivors. One was named Wang Haoxuan, a junior student, and his superpower was rare metallization. The other was named Li Donghai, a school counselor, and his superpower was epic ice power. Under their leadership, everyone worked together to kill some zombies in the library and collected some survival resources. Unfortunately, just when the situation in the library was getting better and better, a nightmare suddenly came. Please give a 5-star rating. A huge Chow Chow mutant suddenly appeared in the library and launched an almost one-sided massacre of the survivors. The mutated Chow Chow, both in strength and intelligence, far exceeds that before the mutation. It is 2 meters long and extremely fast. It is more ferocious and terrifying than a tiger. It often falls to the ground and dies before people can see where it is. This type of mutant belongs to the category of mutated beasts, also known as alien beasts. They are rare in number but powerful and are not mutant zombies. When the mutated Chow Chow first appeared in the library, he killed more than a dozen survivors with lightning speed. Then it had a battle with the two superpowers, and directly tore Li Haidong, the ice superpower, into pieces on the spot. Another superpower, Wang Haoxuan, escaped in a hurry and narrowly survived. If a person with superpowers dies, how can ordinary people survive? Just as Nan Shirin and others were waiting for death in despair, the mutated Chao quietly retreated. It turns out that this mutated Chao Chao was once a stray dog in the university. After being abandoned by the dog owner, he suffered cruel abuse and hated humans extremely. After the apocalypse, not only did stray dogs not become zombies, they also luckily mutated into speed-enhanced alien beasts. The mutated Chao regards the library as its own territory and the survivors in the library as its prey. It is ready to slowly play tricks on these hateful humans. To relieve the hatred in my heart. After the mutant Chao retreated, everyone cried with joy, thinking they had saved their lives. A few hours later, the mutated Chao Chao bared its teeth and appeared again. Chasing, playing, killing. Someone risked his life and went out, but was immediately torn into pieces by the mutated Chao hiding in the dark. The mutated Chao treats the survivors as prey and spreads fear wantonly. Human survivors are like lambs to be slaughtered. The survivors who were trapped in the library were unwilling to accept death and asked for help online, hoping that someone with superpowers could come to save them. Everyone tacitly hid the strength of the mutated Chao Chao. Since Nan Shirin, the #1 school beauty, is trapped here, someone with superpowers really comes to rescue her. An awakened person with enhanced powers is a fanatical pursuer of the first school beauty Nan Shirin. When he learned that the goddess was trapped here, he launched a quick rescue without thinking. He ran up to him with great energy, and was swallowed whole by the mutated Chao Chao guarding the door. He died a particularly miserable death. Since then, no one has been willing to come to the rescue. Even if Hua Nan Shirin from the first school is there. After all, there are many women with 2 legs, but they only have 1 life. In the reading room, Nan Shirin was hiding in the corner, lowering her head with anxiety and expectation. Yifeng, you have to hurry up, it will appear at any time. 2 hours ago, the mutated Chao Chao walked around the library, slaughtered a wave of survivors again, and then left with satisfaction. Since then, only their last wave of survivors have remained in the library. In the reading room, a feeling of despair continued to spread, and the emotions of the survivors gradually became excited. Asshole! Why would such a monster be born in this world? In the wave a few hours ago, the monster ate all the other survivors. The next time that monster comes, we will only die. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Some cried, some were numb. Someone come and save us quickly. Li Donghai, the epic superpower, is dead, who else can come? Even if the monster doesn't come, we won't be able to survive for long. I haven't eaten for a long time. Among them, a boy with bloodshot eyes was particularly excited. Damn mutated Chao Chao. I am a powerful person with a bright future, yet I am going to die here. What a bastard, what a bastard. He kicked the trash can next to him and knocked it to the ground. Nan Shirin glanced at the boy and was speechless. The boy is Wang Haoxuan, a junior who has awakened the ability to metallize. The metallization ability can metallize the body or part of the body, greatly improving the power, speed, and defense of the person with the ability. It's a pity that Wang Haoxuan's ability is not enough in front of the mutated Chao Chao. Wang Haoxuan sat down on the ground, pursed his lips and stopped talking. In his heart, he was obviously the chosen one, but he had to die at the mouth of a monster like these ordinary people. Really unwilling to give in. As time passed, everyone became increasingly restless. At this moment, a fat girl suddenly became excited. You, Wang Haoxuan, are to blame for the current situation. If Li Donghai hadn't died, you 2 superpowers would have had a chance to fight against the mutated Chao. The fat girl became more and more excited as she spoke, completely suppressing the complaints of others. Seeing the fat girl pointing the finger at Wang Haoxuan, the voices of the others suddenly became quieter. Wang Haoxuan, you really shouldn't have stood idly by at that time. Why didn't you fight with Li Donghai? You are just cowardly and afraid of death. The other students were silent, but they kept exchanging glances. In fact, what the girl said makes sense. Li Donghai has awakened epic powers and can control the power of ice, and his combat power is stronger than Wang Haoxuan. When the mutant Chao Chao first appeared, Li Haidong controlled frost and once injured the mutant dog. However, Wang Haoxuan was too afraid of the mutant Chao Chao's strength at this time, so he didn't dare to fight at all, and just paddled on the side. In the end, Li Haidong's energy was exhausted, and he was torn into pieces and swallowed by the mutant Chao Chao, and his ability was raised to a higher level. This mutant Chow Chow can enhance its strength by devouring people with special abilities. Wang Haoxuan relied on his strong defense to successfully escape and survive until now. The slightly fat girl continued to chatter. Wang Haoxuan, if you had rushed forward at that time and withstood the attack of the mutant Chow Chow dog, and let Li Donghai pull away from the battle, perhaps the situation would be different. We are waiting to die here now, all because of your cowardice and incompetence. She became more and more excited as she spoke. She didn't notice that Wang Haoxuan's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. Alas! Li Ling, say less. Someone next to him saw that Wang Haoxuan's expression was wrong and began to persuade him. Li Ling raised her eyebrows and looked unhappy. Why, Wang Haoxuan did something wrong, and he won't let anyone say anything? What am I afraid of? We're all going to die anyway. At this moment, Wang Haoxuan couldn't help it anymore and stood up suddenly. What the hell are you talking about? Wang Haoxuan had a ferocious look on his face, and he stretched out his hand to grab the slightly fat girl's neck. Bitch, how dare you say I'm wrong? Why do you say that? With your fat body? The slightly fat girl's face flushed, and she kept struggling with her hands, kicking her legs. Gugu, spare my life. Since awakening his superpowers, Wang Haoxuan's strength and speed have been significantly improved. Even if he doesn't activate his metal superpowers, his combat effectiveness is still very strong. Are you still teaching me how to do things? Who the hell are you? Wang Haoxuan became more and more excited, and he grabbed the slightly plump girl's neck hard. The slightly plump girl's eyes rolled back and she could hardly breathe. Wang Haoxuan suddenly went crazy, and everyone was in a mess. Brother Xian, don't be like this, we are all classmates. Linger was just anxious and spoke without restraint. I don't mean to blame you. Haoxuan, if you do this again, Li Ling will really die. Wang Haoxuan smiled coldly, let go of the slightly plump girl and threw her to the ground. Li Ling fell heavily to the ground. Ho-hoo! She turned pale, looked terrified, gasped heavily, and dared not say another word. Wang Haoxuan looked crazy and roared loudly. Everyone can see how strong that mutated dog is. Who has the ability to kill him? All the epic superpowers are dead. In that situation, what would happen even if I were added? It would just be one more death. Wang Haoxuan's voice echoed in the reading room. Everyone was submissive, and no one dared to touch his bad luck. Wang Haoxuan continued to scan the audience with a mocking expression on his face. Besides, in every battle I don't take the lead. You cowardly wretches are just waving flags and shouting from the side, which is of no use at all. You, why don't you fight? Wang Haoxuan stretched out his finger and pointed excitedly at the people in the front row. Everyone lowered their heads in unison, and no one spoke. They are all a bunch of rubbish. Deathly silence. Seeing that everyone was silent, Wang Haoxuan became more and more excited as he talked. I saw him suddenly looking at the fat girl fiercely. For someone like her, I gave her food before, she was really blind. Poof. Wang Haoxuan looked ferocious and furious. He was so excited that he directly activated his superpower metallization. Crunch! In the blink of an eye, his right leg was wrapped in a layer of gray-black metal iron. Tell me, she actually has the nerve to blame me for not going up to fight, is she worthy? Make a few. Wang Haoxuan took a step forward and raised his right leg. The fat girl suddenly looked horrified when she saw this. No, don't, Shireen, Li Ping, stop him quickly, save me. The fat girl never expected that Wang Haoxuan seemed to really want to kill her. Haoxuan, don't be impulsive. We are all classmates. Wang Haoxuan laughed evilly, raised his foot and stepped on it hard. Poof! Li Ling's head exploded like a watermelon. Brains spilled out and blood splattered. Wang Haoxuan, did you kill her? Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, not daring to speak out. After killing the fat girl, Wang Haoxuan looked around the audience again. I'll send her on her way early. Do you have any objections? Everyone looked panicked and said quickly, no objection, she deserves to die. Li Ling died well. Brother Xian worked hard and achieved great results. How can someone like her be blamed? Everyone spoke one after another to please Wang Haoxuan, fearing that he would trample them to death if he got excited. Even if they wait for the terrifying monster to come, they will die. But after all, it is good to die a little later. Survival is the instinct of every living thing. Seeing that no one dared to disobey him, Wang Haoxuan felt very high-spirited for a moment. At the last moment of his life, he was the king and the ruler here. We are the last survivors in the library. When that mutated Chow comes again, it will be our death. We can only wait to die, Wang Haoxuan murmured to himself, but his eyes gradually fell on Nan Shireen. His eyes flickered. Nan Shireen is recognized as the #1 school beauty of Jiangsu University. She is fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs and a slim waist. The most important thing is that she has a cool temperament, a fairy-like air, as if she is sacred and inviolable, which makes her have a different kind of attraction. Seeing Wang Haoxuan notice her, Nan Shireen couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in her heart and complain secretly. It's over. Wang Haoxuan's mood was very wrong. Nan Shireen forced out a smile and said against her will, Wang Haoxuan, you did it all right. Wang Haoxuan didn't answer, his eyes became more and more crazy. Everyone, I have a proposal, a great proposal. Wang Haoxuan's lips curved into a lewd smile. As soon as these words came out, some bad boys quickly echoed. Brother Xian, do you have any brilliant suggestions? Yeah, tell me and listen. Wang Haoxuan stared at Nan Shireen's graceful body, licked his lips and said slowly, everyone is going to die anyway, so wouldn't it be nice to be happy before death and enjoy some fun? I wonder, what do you think, classmate Hua Nan Shireen from the first school? As soon as Wang Haoxuan said these words, the eyes of everyone present suddenly became weird. Originally they were 8 survivors, 6 men and 2 women. After the death of a girl, Li Ling, there were 6 boys and 1 girl. The remaining girl is none other than Nan Shireen, the #1 campus beauty of Jiangcheng University. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Wang Haoxuan smiled strangely and walked towards Nan Shireen step by step. Classmate Nan Shireen, before the end, you severely rejected my confession 3 times. I wonder if this time, will you reject me cruelly again? Seeing Wang Haoxuan approaching, Nan Shireen's heart couldn't help but sink. No, I have to delay. Nan Shireen bit her lower lip lightly and said quickly, Wang Haoxuan, calm down. We're about to be saved. Wang Haoxuan was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? Nan Shireen stood up and faced everyone. Wang Haoxuan, as well as many classmates, actually we are not in despair yet. I just contacted a graduated senior, his name is Yi Feng. He is also a superpower, and he is willing to save us. His ability is very strong, even stronger than Li Donghai's. He is on the way and will be here soon. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Ah! Really? Great, we have help. Hearing this, Wang Haoxuan was stunned for a moment, then sneered, there is no such coincidence in the world. Why didn't you come earlier or later? Just after I made the proposal, someone came to rescue? I didn't expect that the #1 school beauty Nan Shireen also likes to lie. Wang Haoxuan didn't believe it at all. I didn't lie, really, Nan Shireen explained anxiously. Wang Haoxuan waved his hand and said with disdain, we were trapped in the library and posted it on the internet a long time ago. The terrifying strength of the mutant Cao Cao is obvious to all. Li Donghai, such a strong ability user, is not its opponent. How could there be a fool coming here to die? Even if this so-called Yi Feng is your Nan Shireen's loyal licking dog, he will have basic IQ, right? Wang Haoxuan stared at Nan Shireen with a hint of mockery in his eyes. As if to say, a beautiful schoolgirl is good at lying. As soon as Wang Haoxuan finished speaking, everyone reacted. Yeah. How could someone be so stupid and come here to die at this time? This mutant Cao Cao cannot be dealt with without more than 10 superpowers or powerful heavy weapons. To put it another way, even if a fool really comes, it will only result in 1 more death, just like the last survivor, who can't even get in the door. We will die anyway. The eyes of many boys kept wandering over Nan Shireen's delicate body. Iceberg beauty, white skin, and beautiful appearance. Superb! Nan Shireen's heart instantly sank into the bottomless abyss. Her pretty face turned slightly pale, trying to convince everyone. I really didn't lie, there are mobile phone communication records as proof. Nan Shireen quickly took out her mobile phone and showed it to everyone. His name is Yi Feng, and he is very strong. Everyone calm down, wait a little longer, okay? Isn't it good to be alive? What I said is true. However, Wang Haoxuan was too lazy to listen at this time. He waved his hand and said coldly, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. If it's true, it's just another dog who wants to die. I guess he won't even be able to enter this library and will be torn to pieces by that monster. If it's false, you are a school beauty, but you died without any experience. It's a pity. Let your brother help you. Wang Haoxuan approached Nan Shireen and took a deep breath with an intoxicated expression. It smells good. It smells so good. Although I haven't taken a shower for many days, the goddess is still so charming. Wang Haoxuan reached out and grabbed Nan Shireen's snow-white arm. Nan Shireen struggled desperately, shouting, Wang Haoxuan, you are crazy, let me go, let me go. Everyone, you have all seen the communication records, please persuade Wang Haoshuan. Wang Haoshuan was very strong, and she couldn't get away for a while. A feeling of despair surged in Nan Shirin's heart. Yifeng, are you still in time? Thinking of this, Nan Shirin shouted again, other classmates, Wang Haoshuan is crazy, you should stop him. Nan Shirin's performance made other male classmates a little tempted. A boy said cautiously, Brother Xian, how about we wait a while? Wang Haoshuan glanced back at him with a cold look. Shut up. The boy was startled and immediately kept silent. Wang Haoshuan turned around and looked at Nan Shirin's cold face, and couldn't help laughing excitedly. It's worth it for me, Wang Haoshuan, to eat such delicious food before I die. Listen to me, everyone here has a share. Wait until I, Wang Haoshuan, finish eating, and you guys take over. Our main goal is not to waste anything. Hearing this, the boys cheered. Good. Ha, that's how it should be. Go, go, go. They were all eager to try. Brother Xian is awesome. If I can have a kiss today, my life will not be in vain. Wang Haoshuan looked very proud and was about to continue. Just then, there was a loud noise at the door. Boom! Wang Haoshuan was stunned and subconsciously let go of his hand. The faces of everyone present also turned pale instantly, and their bodies trembled involuntarily, as if struck by lightning. It's over. The mutant Chow Chow is here. I don't want to die. It's over now, no fun. Some people collapsed to the ground, some people were pale, and some people were so scared that they urinated incontinently. Wang Haoshuan also had a look of fear on his face, and his body was shaking constantly. I don't want to die. Nan Shirin took this opportunity to break free from his hands. Wow! 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 With the sound of footsteps, a figure slowly approached. Some people looked puzzled. It seems, not a mutant Chow Chow? The figure approached. The person who came was dressed in black, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a tall height. This person was Yifeng. Looking around, Yifeng smiled. He came in time. And everyone present saw that it was a human who came in, not a strange beast. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! I was scared to death. Damn, there are other survivors here? Boy, you are really looking for death. Wang Haoshuan also breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression eased. Only Nan Shirin's eyes lit up, and she walked quickly to Yifeng. Are you Yifeng? Yifeng nodded and said, It's me. When this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. He is not the survivor in the library, but the dog-licking superpower that Nan Shirin said, it's true? How did he get in? The mutant Chow Chow deliberately let him in. Wang Haoshuan also looked at Yifeng in doubt. Yifeng ignored these jumping clowns, but stared at Nan Shirin intently. Nan Shirin had beautiful eyes like the stars, and her lips were a little chapped but still rosy. She had an oval face, a high nose bridge, a bunch of black long hair, which was simply tied up with an ordinary rubber band, and a snow-white neck like a swan, which made her look particularly cold. Her clothes were relatively simple, with a white-gray short-sleeved top and tight black jeans on the bottom. She was tall, about 175 centimeters tall, with a pair of long, straight, white legs, and a round and plump but wrapped in black jeans. If there was any flaw, it was that her breasts were a little small, only about a B cup. Even so, Yifeng still murmured in his heart. As expected of the #1 campus beauty, this face, these long legs, are even better than I remembered. It was not in vain. Yifeng's mouth curled up. But the next moment, he noticed that there were tears flashing in Nan Shirin's beautiful eyes, and his brows frowned immediately. He reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Nan Shirin's eyes. Nan Shirin was a little shy, but she didn't dodge. Yifeng's eyes were filled with anger, and his tone was cold. You've been bullied. Who? Or, everyone here? Yifeng looked around the room. In the reading room, there was a headless female corpse and 6 boys with different expressions. They were whispering. A superpower, he came here to die, poor. He may not know that the library has become the territory of mutant dogs, only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave. Everyone looked at Yifeng as if he was a fool. In their opinion, superpowers have no worries about food and drink outside. Now he came here to die for a woman, what else could he be but a fool? Epic superpower Li Donghai couldn't beat that monster, how could this Yifeng be stronger than Li Donghai? Only Wang Haoshuan's eyes kept flashing, and I don't know what he was thinking. Yifeng looked at these people and frowned slightly. Turned to ask Nan Shirin. Shirin, do these people deserve to die? Nan Shirin nodded subconsciously. But she soon realized that Yifeng meant to avenge her. Nan Shireen hurriedly added, forget it. Yi Feng. I'm not injured either, as long as you can take me away. I told you that the mutant Chow Chow is extremely powerful, Nan Shireen whispered and briefly told Yi Feng what had happened in the past few days. Finally, she moved closer to Yi Feng and whispered, Yi Feng, that mutant Chow Chow is really strong. 2 people with special abilities have died in its mouth. You must be careful, Yi Feng nodded, looked around the scene, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Haoxuan squeezed out a smile, let me introduce myself, I am Wang Haoxuan, the superpower. Are you Yi Feng? I know, brother, you are here for Nan Shireen. What a sweetheart. Wang Haoxuan gave a thumbs up with a look of admiration on his face. Yi Feng looked indifferent and ignored him. A trace of displeasure flashed in Wang Haoxuan's eyes, and he cursed in his heart. You're ignoring me? You're so awesome at showing off. However, he still suppressed the anger in his heart and looked enthusiastic. As the saying goes, women are clothes. Brother Yi Feng, if you like Nan Shireen, I will give it to you and won't compete with you. Now that we are facing a foreign enemy, you and I are both superpowers. If you and I join forces to fight against the enemy, we will definitely have hope of repelling the mutated Chow Chow and escaping from this library. What do you think, Your Excellency? Wang Haoxuan said with a sincere face. He has his own thoughts. In Wang Haoxuan's eyes, if he could save his own life, it would be much more cost-effective than temporary entertainment. As for women, once they get out of this dangerous situation, shouldn't they have as many as they want? Not to mention, if there is a chance to kill Yi Feng in the battle, Nan Shireen will still be his plaything. Wang Haoxuan kept planning in his mind, and at the same time looked at Yi Feng expectantly. Who knew, Yi Feng would smile disdainfully. Joining forces? You still call me a brother and a brother, are you the only one worthy of it? If you try to steal a woman from me, you're going to die. When Wang Haoxuan heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. What did you say? He really never thought that someone would be so ignorant that he would trample on his good intentions. Yi Feng continued to sneer, I said, who do you think you are and you still want to join forces with me? If there's no mirror, there's always urine, right? You don't want to take a look at yourself to see if you are worthy? These few words made Wang Haoxuan tremble with rage. He couldn't understand why there were such arrogant people in the world. Wang Haoxuan was speechless and could not speak for a while. Yi Feng looked around and glanced at everyone present. I leave my words here today, whether it's you bunch of bastards or mutant dogs, there is only one end, and that is death. Now leave your last words. Wang Haoxuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at Yi Feng and roared. You guy. I really didn't expect that there are idiots like you in the world. You simply don't know the heights of the world. You don't understand how terrifying that mutated Chow is. Wang Haoxuan shook his head in disappointment. Arrogance, stupidity, arrogance, you simply don't understand that only with multiple superpowers joining forces can it be possible to defeat that monster. Ask Nan Shireen, she knows how terrifying that mutated Chow Chow is. When Nan Shireen heard Wang Haoxuan's words, she hesitated slightly, then pulled Yi Feng's clothes and said, Yi Feng, although he is a scumbag, one thing is right. The mutant Chow Chow is super powerful. If you two join forces, that will be the best solution. Hearing what Nan Shireen said, Wang Haoxuan felt happy and burst into laughter. Ha, you are worthy of being the #1 school beauty. She really knows the basics. Yi Feng, if you apologize to me now, I will forgive your previous rude behavior. As Nan Shireen said, we can only survive if we work together and break out of this library together. Other survivors present also spoke out to persuade him. Yi Feng, don't be so irrational. Be obedient, we are facing a foreign enemy. We can only survive by joining forces. Although we are wrong, isn't Nan Shireen right? Yi Feng had no expression on his face and spoke slowly. These are your last words? After hearing this, the whole place was in an uproar. Isn't it a bad idea? It's already here, and you still want to deal with us? You're a fool who doesn't have enough food and salt. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't argue with a group of dead people. He turned to Nan Shireen and said, don't worry, I can kill any mutated Chow with just a snap of my fingers. After saying this, Yi Feng slowly stepped forward and looked directly at Wang Haoxuan. Wang Haoxuan, right? Use your powers, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Wang Haoxuan laughed completely angrily, shaking his head and sighing. Yi Feng, you are so ignorant and stupid. That's all. Let me knock you down and help you recognize the reality. The whole body is metallized. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Haoxuan's body suddenly changed. Buzz. A gray-white metallic light emanated from the inside of his body, enveloping his entire body. Click! Click! In an instant, Wang Haoxuan turned into a metal giant more than 2 meters tall. The whole body is made of gray-black hard metal. The transformation is over. A confident smile appeared on Wang Haoxuan's face. This is his strongest form, with his whole body made of metal. Can harden its own muscles, bones and even internal organs into metal. The other boys around him were also overjoyed. Brother Xian, you are so awesome. Brother Xian is mighty, Brother Xian is domineering. Want to kill us? Brother Xian, help me kill him. Nan Shirin's beautiful eyes were full of worry. Yi Feng, you must be careful. Wang Haoxuan laughed arrogantly. Ha, my metal fist can beat anyone except the mutant Chow Chow. Wang Haoxuan waved his fist and rushed towards Yi Feng. The huge fist is approaching. Yi Feng's expression did not change, but he just raised a finger slightly. Buzz! In an instant, a violent gray thunder energy gathered at the fingertips. Zzz. The electric arc kept surging. A faint breath of pressure spread throughout the venue. What is this? Wang Haoxuan's pupils shrank, and he felt that something was wrong. It seems that Yi Feng is really good? But the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. At this moment, he can only use all his strength to smash the fierce metal fist at Yi Feng. You're just a bunch of whistles. Go to hell. The fist was fierce and powerful. Yi Feng moved his wrist slightly. The lightning turned into a stream of light in the air and went straight to Wang Haoxuan. Wang Haoxuan had no time to dodge. Boom! Yi Feng's electric arc connected with his metal fist in the air, making a crackling sound. Thunder surges. The majestic and terrifying energy spread throughout Wang Haoxuan's body instantly. Sizzling la la. His body instantly stiffened and he could not move. No. Wang Haoxuan's eyes were full of horror. The next moment, his metal body suddenly exploded and turned into debris, scattering all over the ground. Wang Haoxuan, die. The eyes of all the boys present were about to pop out, and they all took a breath, unable to believe this scene. Fuck! Brother Xian is gone. What kind of skill is this, erasure? Thunder power? Isn't this too powerful? Nan Shirin's beautiful eyes also widened, her mouth opened wide, with a shocked expression on her face. She thought that Yi Feng would be very strong. But I didn't expect that Yi Feng would be so strong. Such a powerful Wang Haoxuan was instantly killed by Yi Feng with one blow, leaving him no room to fight back. Incredible! Could it be that Yi Feng said before that he could instantly kill mutant beasts with a snap of his fingers? Not a boast, but a fact? Nan Shirin's eyes changed completely when she looked at Yi Feng. Chic, handsome, powerful, mysterious. After Yi Feng killed Wang Haoxuan, he turned his attention to the other people present. You guys deserve to die too. Everyone present could not help but tremble when they saw Yi Feng's murderous eyes. These people were trembling all over and begging for mercy. No, I didn't. We were wrong, Wang Haoxuan was the one who deceived us. Spare your life, spare your life. Faced with everyone begging for mercy, Yi Feng had no intention of showing mercy. However, there is no need to use supernatural powers to deal with these people. A thought came to my mind. Yi Feng took out a pistol from the space and pulled the trigger unceremoniously. Bang 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 bang. Continuous gunfire echoed in the quiet library. Bullets shot out one after another, like the scythe of death, completely depriving these people of their lives. No, do not want. Spare your life, spare your life. The screams came one after another. In an instant, corpses were lying on the ground in the reading room, with blood constantly flowing out. All the boys in the reading room were not spared, and they all fell to the ground and died. The bloody smell spread out. Nan Shirin's face turned pale when she saw this cruel scene. But she thought about the hateful faces of these people before, and felt that these people deserved to die. Yi Feng, thank you. Nan Shirin looked at Yi Feng with brilliant eyes. She knew that Yi Feng killed people for himself. Yi Feng lowered his head and looked at Nan Shirin. Her skin is white, smooth and delicate, and her figure is tall, especially her long, white and slender legs, which are particularly eye-catching. Her eyes were big and bright, as if the light of stars were shining. With a high nose and a small cherry mouth, one can't help but kiss her. Beautiful. So beautiful. It is truly a masterpiece of the creator. Yi Feng reached out and held Nan Shirin's soft, boneless hand, and said to her in a gentle tone, Shirin, let's get out of here. Nan Shirin nodded, with an excited expression on her face. But the next moment, she thought of something again. Yifeng, if we go out like this, we will definitely be attacked by the mutated Chow. Although Yifeng killed Wang Haoshuan as easily as killing a chicken, the mutant Chow could also do it. Nan Shireen was still a little worried. Hearing this, Yifeng chuckled. Shireen, please don't worry, I can settle everything. Seeing that Yifeng was so confident, Nan Shireen stopped saying anything. The two walked out of the reading room. Not long after, we arrived on the first floor. The mutated Chow did not appear. Nan Shireen nervously held Yifeng's hand, her little heart beating wildly. Could it be that the mutated Chow Chow is asleep? She began to think wildly. Just as the two were about to step out of the library door. Not far away, a low roar suddenly came. Ho ho ho! The sound is earth-shaking, as if it can directly hit people's souls. Nan Shireen's body trembled and she looked panicked. Yifeng, that mutated Chow Chow is here. Brother Yifeng, I'm so scared. Nan Shireen's little face turned pale and she was a little at a loss. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Yifeng held her jade hand and was cautious. An afterimage flashed past. In front of the two of them, a mutant beast appeared. Yifeng looked up. I saw this mutant Chow Chow, 3 meters long, tall and mighty, with sharp teeth and sharp claws. The yellow hair is thick and rough, each hair is like a steel needle, and the eyes are pure black and ferocious, making people afraid to look directly. His whole body exuded a powerful aura. The mutated Chow Chow didn't take action immediately. There was a hint of humanity in his dark eyes as he stared at Yifeng and Nan Shireen. Shireen, please go aside and watch the battle first. Yifeng asked Nan Shireen to hide behind him, and then walked towards the mutated Chow. Beast, I heard you are very strong? Yifeng stared at the monster in front of him. The mutated Chow seemed to be able to understand human speech, with a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. The momentum of the huge body shook. The whole body was like an arrow leaving the string, crossing an afterimage in the air and rushing towards Yifeng. Ha! So fast! Yifeng was slightly stunned, not daring to be careless. A gray electric arc lingered at his fingertips. Zzzz. Facing Yifeng's thunder, the mutant Chow Chow suddenly became alert. Can't take it, Hedon, or you'll die. The gray electric arc shot out. The mutant Chow Chow had been prepared, and its huge body twisted strangely in the air, narrowly avoiding Yifeng's electric arc. The electric arc passed by the mutant Chow Chow and hit the bookshelf behind it. Boom! The huge bookshelf was instantly shattered under Yifeng's electric arc. Seeing this, the mutant Chow Chow was immediately shocked and broke into a cold sweat. At the same time, the look he gave Yifeng was even more unfriendly. Yifeng was also a little surprised. This was the first time an enemy escaped from his chaos thunder. The mutant Chow Chow roared, and his figure flashed one after another. In just one breath, he came to Yifeng's side. Its eyes were full of ferocity, and it raised its huge claws and slapped Yifeng's head fiercely. Yifeng could even smell the stench and blood on it. Nan Shireen, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaim. Yifeng, be careful. Yifeng moved slightly. The sharp claws of the mutant Chow Chow passed by Yifeng and slammed heavily on the ground. Snap! The floor tiles cracked and gravel flew everywhere. Yifeng raised his hand and a flame knife appeared in his hand. Then, he raised his knife and chopped it horizontally at a very fast speed. The mutant Chow Chow also raised its claws at the same time. The sharp claws of the mutant Chow Chow met Yifeng's flame knife. Puff! The mutant dog's claws were cut by Yifeng, and blood was dripping. At the same time, a flame burst out from the edge of Yifeng's knife and began to burn the mutant Chow Chow's claws. Ah, ah, ah! The piercing pain made it scream miserably, and its huge body quickly pulled away, rolling on the ground to put out the flames. Hoo! Ha! The mutant Chow panted heavily, and his eyes were filled with tyranny. It hurts so much. This is the first time he has been injured so seriously since he mutated. It was angry. It roared again. Roar! At the same time, the mutant zombie's head suddenly expanded several times. Yifeng's heart moved. What kind of move is this, the head enlargement technique? Just when Yifeng was secretly on guard. The mutant zombie's neck unexpectedly became longer strangely. Like a stretched rubber band, it rushed towards Yifeng at a high speed. You know, the speed of this mutant Chow Chow is already very fast. And the speed of this attack is more than 10 times faster than it is. When Yifeng reacted, he couldn't avoid it. The attack was successful. A hint of pride flashed in the mutant Chow Chow's eyes. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and bit Yifeng fiercely, as if it wanted to swallow Yifeng completely. Nan Shireen, who was watching the battle on the side, was immediately horrified, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The mutant Chow Chow bit Yifeng's waist fiercely, and his eyes were full of excitement. Ha, damn human, go to hell. In its imagination, Yifeng would definitely be bitten in half by it, and hot blood would spurt out. It even thought of the posture of eating. First this way, then that way. Bite hard. Crunch. Why does it taste wrong? A hint of confusion flashed in the mutant zombie's eyes. It felt as if it was biting on solid metal. Broken teeth. The next moment, a piercing pain came from between the teeth, and a crack appeared at the root of its sharp fangs, and blood was faintly flowing out. The mutant Chow Chow was completely confused. How could this happen? Its teeth are much stronger than any metal, and can be said to be indestructible. Since the mutation, there is nothing it can't bite. The mutant Chow Chow subconsciously looked up. I saw a faint golden light emitting from the human body in front of me, which was extremely dazzling. What is this? The mutant Chow Chow was angry and anxious, and its huge head was retracted in an instant, and then it looked at Yifeng in doubt. Nan Shireen, who was watching the battle on the side, breathed a sigh of relief, and her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Yifeng was not injured, it was great. Brother Feng, come on. Yifeng frowned. Why do I feel like I have heard of this ability? Yifeng looked directly at the mutant Chow Chow in front of him and flipped through the memories in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. I remembered. A smile appeared on Yifeng's lips. So you are the giant beast with a retractable head. In the last life. It was this mutant Chow Chow in front of him that caused a lot of trouble for humans. When Yifeng heard about it, the mutant Chow Chow was already at a very high level. Its body is like a small mountain, a complete behemoth. Its claws are sharp, its speed is extremely exaggerated, and it has a strange ability to stretch its body, and its combat power is extremely strong. It is in Jiangcheng, entrenched in one side, doing evil. Later, it took many powerful humans to kill it together. I didn't expect that in this life, I would meet it now. This is a mutant beast with high growth potential. Yifeng suddenly remembered. His little sparrow that was killed by the Zhou brothers. The number of mutant beasts is rare, but as long as they grow up smoothly, most of them have strong combat power. Do you want to take this stupid dog as a mount? Thinking of this, Yifeng said calmly, Stupid dog, I know you can understand me. I'll give you one chance, surrender to me. Otherwise, die. The mutant Chow Chow looked at Yifeng with some doubt. It could clearly sense the huge threat that Yifeng brought to it. Especially the terrifying thunder, which was enough to destroy his defense and take his life. But, surrender to humans? That's impossible. A fierce light flashed in the mutant Chow Chow's eyes. My hatred for humans is irreconcilable. Besides, my speed is obviously faster than yours. If I really can't beat you, can't I run away? Roar! The mutant Chow Chow let out a roar of rejection. Seeing that the mutant Chow Chow refused to surrender, Yifeng thought about it and spoke again. There is only one chance. Submit to me and you can live. Otherwise, you can only die. Yifeng felt that the dog in front of him was a good fighting force and wanted to give it another chance. A hint of arrogance flashed in the mutant Chow Chow's eyes. It used its decision and actions to show its attitude. Teach the man in front of it a lesson. The mutant Chow Chow's claws instantly expanded and its legs popped out at a high speed like a rubber band. Not good. Because Yifeng was concentrating, he found something wrong at the first time. Because this time the mutant Chow Chow's target was not Yifeng, but Nan Shireen, who was watching the battle. In an instant, the huge claws fell on her head, and Nan Shireen didn't even react, she was stunned there. Bang! There was a sound of explosion in the air. A flash of golden light. Yifeng blocked Nan Shireen at the fastest speed and took the mutant Chow Chow's attack hidden. The mutant Chow Chow's body trembled wildly, and its claws were in great pain. It was dumbfounded. Why is it so outrageous? The human body in front of him was completely unscathed and as solid as a rock. Unbreakable defense. A trace of disbelief appeared in the dog's eyes. If it could speak, the mutant Chow Chow would definitely roar, damn it, bloodlock. Nan Shireen, who was standing by, realized that Yifeng had saved her life again under the claws of the mutant Chow Chow. In addition to being scared, she felt a deep gratitude towards Yifeng again. Yifeng, thank you for saving me again. Yifeng turned his back to her and waved his hand. He was scared in his heart. Fortunately, he had always been paying attention to Nan Shireen, so he saved her in a thrilling way. You know, this mutant beast is too fast. If Yifeng is half a beat slower, Nanshirine will be beaten into a pulp by its claws and die. Thinking of this, Yifeng looked at the mutant Chow Chow with murderous intent. Stupid beast. It seems you have made your choice. Yifeng put the flame sword back into space. His mind moved. Zizzizizi. Waves of thunder and lightning surged around him. Electric arcs lingered and crackled. The mutant Chow Chow was shocked and felt that something was wrong, so he turned around and ran away immediately. Where are you running to? Yifeng took a step forward and pushed his hands forward suddenly. Boom 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 boom. For huge gray arcs, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right, burst out from Yifeng's hands. Four arcs attacked from four directions at an unimaginable speed, blasting towards the mutant Chow Chow. Lightning flashed and crackled. Facing Yifeng's multiple thunder attacks, the mutant Chow Chow was horrified. A trace of fear appeared in its human eyes. A roar came out of its heart. I will definitely dodge it. Stimulate potential and increase speed to the extreme. The huge body of the mutant Chow Chow suddenly shrank, dodging Yifeng's first arc. However, the remaining three arcs followed in a triangular shape. The body of the mutant Chow Chow rolled suddenly, dodging the second and third arcs in succession. However, facing Yifeng's fourth thunder, it could no longer dodge. Helplessly, it could only choose to resist. The needle-like hair on the mutant Chow Chow's entire body suddenly bent and intertwined, forming a defense in an instant. I will definitely be able to withstand it. The mutant Chow Chow roared in his heart. Boom! The gray arc cut through the sky and hit the mutant Chow Chow's body fiercely. Chaos Thunder successfully hit the mutant Chow Chow. Arcs of electricity surge, running like a dragon. Thunder surged. It instantly filled the mutant Chow Chow's entire body. The mutant Chow Chow was so powerful, its eyes widened, and it roared with unwillingness. Zizzizizi. At this moment, thunder showed its terrifying destructive power. Lightning flashed and crackled. The mutant Chow Chow's steel needle hair defense was instantly destroyed. The whole body suddenly stood still, charred. The lightning slowly dissipated. A trace of despair flashed in the mutant Chow Chow's eyes. He raised his head and looked at Yifeng with a pleading look. The intention of surrender was obvious. Sorry, it's too late. Yifeng said lightly. The next moment, the light in the mutant Chow Chow's eyes dimmed, the breath dissipated, and the body slowly fell backwards. With a bang, its huge body fell to the ground. Gravel flew everywhere, and the floor tiles cracked. At the same time, an alluring smell of meat wafted out. The mutant Chow Chow was already burnt on the outside and tender on the inside by Yifeng's divine thunder. Yifeng secretly praised in his heart. As expected of me, I have become more and more proficient in controlling the power of the Chaos Divine Thunder. The barbecue is just right. Brother Yifeng, you are so awesome. Are you the strongest psychic in the world? Nanshirine, who was watching the battle nearby, covered her mouth with surprises in her eyes. Yifeng's strength was completely beyond her expectations. The mutant Chow Chow, which was invincible and like a deadly god of death, fell at Yifeng's feet so easily. You know, 2 psychics had died under the claws of this mutant beast before. What's more exaggerated is that the battle between Yifeng and this monster was extremely neat and tidy, and it could be said to be a one-sided kill. Nanshirine trotted all the way to Yifeng. Yifeng, you are so awesome. Nanshirine's eyes were full of little stars. Yifeng suppressed the pride in his heart. He waved his hand with a calm face. This beast is stronger than I thought. It took a little more effort. Yifeng said, and looked at the already cooked mutant Chow Chow again. His mind moved. He put the body of the mutant dog into the storage space. Zombified animals and mutants among zombies must not be eaten. However, mutant creatures like mutant Chow Chow do not belong to the zombie family. Not only can they be eaten, but the meat quality and taste are also very good. The most important thing is that the energy contained in the mutant meat is also helpful for the psychic to improve their strength. Some parts of mutant beasts have a miraculous effect of improving strength, which can be called priceless treasures. Yifeng did not check the head of the mutant Chow Chow. Because there is no crystal core in the head of the mutant beast. The essence of the mutant beast is the same as that of human psychics. Only when the level reaches the 4th level, the energy core will be condensed in the body. Yifeng's act of taking things out of thin air caught Nanshirine's eyes and shocked her again. She couldn't help but ask. Yifeng, what is your ability? How come this huge monster disappeared in an instant? Is it an illusion? Yifeng smiled lightly and didn't explain much. This is my ability. I will explain it to you slowly in the future. Men should still maintain a sense of mystery. Yi Feng took Nan Shirin's soft and boneless little hand and took her out of the library. Nan Shirin followed Yi Feng obediently. She looked at Yi Feng's handsome profile and his tall body. Her heart was filled with an incomparable sense of security. Is this the man I am about to commit myself to? How many secrets do you have? Yi Feng and Nan Shirin walked on the campus. From time to time, zombies attacked Nan Shirin. Yi Feng dealt with them without hesitation. During this period, Nan Shirin discovered another secret. The zombies only attacked themselves, but ignored Yi Feng. It's incredible. Because of the burden of Nan Shirin, the two of them didn't move very fast. As they walked, Nan Shirin's speed became slower and slower, and her panting became louder and louder. Yi Feng finally reacted and looked at her with an apologetic look. Sorry, I forgot that you are too weak. Nan Shirin's face was a little pale, and she quickly shook her head to show that she was fine. Yi Feng gently tidied her hair for her. Are you hungry? Do you want to find a place to rest? Nan Shirin nodded embarrassedly. I haven't eaten enough for a long time. I haven't had a good sleep these days, Yi Feng expressed his understanding. Soon, he took Nan Shirin to a staff dormitory. The staff dormitory of Jiangda University is all single rooms. Some luxurious ones are 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Downstairs of the dormitory, Yi Feng took out a knife and killed dozens of zombies entrenched here. Then he reached out and gently hugged Nan Shirin's small waist. Nan Shirin's pretty face turned red, but she didn't struggle. Yi Feng whispered to her, "Hold me." Nan Shirin put her arms around Yi Feng's waist. It was the first time in her life that she was so close to a man, which made her heart tremble. It was as if she was in a warm harbor. Seeing that she was holding him tightly, Yi Feng immediately bent his legs, took off, and soared into the sky. Amid her subconscious exclamation, Yi Feng jumped directly to the 5th floor and broke into the window. Entering the room, Yi Feng let go of Nan Shirin. Yi Feng, you are simply a Superman. Nan Shirin was nervous and excited. Yi Feng looked around the audience and looked at the dormitory environment. There seemed to be no zombies. The room was 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, clean and tidy, and all kinds of daily necessities were available. It's not bad here. Let's rest here for now. Yi Feng searched the entire house carefully to confirm that there were no zombies, and then closed the doors and windows with his backhand. Nan Shirin completely obeyed Yi Feng's arrangements. When she came to a safe environment, she couldn't help but feel relaxed. Gulu. Her stomach suddenly growled. You are hungry? Yi Feng had a hint of smile. Nan Shirin nodded sheepishly. Whatever you want to eat, just order it. Yi Feng waved his hand. With the ingredients in his own space, he should be able to meet most of Nan Shirin's requirements. Is anything possible? Nan Shirin's eyes lit up. Of course. Yi Feng nodded. Then I want to eat hot pot. Nan Shirin blurted out. Yi Feng, I just had hot pot at noon. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't speak, Nan Shirin suddenly felt that she had gone too far. She laughed sheepishly. When did this happen? 99% of people in the world are hungry, but you still want to eat hot pot? Unacceptable. I'm kidding, any other food will do. She added quickly. Yi Feng smiled calmly. Good. Hot pot is hot pot, no problem. Although Yi Feng just finished a hot pot meal. But it wouldn't hurt to have another meal. A thought came to my mind. A long brown hot pot table suddenly appeared in the room. On the table, there is also a special copper pot for hot pot. Previously, Yi Feng vacated a large hot pot restaurant, so all kinds of hot pot supplies were naturally available. Nan Shirin looked at this scene blankly. Yi Feng, are you Doraemon? Come whatever you want. Under Nan Shirin's gaze, Yi Feng was like a magician, constantly taking out hot pot ingredients from space. Beef slices, mutton slices, chrysanthemum, mushrooms, baby cabbage, konjac. Yi Feng, you are so amazing. Nan Shirin's beautiful eyes lit up, and she swallowed subconsciously. Yi Feng smiled and continued to take out food. Eggs, fish tofu, duck intestines, meatballs, morels, kelp knots. All kinds of ingredients covered the entire table, dazzling. Nan Shirin opened her mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes widened. Although she had already seen Yi Feng's magic, this kind of magic-like behavior still shocked Nan Shirin. Yi Feng, you are so amazing, what's going on? Yi Feng thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide it. This is my spatial ability, which can be used for storage. Yi Feng took out 2 more packets of hot pot dipping sauce, a bottle of hot pot sesame sauce, a bottle of sesame oil, a bottle of crushed peanuts, a handful of chopped green onions, a handful of coriander. Finally, Yi Feng took out a box of mineral water and ordered, "Shireen, the rest of the things are up to you. By the way, what flavor do you want to choose for the hot pot base? I have tomato base, bone soup base, butter base, mushroom base. How about the butter-flavored base?" Nan Shireen said quickly, "I can do it all, leave the rest to me. Yi Feng, go and rest." "Hee, then I'll wait to eat." Yi Feng turned around and sat on the sofa chair to rest. Nan Shireen began to process the hot pot ingredients, put the mineral water into the pot, poured in the base, and prepared the hot pot dipping sauce. After a while, Guliolu. The water in the hot pot has boiled, and the rich aroma of the beef hot pot continues to drift out. It smells so good. Nan Shireen was pleasantly surprised. The two then sat down and started eating. Yi Feng put the meat slices into the pot, waited for a while, took them out, and then coated them with a mouthful of the prepared dipping sauce, put them into his mouth, and the fragrance filled his mouth. Fragrant. So fragrant. Yi Feng praised it endlessly. Nan Shireen even ate with tears in her eyes. She once thought that she would never be able to eat such wonderful food again. At this moment, Nan Shireen's heart was filled with great gratitude to Yi Feng. Fortunately, Yi Feng existed. Nan Shireen also devoured the food voraciously. The two began to feast in the house. On the same floor, in a room, 5 men sat around the dining table, eating rice soaked in soy sauce together. There was only a bowl of rice and 2 sausages on the table. There was nothing else. Everyone ate silently. Among these people was a well-proportioned man with gold-rimmed glasses. His name is Sun Weixin, and he was originally a teacher in the Chinese department of Jiangcheng University. When the doomsday came, he rested in the faculty building and escaped by luck. Later, some campus security guards escaped to the faculty building. At first, these security guards were kind. But as the days passed, everyone gradually realized that order no longer existed. The security guards relied on their numbers and began to beat and scold the surviving teachers. They also took away all the little food. Sun Weixin almost starved to death. But later, he was lucky to awaken an ability to petrify his body and form stone armor, and became a superpower. On the first day of having superpowers, Sun Weixin decisively killed those who had bullied him one by one, completing a hearty revenge. The only surviving security guard was a security guard who was nice to him and had not bullied him, named Wang Dezhuang. Wang Dezhuang was also the lowest among the security guards because his brain was not very good. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Sun Weixin slowly said, "Everyone, we don't have much food left. In the afternoon, we have to go upstairs to collect supplies." Wang Dezhuang immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem. Boss Sun, I will listen to you." Sun Weixin glanced at him. Wang Dezhuang is, as his name suggests, tall and strong, a little silly and straightforward. He is timid, but eats a lot. The only advantage is that he is loyal to him. The other 3 also nodded in agreement. They were all bullied by the security guards, and they also witnessed Sun Weixin's great power, beating a group of security guards to death. The means are cruel and the power is terrifying. From then on, the 4 of them regarded Sun Weixin as their boss and followed his lead. The 5 of them were also the only team of survivors in the entire faculty building. Wang Dezhuang continued to eat with his head down, and soon finished all 3 bowls of rice. "You are such a glutton, you eat too much." Sun Weixin scolded with a smile. Wang Dezhuang smiled innocently. Sun Weixin narrowed his eyes, thinking, "There are too few resources in this building. We still have the 6th floor to search. If there are not enough resources, we can only risk leaving the building." This school's faculty building was not occupied by many people. In addition, when the zombie crisis broke out, it was during class time, and most people were not there. This resulted in a small number of zombies in the building, but there was really not much food. Now they only have a small amount of rice and a few pieces of bread and ham that Sun Weixin was reluctant to eat. After eating a bit, the few people picked up various homemade weapons, walked out of the room and headed upstairs. "Boss, I seem to smell a special smell," Wang Dezhuang suddenly whispered. Everyone stopped in their tracks. "Do you smell it?" Sun Weixin frowned. "I smell it. There is indeed a smell, and this smell seems to be the smell of hot pot?" Everyone stopped in their tracks, puzzled. "Where does the smell of hot pot come from? It's too weird. Everyone be careful," Sun Weixin ordered. Everyone followed the smell and quickly locked onto the room where the smell came from. Boss, I remember this is an empty room. There can't be a hot pot in it. We are not encountering a supernatural event? Everyone discussed in a low voice. The sudden appearance of the smell still made everyone a little suspicious. There was a smell floating out of the crack in the door. The rich aroma of the beef hot pot, and the smell of beef and mutton, the ingredients of the hot pot. The Adam's apples of the people outside the door rolled, and they kept swallowing their saliva. It smells so good, I want to eat hot pot. Damn, what's going on? Boss, what should we do now? Everyone was hesitant. Let's go back to the room first. For the sake of caution, Sun Weishin took people back to the room. After returning to the room, Sun Weishin said to everyone, I thought about it carefully and thought there was no supernatural event. It should be a new person in this building. Dezhuang, Monkey, you two take our inventory and go to explore the situation first, and see what the situation is in this room. Dezhuang is Wang Dezhuang, he immediately nodded. Monkey's name is Li Fenghui, and he is a counselor in the university. Because of his thin body, Sun Weishin gave him the nickname Monkey. He was a little reluctant at this moment. After all, the smell of hot pot appeared very strange, and this kind of exploration work was a bit dangerous. Are you not willing to go? Sun Weishin stared at Li Fenghui with an unhappy look. Monkey couldn't help but shudder. The famous scene of Sun Weishin killing many security guards was still vivid in his mind. Under his pressure, Monkey had to nod in agreement. The two of them took the food and bravely came to the door of Yifeng's room. Don! 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 Monkey knocked on the door lightly with fear. Hello, is anyone there, inside the house? Yifeng and Nan Shirin were eating happily when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Yifeng naturally didn't care. However, Nan Shirin was a little scared and quickly asked Yifeng with her eyes. Facing Nan Shirin's questioning eyes, Yifeng calmly said softly, Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking on the door continued. I'll handle it. Yifeng said as he stood up and walked to the door. Who's out there? Outside the door, Wang Dazhuang and Ho Ho swallowed dryly. The two looked at each other. Finally, Monkey cleared his throat and said in a sincere tone, Hello, we are survivors here and teachers at Jiangqing University. My name is Li Fenghui. We smell that you seem to be eating hot pot, can you please give us some food? Thank you very much, Yifeng said unceremoniously, cannot. Please leave. At this time, Nan Shirin also came to Yifeng's side, looked out from the cat's eyes, and said softly, I know this person, it should really be, he is teacherly. Oh? What's your opinion? Yifeng's heart moved. Nan Shirin thought for a while and said, I think that for our safety, we should not open the door. Yifeng nodded with approval and said, Shirin, you are right. In the apocalypse, there is absolutely no need to pity others. After all, people's hearts are sinister. We must maintain a certain degree of vigilance towards everyone. Outside the door, the monkey's voice continued. This classmate, please, Yifeng said coldly, get out. I heard the person in the house refuse politely. After Wang Dazhuang and Monkey exchanged glances, they decided to change their rhetoric. This classmate, can we exchange rice and bread with you for some hot pot food? Don't worry, you will never suffer a loss in terms of quantity, I heard people outside the house still chattering. Yifeng turned to Nan Shirin and said, I opened the door and drove them away. Nan Shirin thought for a while and said, then I'll stay away first to avoid causing unnecessary trouble to you. After saying that, Nan Shirin got up and hid in the bedroom. Although Yifeng felt it was unnecessary, he did not stop her behavior. Classmates, you will definitely make a lot of money from this deal. Before he finished speaking, Yifeng opened the door all of a sudden. As soon as the door opened, Wang Dazhuang and Monkey's eyes immediately lit up. The aroma of the steaming hot pot in the room makes you salivate. The dining table is filled with a dazzling array of food. Beef and mutton slices, baby cabbage, mushroom meatballs. Yifeng took a look at Wang Dazhuang and Monkey. One is stout and the other is short and skinny. A thought came to my mind. An invisible, colorless, transparent insect the size of a grain of rice quietly flew out of Yifeng's sleeve. The little insect slowly landed on the roots of Wang Dazhuang's hair. This is Yifeng's new eavesdropping bug. Intangible and colorless, it is so small that it is almost difficult to detect. The function is to monitor the conversations of people around you. Since getting it, Yifeng has never used it. Now this situation is just right for a test. Wang Dazhuang and Monkey swallowed hard. After releasing the bugs, Yifeng said coldly, I asked you to leave because you don't understand human language? The monkey couldn't wait to raise the food bag in his hand. This classmate, I am willing to use what I have in my hands to exchange for a bag of baby cabbage and half a box of beef. Do you think that's okay? In terms of quantity alone, the two of them did have a lot of things in their hands. There are more than 10 kilograms of rice, 7 or 8 pieces of bread, and 3 ham sausages. Yifeng obviously made a profit from this transaction. But Yifeng doesn't care about these 3 melons and 2 dates. He refused unceremoniously, I won't change. These people obviously have food, but they lied before that they didn't have it. Yifeng can probably guess what they are thinking. Roll. When they heard Yifeng's refusal, the two of them were not too surprised. Wang Dezhuang said at this time, Comrade classmates, think about it, it's very affordable, get out or die. A cold murderous aura emanated from Yifeng. The two of them shuddered unconsciously. Monkey wanted to say something more, but Wang Dezhuang held him back. Okay. Let's get out immediately. Wang Dezhuang grabbed the collar of the monkey's neck and pulled it away. See the two leaving. Yifeng nodded with satisfaction and slowly closed the door. Nan Shirin walked out slowly, with some worry on her face. Yifeng, do you think they will come to trouble us? After all, there is an old Chinese saying that wealth should not be exposed. Our hot pot meal was nothing before, but now, Yifeng put his hand on Nan Shirin's waist and whispered in her ear, don't worry, Shirin, I have my own plan. Don't worry about irrelevant people. You don't need to worry about these for the time being. Let's finish these things quickly so we can get down to business. A blush appeared on Nan Shirin's pretty face, and she nodded obediently. The two sat down and continued to enjoy the hot pot food. The other side. Wang Dezhuang and Monkey returned to the room. Sun Weixin couldn't wait to greet him. How is it? How did you get to know? The monkey thought for a moment and concluded. They should be 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The hot pot ingredients are very rich, including beef, mutton, meatballs, and all kinds of vegetables. These words made everyone drool. The monkey also swallowed his saliva and continued, anyway, there are a lot of them and they are rich in variety. If we save some, it will be enough for us to eat 3 meals in a row. But the man is dressed brightly and beautifully, obviously he has never suffered any hardship, and he is very confident in his words. I suspect he may be a superpower like you, the boss. I didn't see the woman, but I vaguely heard that her voice was very sweet, so she must be a beauty. After hearing these words, Sun Weixin nodded frequently. Very good, you two did a good job. He stood up, looked around at the people in front of him, and said viciously, as the saying goes, how can I let others sleep soundly beside my bed? I decided to wait until night to launch a surprise attack on these 2 people and take them down in one fell swoop. Take away his food for us to eat and drink, and take away his women for us to play with. What do you think? No one at the scene objected. Because those who opposed Sun Weixin had been killed by him. Not to mention, there was also the tempting hot pot tempting them. Sun Weixin nodded with satisfaction. Very good, now let's discuss how to conduct a surprise attack. In the room, Yifeng was eating hot pot and listening to the news sent back by the eavesdropping bug. Want to launch a sneak attack? A sneer appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. Not long after, Yifeng and Nan Shirin were full and satisfied. After putting down the chopsticks, Yifeng said to Nan Shirin calmly, Shirin, I'm going out to take care of something. You stay here and wait for me to come back. After that, without waiting for Nan Shirin to react, he picked up the key, stood up and walked out the door. Until Yifeng opened the door. Nan Shirin reacted and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Yifeng, you want to? Before she could finish her words, she thought again. What qualifications did she have to question Yifeng's decision? Nan Shirin finally changed her words. Yifeng, I support all your decisions unconditionally. I just hope you must be careful and pay attention to safety. In the room, Sun Weixin and Wang Dezhuang were having a heated discussion. The key to the problem is to solve the key issues, the key to a sneak attack. Just then, a voice came. I don't think it's necessary to go to so much trouble. I can just trick him out and chop him to death with a knife. After hearing this, Sun Weixin subconsciously scolded, how can that be done? You have to use your brain for everything. The next moment, he reacted and his body suddenly froze. Sun Weixin suddenly raised his head and said with a shocked face, I'm sorry, who are you? Wang Dezhuang and others also realized something was wrong and quickly turned around to look. Seeing this, Monkey and Wang Dezhuang immediately trembled. The two couldn't help but exclaimed, Boss. He is the hot pot man. It's him. Hearing this, Sun Weixin's expression suddenly changed and he asked subconsciously, a friend, what did you hear? Yifeng seemed to be smiling but not smiling, with a joking look on his face. I heard every word you said. Yifeng emphasized every sentence. However, Sun Weixin and his group are destined to be unable to realize this. Looking at the confused expressions of several people, Yifeng suddenly lost interest. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Leave a last message. Hear this. Wang Dazhuang immediately stammered, You wanna kill us? Our boss is an awakened person with the power of petrification? The corners of Sun Weixin's mouth twitched slightly. Wang Dazhuang. You are such a fucking idiot. Why don't you just tell the enemy the color of my underwear? Petrified? Interesting. Yifeng looked sideways at Sun Weixin. You are the boss, right? Make the first move. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Sun Weixin became a little angry. Okay, will you accept me? Let me see what you're capable of. Sun Weixin activated the petrification ability. Boom boom. In an instant, his arms, legs, and even his head were covered with a layer of hard pale stone. The whole person looked like an indestructible white stone armor warrior. It looks majestic and brave. The boss is awesome. Kill this arrogant guy. Wang Dazhuang and the others had all seen Sun Weixin's terrifying petrification ability. Their confidence increased for a while and they looked at Yifeng. I wonder what Yifeng's expression would be like when faced with such a terrifying power. Do you regret the big words he just said? What everyone didn't expect was that Yifeng remained calm, seemingly not taking Sun Weixin into consideration at all. A trace of recollection flashed in Yifeng's eyes. I had a teammate in my previous life, and I had a good relationship with him. His superpower was the petrification type. When Sun Weixin saw that Yifeng was a little absent-minded, he suddenly became angry. Okay, you look down on me, right? Watch how I ravage you and beat your brains out. With the petrification ability activated, his defense is nearly invincible and he is invulnerable to swords. Strength and speed have increased significantly. No matter whether you hit ordinary people or zombies, you still hit a child with one punch. This is his full form. With his current energy, it can only last for 1 minute. So he wants to make a quick decision. Sun Weixin roared angrily, waved his stone fist, and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng summoned the flame sword with a thought in his mind. A tiny flash of lightning clung to the blade. This is a little trick that Yifeng figured out in his spare time. It enhances attack power and consumes very little energy. Yifeng's body flashed and disappeared. No. Not good. Sun Weixin's expression suddenly changed. This person's speed is so fast. A few meters away and they're in an instant. Yifeng's flame sword drew a bright light in the air. Cut to Sun Weixin. Sun Weixin also roared. Die to me. His fist swelled again. Knife and fist meet. Poof. Under Sun Weixin's disbelieving gaze, his seemingly indestructible stone armor shattered instantly. No. This is impossible. Sun Weixin was a little unbelievable. I saw a huge gap cut out of my stone armor by Yifeng. Hiss. Sun Weixin broke out in cold sweat. Heartbreaking pain came from his arm, and blood continued to flow out. Hey! Is your defense quite strong? It seems that your superpower is not ordinary level, but it is rare level. Yifeng backhand struck again. Quick! It's so fast. By the time Sun Weixin reacted, the knife had already struck him hard on the neck. Poof! Cut it off with one knife. Sun Weixin's head rolled to the ground. The petrification effect subsided and turned into an ordinary head. Sun Weixin's expression was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe it. The supernatural stone armor that he was proud of was as vulnerable to Yifeng's two swords as if it were made of paper. After Sun Weixin died, his body collapsed and his petrified parts were broken. Dazhuang, Monkey and several others looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. No! This is impossible. How could this happen? The boss died like this. It's over now. Yifeng grinned and said, Now, it's your turn. Under Yifeng's cold gaze, the monkeys and the others were completely frozen, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No! Don't kill us, don't kill, we were all ordered and unjustly accused. Our sins do not lead to death. Although Wang Dazhuang is tall, he is a complete coward. He was the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. Several other people's bodies were shaking like chaff, and they knelt down together, constantly begging for mercy. Give me a reason not to kill you. Yifeng was very interested. I don't want to die, please. I have a beautiful sister. Yifeng looked indifferent. The figure flashed. The flaming sword slashes continuously. Blood spurted out like pillars. Several human heads rolled to the ground. Several people died. Not a good reason. Yifeng waved his hand to take back the bug. Without staying any longer, he turned around and left. Returned to the house. Nansharine cautiously poked her head out, and when she saw Yifeng returning safely, her pretty face was full of joy, and her delicate body threw herself at Yifeng. Fortunately, you're back. I was worried to death. Although Nansharine knew that Yifeng was very powerful and that several people should be no match for him, she was still a little worried. Yifeng held the beauty in his arms and felt the wonderful touch of her delicate body. Why, are you worried about me? Yifeng lowered his head and smiled. Nansharine nodded and said softly, I'm really worried about you. Yifeng ate and drank enough, and eliminated all dangerous factors. Now that a beauty with a hot figure and stunning looks is in my arms, I naturally have the thoughts I should. Soon Nansharine blushed with embarrassment. You are bad. Yifeng said with an ambiguous look, do you still remember your promise? It's time to fulfill it now, right? The hands began to be dishonest and kept wandering. Nansharine's pretty face turned redder and redder. Yifeng felt a little emotional. She is worthy of being the #1 campus beauty of Jiangcheng University. Not only does she have great looks and a good figure, her skin is really smooth and tender. It feels amazingly nice in the hand. Can I take a bath first? Nansharine said softly. Okay, go quickly. Yifeng watched Nansharine enter the bathroom. I found the durable spray and applied it hard several times. Sit on the bed and wait patiently. Wow! The sound of running water continued. The translucent bathroom glass makes Nansharine's figure vaguely visible. Yifeng outside was restless. I endured it again and again, but I still couldn't bear it. Amidst Nansharine's exclamations, she rushed into the bathroom. As the saying goes, the flower path has never been swept by visitors, and now the gate is open for you. For a time, the beauty of spring is endless. 2 hours later, Nansharine fell into a deep sleep, overwhelmed. The bed sheet was blood red. Torn underwear and toilet paper were scattered on the side. Yifeng, who was beside him, looked very proud. He kept playing with a strand of Nansharine's hair in his hand, admiring the beauty of the beauty. Nansharine's beauty seemed to be a miracle of the creator. Black hair, slender eyebrows, beautiful eyes like the stars, a high nose bridge, rosy lips. Combined together, coupled with her natural cold temperament, she has a fairy-like beauty, like a fairy from the sky descending to the mortal world. More importantly, Nansharine has a tall and curvy figure. She is 1.75 meters tall, with a pair of long and straight legs, and her buttocks are smooth and tender, so soft that they can be blown away. In addition, Nansharine has another advantage, her skin is as white as snow. How white is it? Let's put it this way, the blue blood vessels in some places are clearly visible. Many factors combined together make Nansharine seem like a fairy from the 9th heaven, a goddess level. Yifeng was very excited when he thought that he had conquered such a goddess. He tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. Yifeng began to think about the past few days again. There are currently 3 beauties. Lin Xiaoxiao, a music teacher with an explosive figure, Zhao Wumei, who is bold and sexy, and Nansharine, a beautiful school beauty with a supermodel figure. The 3 beauties have their own advantages and disadvantages. However, from the perspective of appearance alone, Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei are both beauties, but they are still inferior to Nansharine. However, Nansharine also has a small shortcoming. Compared with Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Wumei, Nansharine's breast cup is a little small, only B cup. You know, Lin Xiaoxiao's is E cup, and Zhao Wumei's is also D cup. Compared with these 2 women, it is indeed not at the same level. But Yifeng is very satisfied. It's okay if it's smaller, it can be held in one hand. Each has its own merits. And for a beauty like Nansharine who has a cool temperament, it would be a bit out of place if she had an A-cup breast. Everything is the best arrangement. Yifeng couldn't help but smile when he saw Nansharine sleeping very deeply, even snoring slightly. He didn't feel sleepy at the moment, so he got up and quietly walked out of the bedroom. Slowly came to the living room. When he looked up, Yifeng found that the sky outside had darkened. Nansharine was still sleeping soundly. He didn't have the heart to wake Nansharine up. He said in his heart, Xiaoxiao, I'm sorry for you. Taking out his mobile phone, Yifeng sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao, telling her that he would not go back tonight. Lin Xiaoxiao was naturally disappointed. He sent several text messages in a row, and even called a voice video in the end. Yifeng simply comforted a few words, and then put down the phone. Click on the panel to check the number of baits. Bait, 20 pieces. Yifeng smiled slightly. This is naturally the reward given by the system after conquering the beauty. Zhao Wumei and Nan Shirin both gave 20 pieces of bait as rewards. His mind moved. Yi Feng's mind sank into the fishing space. A tall floating island appeared in front of Yi Feng. The island, the fishing platform, the fishing rod, nothing changed. Under the island, there is still an endless dark abyss. There are currently 20 fishing opportunities. Yi Feng muttered in his heart. Let's try the waters 10 times first. In an instant, the fishing rod moved, and the fishhook flew into the endless darkness. Hint, fishing in progress. Yi Feng waited silently. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 bottle of primary recovery potion. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 set of Shingon EX's collection DVDs. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get 1 tactile enhancement scroll. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Not bad. I got the primary recovery potion again, and the strengthening scroll. Hint, fishing in progress. Yi Feng was looking forward to it. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got the book Mingqiong Fairy Record +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got the full set of Marvel movie discs +1 set. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got the epic skill, Eye of Insight +1. Yi Feng's heart was shocked. Wow! Delivery! New skills! 10 fishing trips ended. Yi Feng looked at the skills first. Skill, Eye of Insight, Quality, Epic, Description, Active Skill. After learning the skill, you will have insight into the essence of things and get more hints. Woohoo! It turned out to be a detection skill. It seems to be a good skill. Yi Feng looked happy. His mind moved. Extract the skill. Instantly, a purple source bead appeared in the air, and Yi Feng reached out and gently touched it. At the moment of contact, the skill source bead turned into a purple stream of light and merged into Yi Feng's body. The system prompt sounded. Prompt, congratulations on learning the skill Eye of Insight. A skill message appeared in Yi Feng's mind. I wonder what the effect of this Eye of Insight is. After thinking about it, Yi Feng turned to Nan Shirin and cast the Eye of Insight. Name, Nan Shirin. Description, a very beautiful human female. Superpower, none. Combat power index, 7. Yi Feng was happy. This skill can actually detect a person's combat power. It's quite interesting. His mind moved. Yi Feng continued to look at other items. Item, floor. Description, a worn-out floor. Yi Feng continued to use the Eye of Insight. Item, double bed. Description, a worn-out bed where a man and a woman had sex just now. Yi Feng smiled slightly. The Eye of Insight skill is still useful. You can get some information. The skill test is over. Yi Feng looked at the newly obtained scroll again. Item, touch enhancement scroll, quality, rare. Description, after using the scroll, your sense of touch will be improved to a certain extent. The scroll is still the old series. It is the touch enhancement of sensory enhancement. Yi Feng's mind moved and he took out the scroll. Swish! A palm-sized scroll appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng tore the scroll open. The small scroll turned into a blue stream of light in an instant and poured into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng's body trembled. A force quickly merged into his tactile nerves. Yi Feng felt a slight tingling in all parts of his body. He closed his eyes slightly and adapted to the enhancement. After a while, the enhancement ended. Yi Feng opened his eyes and felt that his sense of touch had increased. He touched his clothes, the table. Every object Yi Feng touched this time had a new feeling. Soft fabrics, cold metal, all clearer and more real. Yi Feng even had a little feeling of the air flowing around him. It felt good. The combat ability was also improved to some extent. Yi Feng was slightly happy. There are still 10 times. Yi Feng was not going to accumulate them. System, fishing 10 times. The fishing rod moved. Prompt, fishing in progress. Yi Feng sat down casually, waiting for the fishing results. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got 1 Warwick shortwave radio. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got 1 Green Lane Brilliant model. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got 1 bottle of Xinjiang brand yellow peach canned food. Yi Feng, it seems that there is no shipment? The system prompts to continue. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got 10,000 matches. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got 1 Bubu Dishao Tiankai smartwatch. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and got 1 intuition enhancement scroll. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if there is a reward. Not long after, the fishing ended. Yifeng thought about it and took out the only harvest from the fishing space. Item, Intuition Enhancement Scroll, Quality, Rare, Description. After using the scroll, your intuition will be improved to a certain extent. 6 senses enhanced intuition. Yifeng tore open the Intuition Enhancement Scroll. The next moment, the scroll turned into a stream of blue light and entered Yifeng's body. He closed his eyes slightly and didn't feel many changes. It seems, no change. Yifeng opened his eyes, a little confused. There have been some changes to the previous enhancements. Wait, what's this strange feeling? Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. In the room, a cockroach emerged from the crack in the wall under the dining table. Yifeng squatted down and observed. The cockroach wandered around and got in through another gap. Is this intuition? Or it can also be called the sixth sense. Yifeng's eyes became brighter and brighter. After the strengthening, his perception ability was greatly improved. Yifeng can capture subtle changes in the surrounding environment more keenly. Strengthening of intuition, not bad. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction. This kind of intuition strengthening is helpful both in combat and in making some judgments. Strengthening is over. Yifeng clicked on the panel to check his own combat power. Name, Yifeng, level, first level 1 star, superpower, Chaos God Thunder, skills, Lightning Strike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Divine Blessing, Spiritual Detection, Sword Mastery, Shooting Mastery, Fighting Mastery, Driving Mastery, Charisma, Insightful Eye, Combat Power Index, 406. The corners of Yifeng's mouth rose. There are more skills again, and the combat power has also increased. Really not bad. But then Yifeng frowned slightly. Everything else is good, but the level item seems a bit ignorant. Why is it still 1 level and 1 star? Improve, must improve. Thinking of this, Yifeng decisively took out the zombie crystal core from the storage space. Activate the Eye of Insight to view. Item, First Order Crystal Core, Elite Level, Description, a crystal core containing energy, which can be absorbed to enhance the strength of the superpower. Absorbing elite level crystal cores can help superpowers break ranks. After learning the detailed information, Yifeng's eyes flashed with surprise. That mutated zombie pig is indeed a first-level zombie. Special crystal nuclei are also called elite crystal nuclei and advanced crystal nuclei. The crystal nuclei taken from mutant zombies are all elite crystal nuclei. The crystal nuclei taken from ordinary zombies are all ordinary crystal nuclei. If the elite crystal core in Yifeng's hand is used to absorb and enhance strength, the effect is equivalent to 3 to 4 ordinary crystal cores. However, as long as there are knowledgeable people, no one will have the luxury to use this kind of crystal core to improve their strength. Because when the strength of a first-level superpower reaches 7 stars, absorbing ordinary crystal cores will not improve the strength. Only by absorbing special crystal nuclei can you have a chance to break the shackles of the human body and advance to the second level. In other words, special crystal cores can be used to break through realms, and can also be used to enhance strength. Rationally speaking, you can hunt ordinary zombies the day after tomorrow and obtain crystal cores to improve your level. It is most cost-effective to keep this elite-level crystal core and use it as an advanced level. But, Yifeng smiled confidently and took the crystal core in his hand. Tianhu started with a strong lead. How could I lack crystal nuclei in the future? As time goes by, the number of mutated zombies will increase. As long as you have enough strength, you can obtain endless crystal nuclei. Thinking of this, Yifeng's eyes flashed. Start practicing. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to absorb the energy of zombie crystal nuclei. Hold it in your hand or swallow it. Both methods require the person with superpowers to use their thoughts to absorb energy into the body bit by bit. If too many crystal nuclei are swallowed, there is a risk of death. Hold it in your hand and absorb it, which is safer. But it takes a little more effort. The efficiency of the 2 ways of absorbing energy is the same. There is only one factor that affects the speed of absorbing crystal nuclei, and that is the superpower level of the superpower user. Ordinary level superpower, it takes about 24 hours to absorb a zombie crystal core. A rare power, it takes about 12 hours to absorb a zombie crystal core. An epic power, it takes about 6 hours to absorb a zombie crystal core. A legendary power, it takes about 3 hours to absorb a zombie crystal core. As for mythical abilities, Yifeng had never heard of any supernatural being with mythical powers before. In other words, the energy absorption efficiency of the mythical power will now be tested by Yifeng himself. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt a little excited. He sat cross-legged and held the crystal core in his hand. A thought came to my mind. Begins to absorb the energy within the crystal nucleus. Swish, swish, swish. Wisps of energy slowly poured into Yifeng's body. Part of the energy was integrated into Yifeng's body, constantly strengthening his body. The other part is integrated into Yifeng's dantian, constantly increasing his energy. A hint of surprise flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Energy increases efficiency, so fast. Then Yifeng closed his eyes slightly and continued to absorb the energy of the crystal core. About 3 hours later. At a certain moment, Yifeng's body trembled suddenly and his breath suddenly strengthened. Yifeng looked happy. His strength was successfully promoted from the first level and 1 star to the first level and 2 stars. Yifeng continued to absorb energy with his eyes closed, absorbing all the energy of the special crystal core in his hand. The crystal core in his hand also dimmed. Yifeng opened his eyes. A glimmer of joy flashed across his eyes. The energy absorption speed was faster than he had imagined. In his previous life, he only had ordinary level superpowers, and the speed of absorbing an ordinary crystal core was a full 24 hours. These 24 hours need to be absorbed continuously. And a person always has to eat and move, and it is impossible to concentrate all the time. So in fact, ordinary level superpowers often need more time to absorb a crystal core. To increase the energy in the body to 7 stars, it takes about 20 ordinary crystal cores. In this life, Yifeng has mythical superpowers, and the speed of absorbing an ordinary crystal core is about 1 hour. This time, Yifeng absorbed a special crystal core, which has 3 times the energy of an ordinary crystal core, and it took about 3 hours. If it was in the previous life, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to absorb it. Yifeng felt that the energy in his body had increased significantly, and his heart was also full of joy. His mind moved. Yifeng clicked on the panel to check. Level 1, 2 stars, Combat Power Index, 438 not bad. After the level was upgraded to level 1, 2 stars, the combat power also increased by 32 points. This increase in combat power is far better than the ordinary superpowers in his previous life. In terms of physical sense, an ordinary superpower can only increase combat power by about 10 points when it is upgraded by 1 star. Ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, mythical. The increase in combat power index for superpowers of different levels is completely different. This gap will only get bigger and bigger in the future, and it will be a world of difference in the end, like a natural moat. Strength improvement successful. Yifeng stretched with a satisfied look on his face. Turn around and walk to the big bed. Nan Shireen was still sleeping soundly. Increased strength, beautiful woman in my arms. This day is so beautiful. With a smile on his lips, Yifeng hugged Nan Shireen and fell asleep. The next morning, a ray of bright sunlight poured into the room. Yifeng woke up leisurely. I lazily took out my phone and looked at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. Today is the 6th day of the end, and there is nothing too urgent. Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Nan Shireen. Her long hair shawls her shoulders, her beautiful face was slightly frowned, and her slender and straight legs were folded together, as if she had had a nightmare. Yifeng gently stroked her hair, with a hint of endearment in his eyes. From this perspective, Nan Shireen actually looks like a royal sister. She is fair-skinned, beautiful, dark, straight, tall and has long legs. My sister's legs are not legs, they are clear water on the banks of the Seine. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, Yifeng didn't want to disturb her anymore. During this period, Nan Shireen was frightened all day long, and the pressure was indeed great. Yesterday, she suffered another severe shock that she had never experienced since she was born. It consumes too much energy, Yifeng completely understands. After all, he is a pure man, a real man. Yifeng got up and walked into the kitchen, taking out a set of kitchen utensils, a few eggs, and a bucket of oil. He took out 2 more packages of wontons and a large bucket of mineral water. After preparing the ingredients, Yifeng began to get busy. Heat the pot, boil water, fry eggs. Not long after, a simple breakfast was ready. After eating hot pot twice in a row, Yifeng now wanted to eat something light. The aroma of small wontons and fried eggs spreads. Nan Shireen's eyelashes twitched slightly, and she woke up faintly. Smell good. She had just woken up and hadn't figured out the situation yet. A look of confusion. Yifeng walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 bowls of steaming wontons and placed them on the dining table. Shireen, are you awake? Breakfast is ready, come and eat. Looking at the scene in front of her, Nan Shireen felt moved in her heart. Yifeng is so nice. handsome, capable, fierce. He even took the initiative to cook for her. She stood up quickly. Yifeng, just let me do simple things like this from now on. But when she moved her body slightly, she couldn't help but let out an ouch sound. Her pretty face blushed slightly. The battle was so intense yesterday that many parts of my body felt a little sore. More importantly, Nan Shirin's clothes were torn into pieces. She has nothing to wear. Yifeng also saw Nan Shirin's embarrassment. A thought came to my mind. He took out a pair of lace pajamas from the space and handed it to her. Change into this first, and I'll find some clothes for you later. Nan Shirin stood up and took over the clothes, unintentionally having a happy moment. Yifeng looked at it with admiration, and couldn't take his eyes off it. Nan Shirin looked at her clothes and her pretty face turned red. This seems to be a set of sexy pajamas? But she didn't say much and just put on the pajamas obediently. Waiting for her to finish changing her clothes, Yifeng looked up and down. The burgundy sexy pajamas perfectly matched Nan Shirin. The close-fitting design of the pajamas perfectly showed off Nan Shirin's slightly curved hips, slender waist, and fair calves. Coupled with her natural snow-white neck, beautiful face, and cold temperament. Save your energy. Yifeng secretly admired in his heart. If she had a shaking red wineglass in her hand. This feeling. I really deserve to be the #1 school beauty, with a figure that is completely natural for clothes. Looks good on anything. Nan Shirin sat down with some embarrassment. She had never worn such sexy clothes in her life. The aroma of breakfast spreads and smells delicious. The steaming hot wontons firmly attracted Nan Shirin's eyes. However, since Yifeng hadn't moved her chopsticks yet, she couldn't do it for a while. Yifeng sat down, picked up his chopsticks and said, "Eat. Don't wait for me." The two began to deal with the breakfast in front of them. Take a bite of wontons, eat an omelette. The simple breakfast made Nan Shirin feel happy for a while. Just this breakfast, it looks very simple. Nowadays, 90% of people can't eat it. Looking back, the luckiest thing that has happened to her these days is receiving Yifeng's confession message. The most correct decision I made was to agree to be his woman. After a while, the two of them wiped out the breakfast on the table. Yesterday, you really tortured me. Nan Shirin looked squeamish. Right now, my body is still very sore. Yifeng said with a wicked smile, "This doesn't mean your man is a super strong man. As for your body being unable to bear it, it's okay. I'll send you my blessing." A thought came to my mind. Yifeng raised his hand, and a white light flashed from his hand. Nan Shirin didn't dodge either. She was blessed by Yifeng yesterday. When the white light fell, Nan Shirin's delicate body trembled. Ahoo! She couldn't help but groan, a blush appearing on her cheeks. While I feel comfortable, my body also feels relaxed. Your skill is good if it works, but it's a little bit, Nan Shirin said with a red face. She had experienced the power of this skill yesterday. It can quickly restore the state. Yifeng was very proud. It was with the state added by the holy blessing that Yifeng completed the feat of the 3 plum blossoms on the football field. Yifeng's sense of achievement was overwhelming. By the way, since Yifeng acquired this skill, he has not used it in regular battles. After breakfast, Yifeng's mind moved, and he took out a lot of clothes from the space. T-shirts, shirts, jackets, shorts, suspenders, bell-bottoms, leggings, dresses. There are also various brands and colors of various underwear. There are many kinds. Yifeng spread all these on the bed. Wow! Yifeng, how did you get so many clothes? Nan Shirin was surprised. Pick some and find a suitable outfit to wear. Yifeng said with a smile. Nan Shirin nodded, bending down to choose clothes. This action shows her tall figure. Yifeng admired quietly. Nan Shirin quickly found a suitable set of clothes. The process of changing clothes naturally feasted Yifeng's eyes. After a long time, Nan Shirin changed her clothes and slowly walked out of the bedroom. Yifeng's eyes lit up when he saw Nan Shirin's new outfit. She only changed into a very simple outfit. A simple rubber band tied her hair up, making her look particularly cute and playful. The top is a gray-green tight short-sleeved shirt, which is particularly figure-flattering, and the bottom is a pair of dark blue skinny jeans, which outlines her perfect body curves. Slender waist, straight long legs, and plump and round buttocks. Yifeng licked the corner of his lips, and his body was slightly agitated. Really energetic. Facing Yifeng's burning gaze, Nan Shirin glanced at Yifeng with eyes as bright as water. Bad guy, don't look at me like that. Yifeng laughed strangely, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Shireen, your long legs, why are they so slender, straight, and white? I won't get tired of playing with these long, straight legs for a year. Nan Shireen's pretty face was shy, and she quickly covered Yifeng's mouth. Don't say it! Yifeng took her jade hand and whispered, Shireen, don't worry, I will treat you well. Hearing this, Nan Shireen's smile was as bright as a flower, bright and moving. A smile made her charming. I believe you. Yifeng's heart surged. He pulled her into his arms. Nan Shireen's beautiful face flushed. Her beautiful eyes, like the stars, were also covered with a layer of light mist at this moment. A beautiful woman, bright and charming. Yifeng swallowed unconsciously. A strange cry. Amid Nan Shireen's exclamation, the sound of tearing cloth was heard. The clouds cleared and the rain dispersed. The bed was in a mess. Nan Shireen's beautiful face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, and her little hands were a little unplaced. She murmured to herself, Feng, you are really too strong. If you do this every day in the future, how can I bear it? Nan Shireen's cute appearance made Yifeng love her even more. Yifeng got up and lit a cigarette, and began to smoke continuously. As the saying goes, afterwards, a cigarette is better than a living god. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Prompt, trigger event. Prompt, you feel happy, reward bait plus 10. Yifeng clicked to check the number of baits. Bait, 10. The current state is just right, and the mood is even better. Fishing is perfect. With a thought, choose fishing. On the fishing platform, the golden fishing rod moved, and the hook was thrown into the endless darkness. Tip, fishing, Yifeng prayed silently in his heart, good system, give me something useful. The next moment, the system prompt sounded, tip, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get the wax figure of the live-action version of Wonder Woman plus 1. Tip, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get Gao Sijia's ultra-thin sweet sleep night pants plus 1 pack. Tip, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a temporary gain scroll, movement speed, plus 1. Temporary gain scroll? Yifeng was slightly stunned. The system prompts to continue. Tip, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get Blue Star Dasha coin plus 10,000 yuan. Tip, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get the Green Rod Vicious White Rabbit handmade plus 1. Tip, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get a Magic Modified RV plus 1. Not long after, the fishing is over. This time the harvest is not much. Yifeng frowned slightly. Click into the fishing space to check the harvest this time. Item, temporary gain scroll, movement speed, quality, rare, description. After using the scroll, your movement speed will be temporarily increased by 10 times, and the duration is 10 minutes. Yifeng was disappointed. This is just a temporary buff. It can increase the movement speed by 10 times. The effect is powerful, but it's a pity that it is not permanent. Yifeng put the scroll into the storage space. Continue to check other items. Models, night pants. These are all ordinary items. When Yifeng saw the Magic Modified RV, his eyes lit up. Item, Magic Modified Off-Road RV, quality, rare, description. It has super strong defense, luxurious interior, and is equipped with automatic obstacle removal, automatic driving and other functions. Inside the RV, it was endowed with mysterious space magic, spacious and comfortable. Yifeng was delighted. Good stuff. With the Magic Modified RV, his future travel will be guaranteed. He no longer has to ride a small electric bike all over the street. Any heavy trucks can also be eliminated. If there was this RV at the beginning, his bird would not be beaten to death by the Zhou brothers. After the surprise, Yifeng transferred all the items he fished this time to the storage space. Then he sank his mind into the space. The Magic Modified RV, with smooth lines and silver-white hanging appearance, is high-end and cool. Yifeng liked it more and more. It's a pity that the space here is too small to take out the RV and take a look at its style. His mind moved. Yifeng clicked on the panel task. The system popped up a prompt. Prompt, please choose whether to increase the difficulty of the daily task. 2 choices appeared in front of Yifeng, 1, yes, 2. No. Yifeng smiled slightly. Can the difficulty be increased again? Decisively choose option 1. Increase the difficulty. Daily tasks appear. Daily tasks, kill 40 zombies. Task rewards, 40 baits. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Really good. The task rewards continue to upgrade. As for the difficulty of the task, killing dozens of zombies, is this also called difficulty? Hint, you trigger a random task, do you accept it? Yi Feng was slightly stunned. What? Phishing system, there are also random tasks? Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he clicked to accept the task. Random task, kill 100 zombies. Task completion reward, 10 high-level baits. The system prompts to continue. Tip, after completing this task, the bait synthesis permission will be enabled. Yi Feng's eyes condensed. The task reward includes high-level bait? And bait synthesis permission? System, what is high-level bait? What is synthesis permission? The mechanical system ignored Yi Feng. Yi Feng had already guessed this result, and was not disappointed. Anyway, it's just to try to ask, and it doesn't cost money. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. High-level bait, can it produce high-level harvests? No need to rush, anyway, after completing the task, you will know the result. Yi Feng closed the system with satisfaction, turned around and glanced at Nan Shireen. Nan Shireen has woken up from her intoxicated state. At this moment, her jade hand tightly held the mobile phone, and her pretty face was full of entanglement. Yi Feng asked with a smile, Shireen, what's wrong with you? Nan Shireen looked up at Yi Feng, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Seeing this, Yi Feng's heart moved slightly. Shireen, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, don't keep any secrets from me. Nan Shireen bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and whispered. Brother Yi Feng, can I ask you for a favor? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Shireen, what is it first? Reliving again, Yi Feng vowed not to be a bootlicker. So he wanted to hear what Nan Shireen was asking for and whether it was too much before deciding whether to agree. Nan Shireen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained, Yi Feng, it's like this. My aunt Nan Ruyan, she is the manager of the Qingshou Group branch. When the doomsday came, she was in the conference room of the Jinding Hotel, discussing business with another company. Now she is trapped in a warehouse there, in a dangerous situation, and the situation is very bad, Nan Shireen told the story. In short, Nan Shireen's aunt Nan Ruyan was trapped in the Jinding Hotel and urgently needed rescue. In fact, Nan Ruyan had asked Nan Shireen for help before. But at that time, Nan Shireen was trapped in the library of Jiangda University, and was completely like a clay Buddha crossing the river unable to save herself. I really couldn't help at all. However, this is a different time. Now Nan Shireen has a new support and has contacted her aunt Nan Ruyan again. In the room, Nan Shireen bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and said pitifully, Yi Feng, I just contacted my aunt again. She is now in a presidential suite at the Jinding Hotel. Only you can help me now. I know. This request is a bit excessive, so I won't force anything. I just want you to save her if it is within your ability. Of course, the premise of everything must be within the scope of ensuring your own safety, otherwise I would rather you not go. After receiving the message from her aunt for help, Nan Shireen was restless for a while. She knew that she had no ability. If she wanted to rescue her aunt, she could only rely on Yi Feng. But she also knew in her heart that why did she ask Yi Feng to take risks and run around? Besides, Yi Feng is her hope of survival now. If something goes wrong because of saving her aunt, she will regret it even more. Yi Feng touched his chin, his eyes moved slightly. Anyway, he had to go out to hunt zombies and complete the task. Now there is a new RV on the way. Saving someone is a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yi Feng smiled slightly. No problem, your aunt, of course I will save her. Seeing Yi Feng's agreement, Nan Shireen stood up excitedly, and was so happy that she couldn't close her legs. Yi Feng, I love you so much. I will share the good news with my aunt now. After sending the message, Nan Shireen quickly flipped through the photo album on her mobile phone with excitement, quickly found a few photos, and handed the phone to Yi Feng again. Yi Feng, look, this is my aunt, Nan Ruyan. Yi Feng took the phone and glanced at the photo casually, and couldn't help but be shocked. In the photo, a beautiful woman dressed in a suit, heroic and elegant. Her figure is ridiculous. Yi Feng flipped through the album continuously. The majestic chest, the plump buttocks, the hot figure is even better than Lin Xiaoxiao. Shireen, if you had told me earlier that our aunt was so beautiful, I would have agreed earlier. Yi Feng looked up at Nan Shireen and asked, Shireen, your aunt looks quite young. Well, my aunt Nan Ruyan is just older than me. She is actually not even 30 years old this year. Nan Shireen answered honestly. Yi Feng asked casually, she looks like a successful lady. Is she married? Yes, she is married, but my aunt and uncle don't have much feelings for each other. They had to get married to deal with the forced marriage at home. After marriage, my aunt and uncle lived apart for most of the time. She only wanted to do her career. Hearing this, Yifeng was a little disappointed and a little happy. What if such a familiar woman who seemed to burst out was bitten by a zombie? Thinking of this, Yifeng made a decision immediately. Shireen, there is no time to lose. Since my aunt is in danger now, we should quickly reach the hotel and rescue her. Yeah, Nan Shireen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. So I decided to set off immediately. Yifeng waved his hand. Wow! The items in the house disappeared in the blink of an eye. All were put into the storage space by Yifeng. Nan Shireen also quickly put on her clothes. The two quickly got ready. Come on, follow me downstairs. Yifeng put his arms around Nan Shireen's waist. Hold me tight. Nan Shireen, like a koala, hugged Yifeng's waist with both hands and pressed her pretty face against Yifeng's chest. Yifeng took him to the window and jumped. The wind blew past Nan Shireen's ears, and she was so scared that she huddled tightly in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng tapped the curtains with his toes to relieve the force. The two landed smoothly. Roar! Several zombies with red eyes waved their claws and rushed towards Yifeng and the others. Lightning flashed, and several zombies were instantly charred and slowly fell to the ground. Yifeng had a hidden necklace on his body, and the zombies were attracted by Nan Shireen. It's time for the magic modified RV to appear. Yifeng's mind moved. RV that was 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, silver white, and had smooth lines instantly appeared in the open space in front. This RV has a very high appearance and simple design. Just from the appearance, it is full of technology. What kind of RV is this? It looks so cool. Nan Shireen was amazed. Yifeng also saw the RV for the first time with his own eyes. He was a little excited and walked to the door. The door of the RV slowly opened. The modified RV has automatically bound Yifeng as the owner. Yifeng and Nan Shireen stepped into the RV, looking around. Both of them were a little shocked. First of all, the space. From the outside, the RV doesn't seem to be very big. But when you enter the RV, you will find that the space is spacious beyond imagination. At least 300 square meters. Yifeng secretly praised in his heart. Is this the effect of space magic? Awesome! In the spacious space, there are large sofas, dining tables and chairs, as well as several sets of comfortable beds. In terms of kitchen facilities, there are microwave ovens, refrigerators, cabinets, dishwashers. Independent bathrooms, sound systems, large-screen TVs, game consoles, everything is available. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out. Hello, Master. I am Mealy, the smart RV. Now I will introduce you to the various aspects of the RV. This RV has an extremely high defense system that can resist ordinary physical attacks such as bullets and missiles, as well as any attacks below level 4. It also has a strong resistance to level 4. The basic functions of the RV are intelligent navigation system, automatic driving function, automatic removal of road obstacles. After a moment, the introduction was completed. Yifeng immediately issued an order. Mealy, start automatic driving, target Jinding Hotel. As soon as the voice fell, the large screen in front of the RV suddenly lit up. Buzz. Okay, navigating to Jinding Hotel for you, autopilot. The next moment, a slight roar sounded. The RV started and drove away. Yifeng sat comfortably on the sofa and looked forward. The roads in the city are not unobstructed. Some roads are crowded with zombies and abandoned cars. In this case, the powerful performance of this modified off-road RV can be seen. I saw a silver-white triangular steel plate appear automatically at the front of the vehicle. The triangular steel plate was like clearing snow, knocking away all the zombies and small vehicles blocking the road. It was speeding all the way. Please give it a 5-star rating. For love, thank you. Inside the RV, Yifeng sat on the sofa and made 2 cups of coffee. The sound insulation and stability of the magic modified RV are already full, so the disturbances outside can't affect the car at all. The people in the car just need to wait patiently, and they can easily reach their destination. The magic modified RV, speeding all the way. Yifeng handed the coffee to Nan Shireen. Nan Shireen took the coffee and took a sip. But she was still anxious and fidgety. Don't worry, your aunt will be fine. Yifeng comforted her. Nan Shireen nodded and looked at the screen of her mobile phone again. Brother Yifeng, how long will it take us to get to the hotel? Yifeng glanced at the route and speed. It will take about 10 minutes. Nan Shireen breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, if it's 10 minutes, it will be fine. At this moment, Nan Shireen's mobile phone suddenly vibrated. She was startled. She immediately swiped the screen and clicked on the message. However, when Nan Shireen saw the message, her brain immediately buzzed, and everything went blank. After coming to her senses, she quickly sent messages to her aunt. However, her messages fell on deaf ears, and there was no response. Yi Feng noticed that Nan Shireen was not in the right condition, and quickly asked, "Shireen, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Nan Shireen's eyes flashed with sadness, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. "Brother Yi Feng, we are late. My aunt just sent a message that she has been bitten by a zombie." Yi Feng was shocked when he heard this. Bitten by a zombie? Generally speaking, after being infected with the zombie virus, it will take about 5 minutes for the zombie to turn into a zombie. Yi Feng sighed. Such a beautiful woman, turned into a zombie? She is really a beauty with a tragic fate. Sure enough, in the face of natural disasters, regardless of identity, beauty or ugliness, everyone is treated equally. Nan Shireen's beautiful eyes were red, and her voice was choked with sobs. "Brother Yi Feng, we don't need to waste time, let's go to Jinding Hotel." I sent a few more messages, but my aunt didn't respond. Time went back a little. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Yi Feng and Nan Shireen were still sleeping in the staff dormitory. And in the back kitchen warehouse on the 8th floor of Jinding Hotel, more than a dozen survivors gathered. Roar, roar, ah. Outside the kitchen warehouse, there were constant howling of zombies. Nan Ruyan hid in the corner, with a sad face. Look at the others. They were basically numb and their eyes were dull. Sigh helplessly. When the disaster happened, Nan Ruyan was negotiating business with another company on behalf of the company. Who knew that the situation would change suddenly and the end of the world would come? Most of the people around turned into zombies in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, under the escort of bodyguard Li Jiandong, they hid in the kitchen warehouse. There are more than 10 survivors hiding here. They have survived to this day relying on the ingredients in the kitchen warehouse. These days, their mentality has changed again and again. From the beginning, they had illusions and expected rescue. Later, the superpowers appeared and the order collapsed. The internet frequently exposed that humans killed each other, and even cannibalism happened from time to time. The atmosphere in the warehouse was getting more and more wrong. Until yesterday afternoon, everyone was completely out of food. This means, everyone will starve to death. Nan Ruyan hid in the corner, her heart filled with despair. The message for help has been sent countless times. Unfortunately, in the current situation, how many people have the spare energy to save others? At this moment, a sharp female voice broke the calm. "Little fatty, you have eaten the most these days. I saw you hiding food with my own eyes yesterday. Hand it over. Everyone is still hungry." Nan Ruyan looked up. The person who spoke was the administrative secretary of the other company. In my impression, she was a gentle lady in black silk. Now it seems to have completely changed. The secretary in black silk stockings seemed to have failed in the negotiation with the little fat man, and now they were pulling. Don't spit blood on me," the little fat man said in a panic. At this moment, a burly man in the corner suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining. His name is Li Jiandong, and he is Nan Ruyan's bodyguard and driver. At the beginning of the disaster, Nan Ruyan was lucky enough to survive under Li Jiandong's protection. At the beginning, Li Jiandong still respected Nan Ruyan. However, as time went by, Li Jiandong gradually discovered that he was the real leader here. His attitude became more and more impolite to her. Even in the past 2 days, the look in his eyes when he looked at her was a little wrong. Nan Ruyan understood it in her heart. If there were not too many people here, Li Jiandong would have some concerns. Nan Ruyan's sense of crisis was getting heavier and heavier. But she had no way. Li Jiandong walked up to the little fat man with big strides and shouted, "Hidden things? Hand them over." The little fat man's eyes were evasive, and he was still quibbling, "I didn't. Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false?" The black silk secretary screamed. Li Jiandong bent down and began to tear the little fat man's clothes. "Go away, let me go." The little fat man struggled. However, he was powerless to resist the burly Li Jiandong. It didn't take long. Gurgle. Half a bag of sugar and 2 cucumbers fell out of the fat boy's crotch. Li Jiandong was a little disgusted and a little surprised. He continued to check to make sure that the fat boy had no more private goods. Li Jiandong picked up these things without hesitation and turned to leave. The fat boy wailed and pulled Li Jiandong's trouser legs, crying miserably. "Don't take them all, they are all mine, all mine. Get out of here." Li Jiandong kicked him to the ground. The fat boy fell to the ground, groaning. Seeing this scene, everyone around looked at the food with shining eyes. Get out! Get out of here! Li Jiandong looked ferocious. This little bit of stuff is not enough to fill my teeth. I will kill anyone who steals it. Li Jiandong waved the kitchen knife in his hand. Seeing Li Jiandong waving the kitchen knife, everyone hid in the corner, looking timid. Li Jiandong is the person with the highest martial arts value here, and no one wants to offend him. Everyone was just hungry for a day, and they had not yet lost their minds. Only the black-sleeved secretary who had previously exposed the little fat man's secret came over cautiously. Brother, I also contributed. Give me some. Li Jiandong thought about it, stretched out his fingers to pinch a handful of white sugar, and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. The black-sleeved secretary's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her tongue to lick greedily. Li Jiandong felt extremely satisfied when he saw this scene. In the corner, a flat-headed young man clenched his fists, looking unwilling. He was an admirer of the black-sleeved female secretary and worked in the same company as her. The black-sleeved woman quickly licked the white sugar clean. Brother, can you give me some more? The black-sleeved secretary licked the corner of her lips somewhat unsatisfied. Li Jiandong pushed the woman away impatiently and scolded, no more. Then, he glanced at Nan Ruyan. I thought, if you were as proactive as this woman, it would be great. Li Jiandong walked straight to the corner and started to enjoy the sugar and cucumber. This made everyone swallow their saliva. Li Jiandong remained alert and kept his weapon in hand. After a while, the food was basically gone, leaving only a little sugar. Manager Nan, do you want to eat it? He handed it to Nan Ruyan's mouth with a hint of mockery in his tone. Faced with the temptation of sugar, Nan Ruyan's Adam's apple moved slightly, but she finally shook her head and refused. This candy cannot be eaten. If you eat it, Li Jiandong will become more and more demanding. Seeing that Nan Ruyan didn't eat, Li Jiandong took the sugar back with some disappointment. After licking it clean, he stood up again and came to everyone. Everyone looked puzzled, not knowing what he was going to do. He cleared his throat, looked around, and said to everyone, everyone, listen to me. Our food has run out. If we stay like this, we will definitely die. In the end, our place will turn into a cannibalistic situation like the one on the internet. You don't want to see such a situation, right? Hearing Li Jiandong's words, the crowd suddenly had a slight commotion, and everyone talked about it. If we continue to wait, we will indeed be courting death. But if we don't hide here, what else can we do? Do you have any good ideas? Seeing that everyone's reaction was good, Li Jiandong nodded with satisfaction and continued, the existing food was consumed yesterday. I think we should find a way to leave here while we still have the strength. Jinding Hotel has more than one kitchen. There is also a certain amount of food in some guest rooms. I have observed that there are not many zombies outside. I suggest that we rush out together and then accept our fate. Hearing this, some people were moved, while others hesitated. At this time, a strong middle-aged man echoed. I think what Li Jiandong said makes sense. Waiting now is waiting to die. There are indeed not many zombies outside the door, only about 8. And we have 13 people here, the implication is self-evident. One person feeds a zombie, and there are still 5 people who can escape. Li Jiandong glanced at the strong man and nodded in approval. That's right. That's what I mean. While we still have the strength to run, we should fight to the death. Life and death are in our own hands. Everyone looked at each other, as if they were thinking. Li Jiandong wanted to continue to strike while the iron was hot. The little fat man on the side interrupted him. But this is unfair. Let's rush out together, isn't it just a competition of who runs faster? You people with good physical fitness and fast running, the probability of survival must be much greater than those of us who run slowly. When everyone heard it, it seemed to make sense, and they immediately talked about it. Yes, the faster you run, the greater the probability of survival. As women like us run slowly, do we deserve to cover for you? I don't agree. To put it bluntly, if you want to survive, you don't need to run faster than zombies, you just need to run faster than most people. The little fat man saw that he had ruined Li Jiandong's plan, and a trace of pride flashed in his heart. You deserve to steal my food. Li Jiandong stared at the little fat man, with a hint of a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. Little fatty, you asked a good question, very good. In response to what he said, I have a suggestion. Everyone gradually quieted down. Li Jiandong paused and continued, in order to increase everyone's survival rate, we must have someone sacrificed to be the bait. If someone runs ahead first, it will naturally attract the attention of some zombies, and then the survival probability of the person running later will increase significantly. At this point, Li Jiandong glanced at the little fat man meaningfully. The little fat man widened his eyes and felt something was wrong. Everyone understood and their eyes lit up. Li Jiandong continued. Since everyone thinks they need to take the risk, then you, little fat man. Not only have you eaten the most these 2 days, but you also secretly hid things. Li Jiandong pointed at the little fat man with his hand, his face full of righteousness. You are the sinner among us, you need to make contributions to everyone. The little fat man's face turned pale instantly. Li Jiandong looked around and said with a smile, I think the little fat man is suitable as the charge position, running out in advance to attract the attention of the zombies. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other and spoke one after another. I agree. I agree too. Everyone agreed. As long as they don't sacrifice themselves, it's fine. Li Jiandong nodded with satisfaction. The little fat man was originally a waiter here, with the lowest status, and he had no friendship with these original corporate elites. He eats the most, and dares to hide things secretly. He made a mistake, so he is the most suitable bait. If not him, who should I choose? No. I don't agree. Why should it be me? The little fat man said with his neck pulled. Li Jiandong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he showed the kitchen knife in his hand and said sternly, everyone agrees, do you want to offend the public? I tell you, you have no choice. Either be the bait, or I will kill you now and use your body as bait. The little fat man was so scared that his body trembled and his face was extremely ugly. Li Jiandong paused, and continued to comfort him, in fact, your mission is very simple, and you may not die. What if you get rid of the zombies? Or the zombies are not interested in you, in short, we will all accept our fate. What do you think? Everyone exchanged glances and persuaded, little fatty, just agree to it. You have eaten the most these days. Yes. You still hide things as atonement. The little fat man's face was pale and his eyes were dull. In the face of everyone's criticism, he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Okay. Seeing everyone saying this, the little fat man looked at the knife in Li Jiandong's hand and had no choice but to agree. Everyone agreed. Now that you have decided to take the risk, start preparations immediately. They formed gangs one after another and started to form teams. The crew-cut young man mustered up the courage to step forward and team up with the woman in black stockings. The woman in black stockings hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In the corner, Nan Ruyan also ignited a glimmer of hope. Manager Nan, you must follow me closely, I will run with you. Li Jiandong stared at Nan Ruyan greedily. Okay. Nan Ruyan forced out a smile. Not long after, everyone was ready. Some people are holding iron pots, some are holding basins, some are holding steel pipes. Everyone was waiting with uneasy expressions, and everyone was in their best spirit. Li Jiandong directed everyone to move the debris at the door. Then let's get started. He opened the door a little and said viciously to the little fat man, quick! Get out! The little fat man's body was shaking and he didn't dare to go out. Li Jiandong immediately put the kitchen knife across the little fat man's neck. Come out, you have hope of survival. If you don't, I will kill you immediately. The little fat man glanced at the kitchen knife, gritted his teeth and rushed out. Run! 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 The little fat man felt that he had never run so fast. It's like there's wind under your feet. Several zombies were attracted by it and began to rush towards the little fat man. When the little fat man saw this, he ran faster. At this moment, a trace of cruelty flashed in Li Jiandong's eyes. A vicious light flashed in Li Jiandong's eyes. He raised his arm and threw the rolling pin in his hand. The rolling pin formed a parabola in the air. With a snap, it hit the fat man's back. Ah! The fat man fell to the ground after being hit by the rolling pin, and he couldn't help but scream in pain. Roar! Seeing the fat man fall to the ground, several zombies chasing him quickly rushed over. Facing the brutal zombies, the fat man looked desperate. No! Don't come over! The zombies didn't listen to him, opened their bloody mouths, waved their sharp claws, and rushed forward directly. Puff! The fat man's chest was cut open, and screams continued to come out. Help! Seeing the fat man so miserable, Li Jiandong's eyes lit up and gave an order. Everyone, it's now! Charge! Crash! Everyone rushed out in a swarm. Li Jiandong also dragged Nan Ruyan and ran for his life. Not all zombies were attracted by the little fat man. There were still several zombies rushing towards the crowd. Some unlucky people were stopped by zombies and could only watch the zombies tear their bodies apart and scream. The rest of the people wished their parents had given them 2 less legs, and they all ran for their lives. The flat-headed young man held a kitchen knife and ran all the way with the black silk secretary. But soon, a zombie caught up with them. Because the woman was a little slow, the distance between the zombie and the two was getting closer and closer. Seeing that the zombie was about to catch up, the black silk secretary suddenly pushed the young man next to her towards the zombie. The flat-headed young man looked at her in disbelief, and his body was constantly bitten by the zombie. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I want to live." The black silk secretary apologized frantically. The flat-headed young man gritted his teeth and chopped off a finger of the zombie with a backhand knife. Coincidentally, it fell on the head of the black silk woman. The woman was so frightened that she thought she was going to be fed to the zombies. She turned around and saw that the young man was fighting with the zombies. "Shall we run quickly?" The woman was very surprised and ran for her life without looking back. The young man with a flat head soon lost his breath. On the other side, Li Jiandong and Nan Ruyan also ran very fast. But there was a man who ran faster than them. It was the man who echoed Li Jiandong before. 3 people ran for their lives. Turning a corner, a zombie was running towards them. The 3 people were stunned. Li Jiandong made a quick decision and kicked the middle-aged man in the back. Kicked the man into the arms of the zombie. The zombie saw the food in his arms, grinned happily, lowered his head and bit it. His throat was broken. "Li Jiandong, you will not die well." The middle-aged man cursed desperately. Li Jiandong ignored him. "As the saying goes, a friend dies, but I live. How can I run if you don't die?" Li Jiandong and Nan Ruyan continued to run. But the next moment, 2 zombies appeared in front of them. The 2 people's hearts sank. Looking back, at some point, a zombie also ran over from behind and stared at them. Despair surged in the hearts of Li Jiandong and Nan Ruyan. At this moment, Nan Ruyan shouted in surprise. "There is a room here, the door is not locked." Li Jiandong looked up and was immediately ecstatic. There really is a door. Without caring about so much, the 2 of them hid in the room when the zombies were about to pounce on them. Turned back and locked the door. Listening to the zombies banging on the door crazily, Li Jiandong's face was full of ecstasy. "Ha ha ha. I survived." Nan Ruyan's chest was also rising and falling, and she was breathing heavily. Her face was full of joy of surviving a disaster. Looking around, the 2 were even more surprised to find that this was a presidential suite, and there was no one living in it, so there were no zombies. "Li Jiandong, thank you. Thank you for saving me again," Nan Ruyan said with gratitude. If Li Jiandong hadn't taken her to run, she would have fallen behind and fed the zombies. Li Jiandong looked at Nan Ruyan's heaving chest and swallowed hard. "Manager Nan, what are you talking about? I saved you, isn't that what I should do?" Nan Ruyan looked at his malicious look, subconsciously took a step back, and smiled awkwardly. "Quick! Look for food." Li Jiandong also looked around. "There is food. There is also food in the refrigerator." The 2 searched and reaped a lot of rewards. It is worthy of being a presidential suite. There are quite a lot of things in this refrigerator. Li Jiandong showed greed on his face. They found more than 10 bottles of drinks, 7 or 8 bags of potato chips, and various snacks. There were also several plates of fruit on the table. Although they were not very fresh, most of them were not rotten or spoiled. "If we save these things, they will be enough for the 2 of us to eat for a few days." The 2 of them were already starving, so they started to eat without restraint. After eating the snacks, they gradually got rid of their hunger. Nan Ruyan took out her mobile phone and clicked to check the message. The next moment, she couldn't believe her eyes, and couldn't help rubbing them again and checking again. It was not an illusion, it was real. The message was sent by Nan Shireen. "Nan Shireen, Aunt, are you still alive?" "Nan Shireen, Aunt, I have been rescued. My boyfriend Yifeng is a powerful supernatural person." Nan Ruyan replied immediately. "I am still alive. Can you come and save me?" A moment later, a message came back. "Nan Shireen," Yifeng agreed. "He and I will come to save you right away." Nan Ruyan was ecstatic. She immediately sent the detailed address to Nan Shireen. Then she sent several messages in a row to tell Nan Shireen how dangerous her situation was. With a clear mind, Nan Ruyan felt a little relieved. She picked up a pack of biscuits and was about to continue eating. But what she didn't expect was that a pair of big hands suddenly snatched the biscuits from her hands. Nan Ruyan looked up in shock. The person who snatched her biscuits was Li Jiandong. Nan Ruyan suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. What are you doing? Nan Ruyan forced a smile. What? Li Jiandong's mouth curled up slightly. Nan Ruyan, since the doomsday, I have done my best for you, right? I saved you at least twice. An inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Although I am a bodyguard and driver, I am only doing things for money after all. In this case, it has far exceeded the duties of a bodyguard, don't you think? Hearing Li Jiandong's words, Nan Ruyan's face changed slightly. I know, Li Jiandong. So I am very grateful to you. I want to repay you with money. I know that money is nothing now, but I really don't know what else can express my gratitude to you. Nan Ruyan's words were sincere. Li Jiandong interrupted her. No. You know what you can use to thank me. Li Jiandong greedily swept over Nan Ruyan's delicate body. The slightly messy hair and slightly chapped cherry lips could not cover up Nan Ruyan's beautiful appearance at all. The tight suit and the bulging shirt inside are enough to show how huge the pair of stalwarts inside are. Not to mention the snow-white and straight long legs, and the plump and round buttocks. The right peach style made the full Li Jiandong a little eager to move. Nan Ruyan noticed Li Jiandong's aggressive gaze and forced a smile. I don't quite understand what you are talking about. I'll tell you clearly that all the food here is mine, you are not allowed to eat it anymore. Why? Nan Ruyan asked subconsciously. Because I am stronger than you. Li Jiandong looked proud. Look at what the situation is now, I don't need to say more. It's so dangerous outside, you must find someone to rely on. I am the most suitable person for you. Li Jiandong grinned. Manager Nan, I have actually liked you for a long time. You have appeared in my dreams countless times. Your charm fascinates me. If I didn't like you so much, how could I try my best to save you? Nan Ruyan's lips moved, not knowing what to say. Now, we don't know how long we can survive. How about we enjoy ourselves in time? Li Jiandong showed a lewd expression. Nan Ruyan took a step back and forced a smile. Li Jiandong, don't be like this, I'm scared. Hearing Nan Ruyan say this, Li Jiandong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, What are you afraid of? Can I still eat you? Nan Ruyan said cautiously. In this case, can you give me time to think about it, okay? You were so sudden, I couldn't accept it for a while. Li Jiandong nodded in agreement. She couldn't run away anyway. A cooked duck can still fly. Okay, but from now on, you can't eat, because everything in this room belongs to me. Nan Ruyan nodded and didn't say much. Li Jiandong sat next to her, took a deep breath, and showed a perverted smile. His mouth continued to ramble. To be honest, I actually quite like this apocalypse. When I was working as a bodyguard, sometimes I thought, the end of the world is coming soon. If it weren't for this apocalypse, how could I have the chance to have such a wonderful woman like you? Nan Ruyan forced a smile and nodded in agreement. After waiting for a moment, Li Jiandong suddenly said, By the way, give me your mobile phone too. I don't want you to continue to have contact with the outside world. Nan Ruyan was shocked and subconsciously refused. There's no need for this. There's no point in contacting the outside world now. Leave me a mobile phone, I can also watch videos to relieve my boredom. Li Jiandong glanced at her suspiciously. Nan Shireen is strong and calm. Li Jiandong seemed to have thought of something, raised his head slightly and stared at Nan Ruyan. Give me your phone. Nan Ruyan's face looked a little ugly and she didn't know what to do. She subconsciously held the phone tightly, her body a little stiff. Li Jiandong sneered and reached out to grab Nan Ruyan's cell phone. Flip through quickly. As he continued to read the messages, his expression became increasingly ugly. At the end, Li Jiandong's face was ashen. You bitch. You actually found a fucking man to save you. You also said that you were in danger and that I was in danger. Li Jiandong's eyes widened and were bloodshot. No. That's not what I meant. Nan Ruyan explained in a panic. Li Jiandong ignored her and edited a message with his head down. Shireen, I found that I was bitten by a zombie during my escape just now. You don't need to save me anymore. Protect yourself, stay safe, and survive for me. Click send. Then Li Jiandong said slowly with cold eyes, I just told them that you have turned into a zombie. It is so dangerous outside and they will not come to save you again. Stop dreaming about someone with superpowers coming to save you. You should still commit yourself to me honestly, and I will definitely love you well. Hearing this, Nan Ruyan's expression immediately changed. No. How could you do this? Quick! Give me your phone back. Nan Ruyan subconsciously reached out to snatch the phone. Seeing Nan Ruyan react like this, Li Jiandong's face became even more ugly. Bitch! I'm no longer worthy of you. Li Jiandong flew into a rage and slammed his phone on the ground. With a pop, the screen of the mobile phone was shattered and the body was covered with cracks. Li Jiandong still couldn't understand his hatred, so he stepped on it with all his strength, smashing the phone into pieces and no longer emitting light. When Nan Ruyan saw that her phone was damaged, her pretty face turned pale instantly and her eyes lost their luster. It's over. But soon she thought of something again, a glimmer of hope rekindled in her heart, and she murmured to herself. Perhaps Shireen will be willing to come over to confirm. Maybe. Li Jiandong calmed down and said slowly, you have no hope now, and I'm not willing to keep waiting. Today, you must be my woman. You have to agree even if you agree, and you have to agree even if you don't agree. Nan Ruyan was unwilling to give up any hope, her mind changed quickly, and she said with a sincere face, Li Jiandong, calm down. In fact, waiting is the best choice for you. If no one comes to rescue me, you just have to wait a little longer and you won't suffer any loss at all. But if someone with superpowers comes to rescue me, you will be rescued too, right? Although you are treating me like this now, after all, you have saved me twice, and I will definitely repay you. I will never hate you for this, let alone tell anyone what happened just now. Li Jiandong narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't take her at all. Ha ha. Woman, do you think I'm a fool? At this point, I still want to delay time. I can't wait any longer. Saying this, Li Jiandong moved forward with a lewd smile and reached out to pull her suit jacket. Li Jiandong, can you wait any longer, please? Nan Ruyan begged and dodged desperately. Bang, bang. Li Jiandong pulled open Nan Ruyan's suit jacket so hard that several buttons couldn't bear it and burst open. Flying forward. Just obey me, ouch. Li Jiandong wailed. It turned out that Nan Ruyan kicked him directly, between his legs. A terrible pain hit him, and Li Jiandong's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. Take this opportunity. Nan Ruyan fled to the inner room of the presidential suite in a panic and quickly locked the door. After Li Jiandong calmed down, he became furious. He stepped forward and smashed the door wildly. Bang bang bang. He kept yelling and cursing. Open the door. Smelly bitch. Damn bitch. When I break the door open, I'm going to kill you. Nan Ruyan pressed her body against the door. At this moment, she was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. I can only pray silently in my heart. Shireen, Yifeng, will you come? On the road. A cool RV is speeding. In the car. Yifeng and Nan Shireen both look unhappy. Nan Shireen just learned that her aunt has become a zombie. Her beautiful eyes are red and she keeps sobbing. Yifeng stepped forward to comfort her. Shireen, in this world, it is normal for such things to happen. You should not be too sad. Nan Shireen wiped her tears and nodded. I understand, it's just that the gap is a bit big for a while. Yifeng continued to comfort her. Nan Shireen's condition has improved. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly, thinking secretly. Since there is no need to go to Jinding Hotel, then go to Longqing Daijing Community and pick up Lin Xiaoxiao, Yifeng thought so in his heart, and was about to order Meili to change the destination. But suddenly, a trace of palpitation flashed through Yifeng's heart. No logic, no information. Purely from Yifeng's intuition, he felt that something was wrong. Shireen, show me your phone. Nan Shireen handed over the phone with some doubts. Clicked on the screen. Yifeng saw the chat messages between Nan Shireen and his aunt. Nan Shireen, Aunt, are you still alive? Nan Shireen, Aunt, I have been rescued. My boyfriend Yifeng is a powerful superpower. Nan Ruyan, I am still alive. Can you come to save me? Nan Shireen, Yifeng agreed. He and I will come to save you right away. Nan Ruyan, Shireen, I just left the kitchen and fled to the presidential suite 8001 under the pursuit of a group of zombies. Nan Ruyan, I am with my bodyguard Li Jiandong. I just found some food. But I still feel very dangerous. Please come quickly. Nan Ruyan, Shireen, I found that I was bitten by a zombie during the escape just now. You don't need to save me. Protect yourself and stay safe for me. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. It seems to make sense logically. But Yifeng still felt something was wrong. Yifeng looked up at Nan Shireen and said slowly, Shireen, I think there must be something fishy about this matter. Your aunt, maybe she is still alive. Nan Shireen looked up in surprise when she heard what Yifeng said, and said excitedly, Really? Yifeng? You said my aunt is still alive? Yifeng nodded. I'm not sure, but since we have already set out, let's go over and confirm it with our own eyes. It won't take long anyway. Nan Shireen seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Great! Let's go over there quickly. Yi Feng looked down at the time. We still have at least 8 minutes to reach the Jinding Hotel. I don't know what the situation is with your aunt. Yi Feng frowned and thought. Is there a faster way to get there? Yi Feng suddenly had an idea. He turned to Nan Shireen and said, Shireen, I have just bound you to the driving rights of this RV. You use automatic driving and drive towards the Jinding Hotel. Nan Shireen was a little confused, not knowing why Yi Feng said this. Meili, stop the car and open the door. Yi Feng gave the order. Okay, master, the crisp voice of the vehicle's intelligent Meili sounded. The RV stopped suddenly and the door slowly opened. Yi Feng stepped out of the car and said to Nan Shireen, Shireen, I'm worried that something has happened to your aunt. My speed is faster than the car, so I'll go first. While speaking, Yi Feng's mind moved. A small light blue scroll appeared in his hand. It was the temporary gain scroll. Now that Yi Feng has been strengthened many times, his full running speed is not inferior to the speed of the RV. This temporary gain scroll can increase Yi Feng's movement speed by 10 times. With a thought, Yi Feng tore the scroll into pieces. The torn scroll instantly turned into a stream of blue light and flowed into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng suddenly felt his body light. He was delighted. My speed seems to be really much faster. With a flash of his figure, Yi Feng disappeared. Nan Shireen was stunned. How could Yi Feng be so fast? After coming to her senses, she immediately ordered Meili to drive towards the Jinding Hotel. Yi Feng ran all the way. The whistling wind blew past his ears. Countless buildings continued to extend backwards, and the sound of air bursting continued to be heard. My speed has increased dramatically. Yi Feng looked delighted. At this moment, Yi Feng's speed was close to the speed of sound. Only afterimages were left in the air. Jinding Hotel. In the suite on the 8th floor. Li Jiandong, who was hit in the vitals, was completely in a state of rampage. He madly smashed the door with tables, chairs, and benches. Bang bang bang. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a madman. Bitch! Open the door. Otherwise, wait for me to break the door open and see how I'll deal with you. Nan Ruyan inside the door was shaking. She didn't have any good ideas. She could only hold the door subconsciously. Bang! Bang! As Li Jiandong kept banging on the door lock in the suite continued to deform and crack. Not long after, only a bang was heard. The bedroom door bursts open. Nan Ruyan suddenly fell to the ground. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. Li Jiandong held a kitchen knife and said viciously. At this moment, Nan Ruyan felt as cold as bones, like falling into an ice cellar. Li Jiandong stepped forward with a cruel smile and gave her a big mouth without saying a word. Snapped. A clear red handprint fell on Nan Ruyan's beautiful face. Li Jiandong, please don't be like this, okay? This slap made Nan Ruyan burst into tears and she could only keep begging. You still have illusions, don't you? Still waiting for rescue, right? Li Jiandong had a lewd smile on his face. Let's not talk about the so-called superpower. After knowing that you turned into a zombie, you will definitely not come back. Even if he is planning to come over for a visit, will he come so quickly? Before he comes, I will have finished my work long ago. Li Jiandong looked greedily at Nan Ruyan sitting on the ground. This posture vividly displays Nan Ruyan's slender legs and plump buttocks. It's really awesome. He raised the kitchen knife and placed it across Nan Ruyan's snow-white neck. If you dare to move, I will chop off your head. Nan Ruyan's expression was dull, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Li Jiandong narrowed his eyes and was about to step forward to kiss Nan Ruyan's pretty face. However, at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the distance. Court death. The sound shook the heavens and the earth, making Li Jiandong stunned on the spot. The next moment, a black figure broke through the window and with lightning speed, kicked Li Jiandong hard in the chest. There was a whoosh sound. Li Jiandong's body flew several meters away, hit the wall hard, and then slipped to the ground. He didn't understand what happened at all. He just felt as if he had been hit directly by a heavy truck. His internal organs were displaced, and he didn't know how many bones in his chest were broken. Lying on the ground like a dead dog. Li Jiandong was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. The figure who broke into the suite murmured to himself, I am such a little genius. I made the right judgment. It seems that I came at the right time. The man was dressed in black, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. It was Yi Feng. Nan Ruyan looked a little dazed. What happened? Am I saved? Yifeng glanced at Nan Ruyan, and then couldn't take his eyes off her. He couldn't help but secretly praise her in his heart. What a beauty! Nan Ruyan was kneeling on the ground, wearing a white shirt. She looked extremely beautiful and her eyes were charming. There was a clear red palm mark on her cheek. However, this did not affect her beauty too much, but added a few more charms. She had black hair draped over her shoulders, a white neck, and a curvy figure. What amazed Yifeng the most was that Nan Ruyan's chest seemed to have two towering peaks, bulging. The white shirt was stretched so tight that it seemed like it was about to burst. It was so big. Yifeng was full of praise. It must be class, and it looked a little bigger than Lin Xiaoxiao's. In addition, her trousers could not hide her plump and round buttocks. Her current posture just showed it, which was very eye-catching. Yifeng walked forward quickly and helped Nan Ruyan up with a smile. I am Yifeng. Are you okay, Nan Ruyan? Madam. Looking at her trembling chest, Yifeng couldn't help swallowing. It's really awesome. No wonder that bodyguard had a dirty mind. You use this to test men? Which man can withstand such a test? Nan Ruyan stared at Yifeng blankly. For a moment, she felt as if she was dreaming. Was it this handsome man in black with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes who saved her? At the last moment, at the critical moment, he was like a god, saving himself from the water and fire. For a moment, Nan Ruyan's whole body was hot. It was incredible. I am not dreaming. Nan Ruyan murmured to herself. She still couldn't believe it. Of course you are not dreaming. Yifeng smiled heartily. I am Yifeng, and I came to save you at the request of Nan Shireen. Now it seems that I came in time. Now you are safe, extremely safe, and no one can hurt you again. Nan Ruyan looked up and stared at Yifeng blankly. The man in front of her was tall and mighty, extremely handsome, like a god, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in golden light. The most important thing is that he felt a strange charm. Nan Ruyan's heart was pounding, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing that Nan Ruyan didn't speak, but just stared at herself blankly, Yifeng frowned slightly and said in his heart, Why do you feel stupid? I'm not late, am I? Your clothes look neat, you don't look like you're poisoned? So Yifeng cleared his throat again and said, My name is Yifeng, Nan Shireen asked me to save you. How are you doing? Are you okay? At this time, Nan Ruyan came back to her senses, and a blush immediately appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She hurriedly said, I'm fine. I'm not injured. Fortunately, you came in time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yifeng smiled slightly and looked at the slap mark on Nan Ruyan's cheek carefully. Look, you're not injured? How can you say you're fine? Yifeng looked up at the man still lying on the ground and said slowly, This beast, he dared to hit you, he's really a piece of shit. Nan Ruyan also looked at Li Jiandong and said inexplicably, Is he dead? Yifeng replied, I saved his life, but with his injuries, he's almost dead. Do you want me to help you kill him? Nan Ruyan sighed slightly. I didn't expect that he would be this kind of person. But, he saved me twice after all, now it's even. Don't worry about him, just let him fend for himself. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly, and he didn't say anything else. Nan Ruyan looked around again, hesitated and said, Where is Shireen? Didn't she say she would come with me? Yifeng smiled and said, I judged that you were in danger, so I came here first. Nan Shireen is still on the way. Nan Ruyan was slightly startled and said, Will she be in danger? Don't worry, she is very safe. Yifeng replied. The defense of the modified RV is extremely high. Yifeng looked around again and said, If you have nothing to do, let's go. I'll take you to see Nan Shireen. Yes. Nan Ruyan nodded. But before that, I can treat your injuries. Yifeng said again. Seeing Nan Ruyan's puzzled expression, Yifeng raised his hand and gently stroked Nan Ruyan's pretty face. Nan Ruyan's pretty face was slightly red. Oh my god. What is he going to do? Should I avoid it? Buzz. A white light was released from Yifeng's hand, and under Nan Ruyan's shocked gaze. It penetrated Nan Ruyan's pretty face and spread all over her body. A feeling of comfort spread throughout her body, and Nan Ruyan couldn't help but groan. I just felt my whole body was refreshed. My body was quickly filled with vitality, and my whole body was full of energy. Not only that. The palm print on her pretty face also dissipated a lot. Nan Ruyan's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. It's amazing. Is this a superpower? Yifeng smiled and nodded. This is a sacred blessing. Now, let's leave here. Yifeng pulled up Nan Ruyan's soft and boneless little hand. Nan Ruyan's pretty face was slightly red, but she didn't struggle. Under the guidance of Yifeng, the two came to the window. Yifeng stretched out a hand and hugged Nan Ruyan's small waist, facing Nan Ruyan's questioning eyes. I'm going to jump from here, so you have to hold my waist too, don't fall down. Nan Ruyan was shocked. Jump from the 8th floor? But on second thought, Yifeng seemed to have come from the window. And he is also a superpower, so his ability must be great. Nan Ruyan didn't ask any more questions. She stretched out her two jade hands a little embarrassedly and wrapped them around Yifeng's waist. The two of them just hugged each other like this. Feeling the wonderful touch of Nan Ruyan's chest, Yifeng's heart was unconsciously shaken. It's too strong. I can't stand it. Nan Ruyan put her head on Yifeng's chest, her eyes slightly intoxicated. Yifeng said softly, hold on tight, we are going to jump. The moment of jumping. Yifeng deliberately adjusted the angle, and flicked his fingers in a position where Nan Ruyan couldn't see. A flash of lightning appeared. Boom! The terrifying arc of electricity instantly hit Li Jiandong's body. Li Jiandong groaned and turned into dust, dead as hell. Cutting the grass and eradicating the roots has always been Yifeng's style of doing things. After all, the end of the world is coming, and everything is possible. Although Li Jiandong is seriously injured and dying now, he may awaken his superpowers in the next moment, revive with full blood, and then come to seek revenge on himself. Even if he can't beat him, it is a very disgusting thing to secretly do something to him, or to his woman. The sound of the wind echoed in Nan Ruyan's ears. During the process of Yifeng's fall, his toes kept tapping the outer wall of the building to offset the gravity. Soon the two landed safely. Nan Ruyan felt the masculine breath of Yifeng, and her heart was full of security. The scene of Yifeng descending like a god to save her. It has already left an indelible mark in Nan Ruyan's heart. Nan Ruyan reluctantly let go of Yifeng. Yifeng took out his mobile phone and took a look, thinking secretly. I moved too fast, and the battle was too fast. The melee RV hadn't come yet. Yifeng said to Nan Ruyan. I don't know how I should address you? Yi, Mr. Yi, just call me Nan Ruyan. Nan Ruyan said. No need to be so polite, just call me Yifeng. There are still 5 minutes before Nan Shireen drives to pick us up, so we need to wait a while. Yifeng said to Nan Ruyan. Just make your decision, I'll listen to you. Nan Ruyan said. Yifeng nodded, took Nan Ruyan to the first floor of the hotel, and found a safe place to rest. His mind moved. Yifeng opened the panel to check the progress of the task completion. Daily task, kill 40 zombies. Task reward, 40 baits. Task status, completed. Yifeng was slightly stunned. What happened? The daily task was actually completed. Yifeng looked at the random task again. Random task, kill 100 zombies. Task reward, 10 high-level baits, open bait synthesis permissions. Task status, 47/100, when did I kill these zombies? Yifeng thought about it for a while, and then he suddenly realized it. It turned out that the zombies killed by his RV were also counted in the task statistics. Yifeng's RV has a built-in obstacle removal function. Along the way, I don't know how many zombies I knocked away. Of course, there are many zombies that were not killed. However, if we only count the zombies that were killed, the number has reached 47. Really good. Yifeng smiled slightly. He immediately clicked to receive the daily task reward. With the system prompt sound. Prompt, congratulations to the host for getting 40 baits. Yifeng directly received 40 baits. Yifeng was delighted and became more interested in high-level baits. He muttered to himself, there are only 53 zombies left to complete the random task. 5 minutes is enough. Let's complete the random task now. Yifeng decided to start cleaning up the zombies in the Jinding Hotel. It is always safer to clean up the zombies in the building. You can use the terrain to kill them, and it will not cause the zombies to attack. On the contrary, if you kill too many zombies in an open area, it is easy to form a zombie tide. Once the zombie tide is formed, there will be a constant stream of zombies, rushing towards you one after another. Yifeng in his previous life was still very afraid. What about now? The current zombie level is relatively low, and Yifeng himself is not afraid, but Yifeng is currently carrying a burden, Nan Ruyan. So choosing to clean up the zombies in the hotel is naturally the best choice. I want to kill some zombies, you just follow me. Yifeng turned to Nan Ruyan and said. Nan Ruyan didn't understand, but still nodded. Yi Feng took out a pistol from the space. He began to clear the zombies layer by layer. There were about 20 zombies on the first floor of the hotel. Bang 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 bang. Yi Feng's technique was steady and his shooting was fast. Not a single bullet was wasted. Every time a gunshot sounded, a zombie fell to the ground. Every shot hit the head. Seeing Yi Feng kill these terrifying zombies as easily as mowing the grass, Nan Ruyan was extremely shocked. Yi Feng is actually a sharpshooter, amazing. Facing the hotel rooms, Yi Feng searched them one by one. Some rooms had zombies hidden in them. After cleaning up the zombies, Yi Feng did not let go of the items in the hotel. With a thought, beds, small refrigerators, TVs, mineral water. All were collected by Yi Feng in the space. As the saying goes, pluck feathers from a passing goose. Every time Yi Feng arrived at a place, he would subconsciously collect some things. Anyway, the space is infinite, so just collect whatever you want. What if it is useful in the future? After all, these modern products will become less and less in the future. Even though these things are well preserved now, they will be gone in a year or two. Since Yi Feng came across them, of course he took them away without hesitation. This scene shocked Nan Ruyan again. She couldn't help rubbing her eyes. Disappeared. Really all disappeared. Yi Feng glanced at Nan Ruyan's shocked expression. He just said a few words lightly. This is my ability, you will know it later. This amazed Nan Ruyan. What else can Yi Feng not do? It's so mysterious. Yi Feng just killed them layer by layer. Soon Yi Feng came to the third floor. After killing the zombies in the corridor, he searched 6 rooms in succession. The number of zombies killed also reached more than 50. Counting the previous accumulation, Yi Feng's random task is about to be completed. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng came to another room. In the room, there was a family of 3 zombies, 2 adults, and 1 child. Yi Feng fired several shots. Bang bang bang. 3 zombies fell to the ground. Then Yi Feng clicked to view the task details. Random task, kill 100 zombies. Task reward, 10 advanced baits, open bait synthesis permissions. Task status, completed. Completed. Yi Feng was slightly happy, walked out of the room, and was about to take Nan Ruyan away. At this moment, a woman suddenly ran out of the stairwell. The woman had a beautiful face and beautiful legs in black stockings. She was attracted by the sound of gunfire. After seeing Yi Feng, she asked excitedly, "Are you a rescuer?" Then she looked at Nan Ruyan in surprise and exclaimed, "It's you." Nan Ruyan looked at her and recognized her identity at the same time. It was the administrative secretary who was trapped on the 8th floor with Nan Ruyan. The woman ran towards Yi Feng with ecstasy on her face. "You must be a rescuer, hurry up, save me." Seeing the woman in black stockings rushing towards him, Yi Feng calmly raised his gun. The woman suddenly stopped in shock, with a puzzled look on her face. "I'm not a rescuer, I'm a survivor like you." Yi Feng continued to explain, "So I can't take you away." The woman's eyes widened and she looked excited, obviously unable to accept it. "No, what about her? Manager Nan and I are together, why can she stay with you? Do you know her?" Yi Feng heard this and turned to ask Nan Ruyan. Nan Ruyan nodded slightly with a complicated expression. "She is the administrative secretary of one of our cooperative companies, but we only know her." Yi Feng suddenly understood, looked at the woman in black stockings, shook his head and refused. "She is my friend, and I came here specifically to save her." "You can't." When the woman heard Yi Feng say this, her face turned pale. Clenching his teeth, he knelt down on the ground. Please take me away. You can take her away without losing me. I can do anything, I can bear anything, as long as I can survive." Yi Feng looked her up and down. "She has beautiful legs in black stockings and a pretty face. She can be considered a beauty. However, compared with Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan, Nan Shirin and others, they are still far behind." His appetite was spoiled. Yi Feng shook his head and refused. "You know the way the world is today, I won't be a burden." The woman in black stockings was stunned on the spot. Yi Feng's refusal reminded Nan Ruyan next to him of himself. She originally had nothing to do with Yi Feng. It was purely because of Nan Shirin that Yi Feng came to save himself. So in fact, she is no different from the secretary in black stockings in front of her. He is a burden around Yi Feng. Next to Yi Feng, he had to be distracted at all times to protect himself. What value do you have to him? Nan Ruyan's eyes moved slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing Yi Feng's hard-hearted heart, the woman turned around and began to beg Nan Ruyan. Manager Nan, I am your friend. Please say something for me. If you leave me here, I will really die. Nan Ruyan looked directly at her with a complicated expression, and finally shook her head slowly. I saw the scene when you pushed the boy with a flat head down. Hearing this, the woman's delicate body trembled as if struck by lightning. No, I didn't push him. If he doesn't die, I will die. I have no choice. At this moment, Yifeng's phone vibrated slightly. Yifeng took out his mobile phone and clicked on it. It was the news from Nan Shireen. She had already driven the RV to the door of Jinding Hotel. Shireen has arrived, let's go. Yifeng turned to Nan Ruyan and said. Nan Ruyan looked surprised. Great, let's go quickly. Yifeng took Nan Ruyan and turned around to leave. Seeing that they were about to leave, a trace of resentment flashed in the eyes of the woman with black stockings. Nan Ruyan, why can you live? Am I going to die? Why do you have someone to protect you, but I can only rely on myself? By the way, I still have that. The woman in black stockings took out a zombie finger. You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unjust, the woman in black stockings muttered to herself. Manager Nan, please wait a moment, I have a secret to tell you, the black silk secretary said quickly. Nan Ruyan turned around in surprise. The secret can only be told to one person. The secretary in black stockings quickly approached Nan Ruyan, then took the object in her hand and stabbed her wrist fiercely. Nan Ruyan, you should become a zombie too. A flash of excitement flashed in the woman's eyes. Go to hell. Just when she felt she was about to succeed, a pair of big hands suddenly appeared and knocked the zombie's fingers to the ground. Then he grabbed her neck tightly and lifted her into the air. It was Yifeng who took action and stopped her actions. Nan Ruyan only came back to her senses at this moment. Yifeng glanced at the thing on the ground and said softly, it's zombie fingers. Hearing this, Nan Ruyan was so frightened that her face turned pale with fear. She pointed at the woman and cursed angrily, you woman, why are you so vicious? The woman in black stockings looked unwilling, kicked her legs wildly, and struggled desperately. I'm so unwilling. Yifeng pressed his fingers hard. Click. The woman's eyes turned white, her neck broke, and she died. Yifeng threw the body on the ground. Well done. Nan Ruyan looked angry, her body trembling a little. Yifeng took her hand and said softly. Don't pay attention to this kind of person, the car is already in place, let's go. Yifeng and Nan Ruyan walked out of Jinding Hotel. A cool silver-white RV has parked in front of the hotel. This RV is so handsome. Nan Ruyan was amazed. She is also well informed. But in her impression, Blue Star didn't seem to have such a brand of RV. Yifeng took Nan Ruyan into the car. Entering the interior of the RV, Nan Ruyan was even more shocked. The appearance of the RV already looks very awesome. But she never expected that the functions and interiors inside were even more awesome. Not to mention anything else, the space was much more spacious than she had imagined. Looking from the outside, this car shouldn't have such a big space anyway. Nan Ruyan didn't understand and was shocked. Not only is the space large enough, it also has all the facilities that a regular RV should have. It has functions that ordinary RVs don't have. It's a walking supermansion. At this moment, Nan Shireen rushed over. Wow! Auntie, you are really still alive. Nan Ruyan was also excited and burst into tears. Shireen, I finally see you. She hugged Nan Shireen with her backhand. The two women met at the top and cried bitterly. Yifeng, who was beside him, also smiled with relief. But there was one thing he didn't quite understand. They were obviously related by blood, so why was the size difference so big? F&B, there was too much difference. Seeing the two women begin to vent their emotions, chattering there. Yifeng's mind moved. Daily tasks and random tasks have been completed. Yifeng clicked to receive the task reward. The system prompt sounded. Prompt, congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 baits. Prompt, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 advanced baits. Prompt, congratulations to the host for opening the bait synthesis permission. Yifeng studied it. He soon figured out what the new function was. Simply put, Yifeng would be able to obtain high-level items more easily if he used high-level bait to fish. Bait synthesis permission allows 10 ordinary baits to be synthesized into one high-level bait. 10 ordinary baits are needed to synthesize one high-level bait. It's too expensive. I still need to see the fishing effect of high-level baits. It just so happened that the random task rewarded Yifeng with 10 high-level baits. Yifeng immediately decided to go fishing to try the quality of the high-level baits. System, let's go fishing 5 times first. Hint, fishing in progress. Yifeng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and getting a high-definition DVD of the movie Ilu Xiangxi +1 copy. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and getting 300G +1 bag of Mongolian yak jerky. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and getting +1 bottle of durable spray. Another bottle of durable spray? Yifeng's heart moved. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get the silver bottle Plum Yang Ximin Edition High Repair DVD Collector's Edition +1. Hint, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and get the corpse poison immunity potion +1 bottle. Fifth fishing is over. Yifeng showed disappointment. That's it? Not counting the 2 DVDs and beef jerky, Yifeng's 5 high-level fishing this time only harvested 1 bottle of durable spray and 1 bottle of corpse poison immunity potion. Although these 2 things are quite useful, but they are caught by 5 high-level baits. If you use ordinary bait to synthesize, that is 50 baits. Using 50 baits, you can fish 50 times. How could Yifeng only catch this little thing? Using high-level fishing is simply a loss. You will lose money even if you have pants tea. Yifeng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Started to check the spoils. Item, endurance spray, 10 times, quality, rare, description. After using the endurance spray, you will have longer endurance and energy within 2 hours, and become a real man again. For external use, each time you use it, your endurance will be slightly enhanced permanently. Needless to say, Yifeng had obtained the endurance potion before. At that time, he was a little disgusted, but now Yifeng can only say one thing: it smells so good. After all, there are more and more confidants. Although Yifeng himself is very capable, to a certain extent, he still needs this thing to help him. It just so happens that the endurance spray I got last time has been used up. Yifeng put the endurance spray away with a happy face. Yifeng looked at the newly acquired corpse poison potion again. Item, corpse poison immunity potion, quality, rare, description. After taking this potion, you will gain super immunity to the zombie virus and have no fear of infection. Those who have been infected can also obtain super immunity as long as they have not transformed into corpses. Yifeng had obtained this medicine before. It can give people a state of super immunity to zombies. Even those who are infected by corpse poison can be assured of no worries as long as they drink the potion before the zombie transformation occurs. He had already used that bottle at that time. It's also a good thing to get a new bottle now. After all, Yifeng already has several confidants. With such a bottle of potion in hand, he felt more at ease. After sorting out the harvest, Yifeng clicked to check the number of baits. Bait, 40 servings, advanced fishing bait, 5 servings. Yifeng said silently in his heart. System, do advanced fishing 5 more times. Tip, fishing in progress. Yifeng didn't have much hope either. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting an AK-47 firearm +1. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting AK-47 firearms and bullets +10,000 rounds. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 set of the Deaf Tribe series of books. Yifeng was a little disappointed. Although firearms are useful, they are not what Yifeng wants. At this moment, the system froze slightly. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. According to experience, once you use it for too long, you may catch something good. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining the legendary skill, Thunder Stance. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare item, Flame Sea Cucumber +1 copy. I'm sorry. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. Ships. Following the storage space, Yifeng successfully fished out the legendary skill Thunder Stance. A golden legendary skill. Yifeng immediately sank his mind into the fishing space. A source bead emitting golden light lay on the fishing platform. This is the legendary skill, Thunder Stance? Yifeng immediately clicked to view the details. Skill, Thunder Stance, quality, legend, description, active skill. After activating Thunder Stance, your form will change slightly. Attributes such as attack, defense, speed, strength, etc. will all be greatly temporarily improved. Special description, the thunder posture will be enhanced according to your level and combat power. In addition, when your level reaches a certain level, you will unlock more powerful enhancement effects. A skill that greatly enhances combat power. It seems to be a growing transformation skill. What a skill! Yifeng looked ecstatic. He immediately chose to extract skills. Ahoo! A skill source bead emitting golden light suddenly appeared in the air, and Yifeng immediately stretched out his hand to poke it open. The two women next to him glanced at Yifeng and then continued chatting. Yifeng is too mysterious, and they are already used to it. The skill source bead turned into a golden stream of light and integrated into Yifeng's body. Tip: congratulations on learning the legendary skill Thunder Stance. Tip: it is detected that you have mythical thunder attribute abilities, and your skill strength will be greatly increased. A skill message appeared in Yifeng's heart. Thunder Stance. With the blessing of the Chaos Divine Thunder, the skill strength will be raised to another level. Yifeng was ecstatic inside. I wonder how powerful this legendary skill is. It is not convenient to test skills in the car. Yifeng had no choice but to hold back his excitement. High-end fishing bait. High-end fishing bait is the best thing. Yifeng was filled with emotion. How many times did he fish using ordinary bait? Except for the 3 times he started fishing with the novice halo, Yifeng has never fished out a legendary item. Use high-grade bait to fish, and you will develop legendary fishing skills in just 10 times. What does this mean? Ordinary fishing bait is just garbage. Fishing with high-grade bait is the correct way to open the system. Legendary skills, rare items and skills. There is absolutely no comparison. Yifeng immediately made up his mind. From now on, he will only use high-end baits for fishing. Yifeng continued to check the rare items he obtained. Item: Flame Sea Cucumber, Quality, Rare, Description, a mutated sea cucumber with magical power. After eating, it can enhance physical strength and gain plus 50 fire resistance. It's also a good thing. Yifeng immediately took out the sea cucumber and took a bite. The fist-sized black sea cucumber is crisp and refreshing. Yifeng ate it up quickly. A wave of heat surged through the body. Physical strength increased again. Yifeng felt happy. Becoming stronger again. Complete the receipt of goods. The system will synthesize all 40 of my ordinary fishing baits into high-level fishing baits. Yifeng thought silently in his mind. The system immediately pops up an option. Tip: do you want to confirm the synthesis? Yifeng immediately clicked to confirm. Tip: congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 pieces of advanced fishing bait. Obtained 4 more high-grade fishing baits. Yifeng felt happy. He took a deep breath. System: advanced fishing 4 times. The golden fishing rod moved, and the hook flew into the endless darkness. Dear fairy sisters, please bless me to catch something good. Yifeng prayed constantly in his heart. Somewhat nervous. The system prompt sounded: prompt, fishing in progress, prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained rare items, Detection Guardian Elf +1. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained Tang Dao +1 box. Prompt, congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained epic items, Ability Awakening Potion +1. Detection Elf? An epic ability awakening potion? Yifeng was delighted. At this moment, the system paused slightly. Yifeng's heart tightened immediately. The system freezes, which means that something good has appeared. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Hint: congratulations to the host for fishing successfully and obtaining a legendary item, War God Contract Scroll +1. Fuck! My luck is too good. Yifeng was ecstatic. Continuous delivery, 1 epic, 1 legendary. Great! Yifeng immersed his mind in the fishing space. Soon he found the War God contract floating on the island, which was a contract scroll emitting a light golden light. There was also a bottle of potion emitting a purple light. Scroll, and potion? Yifeng immediately clicked to view the scroll details. Item: War God Contract Scroll, Level, Legendary, Description: War God Contract, can be used to build a powerful combat team. The first contractor is the War God, and the lives and deaths of the remaining contractors are controlled by the War God, and they will be forever loyal to the War God in a subtle way. Tear up the scroll and automatically become the War God. Special description: the War God contract has 1 War God position, 20 War General positions, and 200 Warrior positions. Contractors of different positions will obtain different degrees of permanent strengthening effects at the beginning of the contract, and enjoy the God of War team skills. God of War contract. Yifeng was shocked. Good stuff, it is worthy of being a legendary item. Yifeng licked his lips. Becoming the God of War, you can contract 200 warriors and 20 generals. And the life and death of these subordinates are under your control, and they will be extremely loyal to you. Cool, cool, cool. Yifeng was ecstatic. I just felt that the future was bright. Yi Feng did not hesitate and immediately chose to extract the God of War contract scroll. Swish! A scroll emitting a golden glow appeared in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng reached out to catch the God of War contract scroll. Tear the scroll directly. The next moment, the scroll turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into Yi Feng's body. A touch of golden light emerged from inside to outside in Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng immediately felt that the powerful power of the contract was rapidly strengthening his physical energy. Strength, speed, defense, vision, reaction ability, are all getting stronger in all directions. Getting stronger quickly. This feeling is so cool. Yi Feng felt very happy. The contracted will be strengthened by the power of the contract. The God of War will be strengthened the most, followed by the generals, and then the warriors. After a while, the strengthening ended and the golden light dissipated. After the blessing of the power of the God of War, Yi Feng felt that he had become stronger again, and his strength soared. He couldn't wait to open the combat power panel. Name, Yi Feng, level 1, 2 stars, combat power index, 810 combat power soared by more than 300 points. Cool. Yi Feng's mouth corners rose. At the same time, a message poured into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he was ecstatic again. The God of War contract is more domineering than he imagined. Become a God of War, set up a God of War team, and gain God of War skills. There are 3 skills in total, which can only be used once a day. There are 3 God of War team skills. 1. God of War Blessing, God of War, Generals, and Warriors will all gain this skill. Actively open the skill and you will get a God of War Blessing aura that lasts for 1 hour. The effect of the halo temporarily increases combat power by percentage. 2. Power of the God of War, only the God of War and the General of War can obtain this skill, and the warrior cannot obtain it. When the contractor is seriously injured and dying, the power of the God of War will be automatically triggered, instantly healing the injury and restoring a certain combat ability. 3. Wrath of the God of War, only the God of War can obtain this skill. When this skill is activated, a fan-shaped shockwave will be launched directly in front, causing huge damage to enemies within a certain range. The specific power is determined by the combat power of the God of War. All good skills. Yi Feng was happy. After a while, Yi Feng's excitement gradually subsided. This time he fished, he also harvested an epic awakening potion. Item, Ability Awakening Potion, Quality, Epic, Description, a mysterious potion that can stimulate the superpowers hidden deep in the human body. After taking this potion, you will definitely be able to awaken superpowers. The quality of superpowers varies from person to person. Potion that helps people awaken superpowers? Yi Feng was delighted. In his previous life, Yi Feng had heard that in addition to awakening naturally, human superpowers can also be awakened by using some extraordinary treasures. But these treasures are extremely precious and will not be circulated on the market at all. Now he has a potion that can help people awaken superpowers. So the question is? Should he take this bottle of awakening potion? Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. What will happen if he takes it? Since he already has a superpower, this bottle of potion may be wasted. It is more likely that he will awaken a common superpower, power enhancement. This is the superpower in his previous life. Yi Feng shook his head. Common superpowers are too weak and have no help in improving his strength. Besides, he still has the possibility of awakening on his own. If he doesn't agree. The question is it for Lin Xiaoxiao or Nan Shirin? Yi Feng was a little embarrassed. After all, there is only one bottle of awakening potion. Both girls are good women, and they are all flesh. Yi Feng thought about it and put the awakening ability potion into the storage space. Let's talk about how to deal with this thing later. Yi Feng looked at the new props he fished out. Item, Scout Guardian Elf, Quality, Rare, Description, Consumable. After summoning this elf, it will protect your safety within 100 meters around you, detect the surroundings and discover potential dangerous factors in time. Once it encounters a crisis that cannot be handled, it will notify the elf master as soon as possible. The elf will continue to exist for 72 hours and then dissipate on its own. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. This is also a good thing. In this doomsday full of dangers, with this thing, you can relax your mind and rest peacefully. By the way, I also fished out a box of Tang swords. Yi Feng opened the box and found a full 20 Tang swords in it. Item, Tang sword, quality, ordinary, description, Tang sword, with a sharp blade, suitable for fast combat, and reliable quality. Not bad. A knife of excellent quality. You know, in the end times, it is very important to have a handy weapon. And the knife is the most suitable for chopping zombies. But Yifeng already has a better flame sword. This harvest is sorted out. For a while, Yifeng was in a good mood. Yifeng hugged Nan Shireen and kissed her hard. Nan Shireen's cheeks were slightly red and she glanced at Nan Ruyan sheepishly. It's okay, just pretend I don't exist. Nan Ruyan smiled ambiguously, and a trace of envy flashed in her heart. The beauty Yifeng is in her arms, and the dragons are flying up and down. He silently pondered his next move. Maybe I should get myself a territory? After all, the conditions in the dilapidated community in Longcheng Daijing were really average. He should get himself a better manor villa. The living conditions should be good, safe enough, and preferably helpful for your future development. What is the appropriate place? While thinking, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. That place seems nice? In the previous life, it caused many conflicts. Get it and use it as your basic base. The more Yifeng thought about it, the more satisfied he became. Just then, the phone vibrated. Yifeng lowered his head and saw that it was a message from Lin Xiaoxiao. The corners of Yifeng's mouth raised slightly. Somehow, he remembered Lin Xiaoxiao's plump buttocks and her extremely beautiful face. Go get her in the car first. Thinking like this, Yifeng clicked on the message on his mobile phone. Take a look at the content of the message. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. Okay, good on you Lin Haoqian. This virtue is exactly the same as mine. Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Haoqian, you actually want to attack my woman. Just because of this, you are dead. Jesus can't save you, I'm telling you. Inside the RV Yifeng's eyes were filled with anger, and he quickly read the messages on his mobile phone and the messages in the owner group. He soon figured out what was going on. Lin Haoqian was Yifeng's downstairs neighbor, and today he was lucky enough to awaken his superpowers. This kid is also a lustful and daring man. When he awakened his superpowers, he didn't think about how to find food, but instead thought of Lin Xiaoxiao who lived in the building. He contacted Lin Xiaoxiao directly and wanted her to be his woman. Lin Xiaoxiao had already followed Yifeng, so he naturally refused without hesitation. When Lin Haoqian heard this, of course he didn't do it. Lin Xiaoxiao was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, how could he let it go so easily? He immediately made a harsh statement in the group. Lin Xiaoxiao was his, and he would kill anyone who competed with him. As for Lin Xiaoxiao's opinion, it didn't matter. Whether she was willing or not. He, Lin Haoqian, was going to pick Lin Xiaoxiao's flower. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao heard it, she realized that something was wrong. She immediately asked Yifeng for help. That's probably what happened. Yifeng felt a little depressed. In the last life, Lin Haoqian didn't awaken his superpowers. What's going on? Butterfly effect? Also, why am I always putting out fires everywhere? It seems that I need to get a territory as soon as possible to protect my woman. Yifeng typed a reply to Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, you must protect yourself. I'm going back to Longcheng Daijing community now, I'll be there soon. The RV started and headed towards Longcheng Daijing. Yifeng's abnormality naturally aroused the concern of Nan Shireen and Nan Ruyan. Brother Yifeng, what happened? Yifeng shook his head slowly and said, it's nothing serious, just a jumping clown, let's pick up Xiaoxiao now. Yifeng had already explained Lin Xiaoxiao's existence to Nan Shireen. The two women nodded. The vehicle sped away. Yifeng thought about it. Decided to contact Lin Haoqian in advance. After all, this place is a bit far from Longcheng Daijing. It takes about 20 minutes for the RV to drive at the highest speed. 20 minutes, too long. What if Lin Haoqian is a man of action? 10 times are enough. Yifeng didn't dare to think about it. If the problem can be solved through communication, it would be the best. Soon, Yifeng dialed Lin Haoqian's voice. Hello? A confident and arrogant voice came into his ears. Yifeng couldn't help but frown. Talking about the other side. Longcheng Daijing community, 8th floor. Lin Haoqian was in the room, full of ecstasy. Unexpectedly. He, Lin Haoqian, will also become a superpower one day. Yesterday, he witnessed with his own eyes how awesome the thunder superpower was, which stimulated him severely. Just today, just now. He suddenly awakened his superpower. Rare level, Power Frenzy. This skill not only instantly increased his physical fitness a lot. It also gave him a power skill. After activating the skill, the power is instantly increased 5 times, and the defense and movement speed are also increased to a certain extent. However, there are also disadvantages. That is, after using the skill, it will fall into a slightly weak state and cannot be used again in the short term. But no matter what, Lin Haotian has become a little Superman. At least in this building, he should be able to do whatever he wants. After having superpowers. Naturally, Lin Haotian thought of power in women. Who is the woman closest to him? Lin Xiaoxiao. This top-notch woman. That chest, those legs, that ass. Lin Haotian couldn't help but imagine. He immediately contacted Lin Xiaoxiao. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by Lin Xiaoxiao. This time, he couldn't save face. Simply put in the group to say something harsh. That bitch actually rejected me. Look at how I deal with you, let you know how powerful I am as a superpower. When he thought about how he would deal with Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Haotian had a lewd smile on his lips and decided to go upstairs immediately. Just as he was about to take action, Yi Feng's voice popped up. Lin Haotian answered impatiently. Hey! Who are you? Did you know that I have awakened my superpowers and come to be my younger brother? I'm in a hurry. Tell me your specialties and I'll consider it. Lin Haotian said arrogantly. I'm Yi Feng, your neighbor on the 14th floor. Like you, I'm also a superpower user, and I awakened earlier than you, and my strength is stronger than you. Lin Haotian was surprised and asked suspiciously, is it true? I haven't heard you say that. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, don't worry about this. I'm here to inform you that Lin Xiaoxiao is already my woman. Give up some of the thoughts you shouldn't have, and we will live in peace. Otherwise, at this point, Yi Feng paused. Lin Haotian smiled coldly and said, what if not? Otherwise, today is the day you die. Unexpectedly, Lin Haotian said jokingly, haha, you acted really well. Do you think that my brain is full of shit? Will you believe your words? I'm smart. You said you're a superpower? Do you think I'll believe it? Do you know how precious superpowers are? We superpowers are the chosen ones, and there can be two superpowers in one building? You're the actor rescuer that Lin Xiaoxiao brought in. Lin Haotian laughed out loud. You don't believe I'm a superpower? Yi Feng frowned. Of course I won't believe it. Lin Haotian said with a mocking look on his face. If you awakened your superpowers, would you hold back from saying it in the group? Do you think everyone is as brainless as you? Yi Feng said helplessly. He was completely sentenced to death for Lin Haotian in his heart. Lin Haotian continued arrogantly, take a step back, even if you are a superpower, so what? What makes you say you are better than me? I am a rare superpower. Come to me now and show me your skills. As long as you can beat me, I will immediately recognize you as the boss. Yi Feng's heart moved, wait for me, I will come over immediately. Lin Haotian smiled confidently, it's a deal. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the call. Fortunately, he was more skilled and held him back. A trace of coldness flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Wait for me. See how I beat you to death. On the other side, Lin Haotian waited and waited in the room. 10 minutes passed quickly. Yi Feng did not come. He shook his head and kept pacing in the living room. Suddenly, he slapped his head and reacted. Did I fall into a trap? Empty city plan. Lin Haotian immediately called back. Yi Feng answered the call. Lin Haotian immediately said impatiently, boy, are you kidding me? Yi Feng frowned, why do you say that? Lin Haotian said coldly, you said you would come right away. It's been 10 minutes, and you haven't come yet, Yi Feng thought to himself. Are you so eager to die? Yi Feng patiently advised, I'll be there soon, wait for me. Lin Haotian laughed. A delaying tactic, huh? Do you think I haven't read The Art of War? I finally understand. You are a funny actor hired by Lin Xiaoxiao. I'm smart. Ha ha ha. I'm going to make Lin Xiaoxiao scream now. These words made Yi Feng furious. Wait a minute. Wait for me for 10 minutes, I will definitely come to you. If I don't beat the shit out of you, I won't be called Yi. Lin Haotian sneered. Okay, I agree. Go find me on Lin Xiaoxiao's bed, ha ha ha. Lin Haotian hung up the phone complacently, muttering disdainfully. Who are you trying to scare all day long? I'm smart. There is no such person as you. Thinking of Lin Xiaoxiao's attractive figure, Lin Haotian could no longer restrain himself. He walked out of the door with a heroic and proud look. This side. Yi Feng put down his phone, his eyes full of murderous intent. This time he failed to fool people. The bastard has grown a brain. Communication is an art, but unfortunately he is not proficient in it. To go home, you must get there immediately. But there is still nearly 10 minutes to drive, and Yifeng's running speed is not much faster than the RV. There is no temporary speed-up scroll. Yifeng lowered his head in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he had an idea. He turned around and said to Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan, "The situation is urgent, I will go first." Under the control of Meili, the RV will automatically drive to Longqing Daijing community. Nan Shirin nodded, indicating that she understood. She was very familiar with this scene. It was just like this when she saved her aunt. Yifeng ordered Meili to open the car window and jumped out of the car. The next moment, Yifeng activated the legendary skill in the air, Thunder Stance. Boom! The energy of Chaos Thunder continued to flow out of Yifeng's body and quickly spread throughout his body. Yifeng's body emitted a dazzling golden light, and his hair became wild, dancing with the arcs. Crack! Yifeng's eyes gradually turning into a deep golden color, the muscles bulge and become strong. The whole body is full of golden and gray interwoven thunder energy, and the vicissitudes of ancient breath are all over Yifeng's body. Golden light flashes and crackles. Yifeng seems to be the god of thunder from mythology. Magnificent, powerful, and mysterious. This scene directly stunned Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan. This is too handsome. 4. Yifeng looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Golden pupils, muscular man, surrounded by lightning. This feeling is invincible. And just as I thought, the strength and speed have been greatly improved. Hurry up. With a thought, Yifeng disappeared instantly. Longqing Daijing community. Lin Haotian quickly came to the 18th floor and began to knock on the door frantically. "Little baby, I'm here. Open the door quickly." Lin Xiaoxiao shouted loudly behind the door. "Get out. Do you know my man Yifeng? He is a man who is 10 times stronger than you, no, 100 times stronger. If you stop now, it's not too late. If you continue to be stubborn, you will be dead when he comes." Hearing this, Lin Haotian said with disdain, "Don't brag here. Who are you trying to scare? The man's acting skills are pretty good, but I am still better and saw through your scam. He. The probability of 2 superpowers appearing in one building is too low. Impossible. Bang bang bang." Lin Haotian continued to bang on the door. "Why is it impossible? Have you forgotten the video from yesterday? A man who can set off bombs appeared in our community and caused an uproar. He is Yifeng." These words made Lin Haotian a little stunned. What she said seems to make some sense. Why didn't I think of it just now? Is he really a superpower? When he thought about it, he scolded a thunder superpower, and now he was going to mess with his woman. He was suddenly a little flustered, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What should I do now? Put yourself in his shoes. If someone does this to you, will you let him go easily? Damn, is it too late to run now? Run away, stay and admit your mistakes, or continue? Lin Haotian didn't know what to do for a moment. Lin Haotian, you still have time to stop now, we can just pretend nothing happened. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to persuade. He will definitely take revenge on me. Lin Haotian said tentatively. No, I won't lie to you, Lin Xiaoxiao said earnestly. The scene froze for a moment. Lin Haotian suddenly reacted. That's not right. Who said that the psychic who set off the thunder must be Yifeng? It's all one-sided. Maybe this woman is deceiving me. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Lin Haotian's eyes. I'm smart. Never mind. Let's get this girl first. If the thunder psychic has nothing to do with this girl, I'll make a fortune. Besides, even if Yifeng is really a psychic, I may not be able to beat him. Even if I can't beat him, I can still use Lin Xiaoxiao as a hostage to force the superpower to commit the crime. After all, even if I take a step back, I have already offended him. It is definitely not a loss to get a top-notch person like Lin Xiaoxiao before I die. The more Lin Haotian thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was correct. He couldn't help but grin. Bang! 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 He continued to wave his fists and banged the door frantically. Lin Xiaoxiao in the house saw that Lin Haotian still refused to give up, so she had no choice but to hide. Lin Haotian is a superpower after all. After his persistent door-smashing action, Lin Xiaoxiao's door was finally smashed open by him. Lin Haotian walked into the house. Xiaoxiao baby, where are you? He kept searching the room one by one, the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom. Soon, Lin Haotian locked his target on the master bedroom. Because the master bedroom was locked, Lin Haotian continued to bang the door. Not long after, the door lock broke and fell. Lin Haotian kicked the door open. He searched frantically, but found nothing. Damn, Where is it? Lin Haotian was angry. Study, second bedroom, continue searching. Entering the second bedroom, he was greeted by a huge rolling pin. I'll smash you to death. Lin Xiaoxiao made her last effort. Lin Haotian was a little confused by the beating. He quickly reacted and took the rolling pin away. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful face and hot body, Lin Haotian licked the corner of his mouth and said with a lewd smile, hee hee, the little beauty is quite powerful. Even if the so-called Yi Feng is really a supernatural person who can set off thunder, I will also give him hot pot today. At this moment, the husky rushed out and bit Lin Haotian's calf fiercely. Ah! Lin Haotian immediately cried out in pain. Turning around, it turned out to be a dog. He kicked Xiao Bai in the abdomen angrily. Ah! Xiao Bai was kicked several meters away and lay on the ground wailing. Lin Haotian lowered his head to check the wound and found that it was not a big problem. Then he said viciously, "Damn, this stupid dog doesn't have rabies. Damn beast. When I'm done, I'll make you a dog meat hot pot." I saw the husky being kicked away. Noob, Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were filled with tears and her voice was choked with sobs. "Don't worry, it's your turn soon." Lin Haotian chuckled. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head and yelled, "If you touch me, Yi Feng will not let you go. If you run away now, it's still too late." Lin Haotian is already so bold and desperate. As the saying goes, dying under the peonies is as charming as being a ghost. Lin Haotian was about to take a step forward. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao looked surprised. "Yi Feng, you are finally here." Lin Haotian was shocked and immediately looked back. Looking around, there was no one. Only then did he realize that he had been fooled again. Turning around again, Lin Xiaoxiao was already running all the way and was about to enter the study. Lin Haotian hurriedly caught up, but was still one step behind. Lin Xiaoxiao locked the study door. "I feel like my IQ has been severely crushed again." Lin Haotian was completely angry. "Treacherous bitch, I'm going to kill you." He used all his strength to kick the door wildly. Not long after, the door burst into pieces. Lin Haotian broke in, with a ferocious smile on his face and was about to continue saying something. Lin Xiaoxiao looked surprised again. Lin Haotian smiled disdainfully. "I'm so smart. Can a person trip over the same stone twice?" However, at this moment, a cold male voice sounded. "You deserve to die." Yi Feng broke through the window in an instant and slowly landed on the ground. The whole body was filled with thunder and lightning. Flaunting hair, golden eyes, terrifying power. Lin Haotian's body suddenly froze on the spot. The arrival of Yi Feng. It was like a basin of cold water pouring down from the top of his head. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and the overwhelming desire disappeared without a trace. Are you Yi Feng?" Lin Haotian said with a trembling voice as his body trembled. "It's over, everything is true. I seem to be a big stupid pig." Yi Feng was slightly out of breath, removed his thunder stance, and returned to his normal state. The thunderous posture is powerful, but it consumes too much energy. The energy in Yi Feng's body has been exhausted at this moment. "Xiaoxiao, are you okay?" Seeing Yi Feng's return, Lin Xiaoxiao threw herself into Yi Feng's arms. Her face was full of pear blossoms, and she felt so aggrieved that it made people feel pity for her. "Woo woo! Yi Feng, you are finally here. Do you know, if you are one step late, I will." Yi Feng patted her back and comforted her softly. "My fault. I was late and made you worried." Yi Feng turned to look at Lin Haotian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Today, if I let you die too easily, I will be considered incompetent." Lin Haotian was frightened by Yi Feng's murderous intent and took a step back. Then he reacted and said through gritted teeth, "What are you pretending to be? We haven't even fought yet, but you think you can definitely beat me. Besides, if I read correctly, your supernatural energy has been exhausted, right?" Lin Haotian felt that his smart IQ had once again occupied the high ground. Yi Feng ignored him, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's pale face, and sprinkled a sacred blessing. "This skill consumes mental energy." Under the shroud of white light, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly recovered. "Yi Feng, you don't have to worry about me, it's important to deal with the enemy first." Lin Xiaoxiao let go of Yi Feng with a hint of nervousness. She doesn't know about superpowers. Now when he heard Lin Haotian say that Yi Feng's energy was exhausted, he immediately became worried. Lin Haotian frowned at the side, looking thoughtful. Then it dawned on him. "It's definitely an empty city plan. Your energy has been exhausted and you are unable to fight anymore. So you might as well continue to perform the empty city trick on me and pretend to use more skills. If my guess is correct, the skill you just used has exhausted the last of your energy. At this moment, you are exhausted. Lin Haotian continued to analyze and tried hard to observe Yifeng's expression. It's a pity that Yifeng has no expression at all. You pretend to be calm on the surface, but you're already sweating profusely after I poked the sore spot, right? Lin Haotian continued. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Yifeng worriedly. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth, and he clapped repeatedly. Good analysis, you are really a smart person. You're right, my energy has indeed been exhausted. This is your best chance to defeat me right now. Use whatever skills you have, right? While speaking, Yifeng secretly opened his eyes of insight. Lin Haotian's information was immediately visible at a glance. Name, Lin Haotian, level, first level 1 star, superpower, power goes crazy, blue rare, combat power index, 61 compared with ordinary people, the information about superpowers is richer. Lin Haotian looked at Yifeng in surprise and did not move for a while. Yifeng took the initiative to approach Lin Haotian. 1 step, 2 steps. Every step he took seemed to step on Lin Haotian's heart. Looking at the confident Yifeng, Lin Haotian felt panicked. He's clearly exhausted of energy, so why isn't he afraid of me? He must be pretending, trying to get out of trouble. I'm so smart. Thinking of this, Lin Haotian yelled, Maid, I will fight with you. Crazy transformation, turn on. Lin Haotian activated his power. His muscles swelled up instantly, and his strength increased many times instantly. I'm so strong. The surge of power made Lin Haotian confident. Waving his fist, he felt that he could blow everything up. Look, I'll blow you up with 1 punch. Lin Haotian felt that he was doing well again, and suddenly rushed towards Yifeng, punching him hard. The wind of his fist was fierce and powerful. Yifeng's expression remained unchanged, and he also punched him. The 2 fists collided in the air. Crack! A crisp sound came from Lin Haotian's wrist. Ah! Lin Haotian screamed immediately, and his arm broke directly. Not only that. Lin Haotian's body flew backward several meters and hit the ground hard. A big hole was smashed in the ground, and the floor tiles collapsed one after another. Lin Haotian's face was pale, and at this moment he had only one thought in his mind. This is impossible. Why is his power so strong? Is he also a power user? Yifeng flashed and came to Lin Haotian. He raised his right leg and stepped hard on Lin Haotian's head. He crushed him repeatedly. Is this all you can do? Yifeng said with a joking look on his face. Ah! Lin Haotian kept wailing. His face flushed and he struggled desperately. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. Yifeng's right foot was like a mountain pressing down on his head. Lin Haotian couldn't shake it at all. A feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. How is this possible? My power has obviously increased so many times. Lin Haotian couldn't figure out what was going on. His eyes were dull and he was sweating profusely. Yifeng didn't use the thunder power, but crushed him easily with pure physical strength. Yifeng stepped on Lin Haotian. His mind moved. A flaming sword appeared in his hand. Lin Haotian saw the scene from the corner of his eye, trembling all over, and pale with horror. No, Yifeng, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. Please. I am a superpower, I am willing to submit to you, spare me. Lin Haotian's begging for mercy was endless. Yifeng sneered and remained unmoved. Swing the knife and chop it down. The knife flashed. Puff! One of Lin Haotian's arms fell in response. Blood spurted out and splashed all over the ground. Ah! Lin Haotian screamed in extreme pain. The miserable cry resounded throughout the room. Yifeng, please don't kill me. Lin Haotian was terrified and begged in pain. Yifeng chopped it down again with his backhand. Puff! Lin Haotian's other arm also fell to the ground. Bright red blood flowed out. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yifeng, you will die. Lin Haotian wailed. Yifeng rubbed Lin Haotian's face with his feet. After a while, his face was bloody. Yifeng raised the flaming sword. The sword flashed. In an instant, Lin Haotian's left leg and right leg were broken. Spare my life. Lin Haotian murmured, his breath was weak. Finally, Yifeng raised his sword and cut off Lin Haotian's 5th limb with great precision, as if performing surgery. Lin Haotian tilted his head and fainted in pain. Yifeng smiled coldly and cast a sacred blessing. Lin Haotian woke up slowly under the cover of white light. Endless pain came. Seeing that he was turned into a human pig, Lin Haotian fell into despair. He roared hysterically. Yifeng! You will die a miserable death. Do you think you are a good person? Pa! Aren't you just relying on your superpowers to be stronger than me? One day, you will meet a superpower stronger than you, and you will die more miserably than me. Yifeng moved his wrist, and the long knife pierced into Lin Haotian's shoulder blade. With a force, he lifted him up. At this moment, Lin Haotian has become a blood ball, and blood is dripping down. Yifeng stared at him and sneered, "No one has a better say than me about how cruel this world is." Yifeng lifted Lin Haotian, left the bedroom, and walked towards the window of the living room. "I just rely on being stronger than you, what can you do? This is the way to survive now." Coming to the window, Yifeng stretched out the flame sword and hung Lin Haotian in the air. A breeze blew. Lin Haotian was completely desperate. "Please don't feed me to the zombies, give me a quick death." Yifeng gently waved the knife and lifted Lin Haotian down. Ah! Lin Haotian fell from the 18th floor, wailing in despair. Snap! Lin Haotian fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. The zombies downstairs quickly surrounded him and ate him up. Lin Haotian, die! Yifeng turned and left, returning to the bedroom. Just happened to run into Lin Xiaoxiao holding Xiaobai and walking out. "Yifeng, look at Xiaobai, it was kicked by Lin Haotian just now to save me." Lin Xiaoxiao looked panicked. Yifeng was slightly startled and looked down. I saw Xiaobai's right leg bent, although his spirit was sluggish, but his eyes were still bright. Yifeng released a sacred blessing. White light sprinkled down. Woof woof! The husky barked a few times, and his condition improved greatly, but it was still in a broken leg state. "How is Xiaobai?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked with hope. "It looks fine on the outside, but I don't know if there is internal bleeding." Yifeng frowned and said slowly. "The divine blessing only restores the state and feeling, and does not treat injuries. Although Lin Haotian is a rookie, he is a superpower after all. His power should not be underestimated. Xiaobai was kicked by him. What should we do? Yifeng. Let's find a pet hospital to see him." Lin Xiaoxiao subconsciously made a suggestion. But soon, she shook her head bitterly. Alas! Are there any pet hospitals open now? This reminded Yifeng. "Let's try our luck at the pet hospital first." Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Xiaobai was injured by Lin Haotian because he wanted to save me. Her eyes were full of self-blame. Yifeng took Xiaobai and turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiaoxiao, I'll take you away from here. We need a safer place to live. This place is not suitable." Lin Xiaoxiao naturally had no objection. She simply packed up her things and followed Yifeng downstairs obediently. When the two arrived downstairs, the RV arrived just in time. Yifeng held Xiaobai and took Lin Xiaoxiao into the RV. Lin Xiaoxiao was naturally shocked by this high-tech RV. She was even more shocked by the two beauties in the car. One was a gorgeous young woman with a hot body. The other was a stunning girl with a supermodel figure, a stunning appearance, and a cool temperament. This made Lin Xiaoxiao feel a great sense of crisis. "Hello, my name is Nan Shireen." Nan Shireen took the initiative to greet Lin Xiaoxiao. She seemed calm on the surface, but she was extremely surprised in her heart. Nan Shireen knew about Lin Xiaoxiao's existence. But she didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxiao was such a hot beauty. Big bear, slim waist, plump buttocks. Especially the buttocks, which are fatter than those of my aunt. Could it be that Yifeng actually prefers this type? For the first time in her life, Nan Shireen felt inferior. She couldn't compare with her in this aspect at all. Lin Xiaoxiao also simply introduced herself. Then the atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. Fortunately, there was Nan Ruyan, who livened up the atmosphere. Soon, the three women who gathered together because of Yifeng also began to talk and laugh. Yifeng immediately ordered Meili to find the nearest pet hospital. The vehicle drove smoothly. Yifeng took the time to glance at Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shireen. Seeing them getting along harmoniously, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The RV sped all the way. Soon, it arrived at the pet hospital. After the vehicle stopped, Yifeng glanced at the three women. They are just ordinary people, their bodies are too weak. When they settle down, they can be strengthened with the God of War contract. For now, Yifeng decided not to take them with him. The number of people is increasing, and Yifeng feels that he can't take care of them. Yifeng stood up and picked up the dog, and told the three girls, "You rest in the car, I will go in alone." Also, the defense level of this car is extremely high, and ordinary superpowers cannot break it. The three girls did not object and nodded in agreement. They knew that they were a burden to Yifeng. Smart Meili opened the car door. Yifeng got out of the car. Holding Xiaobai, he walked towards the back door of the pet hospital. There were not many zombies at the back door of the pet hospital. A few zombies rushed over. As Yifeng walked forward, he drew his knife and killed these zombies. After killing the zombies, Yifeng entered the pet hospital. He looked around. The decoration was nice, and the equipment should be complete. It seemed to be a private pet hospital, and the scale was quite good. He entered the first floor. Yifeng was targeted by several zombies. To be precise, it was Xiaobai in Yifeng's arms who was targeted by the zombies. Roar, roar, roar. 2 human zombies in white coats, and 5 zombie cats and dogs of different sizes, bared their teeth and pounced on Yifeng. Yifeng's mind moved. He took out a pistol from the space and started shooting. Bang, 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 bang. He fired several shots in a row, and each shot hit the head. The zombies fell to the ground. After cleaning up these zombies, Yifeng cleared his throat and started shouting. Excuse me, are there any survivors here? I'm a rescuer, please answer if you hear me. There was no response. Instead, 3 more zombies were attracted. One of the zombies was bald and wore a doctor's white coat. You are not a doctor, are you? Yifeng muttered in his heart. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger, killing the 3 zombies. Then, he asked a few more times, but still no response. Yifeng frowned. Turn on the mental exploration skill. The mental power is like a thread, constantly extending outward. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. No one. Yifeng walked slowly up to the 2nd floor. No one. Go up to the 3rd floor. Yifeng checked carefully. Soon, Yifeng was refreshed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come out. I have found you. No movement. In the 3rd cabinet on the right corner, the girl with her butt sticking out and wearing a white nurse's uniform. Do I need to continue? Come out. 3 seconds later. The cabinet at the corner suddenly shook. A girl crawled out from inside. Yifeng looked up and down at the girl in front of him. She has a ponytail, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and a pure and beautiful face. She is not tall, less than 1.6 meters. She is the petite and cute type. The girl opened her big eyes and looked at Yifeng timidly, like a frightened little rabbit. I have nothing, please don't hurt me. Yifeng slowed down his voice and said softly, Don't worry, little girl, I'm not a bad person. What's your name? Are you a doctor here? Hearing Yifeng's soft voice, the girl's tense nerves finally calmed down a little. She looked timid and whispered, My name is Chu Xiaotu, a junior student majoring in veterinary medicine at Zhangcheng Medical University, and I work part-time here. Yifeng frowned. Not a doctor? This is a bit difficult to deal with. Then do you know where the doctor is here? Chu Xiaotu nodded first, and then shook her head again and again. Yifeng was speechless. What do you mean? Seeing that Yifeng didn't understand, Chu Xiaotu hurriedly explained. I know the doctor, he is here, in this building. But he has turned into a zombie now. Yifeng sighed with some disappointment. I understand, it is most likely the bald doctor downstairs. Seeing Yifeng's disappointment, Chu Xiaotu thought for a while and plucked up the courage to speak. Excuse me, you are looking for a doctor, is it? Do you need any help? Because of this cute puppy? Chu Xiaotu quickly glanced at Xiaobai in Yifeng's arms. Yifeng nodded. Yes, my dog was kicked hard. I'm worried that it has internal bleeding, so I want to find a veterinarian to help me. After hearing this, Chu Xiaotu breathed a sigh of relief and said sincerely, Brother, if you believe me, I can help you check its injuries. I can't treat complicated diseases. But if it's just a simple external force, I can use an instrument to help you check it. I can basically use all the instruments here. Chu Xiaotu patted her chest and her tone became confident. Yifeng was delighted when he heard this. Is that so? That's great. Then he handed the husky to Chu Xiaotu. Chu Xiaotu took the husky. Don't look at her short stature and weak face, she looks like she's easy to bully. In fact, she's quite strong, and it's not hard at all to hold the husky. Perhaps knowing that Chu Xiaotu was treating herself, Xiaobai actually cooperated with Chu Xiaotu very much and was very close to her. Chu Xiaotu began to operate the instrument to check Xiaobai's body. Yifeng watched from the side. Let's talk about 2 things separately. At the entrance of the pet hospital, a group of uninvited guests came, a total of 4 people. The leader was a thin green-haired young man. The 4 of them saw the silver-white magic-modified RV from a distance, were shocked by its gorgeous appearance, and quickly surrounded it. Third leader, this car is a good thing at first glance. One of the horse-faced brothers reached out and kept stroking the RV glass, with greed in his eyes. The one called the third leader was the green-haired young man. At this moment, he also kept knocking on the car window with a greedy look. Is there anyone inside? If there is someone, come out quickly. There was silence, and the RV did not respond at all. It seems that there is no one. The green-haired young man walked around the car a few times. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. I must find a way to get rid of this car. Third leader, normally this thing should have an owner, should you be careful, a younger brother reminded. What I see is mine. I will kill anyone who comes to rob me. The green-haired young man showed a fierce look and grinned. A few people thought about it. The power of the three leaders was obvious to all. No matter who the owner of the car is, he will be killed. Smash the car glass immediately. The green-haired young man gave an order. Several people immediately swung axes and iron rods and smashed the glass of the RV, inside the RV. The three girls looked slightly uneasy. Naturally, they discovered a few gangsters early on. However, because Yi Feng said that the RV was extremely defensive and could not be penetrated by bullets or cannonballs, they were not very worried. Moreover, the car glass is one way, so people inside the car can clearly see the outside, but people outside cannot see what is going on inside the car at all. So the four people outside didn't know anyone was in the car. The vehicle shuddered slightly. People outside started to smash things. The hearts of several women immediately rose. Bang bang bang. The car glass was largely unscathed. Lin Xiaoxiao and others looked at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the defensive power of this RV is really amazing. Should we inform Brother Yi Feng? It seems safe for the time being. There is no need to notify. Let Yi Feng do his own thing first, outside the car. The four hooligans circled the car for more than 10 times, using all kinds of tools. The green-haired young man even used his superpower steel and iron bones. However, in the end, I was helpless about the RV. Not even a scratch was left. The four of them looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Finally, the green-haired young man said fiercely, "Maid, tell me to tell my second brother. I want to carry this RV back to the gang. Pet hospital." Chu Xiaotu operated the instrument and successfully completed a series of examinations. Put down the husky. Chu Xiaotu let out a long sigh and said happily, "Xiaobai is fine. As long as he rests well, he will recover slowly. But it is in pain now and needs to take some medicine to relieve the dog's pain. Its leg is broken and needs to be treated. Xiaobai also needs to take some antibiotics to prevent infection." Speaking of Xiaobai, Chu Xiaotu was very knowledgeable. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly and activated the Eye of Insight. Name, Chu Xiaotu, rank, first rank 1 star, superpower, animal affinity, ordinary level, combat power index, 38. Is he really a superpower? Ordinary level, animal affinity. I said you are so strong, so you are a superpower. Yi Feng smiled and said. How did you know? Chu Xiaotu was shocked. Anyway, I know, animal affinity, right? Yi Feng smiled. Chu Xiaotu nodded in frustration. My ability is useless compared to other people's abilities. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, Chu Xiaotu, my name is Yi Feng, and I am a powerful psychic. After Yi Feng briefly introduced himself. Now, I invite you to join my team, please consider it. I agree. Chu Xiaotu answered without hesitation. Yi Feng was slightly stunned, then smiled, agree so quickly? Aren't you afraid that I am a bad guy? Chu Xiaotu said seriously, I think, in this situation, you must be a good person to run around and treat an ordinary dog. In fact, she had another reason that she didn't say. Yi Feng was too handsome and didn't look like a bad guy. Yi Feng laughed when he heard this. In that case, you will be a member of my team in the future. Chu Xiaotu was also very happy and felt that she had successfully found the organization. She lowered her head and began to treat Xiaobai's broken leg, putting on a plaster. Yi Feng took the opportunity to pack up all the medicines and instruments in the entire pet hospital and put them into the storage space. Chu Xiaotu was naturally shocked. How come all my instruments are gone? Yi Feng did not explain much. You will know after getting along for a long time. After treating Xiaobai's broken leg, the two went downstairs. Yi Feng also looted all the items in the pet hospital's sales area. He got dog food, dog medicine, dog toys that Xiaobai could not eat for half a lifetime. After walking out of the pet hospital, Yi Feng looked from a distance and was slightly stunned. I saw 4 little hooligans smoking around his RV, puffing smoke continuously. How long will it take for the second brother to arrive? The green-haired young man took a deep breath of cigarette, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. It will take about 10 minutes for the second leader to get here. Another younger brother replied immediately. He. The second brother's ability can just carry the car away. This car can withstand my ability attack. It is definitely not an ordinary thing. Let's go back and study it slowly. The green-haired young man showed greed. The third leader is really famous. Several younger brothers flattered. Yifeng roughly understood what was going on. At this moment, a message was received on his mobile phone. Yifeng looked down and saw that it was a message sent by the three women in the car when they saw Yifeng coming out. Combined with the mobile phone message, Yifeng understood the situation clearly. You smashed my car, right? You deserve to die. Yifeng handed Xiaobai to Chu Xiaotu to take care of, and walked slowly towards the RV. The four little hooligans noticed Yifeng. One of them shouted loudly, "Boy, stop, what do you want to do? We found this car first." Yifeng did not stop and said coldly, "This car is mine. Since you have touched my car, leave a last word." The four people looked at each other when they heard this. The next moment, they burst into laughter. Ha, leaving a last word? Where did this psychopath come from? The green-haired young man also looked amused. There are people in this world who are more arrogant than me? He raised his eyebrows and spoke arrogantly. Stupid, do you know who I am? Yifeng glanced at him and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he felt that the person in front of him was indeed a little familiar. Oh, who are you? Yifeng asked slowly. The green-haired young man looked up with a proud face. The younger brother next to him immediately stepped forward and explained. Boy, we are from the Wild Wolf Gang. There are currently 8 superpowers in our Wild Wolf Gang, and the 3 bosses are extremely powerful superpowers. The one in front of you is the third leader of our Wild Wolf Gang, an epic superpower, Lord Zhou Qingming. Wild Wolf Gang? Zhou Qingming? Yifeng was immediately shocked. He looked carefully again and finally recognized. The green-haired young man in front of him was really Zhou Qingming. Zhou Qingming, one of the leaders of the Wild Wolf Gang in the previous life. Yifeng knew him. To be precise, Yifeng had joined the Wild Wolf Gang in the previous life. However, the Wild Wolf Gang that Yifeng joined was only a second-rate force, and the leaders were 2 awakened people with epic superpowers. But it is said that the original Wild Wolf Gang was born out of a lone shark company, and was a survivor force gathered by 3 powerful superpowers. They called each other the Big Leader, the Second Leader, and the Third Leader. The chief among them was a powerful person with legendary superpowers. Unfortunately, he died in the hands of the Blood Demon on the bloody night of the 9th day of the Doomsday in order to fight for a great opportunity. After the death of the boss, the Wild Wolf Gang could not develop with the remaining 2 people, nor could it be called a big force. Later, it was absorbed and merged by other forces. Yifeng's mind moved and activated the Eye of Insight. Name, Zhou Qingming. Rank, First Level, 1 star, Superpower, Steel Bones. Epic Level, Skill, Steel Claws. Combat Power Index, 81. Epic Superpower Steel Bones. And the skill, Steel Claws. It turns out that it is really you. My former boss Zhou. Yifeng was full of emotion. In his previous life, he did not live a happy life in the Wild Wolf Gang. He was of low status and was often targeted by Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan is the son of Wang Guofeng, who is a doctor. Yifeng had a very hard time. He only stayed in the Wild Wolf Gang for a short time and left soon afterwards. Therefore, Yifeng was not familiar with Boss Zhou, one of the 2 leaders, and had only met him a few times. In Yifeng's memory, Boss Zhou was not a green-haired man. So he really didn't expect that the green-haired young man in front of him was Zhou Qingming, the later deputy leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, who was known for his unparalleled combat power. Yifeng had a bad impression of the Wild Wolf Gang, and had no grudges against Zhou Qingming, but they still had a sense of incense. Thinking of this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. You are the third leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, right? For some reason, I can give you a chance. Leave this place now, and I will no longer pursue the matter of you smashing my car, otherwise, die. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he decided to give Zhou Qingming a chance. If the 3 leaders of the Wild Wolf Gang could seize the opportunity and retreat, they could still survive. However, after hearing Yifeng's words, Zhou Qingming burst into laughter and was extremely arrogant. Ha ha ha, you know? In my life, I really hate pretty boys who are more handsome than me, but I hate people who are more pretentious than me. pretty boys, it's really unfortunate. You have it all. Zhou Qingming was full of confidence and extremely arrogant. Tell me, how do you want to die? Yi Feng looked at Zhou Qingming in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You are so stupid if you don't take the road to heaven. Zhou Qingming curled his lips with disdain. Ha, you're still pretending. Today I'll let you see the terrifying power of epic superpowers. Chu Xiaotu, who was hiding at the entrance of the hospital, also vaguely heard the conversation between Yi Feng and Zhou Qingming. She couldn't help but worry. What if Yi Feng is not his opponent? Epic superpowers. 2 levels higher than his own superpowers. Can Yi Feng beat him? Little white face, if I don't beat the shit out of you today, you'll be considered clean. Zhou Qingming laughed grimly. The 3 younger brothers next to Zhou Qingming also looked contemptuous and started to mock. This little white face is so pretentious, he must be a superpower, but he really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He doesn't understand that there is a gap between superpowers. I wonder if he can laugh out loud in a while. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold. Noisy, he thought. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. 3 pencil-thick gray lightning bolts fell with a bang. The little hooligans were completely unprepared. Bang! 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 The 3 ordinary men of the Wild Wolf gang screamed in pain, their expressions froze, turned into charcoal, and fell to the ground dead. Zhou Qingming was also startled, and his expression instantly became serious. Little white face, you actually attacked me by surprise, damn it. He cursed Yi Feng for not being a martial artist, and immediately activated his supernatural power. Swish! In an instant, his entire body hardened, and his entire body turned into the color of steel. His right hand even squirmed. In a few breaths, it turned into a silver-white steel claw. Zhou Qingming waved the steel claw continuously, and the claw wind was sharp, causing the air to rustle. Little white face, watch how I tear you apart. Zhou Qingming laughed grimly, and his figure flashed. Like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, he quickly pounced on Yi Feng. Facing his attack, Yi Feng thought to himself, it's just in time. It's just convenient for him to test his new skill Thunder Stance. His mind moved. Thunder Stance, start. The next moment, golden lightning energy began to gather around Yi Feng's body. Zzzz. Golden and gray arcs alternated and entangled, constantly jumping around Yi Feng, and lightning flashed everywhere. Crackling. Yi Feng was bathed in lightning, his eyes turned deep gold, and his muscles gradually bulged. The whole body was covered with golden thunder energy, and the vicissitudes of ancient breath spread. Golden thunder, constantly surging. Yi Feng seemed to be a thunder god from mythology. Powerful, mysterious, domineering. At this moment, Zhou Qingming had already realized that something was wrong. Damn! The special effects of the opponent are really too exaggerated and outrageous. Look at your own special effects. Compared with Yi Feng's, it is not at the same level at all. He was horrified and his body couldn't stop shaking. He stopped immediately and shouted loudly, no more fighting, I surrender. A hint of coldness flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Ha, you said you don't want to fight? Take my move, you win if you don't die. Yi Feng's figure flashed, like a golden lightning, rushing towards Zhou Qingming. Boom boom. A sonic boom sounded in the air. No. No. Don't come over. Under Zhou Qingming's terrified eyes, the two collided. Boom boom buzz. The huge energy fluctuations made the air buzz. The ground trembled and stones flew. In the dust, there was only a bang and Zhou Qingming's body exploded directly. Iron and steel fragments and flesh and blood fragments were scattered all over the ground. Yi Feng smashed Zhou Qingming's body into pieces with just one collision. Zhou Qingming, who possessed epic supernatural powers, died like this. His mind moved. The flashing lightning around Yi Feng gradually dissipated and returned to normal state. A trace of joy rose in Yi Feng's heart. The famous boss Zhou in his previous life could not even withstand his slight collision. Cool. This is absolute power. Legendary skill Thunder Stance. Domineering, terrifying. Yi Feng's eyes flickered. After he entered this state, his energy would be consumed quickly. At the same time, his combat power would be greatly improved. Strength and speed, all skyrocketed. It really deserves to be a legendary skill. A touch of joy appeared on the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. From the start to the end, exiting the combat form, it only took a few seconds. Yi Feng ended the battle neatly. The 3 women in the car were also delighted. Although Yi Feng's strength had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. But every time Yifeng fought, they would still be a little worried. In addition to the surprise, they also had some feelings. Yifeng's methods seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. There were new tricks every time. Chu Xiaotu, a newcomer on the other side, was seeing Yifeng's strength for the first time. The neat and tidy battle, the brutal means of fighting the enemy. She was stunned. My god! Is this still the power that humans can have? The legendary gods are just like this? Compared with Yifeng, his superpower animal affinity is a waste. Is the gap between superpowers so big? Chu Xiaotu stared at Yifeng blankly, feeling frustrated, and at the same time, she also admired Yifeng. Ha! Yifeng exhaled lightly and glanced back at Chu Xiaotu. Why are you still standing there? Come and get in the car. Chu Xiaotu woke up at this time as if from a dream, and trotted all the way to Yifeng. Yifeng led Chu Xiaotu towards the silver-white RV. Seeing this silver RV with an extremely good appearance, Chu Xiaotu was amazed again. Cool. Besides, Yifeng is handsome and powerful. Even his means of transportation is so unique. How did he do it? The two came to the RV. Click. Meili, the car butler, saw the master return and the program started automatically. The silver-white door opened and the steps slowly emerged. Yifeng and Chu Xiaotu stepped onto the steps and walked into the RV. A husband, you are finally back. Seeing Yifeng return, Lin Xiaoxiao cheered and rushed over first, as if they had been separated for a long time. The fragrance filled the air, and the beauty was in her arms. Nan Shirin on the other side was not as unrestrained as Lin Xiaoxiao. But she also followed and gently took Yifeng's arm, calling him husband sweetly. Yifeng's two confidants, one on the left and one on the right, were passionate. Feeling the softness of his arms, Yifeng was a little puzzled. What's going on? He had just been out for a while, and suddenly he was so passionate? The young woman Nan Ruyan stood aside, smiling at the scene in front of her, and there was a little envy in her heart. Husband, how is Xiao Bai? Is it okay? After the hug, Lin Xiaoxiao asked immediately. Don't worry, Xiao Bai has no problem, just need to rest. Yifeng said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao was extremely happy and cheered again. The chest was majestic and bouncing. Yifeng couldn't look away. Seeing this, Nan Shirin snorted coldly and grabbed Yifeng tightly. Brother Yifeng, who is this? Yifeng hurriedly introduced Chu Xiaotu to the girls. Her name is Chu Xiaotu, she is. The girls were not surprised that Yifeng brought back another beauty. Xiaotu, say hello to everyone. Yifeng said. Chu Xiaotu said timidly, hello, sisters, my name is Chu Xiaotu, I am a college student. Xiaotu, welcome. Welcome to join. No matter what they thought in their hearts, the girls still expressed their warm welcome to Chu Xiaotu's joining. Especially after learning that Chu Xiaotu was also a superpower, they were even more enthusiastic and kept calling her sister and sister. After the few people got familiar with each other, Yifeng called them to his side and announced to everyone. I want to set up a team, and everyone will be a member of my team in the future. First of all, it's a matter of territory. I decided to go to Longtan Mountain Villa District and make it our residence. Naturally, the women would not have any objections, and they all nodded in agreement. Only Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and asked, Brother Yifeng, is it the villa at the foot of Longtan Mountain in the east? Yes, it's that villa. Yifeng looked at her in confusion. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately showed joy. That's great. I have a distant cousin who is trapped there, you want me to save her? Yifeng asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded embarrassedly. She only mentioned it once, but I can't remember. Is her current location in Longtan Mountain Villa District? I don't know the exact location. We lost contact a few days ago. Her phone seems to be out of power. Finally, Lin Xiaoxiao concluded, Yifeng, my cousin is very beautiful and a big star. Yifeng nodded slightly and agreed. Don't worry, Xiaoxiao, this is just a matter of convenience. Once we get to the villa area, I will start to clean up the zombies there tomorrow. If your cousin is really there, I will definitely save her. Lin Xiaoxiao looked grateful and went up to kiss Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, you are so kind. This interaction fell into the eyes of the girls. Chu Xiaotu was confused. Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan had different expressions. Yifeng turned around and said, Meili, set the destination, Longtan Mountain Villa area. The car steward Meili, a crisp voice sounded. Okay, master. The next moment, the vehicle started and headed towards Longtan Mountain. Flying all the way. Why go to Longtan Mountain Villa area? This is what Yifeng had thought of before. The reason is very simple, it is a feng shui treasure land. On the bloody night of the 9th day, the greatest opportunity in Jiangcheng will come there. After that, many exotic flowers and plants, spiritual objects of heaven and earth will grow there. Even later, some magical crystals will be born naturally. After the energy of heaven and earth rioted, Longtan Mountain was transformed into a mineral mountain. The ore produced is the best material for making magic weapons. Not to mention, the land there will become more fertile and more suitable for growing mutant food and mutant plants. In the previous life, Longtan Mountain was a must-fight place for many forces. Absolute treasure land. Thinking of this, Yifeng smiled slightly. Now he is reborn and has a plugin. Yifeng can say it without hesitation. In Jiangcheng, even in the entire Blue Star. As long as it is something that Yifeng likes. Sooner or later, it will have the surname Yi. Longtan Mountain is no exception. Longtan Mountain is a treasure land, so it is the most suitable thing to transform the Longtan Mountain Villa district under the mountain into a base. Yifeng came back to his senses and saw several women chatting enthusiastically. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, Nan Ruyan, Xu Xiaotu. These people are all good candidates for the war god contract. Yifeng walked towards the women. Yifeng. Husband. The women greeted him. Yifeng sat between Nan Shirin and Lin Xiaoxiao, hugging them without hesitation. The two women blushed. Xu Xiaotu turned her head away in embarrassment. Nan Shirin, on the other hand, smiled and watched with interest. His mind moved. Yifeng took out a lot of snacks from the space. There are peanuts, melon seeds, chicken feet, pig trotters, drinks. Then, he smiled and said to the girls, "Come on. Let's have a quick get-together. From today on, we can be considered a team." The sumptuous food attracted cheers from the women. Especially Xu Xiaotu was even more excited. "Wow! My husband is so strong. Brother Feng, you are great." Everyone started eating and drinking. For a time, the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. The other side. In front of the pet hospital. More than a dozen young men armed with weapons hurried over. Some of these people were armed with sticks, some with steel pipes, and one of the leaders even had a gun. Seeing the mess here, these people all took a deep breath and were extremely shocked. Oh my God! Were the three leaders smashed into pieces? Oh, what a ferocious monster it is! All I saw here was debris and blood everywhere. Some mixtures of steel and flesh in the shape of human body parts were scattered everywhere on the ground, and several zombies were lowering their heads to devour. The bald man at the head was even more shocked, his eyelids twitching. How is this possible? I received the notice from my third brother and rushed over as quickly as possible. It seems that the battle ended very quickly, basically an instant kill. The man is the second leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, named Wang Tianba. Before the end, he was the manager of a decoration company. 2 days ago, Wang Tianba awakened an epic power, the power of the sky. The enemy is so cruel. It's really not worth it for 3 leaders to fight for 1 car. Some people in the team shook their heads and sighed. Wang Tianba cleared his throat and said sadly, "Third brother. You died so miserably. But don't worry, I will definitely avenge you and cut the enemy who killed you into pieces." At this moment, a boy with purple hair suddenly spoke up, interrupting Wang Tianba's words. "Second leader, look quickly." I saw him pointing to a road heading north, with an excited look on his face. The purple-haired boy looked excited. "Second leader, I have made a new discovery. Look at the state of this road. Something is obviously wrong. I judge the enemy should have just left here and headed north. As long as we pursue them all the way, we will definitely be able to catch up with the enemy and avenge the 3 leaders." As the purple-haired boy was talking, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. When he raised his head, he saw the bald man with murderous eyes. "Revenge, revenge." The words that came to his mouth were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them out. The purple-haired boy was a little at a loss. Others around him looked at him like an idiot. "Your judgment is wrong," Wang Tianba said with a cold face. "Ah." But, the purple-haired boy wanted to say something more, but was quickly stopped by someone on the side. Wang Tianba frowned. He really has no vision. "Next time I take you out, I will be a dog." Wang Tianba thought angrily. "Where did the enemy leave from? Are you talking nonsense about them? I'm not blind, can't you see it?" The crux of the matter is that Lao San's superpower is an epic superpower, steel and iron bones. As a result, he was violently beaten into pieces, almost shattered into pieces. Iron bones? Broken metal. You can imagine how ferocious the enemy is. Is he just going to catch up and kill him? If you want me to die, just say so. The purple-haired boy suddenly realized it after being reminded by his companions, and he kept silent. Seeing that the team was unified, Wang Tianba was satisfied and said, "Ahem, since we don't know where the enemy comes from, where he is going, and what his strength is, let's retreat for now, report to the boss, and then make plans." "What do you think?" "The second leader is right, we really can't act rashly." A younger brother immediately agreed. "We have all seen how strong the three leaders are, and we still have to let the boss take action." Someone added. "The big boss has legendary powers, which are ridiculously powerful." Wang Tianba took out his mobile phone and recorded a video of the scene. Then he turned around and left with Zhou Qingming's body fragments. The other side. Silver Magic Modified RV, running all the way. Eating snacks and laughing in the car, it feels like a vacation. Not long after, we arrived at the Longtan Mountain Villa area. Longtanshan Villa area is a high-end residential area, covering a large area and backed by Longtan Mountain. These are all single-family villas, with single doors, single families, and single courtyards, with excellent privacy. The people who live here are all wealthy people from Jiangchang. The RV drove all the way into the community and finally stopped in front of a villa with an excellent location. "Master, we have arrived at the designated location." The clear voice of the smart car butler sounded. Yi Feng stood up from Lin Xiaoxiao's broad arms and announced, "Everyone, we have reached our destination. This villa area will be our home from now on." Everyone got out of the car. "The villa in front of you is the best single-family villa in the entire villa area. Great location." The entire villa occupies a large area, with gates, courtyards, and landscapes. The villa has 3 floors in total, each floor is slightly smaller as it goes up, and the overall hierarchy is clear. There is also a swimming pool in front of the villa. "Wow! It's really nice here." Looking around, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes showed excitement. "What a big swimming pool!" Chu Xiaotu also pursed her lips, very happy. Nan Shirin and Nan Ruyan were also excited. It wasn't that the villa was so shocking, but what Yifeng said about home touched their hearts. Yifeng walked in the front, followed closely by the women. Chu Xiaotu hugged Xiaobai because she is the strongest person besides Yifeng. It happened that the door of the villa was open, and a group of people walked into the villa. Ouch! 3 ferocious-looking zombies rushed towards the crowd with their teeth and claws bared. 3 zombies, 2 big and 1 small, seemed to be a family of 3. Yifeng flashed and threw several zombies out of the door. Then 3 thunderbolts struck down, killing the zombies. This place will be his home from now on, and Yifeng doesn't want to dirty it. After disposing of the 3 zombies, Yifeng asked the women to stay where they were and not move around. Yifeng activated his mental skills and his figure flashed quickly. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Yifeng searched the entire villa carefully. "Make sure there are no dangerous factors, then you can rest assured. Come on. Choose a room," Yifeng said with a smile. A 3-story villa with a dining room and kitchen on the 1st floor, as well as several small bedrooms and a bathroom. There are 6 medium-sized bedrooms on the 2nd floor, each with its own bathroom. There is only 1 large bedroom on the 3rd floor. In addition, there are many leisure and entertainment areas such as gym, study room, esports room, chess and card room. "We will live here from now on. The big room on the 3rd floor belongs to me. You can choose the other rooms by yourself." Yifeng made the first choice. Lin Xiaoxiao and others were not polite and chose several rooms on the 2nd floor. After choosing a room, everyone settled down completely. Yifeng started to distribute daily necessities to everyone. Shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush, towel, pajamas. After distributing various supplies, Yifeng said, "Everyone will gather on the 1st floor in a moment. I have something to announce." Then the 4 girls were busy again. A quarter of an hour later. Everyone gathers in the lobby on the 1st floor. Yifeng looked serious and announced, "I have something important to tell you. The current situation in the outside world is obvious to all. Zombies are rampant and dangers are everywhere. Without power, ordinary people are just lambs to be slaughtered." Lin Xiaoxiao and the other girls nodded in agreement. "Indeed, without power, you will be at the mercy of others." Yifeng looked solemn and continued, "I have a contract ability that can give everyone powerful power far beyond ordinary people. As long as you sign a contract with me, you can get this power. But the consequence is, life and death are under my control, and I can never betray you. Think about it." After Yifeng finished speaking, he stood with his hands behind his hands, closed his eyes and meditated. He had other plans in mind. Now that there is a God of War contract, everyone around him in the future must sign a God of War contract with him to feel at ease. The double insurance of malicious perception and the God of War contract can ensure that no one can betray him. If the 4 girls in front of them do not take the initiative to sign the contract, they will be marginalized by Yifeng in the future. After Yifeng finished speaking, everyone looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Yifeng, are you becoming a person with superpowers? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to ask first. Yifeng shook his head and explained, it's not about awakening supernatural powers, but the situation is similar and you can get powerful power. Although it was not the awakening of superpowers, everyone was still excited. After all, there are only a few people who can awaken supernatural powers. Most people are still ordinary people. In the cruel apocalypse, who doesn't want to have the ability to protect themselves? Several girls looked at Yifeng with admiration. Yifeng's power was obvious to all. But they still never thought that Yifeng could actually give people extraordinary power. Yifeng is simply omnipotent, like a god. There was no need to think too much. Nan Ruyan was the first to agree. Yifeng, I am willing to make a contract with you. You saved my life, so what if I let you control my life and death? Besides, if you want to kill us, it's just a thought. As for offering loyalty and never betraying, it is even more natural. Okay. Yifeng was delighted. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, and Chu Xiaotu also nodded in agreement. Yifeng, I am willing to sign a contract. I want to have the power to protect myself. Yifeng, I am willing to stay by your side forever. Me too. Several women spoke up to express their opinions. Seeing everyone's agreement, Yifeng smiled happily. Okay. In that case, a thought came to my mind. Yifeng activated the power of the contract. In an instant, a mysterious aura emerged from Yifeng's body. The power of the contract surged. To sign a contract, blood is needed. Yifeng bit his fingertips, and a drop of blood gushed out. Yifeng stretched out his finger and gently placed it on Lin Xiaoxiao's lips. Xiaoxiao, you need to swallow this drop of blood. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the finger on her lips, her pretty face slightly red. But she did not hesitate much, and licked the blood on Yifeng's fingertips with her tongue. Yifeng did the same thing, and stretched out his fingers to the other 3 women one by one. The 3 women also swallowed Yifeng's blood obediently. Yifeng activated the power of the contract. The God of War contract has a domineering effect. However, there is a prerequisite for signing a contract. The contractor needs to sign it willingly. If the contractor is willing on the surface but not submissive in his heart, or if some poisonous means are used, the contract will fail. In an instant, the hearts of the women throbbed. A voice seemed to come from somewhere. Do you want to sign the contract, offer your loyalty, and become a warrior under the command of the God of War Yifeng? Several people signed without hesitation. In an instant, golden light appeared in the void and poured into the bodies of several people. The gorgeous golden light continued to shine and surge on the bodies of several women. Lin Xiaoxiao was surprised. The others were also shocked. It was really amazing. Several people began to tremble. Strange heat flowed continuously in their bodies. Energy filled the bodies of several people, flowing through their limbs and bones, constantly strengthening their physical strength. Ah! I suddenly feel so hot. Me too, this feeling is so comfortable. I am getting stronger quickly. The woman was pleasantly surprised and immersed in the process of getting stronger. Strength, speed, physical strength, spirit, hearing, vision, etc., have all been enhanced to varying degrees. It is an all-round strengthening. Soon, the golden light dissipated and the strengthening ended. The girls came back to their senses from the strengthening process. Yifeng suddenly felt something in his heart. The contract has been made. He is the God of War, and the 4 people in front of him are his warriors. He has completely controlled the life and death of the 4 people in front of him. One thought can make them die. And the 4 people will always be loyal to him and never betray him. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. This feeling of controlling everything is great. His mind moved. Yifeng used the Eye of Insight. Name, Lin Xiaoxiao, rank, none, superpower, none, skill, blessing of the God of War, combat power index, 57. Yifeng's mind moved slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao's combat power has increased significantly. The combat power of ordinary people is about 10 points. Lin Xiaoxiao has reached 57 points. Yifeng looked at the other people again. Nan Shirin's combat power index is 58 points. Nan Ruyan's combat power index is 57 points. Since Chu Xiaotu is an ordinary level awakener of superpowers, her initial combat power is much higher than that of ordinary people. At this moment, her combat power index has reached 89 points. Everyone's combat power has increased significantly. Yifeng, I'm a Superman. Nan Shireen said happily. Yifeng, you are so awesome. You are the god in my heart. Nan Ruyan was even more excited, her beautiful eyes kept flashing. Chu Xiaotu was also very happy and giggled on the side. Lin Xiaoxiao excitedly stepped forward and kissed Yifeng. Thank you, Yifeng. Yifeng laughed heartily and said, since you have all become warriors, you should adapt to the power first, and then test whether the contract skills are useful. The women smiled happily, stretched their fists and feet, and adapted to the skyrocketing power. Looking at the female warriors in front of him, Yifeng's eyes moved slightly. This is the god of war contract. Once signed successfully, you can never quit unless you die. And become a warrior, the power will soar, and you will also gain skills. Each contracted warrior will increase his combat power by about 50 points. 10 points of combat power is equivalent to the power of one person. It can be said that now, each of them is a superwoman. This is just the power increase obtained by becoming a warrior. If you become a general, the combat power increase will be even more exaggerated. Becoming a god of war, the combat power will soar. Of course, there is only one god of war, that is Yifeng. Yifeng's previous contract to become a god of war increased his combat power by more than 300 points. Great increase in strength. Yifeng pondered for a while. The god of war contract has a total of 200 warrior quotas and 20 general quotas. He can completely rely on the god of war contract to establish a team to serve him. Serve his food, clothing, and daily life, solve his physiological needs. Hunt zombies for him and obtain crystal cores. While thinking, Lin Xiaoxiao took the lead in using the contract skill, the blessing of the god of war. Yifeng looked sideways. I saw a golden light flashing on Lin Xiaoxiao's body. In an instant, her aura became stronger. Yifeng, I feel like I'm about 30% stronger again. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes. Yifeng nodded slightly. War God's Blessing is an active skill. After activating the skill, you will get a blessing aura that lasts for 1 hour. The effect temporarily increases combat power according to a percentage. At present, it seems that it can increase combat power by about 30%. The effect is quite good. You must know that this is a percentage skill. Now the basic combat power is relatively low, so the bonus obtained is naturally small. When you grow up, the larger the base, the more bonus you get, and it is a perfect latest skill. At this time, the other girls also began to test their skills. A golden light flashed by, and everyone's combat power began to increase. I'm getting stronger. Woohoo, take off. Everyone cheered. Seeing that everyone had adapted to the power, Yifeng clapped his hands. From now on, we are called the God of War Squad. The God of War Squad has 200 soldiers, 20 generals, and 1 God of War. I am the only God of War. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shireen, now I will promote you 2 to generals. Please give a 5-star rating, begging. Yifeng thought. The power of the contract surged out of his body and echoed throughout the hall. Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shireen were overjoyed. It turns out there are war generals, and I'm going to become a war general. Honey, I love you so much. In an instant, 2 rays of light emerged from the void and poured into the bodies of the 2 women. The aura of the 2 women increased again. Chu Xiaotu and Nan Ruyan, who were standing aside, cast envious looks at the 2 women. Chu Xiaotu and Nan Ruyan were a little envious, but they also understood. After all, Yifeng had said it first, and there were only 20 generals. The reason why Yifeng chose Nan Shireen and Lin Xiaoxiao to become generals was because of the lice on the monk's head. It was obvious. Nan Shireen and Lin Xiaoxiao are Yifeng's bedfellows, so they naturally have their preferences. Not long after, the strengthening is over. Yun Xiaoxiao and Nan Shireen's power increased sharply again, and they also obtained the second contract skill, the power of the God of War. Yifeng activated the Eye of Insight. Name, Nan Shireen, rank, none, power, none, skills, blessing of the God of War, power of the God of War, combat power index, 158 promoted to a warrior. Nan Shireen's combat power will increase by 100 points. Yifeng turned his head and glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. Her combat power also increases by 100 points. The 2 girls were excited and continued to adapt to the new strength. Yifeng said to the 2 girls, the second skill you have acquired is a skill that warriors do not have. It is called the power of the God of War. It is not an attack skill, nor an active skill, but a healing passive skill. When you are seriously injured, the power of the God of War will be automatically triggered to instantly heal your injuries and restore a certain amount of combat ability. Hearing this, excitement appeared on the pretty faces of the two girls. Healing serious injuries? In this way, the power of the God of War is equivalent to a life. Yi Feng also nodded slightly. After the two girls learned the power of the God of War, their ability to protect themselves was greatly enhanced. As he thought, Yi Feng secretly made up his mind. The number of warriors is limited, only for your confidant. Next to them, Nan Ruyan and Chu Xiaotu felt a burst of envy in their hearts. They also really want to have the power of the God of War. They want to progress, become warriors, and increase their strength. The eyes of the two women looking at Yi Feng suddenly became hot. Yi Feng didn't notice and opened the panel with his backhand. He also has the blessing of the God of War and the power of the God of War, and also has an exclusive contract skill, the Wrath of the God of War. After activating this skill, a fan-shaped shockwave will be sent directly forward, causing huge damage to enemies within a certain range. The power is affected by combat power. Contract skills can only be used once per day. In the future, you can find an opportunity to test it. After coming back to his senses, Yi Feng saw the girl's eyes burning brightly. How's it going? Are you hungry now? The women lowered their heads one after another, a little embarrassed. My strength has become stronger, and I am also hungry. I'm a little hungry too, and I really want to take a shower. Me too, Yi Feng smiled. We can have dinner. By the way, do any of you know how to cook? You are good at cooking. My aunt's cooking is very delicious. Nan Shireen said first. Yi Feng looked towards the south like smoke. The young woman smiled and looked confident. Yi Feng, I have taught myself how to cook. I have a certificate. Most home-cooked dishes are fine. Great. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Ruyan, from now on I will ask you to take charge of our meals. If one person is too busy, the others will be at your disposal. Nan Ruyan nodded happily. She was very happy to be able to prove her worth. Yi Feng continued to give instructions. To celebrate our coming together and forming the God of War team. Let's have a big meal today. Those of you who should take a shower, and those of you should change clothes. Can you unite as one, help Ruyan, and cook together? The women nodded in agreement. No problem. After I take a shower, I'll come down to help. Yi Feng said, then I am only responsible for eating. A thought came to my mind. Yi Feng moved a large amount of materials from the space to the villa hall. A variety of meat products, chicken, duck, fish, sea cucumber, abalone, beef and mutton slices. There are also various types of vegetables and fruits, such as celery, potatoes, leeks, apples, bananas, strawberries. There are also various daily necessities and so on. After everything is arranged properly, several women began to get busy. Take a shower, change clothes, make dinner. Yi Feng walked upstairs to the large room on the third floor. Lying comfortably in bed, take out the Scout Guardian Elf props from the storage space. Item, Scouting Guardian Elf, quality, rare, description, consumables. After summoning this spirit, it will protect your safety within 100 meters, detect the surrounding area and discover potential dangerous factors in a timely manner. In the event of a crisis that cannot be handled, the Elf Master will be notified as soon as possible. The spirit will persist for 72 hours and then dissipate. This is a consumable item that Yi Feng fished out before. It can protect 100 meters around Yi Feng for 72 hours. Yi Feng clicks to use the props. In an instant, a ball of soft blue light continued to gather, deform, and condense right in front. The result is a transparent elf. The elf's body was clear, emitting emerald light, and it was in tune with Yi Feng's mind. Go! Yi Feng gave the order softly. The reconnaissance guard elf gently jumped up and flew into the air. It continued to conduct reconnaissance within 100 meters around Yi Feng. It would handle ordinary crises. Once it could not handle them, it would notify Yi Feng. After releasing the reconnaissance guard elf, Yi Feng began to close his eyes and rest. Let's talk about two things. Jiangcheng Hotel. This is one of the best hotels in Jiangcheng. After the Doomsday, it was used as a base by the Wild Wolf Gang. Wang Tianba returned from the pet hospital. He asked to see the gang leader as soon as possible. After all, the death of the three leaders is not a small matter. In the meeting room, a young man in white walked out. This man was about 25 years old, with a tall figure and ordinary appearance, but his eyes were bright and energetic. It was the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, the legendary awakener of superpowers, Li Xingchen. The two sat down, and Wang Tianba reported the details respectfully. Li Xingchen listened quietly and frowned slightly. You mean, the third brother died very quickly, as if he was smashed to pieces by a beast? I think so. Wang Tianba said as he handed Li Xingchen the live video taken by his mobile phone. After watching the video, Li Xingchen fell silent. His fingers kept tapping on the table, making a banging sound. We know too little about the end of the world. Maybe the third brother did not die from the young man reported before, but some kind of terrifying monster. Li Xingchen thought for a while, then continued. The death of the third brother was strange. I think we should just leave it alone for now. How about that? Wang Tianba said respectfully, Boss, I will listen to you. Li Xingchen nodded with satisfaction, and then changed the subject and asked, Tianba, you won't blame me for not taking the initiative to avenge the third brother, right? Wang Tianba shuddered, and shook his head like a rattle. I think the leader did the right thing. In this strange and terrifying apocalypse, everyone lives on thin ice. There is really no need to provoke another, a powerful monster. Li Xingchen waved his hand without comment. Wang Tianba understood and turned away. After Wang Tianba left, Li Xingchen sighed helplessly. The so-called terrifying monster was just an excuse. Everyone knew that the person who killed Zhou Qingming must be the owner of the silver car. A powerful superpower. And Zhou Qingming's strength, he knew it well. When the iron bones are activated, the combat power will increase dramatically, and he will be a world-class conqueror. Even Li Xingchen will have to work hard to deal with him. And such a fierce man was smashed into pieces by others and killed instantly. It is conceivable how terrifying the enemy's strength is. A peerless villain. Li Xingchen stood up and looked out the window, his eyes twinkling. He awakens the legendary power, the power of starlight, and can control the power of starlight. With a bright future, he couldn't afford to fight such a terrifying strong man for a dead subordinate. You only have one life. As soon as he thought about it, a starlight burst out from Li Xingchen's hand, illuminating the entire room. Longtanshan Villa area. About 2 hours later, Yifeng slowly walked downstairs. A sumptuous dinner is ready. The table in the restaurant is filled with all kinds of delicious dishes. Kung Pao chicken, mapo tofu, braised pork, boiled fish, sweet and sour pork ribs. The enticing aroma of the food spreads, making people's mouths water and their fingers twitch. Next to the dining table, red wine, beer, and various drinks are available. In addition, there are 2 plates of washed fruits, placed aside for anyone to take. Brother Yifeng, you came just in time. I was just going to ask you to eat. Lin Xiaoxiao stood up and said softly. It seems that I came at the right time. Yifeng said with a smile. Everyone, please take a seat. Yifeng sat in the main seat. After Yifeng sat down, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, Nan Ruyan, and Xu Xiaotu sat down one after another. It has been a long time since everyone had a formal meal, let alone such a sumptuous meal. Being both signatories of the God of War contract has brought them closer together, and there is no longer any barrier between them. Come on, let's all eat as much as we want. Yifeng was the first to use his chopsticks. Nan Shirin and everyone else stopped being polite and started to move one after another. They were also very greedy. Gobble it up and feast on it. Everyone was dealing with the gluttonous feast in front of them, and no one spoke for a while. Fragrant. So delicious. Yifeng was full of praise. After eating for a while, Yifeng opened a few bottles of beer and said to everyone with a smile, I have used some mysterious means to ensure everyone's safety. So, eat and drink to your heart's content. After the words fell, everyone cheered. Let's drink. Xu Xiaotu was extremely happy, with a beaming face. Lin Xiaoxiao and others were also overjoyed. Some people drink wine, some people drink beer. For a while, people were drinking, and it was very lively. Woof woof. Xiaobai was also lame, eating next to him with his mouth full of oil. One day I had a chicken leg, and another time it was ribs. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 flavors of food are gone. Everyone was already a little drunk, and Yifeng was also a little dazed. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a silky touch approaching his thigh. He glanced down, and his heart skipped a beat. Nan Ruyan's slender legs were stretched out quietly. The exquisite jade feet wrapped in black stockings gently rested on Yifeng's thigh. Yifeng's Adam's apple squirmed slightly and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Lift your head. He glanced at Nan Ruyan subconsciously. But he saw Nan Ruyan sitting upright, not looking at Yifeng, but her face was flushed and she seemed drunk. Yifeng's Adam's apple squirmed slightly. At this time, the stockings and jade feet under the table quietly made new movements. Gulu. Yi Feng swallowed hard, and his body gradually became hot. I looked around quietly and saw that everyone was still eating and drinking, not paying attention to me. Yi Feng became more courageous. With a backhand, he gently grabbed Nan Ruyan's calf. Touched gently. Nan Ruyan couldn't help but moan softly, and a blush rose on her cheeks. He glanced sideways at Yi Feng. There was no resistance. Seeing Nan Ruyan acting like this, Yi Feng became more and more courageous. The range of movements increases and the dragon keeps swimming. A long time passed. The beautiful young woman Nan Ruyan suddenly stood up with a pretty face. Everyone, I'm too drunk. I'll go back to my room to rest. Let's continue. Say it. Nan Ruyan twisted her plump buttocks and walked towards the room on the second floor. Yi Feng stared straight at the peach, but that was going away, swallowing secretly. Take a swig of wine. Yi Feng also stood up and left the dining table under the pretense of going to the toilet. Run towards the second floor. On the table. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Yi Feng walk away and sighed secretly in her heart. The vixen named Nan is really good at seducing people. When he raised his head, he never expected to meet Nan Shirin's eyes. Both women were a little embarrassed, and they obviously knew each other well. Chu Xiaotu was still smiling silly, playing with Xiaobai carelessly, very happy. Nan Shirin's eyes were slightly closed, and her heart was slightly sour. I can't help but have my thoughts racing. More than an hour ago. Nan Shirin and her aunt Nan Ruyan once had such a conversation. Auntie, you, like Yi Feng, right? No, Yi Feng is your boyfriend, how could I? It's okay, auntie. Yi Feng is such a playboy. There will only be more and more women in the future. If you join me, I will have someone to help me so I won't be bullied. No, I won't compete with you for a man. Besides, my aunt is already in her 30s, and Yi Feng can like me. Auntie, you don't have to belittle yourself, look at Lin Xiaoxiao's young age, that big bear, and her big buttocks. Yi Feng obviously likes that one. You have a huge advantage in this aspect, but, Enin, do you really not mind? I support your aunt, just go ahead and do it. Thinking back to the present, Nan Shirin pursed her red lips and took another sip of beer. She had not been with Yi Feng for a long time, but she was already attracted by his handsomeness, strength, and temperament. How could she not be jealous? However, Yi Feng was destined not to belong to her alone. In fact, they were just Yi Feng's accessories. Lin Xiaoxiao endured and endured, but still couldn't help it. She finally said angrily, Nan Ruyan hooked up with brother Yi Feng. You must have helped behind the scenes, right? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with anger. Nan Shirin stood up and poured a glass of wine for Lin Xiaoxiao. Sister Xiaoxiao, I toast you. After saying that, she drank it all in one gulp. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't understand why and drank the wine. Nan Shirin said slowly, Sister Xiaoxiao, you are a few years older than me, so I call you that. You also know that zombies are everywhere now, and only people with superpowers have the ability to protect ordinary people like us. I have selfish motives and want my aunt to go further and get the position of a war general. Nan Shirin's beautiful eyes flickered, and her words were sincere. By contracting to become a war general and possessing the power of the god of war, my aunt's chance of survival will be greatly increased. I hope, sister, don't mind. After saying these words, Nan Shirin drank 3 glasses of beer in a row. Obviously, she meant to punish herself. After listening to this, Lin Xiaoxiao was silent. She could understand this behavior. Moreover, with Yi Feng's personality, how could he resist facing a stunning beauty like Nan Ruyan? It was only a matter of time before such a thing happened. Thinking of this, she stopped thinking about it. Lin Xiaoxiao secretly glanced at Chu Xiaotu again. At this moment, Chu Xiaotu was already drunk, holding Xiaobai in her arms, and giggling to herself. No! I have to win this girl over to my camp. Otherwise, once Nan Ruyan and Nan Shirin join forces to exclude me in the future, I won't even have a supporter. Second floor. Nan Ruyan's room. The door was not locked. A figure pushed open the door and slipped in quietly. You're here? A lazy and teasing voice sounded. Nan Ruyan looked at the person with a smile. Sword eyebrows and star eyes, heroic and extraordinary. Excellent figure, obvious abdominal muscles, and a strange charm, especially attractive to women. The one who came here secretly was Yi Feng. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Feng looked Nan Ruyan up and down, secretly praising her in his heart. Her black hair was tied up, and her neck was white. Her chest was tall and bulging, attracting people's attention. And her plump buttocks were round and full. Nan Ruyan was wearing a black silk stocking shawl pajamas. All the key parts were covered, but they were looming, showing the charm of a young woman. This is a mature and beautiful young woman who seems to be about to burst. Are you waiting for me? Yi Feng's heart was hot, smiling. Don't talk nonsense. Nan Ruyan smiled charmingly. Then, her eyes moved and continued, it's late at night, a man and a woman alone, what do you want to do? Yi Feng laughed strangely. Fuck. As he said that, Yi Feng rushed over directly. 1 hour later. Yi Feng was refreshed and energetic. Nan Ruyan's eyes were blurred, and she lay on her back beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I couldn't understand the word macho before, now, I finally understand it. You are so brave. I really don't know how Shireen can bear it, Yi Feng laughed when he heard it. Ha, if there is a chance to be together, you will know. Nan Ruyan blushed and spat secretly. Shameless. However, judging from the current situation, they may be together in the future. Nan Ruyan was thinking wildly. Rested for a while. Yi Feng's mind moved. By the way, Ruyan, I will promote you to a general. After saying that, without waiting for Nan Ruyan's response, he directly operated the power of the contract and began to promote. A mysterious breath instantly filled the room. A touch of golden light emerged from the void and entered Nan Ruyan's body. In Nan Ruyan's surprised eyes, the golden light continued to strengthen her physical strength. Strength, speed, physique, reaction, all-round enhancement. Yi Feng lit a cigarette and admired it silently. The extremely beautiful young woman had a unique charm that was breathtaking. Under the enhanced golden light, the naked white young woman still had a hint of holiness, which attracted people's attention. Not long after, the golden light dissipated. Yi Feng activated the Eye of Insight, name, Nan Ruyan, rank, none, superpower, none, skills, God of War blessing, God of War power, combat power index, 159 combat power increased dramatically. It increased by more than 100 points. It was about the power of 10 people. Nan Ruyan felt the power surging in her body and couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. It's amazing. The power increased out of thin air. Coming back to her senses, she leaned forward and hugged Yi Feng. Little enemy, you are so good to me, Yi Feng smiled evilly, then how are you going to repay me? He looked down, with a hint of meaning. Nan Ruyan gave Yi Feng a coquettish look. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Hint, trigger event. Hint, you feel happy, reward plus 20 bait. The system reward arrived as promised. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel happy. He decided not to fish for the time being, but to accumulate the bait. When there are more in the future, concentrate on synthesizing high-level bait. It is difficult to draw epic items from ordinary bait, and it is almost impossible to draw legendary items. Only by upgrading ordinary bait to high-level bait can some precious items be drawn. Whether it is the epic awakening potion, the legendary skill Thunderstance, or the legendary item War God contract, they all come from high-level bait. Yi Feng glanced at Nan Ruyan, whose face was flushed. He reached out and touched her head. What a charming little fairy. As he spoke, he scored twice. One night passed. Yi Feng woke up in the morning, feeling refreshed. The beauty beside him had already gotten up. After washing up, Yi Feng walked down the stairs. A steaming hot breakfast was ready. Whole wheat bread, hot milk, a few side dishes, and fried eggs. With soothing music playing, Nan Ruyan and Nan Shireen were doing yoga next to them. A good posture is inseparable from diligence. Nan Shireen wore a black belly-bearing yoga vest on the upper body and black tight yoga pants on the lower body. Nan Ruyan was wearing a pink yoga suit. The two were stretching their bodies. The two girls were on the yoga mat, with their hands stretched forward, their bodies astride and pressed down, their buttocks slightly raised. Yi Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was because the two girls were facing away from him, and their plump buttocks, like peaches, were facing him. The yoga clothes were close-fitting, which showed off their figures very well. As the two girls moved, their buttocks pressed down, and the perfect outline was looming. Nan Shireen was smaller, but her figure was slimmer. Nan Ruyan was more eye-catching. Yi Feng felt a little hot in his heart. Hint, trigger event. Hint, you feel happy, reward plus 10 bait. Woohoo! You can get rewards for just having fun? The system is really good. Yi Feng was delighted. The two girls also noticed Yi Feng's arrival at this time. Yi Feng, you are here? The two girls greeted Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded, let's have dinner together? The two girls agreed happily and went upstairs to change clothes. Upstairs. Xu Xiaotu's room. Lin Xiaoxiao slipped in without knowing when. Xiaotu, what do you think of Yi Feng? What kind of person is he, and how is he to you? Lin Xiaoxiao got straight to the point. Brother Yifeng is very good to me. He is tall, handsome, and strong. He makes me feel safe, Xu Xiaotu said timidly with her head down. You didn't say a little bit. He is also a thick-skinned pervert, Lin Xiaoxiao pouted. Xu Xiaotu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, with a trace of confusion in her pure eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little helpless and explained, you don't know. Nan Ruyan, that shameless vixen, rolled into bed with Yifeng as soon as she finished drinking last night. Don't you have a sense of crisis? Ah. This, on the bed? Xu Xiaotu looked a little surprised. Yes, it's what you think. Lin Xiaoxiao said. Xu Xiaotu's pretty face was slightly red. Wait, then. Nan Ruyan yes, she is also a general now. Lin Xiaoxiao said bluntly. Ah. Then I. Xu Xiaotu looked a little anxious. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed lightly, grabbed Xu Xiaotu's hand, and said earnestly, Xiaotu, there will be more and more women around Yifeng in the future, you must seize the opportunity, you must grasp it. Hearing this, Xu Xiaotu's cheeks became even redder. He lowered his head slightly, his big eyes rolled around, and I don't know what he was thinking. Seeing Xu Xiaotu thinking, Lin Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction. Let's go downstairs to eat. I just saw, those two vixens with the surname Nan, they are still practicing yoga together, so cool. Lin Xiaoxiao mumbled to herself. The two went downstairs together. It happened that Nan Ruyan and Nan Shireen had just changed their clothes, and everyone gathered together again to eat breakfast. The breakfast was rich and everyone enjoyed it very much. Not long after, breakfast was over. Yifeng's expression suddenly became serious. Everyone, today is the 7th day of the end of the world, a special day. We have 2 tasks today. The first is to train you, hone your courage, and train your skills. The second is to clear out the zombies in the entire Lontanshan Villa district. Everyone now has superhuman powers. I will distribute some more weapons and equipment to you later. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Strength is the source of a person's courage. Now that they have powerful strength, they are no longer so afraid of zombies. Yifeng smiled with relief and continued, it is worth noting that there is a kind of crystal in the zombie's head. This thing is very important to me, so another task for everyone is to collect crystal cores while killing zombies. But not every zombie has a crystal core. Currently, only a few zombies have it. The key to killing zombies is to destroy his head. Simply hurting his heart and limbs is useless. Even if you can cut it in half, the zombie can survive for a few seconds. In addition, it should be noted that Yifeng talked endlessly. Everyone listened attentively. Before fighting with zombies, what Yifeng said was all life-saving experience. No one would choose to joke with their own life. The explanation ended. Yifeng finally asked, do you have any questions? All the girls shook their heads. Nan Shireen was eager to try, and wanted to hunt zombies right away. Seeing that everyone had no problem, Yifeng took out weapons and equipment from the space. Pistols, submachine guns, bulletproof vests. These equipment all came from the police station. There was also a box of tang swords that were caught before. All kinds of equipment were spread all over the ground. Everyone equip yourself. Yifeng ordered. Everyone did not dare to neglect, and began to wear bulletproof vests and adapt to the equipment. Yifeng continued to teach beside him. In the morning, the main focus is to hone everyone. Don't pursue speed, but mainly to practice courage. Firearms should be practiced, and killing zombies with knives should also be practiced. To deal with zombies, the first thing is to improve courage. Having a certain amount of courage is the prerequisite for fighting zombies. Yifeng in his previous life was also trained little by little in this way. Brother Yifeng, I have never touched a gun or used a knife, Xu Xiaotu said timidly. Brother Feng, I am also a little scared, Lin Xiaoxiao also whispered beside him. What are you afraid of? Everyone has a first time. Yifeng scolded with a serious expression. You have all seen the world today. Don't think about the past. Now this is the end of the world. Each of you must learn how to fight and how to protect yourself. No one dared to say anything more. Yifeng had one more word left. The power he gave was not given for nothing. In the future, you have to hunt zombies for him and get crystal cores. As a team, there can't be people who eat for free. Seeing Yifeng become serious, several people stopped talking. They all swore in their hearts that they must perform well and not let Yifeng look down on them. Seeing that everyone had a correct attitude, Yifeng smiled with relief. He began to teach everyone how to shoot and how to swing a knife. After a simple training, the women also had a certain understanding of shooting and swinging a knife. Then now, let's go. Yi Feng gave the order in high spirits. The 5 people wore their equipment, with guns on their waists and tang swords in their hands, and walked out of the villa carefully. Where are we going first? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Yi Feng pointed to a certain direction casually. Go there. Under Yi Feng's leadership, everyone headed towards the nearest villa. On the way, Yi Feng opened the panel as usual. The system popped up a prompt. Prompt: choose whether to increase the difficulty of daily tasks. 2 choices appeared in front of Yi Feng, 1, yes, 2. No. Yi Feng was a little surprised. The difficulty of daily tasks can continue to increase? Great. Yi Feng chose the first option without hesitation. Increase the difficulty. Daily task: kill 70 zombies. Task reward: 70 baits. Really good. The task requirements have been raised, and the rewards have been upgraded again. You can get 70 baits today. Yi Feng closed the panel and looked up. Longtanshan Villa District is a large villa district. There are more than 160 independent villas in it. We have to clean up one by one. If there are too many zombies, I will take action. If there are not many, I will not take action. Yi Feng said casually. Okay. We understand. The women nodded in agreement. Yi Feng walked at the front of the team, and suddenly his eyes moved slightly. I saw a middle-aged zombie wearing a bow tie and a blue shirt, staggering towards him. It looks like he should have slipped out of a villa. Yi Feng took a step back and ordered, "Who of you will go up and kill it? I'll support you." After Yi Feng finished speaking, the women looked at each other. They were not mentally prepared for the sudden battle. Seeing that no one responded, Nan Shireen gritted her teeth and took a step forward. "Yi Feng, I'll go first." Yi Feng nodded with relief and watched from the side. Nan Shireen held the tang sword in her right hand and walked towards the middle-aged zombie nervously. "Yi Feng, you have to keep an eye on me," she said nervously. The zombie also found her and suddenly rushed forward. Roar! Facing the charging zombie. Nan Shireen swallowed subconsciously and forced herself to overcome the fear in her heart. The zombie approached. She suddenly shouted, "Go to hell!" The tang sword slashed diagonally. Puff! Half of the zombie's body was chopped open, and black dirty blood splashed out. "Keep finishing the knife," Yi Feng instructed from the side. Nan Shireen raised the knife and chopped again. Puff! The knife fell. The zombie's head flew up into the sky and rolled to the ground. Gurgle! The headless zombie fell to the ground, and a bloody smell rushed towards him. Nan Shireen's pretty face was a little pale, and she looked down at her slightly trembling hands. "Yi Feng, did I succeed?" Yi Feng explained on the side, "Yes, you succeeded in killing the zombie. In fact, each of you has many times the physical fitness of a zombie. As long as you act carefully, it is not difficult to kill a zombie." Nan Ruyan licked her lower lip, her pretty face full of excitement. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan, Chu Xiaodu and others saw that Nan Shireen had achieved results, and their confidence increased greatly. "Come here, I'll tell you," Yi Feng called a few people to his side. Taking this zombie as an example, he began to explain the precautions to them. If we just stab other parts of the zombies, they won't die. Only by cutting them in half or chopping off their heads can we effectively kill the zombies. Another thing to note is that if you cut the zombies in half, they will still have a few seconds of activity time. Xiaoxiao, go check if there is a crystal core in the zombie's head. Lin Xiaoxiao resisted the nausea, stepped forward, stabbed the zombie's head with the tang knife, and kept searching. Not long after, she picked out a hard crystalline object. It was the zombie crystal core. Yi Feng's eyes lit up and picked up the zombie crystal core. We are so lucky. The probability of producing crystal cores among these zombies nowadays is still relatively low. Often, you can only get a crystal core after killing dozens of zombies. Yi Feng took out clean water from the storage space and cleaned the crystal core. A thumb-sized, translucent crystal core appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng handed the crystal core to everyone for them to see. Wow! Is this the crystal core? So beautiful. It's amazing. Ugly zombies can actually give birth to something like this. The girls observed the crystal core in turn and were amazed. Yi Feng continued to remind them, the crystal core can enhance the strength of the superpowers. Every time we kill a zombie in the future, we must check whether there is a crystal core in the zombie's head. After Yi Feng put away the crystal core, he led everyone to move forward. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the first villa. The door was closed. However, this naturally did not stump Yi Feng. Boom! A thunder struck, and the door of the villa fell to the ground. Several people stepped into the villa. Roar, roar. Several zombies were attracted by the sound made by Yifeng. 3 adult zombies and 1 child zombie. They are a family of 3 in this villa, and there is one who should be a nanny. Yifeng's heart moved slightly, and he opened the eye of insight and looked at the male zombie in the lead. Name, zombie, ordinary, rank, first level, combat power index, 37 zombies, collectively become stronger. Unless ordinary humans use guns, zombies today are no longer defeated by ordinary humans. Yifeng glanced at the child zombie again. Name, zombie, ordinary, rank, first level, combat power index, 29. Several zombies, waving their claws, rushed towards the crowd. 4 zombies, just the right number, 1 for each of you 4. Use knives first in this battle. Yifeng commanded the girls and said. With Yifeng's explanation and Nan Shirin's demonstration, the girls were no longer afraid, and they all held tang swords and rushed towards the zombies. After the blessing of the war god contract, the girls' speed increased several times compared to ordinary people, and their combat power was much higher than that of zombies. Hey! Ha! Go to hell! Several people raised their knives and chopped 4 zombies to the ground, and then quickly finished them off. Soon, the 4 zombies' heads flew into the sky and their bodies fell to the ground. Yifeng showed a relieved smile. None of his female warriors were afraid of fighting. Lin Xiaoxiao and others used knives to break open the zombies' heads and check whether there was a crystal core. Brother Yifeng, my zombie doesn't seem to have a crystal core. Lin Xiaoxiao was a little disappointed. I don't have one here. Yifeng. I don't have one here either. After the other women finished their checks, they didn't find any crystal cores. Yifeng nodded, and he wasn't very disappointed. Not every zombie will produce a crystal core. At the current stage, on average, only 1 out of every 20 zombies will have a crystal core. If a person is unlucky, even if he kills 100 zombies, he may get nothing. However, the probability of obtaining a crystal core will gradually increase as the zombies become stronger. By the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, most zombies will have crystal cores in their bodies. Yifeng activated his mental exploration and carefully checked the villa. He needed to make sure that there were no dangerous factors left in the villa. Yifeng's goal was clear. As the saying goes, how can you allow others to sleep soundly beside your bed? In the entire Lontanshan villa area, except for his team, no uncontrolled creatures can stay, whether zombies or living people. During Yifeng's inspection of the villa, he would also store any useful materials he encountered in the storage space. Not long after, Yifeng finished his inspection. Leave this villa and head to the next villa. Arrive at the second villa. The door is slightly open. Yifeng leads the team and chooses to enter directly. There are 2 zombies in this villa. An old man zombie, and a cat zombie. Xiaoxiao, Shirin, you 2 use guns to deal with these 2 zombies this time. Yifeng ordered. The 2 girls were a little flustered, but they still obeyed Yifeng's orders and immediately pulled out the pistols from their waists. Open the safety, aim the gun, and pull the trigger. After Yifeng's simple training, they looked very good in these actions. Bang 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 bang. A hail of bullets, and 2 zombies fell to the ground. Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. The 2 of them were still a little short of the target. But it was already very good for the first time to use a gun. They have physical fitness beyond ordinary people, and their learning ability has also been enhanced to a certain extent. Ruyan, Xiaotu, you 2 go up and see if there is a crystal core. Nan Ruyan and Chu Xiaotu immediately stepped forward and explored the zombie's head with a tang knife. Soon the 2 shook their heads in disappointment at Yifeng. Yifeng put the useful materials into the space and checked again to make sure there were no hidden dangers. Very good, let's keep this pace and go to the next one. Yifeng led the team away and headed straight to the next villa. In this way, Yifeng began to clean up continuously. The 3rd, 4th, 5th. Time passed by minute. Yifeng led the team to the 9th villa. This time, they met a survivor, a middle-aged woman. When Yifeng came, she was hiding in the bedroom, starving. There were 3 zombies wandering outside the bedroom, causing her to not dare to step out of the door. Yifeng and his men cleaned up the zombies in the villa and found the survivor. After rescuing the person, Yifeng gave her some food, all from this villa, which was considered to be local materials. Yifeng glanced at her and confirmed that she was not a superpower, and arranged Nan Ruyan to negotiate. Madam, we have saved your life. Now the entire villa area is our territory. We are not going to recruit people for the time being, so we need you to leave here, according to Yifeng's regulations. Ordinary survivors, give them a sum of supplies to drive them away. It is considered to be paying for the villa. If you meet someone who refuses to leave, it depends on the situation. The female survivor is very grateful to Yifeng and his team, and wants to join Yifeng's team. Yifeng naturally shook his head and refused. The woman had no choice but to take the food Yifeng prepared for her and leave. Yifeng led the team to continue cleaning up the villa area. During this period, in order to complete the daily task, Yifeng personally killed 70 zombies. He stopped until the task was completed. Time passed unknowingly. Near noon, Yifeng and his team had cleaned up more than 60 villas in a row. During this period, they met a total of 9 survivors. They were all very sensible and left obediently with the food given by Yifeng. However, not everyone in this world is so wise. A villa. After Lin Xiaoxiao and the others cleaned up the zombies, they rescued a young man who looked to be in his 20s. The man looked haggard and handsome. He was trapped in the basement of his own villa at the time. After rescuing this person, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward and began to persuade them to leave as usual. This place has been requisitioned by us, but this time, she encountered a problem. The man faced Lin Xiaoxiao's hot body, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. After listening to her words, he kept shaking his head. "This is my villa, why should I leave?" The man was unwilling to leave. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao looked helpless. "Sir, we have saved your life." The man rolled his eyes and said, "Saving my life is not enough to exchange for my villa. Besides, I didn't take the initiative to let you save you." Lin Xiaoxiao was speechless. Seeing this, Chu Xiaotu stepped forward to persuade him kindly. Your villa doesn't have much food at all. If you don't leave here, you will starve to death in the end." Unexpectedly, this man rolled his eyes and begged, "You are right, ladies, why don't you let me join your team?" He lowered his eyebrows and glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and others again. Lin Xiaoxiao's big and round buttocks, Nan Ruyan's hot body, and Nan Shirian's stunning appearance. The man's heart suddenly heated up, and a hint of obscenity flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Yifeng, and his eyes were full of jealousy. Because Yifeng was paddling all the time, the handsome man believed that Yifeng had no ability and relied on women for protection. Why is he so lucky? Mixed with so many goddesses? It must be just good luck. I can replace him, and it's still okay. You know, my appearance and figure are not worse than Yifeng. Equally handsome. Beautiful ladies, just let me stay. I can do any job." The man put on a pitiful expression and kept begging. However, in his heart, he kept sneering. "When there is a chance, I will let you beautiful ladies experience my best job. I guarantee that you can't leave me." The man stayed here and didn't leave. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others were in a dilemma for a while, unable to make up their minds, and subconsciously looked up at Yifeng. Yifeng yawned and glanced at the man. The handsome man looked at Yifeng at the same time. What's going on? Why are all these women looking at him? Isn't he just a pretty boy? A trace of doubt rose in the man's heart. "Brother, Before he finished speaking, Yifeng interrupted. "You don't want to leave? Then go to hell." His tone was extremely flat. The handsome man was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Yifeng said. Yifeng showed his sword. The man finally reacted, and his heart was suddenly horrified. You want to kill me?" The man's face was pale, and his body was shaking like a sieve. "Beautiful ladies, stop him quickly," the handsome man turned around and begged. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others were indifferent. "You can't kill me, killing me is illegal," the man was terrified. Yifeng sneered, too lazy to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and swung his sword to chop it off. Puff! A head flew into the sky, blood rushed up to the sky. Yifeng put away his sword, turned around and said to everyone, "If you meet such a person in the future, don't waste time talking, just chop him to death." The women nodded in agreement. Yifeng looked at the time, it was almost noon. "Let's go back and rest first." After continuous fighting, everyone was a little tired. Yifeng went home. Returned to the main villa. Nan Ruyan and others began to prepare lunch. Yifeng went to the rest area on the 3rd floor, sat on the sofa, and counted the harvest in the morning. The population density of the villa area is not high. Yifeng led the team to clean up more than 60 villas and killed more than 100 zombies, but only obtained 6 crystal cores. After playing with the crystal core for a while, Yifeng put it into the space. He had to eat soon, so Yifeng did not choose to practice. Click on the panel to check the task. Daily task, kill 70 zombies. Task reward, 70 baits. Task status, completed. Yifeng clicked to receive the task reward. with the system prompt sound. Prompt: congratulations to the host for getting 70 baits. Yi Feng was in a good mood. Complete the daily task and reward 70 baits. There are also 30 points of bait left yesterday, and Yi Feng's bait number has reached 100. You can continue fishing. Yi Feng silently said in his heart. System: combine ordinary bait into advanced bait. The system prompt sounded. Do you confirm? Yi Feng clicked to confirm. 100 ordinary baits, combined into 10 advanced baits. The synthesis is complete. System: give me 5 times of fishing. Yi Feng silently said in his heart. Prompt: advanced fishing is in progress. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, full of expectations. The system prompt sounded. Prompt: congratulations to the host for fishing successfully, and obtained +1 mutation catalyst potion. Is this shipped? Yi Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Mutated potion? It sounds like good stuff. The system prompts to continue. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting 1 fruit brand VR goggles with black color. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining rare equipment, invisibility mask +1. Fishing equipment is available. A rare invisibility mask. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. Tip: congratulations to the host for successful fishing. You have received the original unopened extreme waist rising 3 kg version +1 piece. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a 10-pound pack of extra large tangerine fruits +1 box in spring. 5 rounds of advanced fishing are over. Yi Feng's heart moved slightly and he clicked on the harvest. Item: mutation catalyst potion, quality, rare, description. After taking this potion, ordinary creatures will have a 70% chance of evolving into a mutated beast, a 20% chance of being unchanged, and a 10% chance of dying. Yi Feng looked slightly startled. After taking this bottle of potion, there is a 60% chance of becoming a mutant beast? Yi Feng suddenly thought of his husky Xiao Bai. Comrade Xiao Bai, you are not willing to be an ordinary dog forever, right? A 10% mortality rate is completely acceptable. Yi Feng immediately made a decision for Xiao Bai. Drink. Continue to check out the harvest. VR headsets, extremely high-rise waist reflecting films, these are of little use. Rake up the tangerines, but you can eat them. Finally, Yi Feng set his sights on rare equipment. Props: invisibility mask, quality, rare, description. This mask has mysterious power, allowing the wearer to instantly blend into the surrounding environment and achieve invisibility. In the invisible state, the wearer will be difficult to detect by enemies. Additional description: maintaining the mask's invisibility effect will continue to consume a certain amount of energy. During the invisibility effect, the wearer's movement speed will be slightly increased. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Nice one. Yi Feng took out the invisibility mask. Ahoo! A black and purple mask with strange runes engraved on it appeared in Yi Feng's hand. The moment he put on the mask, Yi Feng's figure instantly blended into the environment and disappeared completely. Yi Feng felt happy. Sure enough, he became invisible. Taking off the mask, Yi Feng said silently, System, keep fishing. The system prompts to continue. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 set of the sexy spring lady ancient style suit. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare skill, night vision +1. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting the black version of the Ji Huan brand erotic position pad +1. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare item, magical blue pill +1 bottle. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Interesting ancient style suit, body position mat, and rare blue pills. They all seem to be good things. At this moment, the system paused. Yi Feng's eyes flashed even more. Could it be that? The system prompts. Tip: congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a mythical item, Kirin Bloodline Origin Bead +1. Fishing is over. Myth level? Damn it! Yi Feng's eyes revealed endless ecstasy. Fishing for yourself again, colorful mythical items? Yi Feng's heart beat violently. Feeling excited, click to view immediately. Item: Kirin Bloodline Origin Bead, quality, colorful myth, description. After fusing this source bead, you will have part of the bloodline of the legendary beast Qilin, thereby being reborn and greatly increasing your strength. Please note that after fusing this source bead, irreversible animal transformation will occur and the human form cannot be maintained. Special description: the stronger the physical fitness of the creature, the better the fusion effect. There is a small probability of death during the fusion process, so please fuse with caution. Part of the bloodline of the mythical beast Qilin? A side effect is the inability to maintain human form. Could it be that I don't want to be a human being anymore? Yifeng was a little confused, his expression changing. A long time. Ha! He exhaled softly. Never mind. As long as you keep fishing, you will always get items suitable for you again. You still have to be a human being, right? I have so many wives. How can I communicate with them if I become a half-unicorn? How funny. But, this thing has to be used. It must be given to someone you can trust. Could it be that for those confidants of my own? Qilin mythical beast Nan Shireen? Kirin mythical beast Lin Xiaoxiao? Yifeng shook his head repeatedly, putting this terrible thought behind him. Think about it. It seems I can only take advantage of Xiao Bai. Yifeng murmured in his heart. After all, he was originally a dog, so it didn't matter if he wasn't a human. The source beads obtained from fishing can be fused with any creature. Yifeng put away the Qilin bloodline bead and continued to take stock of the harvest. The antique-style suit is pink, including a pink floral tube top, a gauze strap skirt, shaped pants, and a pink shirt. Yifeng showed a smile. It seems very suitable for Nan Shireen to wear. Putting the suit away, Yifeng continued to look at it. Black positioning pads are useless. Yifeng looked at the skill night vision. Skill, night vision, quality, rare, description, passive skill. After mastering this skill, even if you are in the dark night, you can still see everything as if it were daytime. Nice. Another good skill. Yifeng felt happy. As he thought, a skill source bead emitting blue light appeared in the air. Yifeng stretched out his hand and touched it slightly, and the source pearl blended with it instantly. In an instant, Yifeng learned night vision. Looking around, the shadows are more clearly visible. The skill test was over, and Yifeng looked at the final harvest. Item, magic blue pill, quality, rare, description. After taking the blue pill, a certain aspect of male physical strength and endurance will be greatly enhanced within a certain period of time. Continuous use will have a permanent enhancement effect. Nice one. Yifeng looked happy. A bottle of pills, 10 pills in total. It can be used for a long time. Yifeng showed a smile and put the blue pills away properly. After taking some time off, Yifeng took out his cell phone and informed Zhao Wumei that he could obtain crystal cores by hunting zombies. A moment later, a message from Zhao Wumei came. Zhao Wumei, zombies actually have crystal nuclei? It's incredible. Yifeng, yes, mutated zombies will produce mutated crystal nuclei. If you want to hunt down the mutated crystal nuclei, be sure to keep them. It will be of great use. Zhao Wumei, I understand, you haven't come to see me for so long, you have no conscience. Yifeng, I'm extremely busy. I will go there in 2 days. How can I deal with you? Zhao Wumei, waiting for you. Putting down his phone, Yifeng put on his invisibility mask. In an instant, he became invisible. Yifeng looked himself up and down and was very satisfied. Go downstairs. The girls were busy working in the kitchen. Yifeng passed by them invisible and no one noticed. He didn't bother much. Go straight to the kennel and take off the invisibility mask. Yifeng suddenly appeared, frightening Xiao Bai. Woof! The sound of a dog barking attracted the attention of Lin Xiaoxiao and others. Look up. When he found out it was Yifeng, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yifeng has always been elusive, so his sudden appearance will no longer shock them. Yifeng stared at Xiao Bai and said slowly, Xiao Bai, now I give you a chance to change your life, but with a 10% mortality rate, are you willing to accept it? The stronger the initial strength of the Kirin bloodline origin bead, the better the fusion effect will be. Yifeng needs to transform Xiao Bai into a mutant beast in order to maximize the use of mythical items. Xiao Bai's eyes widened and he kept wagging his tail at Yifeng. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Yifeng took out the mutation catalyst potion from the storage space. A potion with a light blue glow appeared in his palm. Open the bottle cap. The potion gave off an unpleasant smell. Xiao Bai felt a little uneasy, and the frequency of wagging his tail gradually decreased. Yifeng grabbed Xiao Bai, opened the dog's mouth, and drank the potion. Ouch! Xiao Bai's eyes showed fear and he shook his head. It's a pity that the arm can't twist the thigh. How could it escape from Yifeng's control with its meager strength? The medicine enters the stomach and the effect is immediate. Ouch! Xiao Bai screamed. At the same time the body undergoes rapid changes. His body began to expand, and his muscle lines became more obvious. The hair becomes longer and the color becomes distinctly black and white. The back is slightly curved with elegant curves, the limbs are strong and powerful, and the tail is thick and flexible. Yi Feng felt happy. This effect seems to be a successful mutation? Not long after, a ray of light flashed in the eyes of the mutant beast Xiaobai, and he excitedly rushed towards Yi Feng. Woof woof woof! Yi Feng hugged Xiaobai. Start checking its body. Belly, arms, legs, hair, seem to be fine. Yi Feng looked happy. If so, let's move on to the next step. The magical mutation process of Husky Novice has already attracted several girls. Wow! Yi Feng, what happened to Xiaobai? Lin Xiaoxiao looked amazed. Brother Yi Feng, I can feel Xiaobai's happiness. Chu Xiaotu's eyes were full of joy. Yi Feng smiled slightly and explained, Xiaobai has become a mutant beast, equivalent to a human with superpowers. Wow! Xiaobai can actually mutate, that's great. I'm so envious of Xiaobai, I really want to mutate. The girls all cast envious looks. Xiaobai kept rubbing his head against Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and stroked the dog's head with a smile, and said slowly, Xiaobai, mutation is nothing at all. Next, I will give you a super fortune. But first you have to sign a God of War contract with me. The God of War contract is not limited to humans. Dogs can also become warriors. The God of War's contract is magical and overbearing, but it must be signed willingly and cannot be forced. Do you agree to sign a contract with me? Be loyal to me forever, never betray, and be controlled by me whether you live or die? Yi Feng looked directly at Xiaobai and said slowly. Xiaobai stared with big eyes. His eyes were full of clarity and loyalty. It has already regarded Yi Feng as its master. Xiaobai looked at his master Yi Feng half understanding. As if to say, shouldn't this be? A smile appeared on Yi Feng's lips. In that case, let's start. Yi Feng bit his index finger and forced out a drop of blood from the fingertip. Finger flick. Essence and blood flew towards Xiaobai. Eat it. Xiaobai's intelligence was already enlightened, he jumped up and swallowed Yi Feng's essence and blood in one gulp. Yi Feng looked at the husky Xiaobai in front of him and decisively activated the God of War contract. Boom! The power of the contract rose up and enveloped Yi Feng and Xiaobai. The girls held their breath and watched the familiar scene in front of them. They've all been there. However, the contract in front of them was actually a dog, which still surprised them. Dogs can actually become Yi Feng's contracted warriors like them. Buzz. The mysterious power of the contract is surging. Xiaobai seemed to hear something and suddenly his eyes widened. The next second, it nodded without hesitation. The contract takes effect instantly. A powerful force surged out from the void and merged into Xiaobai's body. Xiaobai's body was instantly surrounded by golden light. Powerful energy is constantly flowing through its body. Xiaobai's body began to tremble slightly. Its strength, speed, hearing, vision, etc. are all improving rapidly. Not long after, the strengthening is over and the contract is completed. Yi Feng felt happy, he could clearly sense the connection between himself and Xiaobai. Unbreakable. Woof woof. Xiaobai circled around Yi Feng. The excitement is beyond words. Yi Feng smiled slightly, the next step is your greatest blessing. My heart moved. A round bead the size of a pebble, emitting colorful light, appeared in the void. It's the colorful mythical item Kylin bloodline bead. Xiaobai, fuse it. Yi Feng ordered. Xiaobai's eyes flashed with light. Feeling blessed, he raised the dog's paw and touched it gently. Boom! A powerful force poured into Xiaobai's body. The body suddenly trembled. Woof, woof. It was a little uneasy and a little excited. A mysterious atmosphere that seemed to come from ancient times echoed throughout the villa. The Qilin bloodline origin bead was blending with Xiaobai's whole body's essence and blood. Ouch! Xiaobai let out a cry of pain. Xiaobai, is he okay? Chu Xiaotu asked softly. Lin Xiaoxiao also looked concerned. Don't worry, Xiaobai is not in danger. This is the only way to gain power. Yi Feng's face showed a look of reminiscence. He recalled the process of awakening the chaos divine thunder. Same pain. Xiaobai's body kept twisting and deforming. Everyone waited patiently. After a moment, a stream of colored light enveloped Xiaobai. Xiaobai's body shape changed again. After a while, the integration was completed. The husky has a pair of short golden horns on its head. The body is as muscular as a tiger and nearly 2 meters long. The tail becomes thicker and longer, and there are sharp spines at the end, which can be used both offensively and defensively. The hair that was originally black and white took on a black-blue color. Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura that seemed to come from ancient times emitted, causing the surrounding furniture and items to tremble slightly. Okay. It seems to have been successful. Yifeng felt happy and quickly used his insightful eyes. Name, Qilin Xiaobai, rank, first level 2 stars, superpower, Kirin bloodline, mythical level, skills, super hearing, Kirin claws, auspicious healing, Kirin roar, Kirin transformation. Combat power index, 245 Qilin claws, Xiaobai's claws will be indestructible and can tear everything in the world apart. Super hearing, Xiaobai can hear very distant and very weak sounds. Auspicious healing, Kirin can release auspicious light, quickly heal its own or other people's wounds, and slightly increase defense power in a short period of time. Qilin roar, Qilin lets out a thundering roar, causing a lot of mental damage to surrounding enemies, and has a certain probability of making enemies stun. Qilin transformation, transform into Qilin for a short time, comprehensively improving all attributes such as attack, defense, speed, etc. Yifeng was dazzled for a moment. Wow! 5 skills? Yifeng's eyes widened, and he was extremely shocked. Yifeng was excited. Although he had already expected that the Qilin bloodline origin bead would be extremely awesome. But he still didn't expect that once Xiaobai merged, not only would his strength reach 2 stars, but he would also have 5 powerful skills. Claws and hearing skills, needless to say. There are also control skills, transformation skills, and powerful healing skills. It can be said to be a complete all-rounder. It's like a heifer to the Antarctic, it's so awesome. At this moment, a childish voice came. Dad, I'm so hungry. Yifeng was shocked. Who was talking? Looking left and right, no one. Wait, is it? Yifeng quickly looked at Xiaobai with surprise in his eyes. Xiaobai, is that you? Was it you who was talking just now? You can actually talk? The onlookers were also amazed. Dogs can actually talk. Xiaobai stared with innocent eyes. Dad, I can speak. The childish voice came from Xiaobai's direction again. Yifeng was amazed. It is indeed a product produced by the system and must be a high-quality product. The Qilin bloodline can actually make my little boy speak human words. But, Xiaobai, I understand that dogs can talk, but why did you call me daddy? Yifeng asked quickly. Am I not your father? Xiaobai looked innocent. Yifeng, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not your father, we are not related by blood. Yifeng explained seriously. No, you, my father, give me blood. Xiaobai shook his head stubbornly. Yifeng was speechless. We're not brothers. How do we look alike? That bead. I got it from fishing, not from me. The girls covered their mouths and snickered. Xiaobai is so cute. Yifeng, if it doesn't work, just admit it. Xiaobai looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and others and said, which of you is my mother? The girls were shocked. Yifeng was a little helpless. Qilin Xiaobai, Dad, I'm hungry. Yifeng, okay, what do you want to eat? Qilin Xiaobai, crystal core. Good guy, do you still know about crystal nuclei? Just know how to eat good food. Yifeng took out 3 crystal nuclei from the space and threw them at Xiaobai. Then, Xiaobai smiled widely, jumped up, and swallowed the crystal core into his belly. Hey, slow down, this thing will explode if you eat too much. Yifeng warned. Qilin Xiaobai nodded, okay, Dad. Yifeng said, change your name, don't call me Dad. Qilin Xiaobai lowered his head in grievance, then what is my name? Yifeng said, just call me Master. Yifeng pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao and others again. You call them Mistress. Qilin Xiaobai, okay, Master, Dad. Yifeng. After a while. Villa restaurant. On the dining table, there are delicious dishes. Braised pork ribs, steamed crushing carp, spicy tofu, winter melon soup. Despite the rush of time, Nam Ruyan still led everyone to make a table of delicious dishes. Delicious. Yifeng picked up a piece of pork ribs and praised it profusely. Not far away, Xiaobai has a separate dining table. It was sitting on a chair, with a large ceramic bowl in front of it filled with ribs, tofu, and various other foods. After speaking, Xiaobai felt that he was already a human being and was determined not to eat dog food. Yifeng made such arrangements for him. Now, it looks like a dog. It tried to eat with chopsticks, but failed for a long time. Nan Shirin, Lin Xiaoxiao and others glanced at Qilin Xiaobai from time to time, with surprise and excitement flashing in their eyes. Although they already knew Yifeng's magical methods. But this time Yi Feng's series of operations still shocked them. The husky novice becoming a mutated novice is still within the scope of their understanding. They could barely understand the mutated Xiaobai contracting to become a dog warrior. But in the next step, the dog warrior Xiaobai transforms into the legendary beast Qilin Xiaobai. It's like, the outrageous mother opened the door for outrageousness. It's outrageous. Is there any connection between huskies and the mythical beast Kirin? It can only be said that Yi Feng's methods are like the legendary creator, comparable to gods. Crack! A crisp voice sounded. Everyone looked up. It turned out that Qilin Xiaobai couldn't learn to use chopsticks, so he accidentally crushed the large ceramic bowl. Food was scattered all over the table. In desperation, Xiaobai started eating with his claws. Seeing this, Yi Feng frowned slightly and scolded, "Xiaobai, you have developed your intelligence and understand human language. You are also a member of my God of War team. You have to learn some rules from now on and don't eat like ordinary dogs." Qilin Xiaobai nodded with a grimace. Chu Xiaotu walked over and put away the broken bowl. Wipe Xiaobai's mouth and hand him a spoon. "Xiaobai, this is a spoon, it may be more suitable for you. From now on, you have to be polite and don't break the dishes." Chu Xiaotu has the power of animal affinity and has the best relationship with Qilin Xiaobai. Xiaobai picked up the spoon and his eyes lit up. "This is good, suitable for me." Xiaobai quickly learned how to use a spoon. Everyone continued to enjoy the delicious lunch. After a while, everyone had about the same meal. "Yi Feng, I have a question. Do you think we can absorb zombie crystal cores and increase our strength?" Nan Ruyan suddenly asked cautiously. Hearing this, the other women also raised their heads and looked at Yi Feng. Seeing that Xiaobai is stronger than them, everyone has a new desire to improve their strength. Yi Feng pondered for a moment and responded, "Only people with superpowers can absorb the energy of the crystal core. Ordinary people cannot absorb it at all." After hearing this, all the girls were a little disappointed. But Yi Feng's next words gave them a glimmer of hope. "But there is another way to forcibly absorb the energy of the crystal core, which is to swallow the zombie crystal core into the body. Ordinary people swallow the crystal core into their bodies. Under the stimulation of the crystal core energy, they will have a certain probability of awakening supernatural powers and successfully absorb the crystal core energy." Yi Feng's few words made Lin Xiaoxiao and the girl's eyes light up. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly asked, "Yi Feng, what is this certain probability?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked impatiently. Yi Feng touched his chin, smiled and said, "The success rate is about 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000? This is too low." The girls were slightly stunned. Nan Shireen immediately asked, "Then, with such a low probability of awakening, what if there is no awakening ability?" Yi Feng replied, "Hey, if you don't have awakened powers, it's not a big deal." After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Feng continued, "It's just that under the stimulation of the crystal core energy, the meridians in the whole body will be broken, and the body will explode and die." It was as if cold water had been poured on the heads of the girls, their faces full of disappointment. This is too dangerous. Isn't this suicide?" Yi Feng smiled lightly and continued to explain, "In fact, people who can awaken superpowers will awaken and become superpowers even without crystal core stimulation." Nan Shireen concluded, "In other words, ordinary people who swallow crystal cores are seeking death. Those who are not dead are actually destined to be superpowers. Swallowing crystal cores just advances the process." Yi Feng nodded approvingly and said, "Shireen is right. And I want to warn you that the method of swallowing crystal cores into the body is extremely dangerous. Even if a person with superpowers swallows multiple crystal cores at once, he will still die violently. Risks of..." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed and said, "Yi Feng, we are not superpowers, and we don't even know this." A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. "Who says you can't be a superpower? The reason why I am telling you so much is because I have a method that can 100% enable you to awaken your powers, even ordinary people who cannot awaken their powers under normal circumstances." When Yi Feng said these words, it was like an earth-shattering shock. Suddenly, the scene was completely silent and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone opened their mouths wide and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Then there was even more uproar. "Zun do fake do? Did I hear correctly? 100% awakening of supernatural powers? Brother Yi Feng, you actually have a way to make us become superpowers?" Every woman had a look of surprise on her face. Yi Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and continued, "You heard it right, it's a risk-free, 100% way to awaken your powers. If you wait a little longer, you will have superpowers. Don't worry. After receiving Yi Feng's affirmative answer, the dining table suddenly fell into a carnival. Brother Yi Feng, you are my god. I love you so much, Yi Feng. Everyone had lunch. Yi Feng led the team and continued to go out to clean up the zombies. This time, the cleaning speed was significantly faster. There were two main reasons. First, Yi Feng's team had one more soldier. No, to be precise, it was a dog soldier. Qilin dog Xiaobai. Facing the zombies, Xiaobai was the first dog and was extremely brave. One claw one, no problem, it can be called a monster killing machine. Second, everyone has more experience in killing zombies. Everyone's cooperation with each other has become more tacit. A villa. 6 zombies bared their fangs and claws and rushed towards them. Qilin Xiaobai rushed out like a black lightning. Swish! 2 steel-like claws slashed out, and the zombie's head was instantly shattered. The body slowly fell to the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, and others followed closely. 4 people each killed a zombie. The long sword was swung, and the sword light flashed. Puff! Puff! 4 zombie heads fell to the ground. Yi Feng stood aside with his hands behind his back, nodding with satisfaction. He didn't need to do anything at all. The foreman team cooperated with Qilin Xiaobai to complete the cleaning of the villa area. In this case, Yi Feng's heart moved. Your team of 4 people and 1 dog, continue to clean up to the east and clean up the remaining rows of villas. I will clean up from another direction alone and eventually join you. In this way, we can clean up most of the villa area today. How is it? Is there any problem? Yi Feng decided to split his troops into 2 groups to speed up the progress. After some training, everyone was full of confidence. No problem. Yi Feng, you can leave without worry. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Yi Feng turned around and left with satisfaction. With Qilin Xiaobai joining, they can fight even if they encounter mutant zombies. Besides, they have the blessing of the God of War and the power of the God of War. With Shark Tang's swords and guns in hand, the preparations are sufficient. Yi Feng can't be a nanny for life. It's time to let his God of War team stand on their own. After Yi Feng left, the team of 4 people and 1 dog continued to clean up the zombies as planned. 2 hours later. Ha! Yi Feng exhaled lightly. The last villa. Yi Feng was a little excited about completing the assigned task. After 2 hours of cleaning, Yi Feng killed more than 100 zombies. But he only harvested 3 crystal cores, which was really bad luck. At this time point, the explosion rate is relatively low. It is also normal to harvest 1 crystal core from 20 zombies. Yi Feng didn't have any good solution. Step forward. Soon, Yi Feng came to the last villa. The door of the villa was closed. Yi Feng moved his mind, and a ray of thunder struck down. Boom! The door shattered. Yi Feng stepped into it and released his spirit to explore as usual. Waves of spirit power were released like a silk net. Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. Wait, there seems to be a survivor in the basement? The spirit power kept exploring. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and his mouth corners slightly raised. Interesting. There is a survivor in the basement, and there is a mutant zombie in the living room of the villa. It's a zombie dog. The spirit power was continuously released, and Yi Feng quickly locked onto the survivor and the zombie dog. Yi Feng entered the living room of the villa. Roar! The zombie found Yi Feng and bared its teeth at him. This is a mutant dog with a hideous face, sharp claws and teeth, and a fiery red body. Yi Feng was not surprised but happy, and directly opened the Eye of Insight. Name, Flame Mutant Zombie, Rare, Rank, First Level, 2 stars, Power, Flame, Skill, Flame Shooting, Combat Power Index, 130. It is really a mutant zombie. Yi Feng was delighted. This is the first time Yi Feng has seen the panel of a mutant zombie. Mutated zombies are also called special zombies, elite zombies, and rare zombies. It doesn't matter what you call them, they are all the same. It is a zombie that can stably provide special crystal cores. The combat power is overwhelming, no need to say more. Yi Feng tapped the ground with his toes and rushed towards the mutant dog. The mutant dog seemed to know that Yi Feng was not easy to mess with, and spit out a flame from its mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Feng dodged the flame attack and hit a thunder with his backhand. Thunder surged, the gray electric arc struck down. The mutant dog suddenly became alert, and a stream of flames spurted out. The flames and thunder collided in the air. Puff! The next moment, the thunder shattered the flames. It continued to strike the zombie dog's head. Boom! The zombie dog was struck by lightning, and its body was instantly charred. It slowly fell to the ground and stopped moving. Yifeng walked forward, drew out the flaming sword, and picked out the crystal core in the zombie's head. A first-level special crystal core, got it. Yifeng, with a look of joy on his face, he put the crystal core into the storage space. He walked to the door of the basement. The survivor was inside. Yifeng swung his knife and cut off the door lock. He pushed the door and raised his eyebrows. What a thick security door! No wonder the mutant zombies were helpless against the people inside. However, this did not bother Yifeng. His mind moved. A gray thunder struck down. Boom! Thunder flashed and arcs surged. Crackling! The security door was shaky. Yifeng raised his right foot and kicked it hard. Boom! The security door fell to the ground with a bang. Yifeng stepped forward and walked in. There was no light inside, it was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. However, Yifeng had night vision, so he could see the situation inside clearly. In the corner, a shivering beautiful girl was hiding. The woman had a beautiful face and seemed to have a good figure. Her hair was a little messy, her eyes were panicked, her body was shaking constantly, and she covered her mouth desperately, afraid of making any sound. Yifeng narrowed his eyes. This woman, why does she look so familiar? Yifeng stared at the woman in front of him and tried to recall. Then, he suddenly realized. Isn't this the big star Mu Qingli? Mu Qingli, a first-line star, actor, and singer in China. Before the end of the world, she was very popular and had many fans. Mu Qingli has a beautiful face and a perfect figure. With her straight long legs and pure temperament, she has always been ranked in the top 3 of the entertainment search list. Yifeng likes her very much and is very attracted by her looks. At this moment, Mu Qingli sat on the ground with her legs slightly open, and her eyes were full of fear. Yifeng smiled and approached her step by step silently. Finally, Yifeng came in front of her. Ha! He suddenly said. Ah! Don't kill me! Mu Qingli's body trembled, her eyes widened, and she screamed in fear. An unknown yellow liquid slowly flowed out of her lower body. Yifeng was stunned. Mu Qingli then rolled her eyes and fainted. Mu Qingli's head tilted and she fainted. Seeing this, Yifeng's mouth twitched and he was speechless. This? Not only did she pee? She fainted? Are you so easily frightened? This time, she went too far. Yifeng smiled bitterly and patted her pretty face. The female star still had no reaction. Yifeng frowned slightly. It seems that she really fainted. A fishy smell spread in the air. Yifeng picked up Mu Qingli's collar and lifted her up in his hand. She was very light, only about 100 pounds. Yifeng carried Mu Qingli, walked out of the basement, came to the living room, and threw Mu Qingli on the sofa. He looked her up and down again. Very beautiful. Yifeng couldn't take his eyes away. In his memory, Mu Qingli on the screen looked like this. Unexpectedly, she was not the same in reality. A pure and lustful face, looking pitiful, makes people sigh at the partiality of the creator. Even if it is because of poor condition, messy hair, pale face, bloodless lips, and a peculiar smell in the lower body, it can be seen that Mu Qingli is a top-notch beauty. Yifeng stretched out his hand and began to check the health of the big star. Full chest, slender waist, plump buttocks, straight long legs. The figure presents perfect curves, like a finely carved work of art. This figure, this elasticity, is really top-notch. Not long after, the inspection was completed. Mu Qingli's physical condition is still good, in a subhealthy state, no zombie scratches and bites, not a superpower, D-cup. Yifeng's fingers moved slightly, and a white light emerged. Divine blessing. Buzz. The white light drilled into Mu Qingli's delicate body and began to restore her state. Soon, Mu Qingli snorted, slowly woke up, and opened her eyes. What caught her eyes was Yifeng's half-smile expression. She was shocked and her voice was trembling. Who are you? Please don't hurt me. Her voice was soft and very pleasant. Don't worry, I have dealt with that mutant zombie. You have been rescued and are safe. Yifeng said. Mu Qingli was shocked when she heard that. Really? The zombie dog was extremely powerful. If she hadn't been smart enough to hide in the basement, she would have been torn to pieces by it. Yes, the body is over there. Yifeng signaled with his eyes. Mu Qingli followed Yifeng's gaze and looked to the side. Sure enough, she found the charred body of the zombie dog and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head and looked at Yifeng. He had a tall figure, soared eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome and compelling, and an indescribable temperament. Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes became brighter, and her heart immediately relaxed her vigilance. My name is Mu Qingli. Thank you for saving me. May I ask if you are an official rescuer? Mu Qingli widened her beautiful eyes, full of expectation. Yi Feng shook his head slowly and explained, I'm not a rescuer, I'm just a survivor like you. Hearing this, Mu Qingli's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she said with all her strength, Thank you for solving what's your name? My name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng paused and continued, I recognize you, you are the big star Mu Qingli. But you shouldn't feel well now, right? Do you want to change clothes? Yi Feng's mouth corners raised, his expression was half smile. Following Yi Feng's gaze, Mu Qingli looked down at her lower body. What? Memories emerged, and her pretty face instantly turned red. I'm incontinent. After realizing this, she was at a loss, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Please, don't look at me. Her pretty face was like a ripe red apple. She was at a loss, and began to talk nonsense. Yi Feng said, I have checked all the dangerous factors in the villa. You can find a room to change clothes first. Thank you. Mu Qingli nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then fled back to the bedroom. Looking at the graceful figure leaving, Yi Feng couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. Not long after, Mu Qingli changed her clothes. Yi Feng looked up. I saw Mu Qingli tied her hair up, wearing a black and white sports suit and a pair of sneakers, beautiful and lively. Excuse me, are zombies still rampant now? My phone is out of power and I have lost contact with the outside world for several days. Back downstairs, Mu Qingli couldn't wait to ask. Yi Feng put away his smile and said solemnly, Zombies are still rampant, and the situation is more serious now than a few days ago. Mu Qingli couldn't hide his disappointment. Yi Feng continued, to tell you the truth, my team is going to clear all the villas in this area and take over the entire Longtan mountain area, so, all the irrelevant people must leave here. Hearing this, Mu Qingli's smile froze instantly. She widened her misty eyes and said weakly, in other words, you want to drive me away, right? That's what I mean. Yi Feng nodded. Tears flashed in Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes, and she asked for help in panic. Then, Yi Feng, is your team still recruiting people? Can I stay and join you? Yi Feng asked with interest, we recruit people, but are you a superpower? Mu Qingli shook her head disappointedly, I'm not a superpower. Yi Feng continued to ask, if you are not a superpower, my team will not accept trash. Tell me what you are good at? Or, what can you do for me? You must be good at fighting or medical skills. Otherwise, I will drive you out of this villa. Mu Qingli bit her teeth lightly, her body trembling, and her voice was filled with tears. I can't fight, and I don't know medical skills. Yi Feng, please take me in. I have nowhere to go. Her body trembled slightly, like a frightened canary, making people love her. The outside world is full of zombies. I can't survive at all. Mu Qingli's tears slid down her cheeks. But you don't have any skills? Yi Feng pretended to hesitate. I can do everything. I can bake, mop the floor, do housework, serve people. You can treat me as a servant and don't drive me away, okay? Mu Qingli sobbed softly. Yi Feng was silent, as if he was hesitating. Please. You are a good person, you will definitely help me. Mu Qingli looked pitiful. Yi Feng decided not to pretend. You can stay as a maid, but you must listen to me and do what a maid should do. I agree. Mu Qingli was excited and cheered. Gurgle. Mu Qingli's stomach made a sound. Are you hungry? Yi Feng asked with a smile. Mu Qingli nodded embarrassedly. Yi Feng's mind moved. Took out milk and bread from the storage space. Seeing such a magical scene, Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and her mouth opened slightly. Yi Feng, can you do magic? Yi Feng handed the food to Mu Qingli. I am a superpower, so I naturally have some incredible abilities. In front of the delicious food, Mu Qingli ignored the shock and quickly took the food and ate it. Escaped to the basement in a hurry, she had not eaten for 2 days. After a while of devouring the food, Mu Qingli finished the food, licking up even the remnants one by one. Yi Feng conjured up another bottle of water and handed it to her. Are superpowers so magical? Mu Qingli took the water, a hint of envy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yi Feng reached out and stroked Mu Qingli's hair. Eat these first, there will be a big dinner later. Mu Qingli's delicate body trembled, but she did not dodge. Seeing this, Yi Feng raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and gently slid his fingers down. Mu Qingli's cheeks turned red, and her breathing gradually became heavier. This is not good, Yi Feng, the timing was wrong, and Yifeng didn't really want to do anything. Looking at Mu Qingli's flushed and pretty face, Yifeng's lips were filled with a smile. Let's go and join my teammates. Hearing this, Mu Qingli nodded obediently. Before leaving, Yifeng packed all the valuable items in the villa into the space as usual. This behavior naturally caused Mu Qingli to marvel. Take Mu Qingli out of the villa. Soon Yifeng met Lin Xiaoxiao and others. Yifeng brought a new person here. Lin Xiaoxiao brought 6 additional newcomers. Shilin Xiaobai took the lead and rushed over. Shaking his head, he jogged all the way. It came to Yifeng, stuck out its tongue, and began to ask for credit. Dad, I'm very capable. I killed many zombies. Shilin Xiaobai wagged his tail happily and turned to urge Nan Ruyan. Quick! General Nan Ruyan, bring me my trophies. Nan Ruyan smiled helplessly, took a step forward, and began to report the situation. Yifeng, we have completed the cleanup of the target villa area as planned. Shilin Xiaobai has made great achievements, and no accidents occurred during the process. I have obtained some valuable items. I haven't had time to move them away yet. I need you to go and collect them. There are 6 survivors waiting for your decision. As for the crystal cores, we were unlucky in this operation and only obtained 4 zombie crystal cores. Nan Ruyan took out the crystal core and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng took the crystal core and put it into the storage space. It's okay. I only harvested 3 ordinary crystal cores here. Yifeng is the only leader of the entire team. All trophies, including all team members, belong to Yifeng. All loot must be handed over in full, and then distributed by Yifeng as needed. Just as Nan Ruyan was about to continue speaking, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly let out an exclamation. Cousin? Mu Qingli, who was behind Yifeng, was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Are you Xiaoxiao? The 2 girls immediately hugged each other, met each other at the top, and burst into tears. Nowadays, in the last days, it is really rare to meet relatives. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. It turns out that Mu Qingli is the distant cousin that Lin Xiaoxiao said. Due to the threat of the mutated dog, she fled into the basement. Her mobile phone could not be charged, and she later lost contact with the outside world. Seeing this situation, Nan Shireen and Nan Ruyan exchanged glances and began to communicate with their eyes. Shireen, it seems there is another strong competitor. Not only a big star, but also naturally on the same camp as Lin Xiaoxiao. Yifeng is such a playboy, he will definitely not let her go. Oh, we need to try our best to show our value. Yifeng couldn't help but feel strange when he saw the 2 girls from the Nan family beaming with joy. What's wrong with your eyes? Are you sick? Hearing this, the 2 women quickly returned to their original position. No problem. Yifeng, after getting excited, Lin Xiaoxiao thanked Yifeng. Yifeng, thank you for saving my sister. Yifeng waved his hand. It should. Then, Yifeng turned his attention to the 6 people behind Nan Ruyan. Is this the survivor you're talking about? Nan Ruyan immediately explained. Yifeng, according to the plan, we have persuaded all the survivors who can be persuaded to leave. The arrogant ones who are unwilling to leave have been directly killed by Qilin Xiaobai. Only these 6 people have extremely correct attitudes, and according to them, they really have nowhere to go and hope to join our team. I don't know what to do, so I'll just bring them all back and ask you to make a decision. Yifeng suddenly understood. For survivors who are unwilling to leave and especially want to join Yifeng's team, it is not impossible to accept them. It depends on the situation. After all, Yifeng's contract quota is 200. Yifeng focused his attention on the 6 people. There were 4 women and 2 men in total. 2 of the women looked somewhat similar and should be sisters. Yifeng slowly said, we don't accept idlers here. If you want to join us, you must meet several conditions. First, you need to voluntarily sign a mysterious contract. Life and death are under my control, and you can never betray it. Second, you must obey orders and arrangements. Newcomers must start as servants. Having said that, are you still willing to join? After listening to what Yifeng said, the 6 people nodded in unison. Under malicious perception, the 6 people had no problem. Yifeng thought about it again and added. Men. I'm not going to take them in. You 2 leave now. The 2 men looked unwilling and begged. Sir, please take us in. We really have nowhere to go. The 2 begged bitterly. Yifeng's face was grim. You don't need to say more. I've made up my mind. The 2 had no choice but to look lost. Nan Ruyan stepped forward and gave each of them a bag of food as the cost of driving them away from here. After the 2 men left, Yifeng glanced at the remaining 4 people. The 4 women all looked good, young, and beautiful. Of course, they were still a step behind Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, and others. Yifeng squeezed 4 drops of blood from his index finger, controlled the 4 drops of blood with his mental power, and flew to the lips of the 4 people. To sign a contract, you need to use blood as a contract, and you must be willing. Take this drop of blood. The 4 people widened their eyes and showed shock. But they did not hesitate for long, and took Yifeng's blood one after another. Yifeng activated the power of the contract. A mysterious aura rose up. At the same time, the 4 women's hearts palpitated. A faint ancient voice came to their ears. Do you want to sign the contract and become a warrior? The 4 chose to sign. Instantly, golden light emerged in the air and poured into the bodies of the 4 people, strengthening the golden light and shining continuously. Yifeng immediately felt something in his heart. The contract is done. He has 4 more warriors. Including Xiao Bai and Xu Xiaotu, he currently has 6 warriors and 3 generals. The life and death of these people will always be controlled by Yifeng and will never betray. The strengthening is still going on. The golden light surged, and the 4 women's bodies kept trembling. The heat flowed through their bodies, constantly strengthening their bodies. I'm so hot, it feels so comfortable. Strength, I feel. I'm getting stronger quickly. The 4 women were intoxicated by the increase in strength and couldn't extricate themselves. Their strength, speed, physical strength, spirit, hearing, vision, all increased to a certain extent. Not long after, the golden light dissipated and the strengthening ended. Become my contracted warriors, and you will all gain power beyond mortals. Yifeng activated the Eye of Insight. The 4 people in front of him, each increased their combat power by about 50 points. The 4 women knelt down to thank Yifeng with gratitude. Thank you, God of War Yifeng, for giving me rebirth. We will follow you forever. Yifeng waved his hand and said, you don't need to be so formal. The contract was completed. Yifeng led everyone back to the main villa. After a lot of tossing, everyone was hungry and a little tired. Yifeng did not let Nan Ruyan continue to cook. He took out a lot of instant food products from the space, and with the leftovers from the previous meals, he just set up the table again. Braised beef, roast chicken, roast duck, instant hot pot, instant noodles, ham sausage. Yifeng took out a few bottles of beer and took a sip. On the main table, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, and others sat down one after another. Due to insufficient space, and the fact that the 4 new warriors were recruited as servants, Yifeng opened a small table for them. Despite this, he still received gratitude from the 4 people. These days, they have never eaten enough. Only Mu Qingli was a little embarrassed and didn't know where to sit. Then she was pulled by Lin Xiaoxiao to sit together. Yifeng glanced at her and said nothing. Although Mu Qingli was recruited as a servant, Xu Xiaotu and Shilin Xiaobai also sat at the main table. Everyone ate and drank happily together. After eating and drinking, Yifeng settled the big star Mu Qingli in the main villa. Yifeng divided the newly recruited 4 warriors into groups and found 2 nearby villas to serve as a support for them to stay. First, the main villa could not accommodate so many people. Second, he could send out people to serve as scouts and guards. After everything was arranged properly, Yifeng took out the crystal core and threw 4 to Xiaobai. Xiaobai smiled immediately. Yifeng slipped into the bathroom, secretly used the endurance spray on himself, and then swallowed a blue pill. The state is better than ever. It's going to explode. Xiao, Shirin, Ru Yan, follow me. Yifeng ordered. The 3 women naturally knew what Yifeng was thinking, but no matter what, they would not refuse. Yifeng led the way in front. The 3 women followed Yifeng obediently and entered the big room on the 3rd floor with a shy face. Room on the 3rd floor. Yifeng took out the items he had prepared in advance. Pink ancient style suit, red high heels, fishnet tights, airline uniforms. Yifeng handed the floral tube top, skirt, shorts and gauze coat to Nan Shirin. Put it on. Yifeng couldn't wait. Yifeng, you are so bad. Nan Shirin's pretty face was slightly red, but she still took the ancient style suit. Everyone has it. Yifeng smiled evilly. He handed the red high heels and purple fishnet tights to Nan Ruyan. He handed the airline uniform and black stockings to Lin Xiaoxiao. Put them all on. Yifeng ordered. The 3 girls' pretty faces were all red. But their arms couldn't twist their thighs, and they finally obeyed Yifeng's order and started to change clothes. Not long after, the change of clothes was over. The 3 girls walked out one by one. Yifeng looked at them, his eyes straightened up all of a sudden, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. First was Nan Ruyan. She has a supermodel figure, a beautiful face, eyes as deep as the stars, and a pair of snow-white straight long legs. The most important thing is that she has a cool temperament, which is particularly suitable for ancient-style suits. Nan Ruyan is a top young woman with a variety of styles, and she has an exaggerated bust and a delicate but close to Lin Xiaoxiao. The red high heels and fishnet stockings make her look more dazzling. Although Lin Xiaoxiao is not tall, she has a top-notch buttocks. The stewardess uniform that shows her figure is stretched as if it is about to burst. The three of them are the best in the world, each with its own merits. Yifeng has long wanted to try 1 king and 3 queens, but he has only had the opportunity now. Come here. Yifeng's heart was burning. Lin Xiaoxiao took a step forward first. Yifeng had just rescued her relatives, so she was extremely grateful to Yifeng. She didn't want to refuse any request from Yifeng. With Lin Xiaoxiao leading the way, Nan Ruyan and Nan Shirin had to bite their teeth and follow no matter how shy they were. Talent show. Soon, the melodious singing spread throughout the villa. First floor. The melodious singing made Chu Xiaotu and Mu Qingli feel uneasy and blushed. Have they always been like this? Mu Qingli blushed and thought. I won't. Chu Xiaotu was confused. Last night, she drank too much and didn't know what happened. So this was the first time she encountered this situation. In a trance, she recalled what Lin Xiaoxiao had said to her before. Chu Xiaotu secretly glanced at Mu Qingli and thought about the 4 new people who joined today. For a moment, she felt a sense of crisis. She made up her mind secretly. Xiaotu, tell me, what is the contract? Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. Okay, the contract is like this, divided into generals and warriors. Chu Xiaotu finished the whole situation in one go. In other words, Yifeng can contract generals and warriors, can ordinary people have extraordinary powers, and can also have the skills of the god of war blessing and the god of war power? Mu Qingli couldn't help muttering to himself after listening. Chu Xiaotu continued to mutter, yes, Yifeng also said before that he can make ordinary people awaken their superpowers. Maybe he can also make my superpowers stronger. Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes flashed. Is it true? Chu Xiaotu nodded firmly. I think it's true, brother Yifeng can do everything. After chatting for a while, the 2 girls each had their own concerns, and they returned to their rooms to rest one after another. Shilin Xiaobai drank some wine and returned to his room drunk. Yifeng arranged a small room for it on the first floor. Xiaobai tossed and turned in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Finally, he dragged the doghouse and the living room into the room and got into the doghouse again. Finally found the familiar feeling, Xiaobai lay down peacefully. As for the strange songs, the dog didn't understand what was going on. He only knew that it was Dad's happiness. It naturally couldn't imagine how happy Dad was. But, Dad is happy, Xiaobai is happy. Swallowing the crystal stone that Yifeng had just given, Xiaobai absorbed energy and became stronger. Upstairs. After a lot of trouble, it was already 3 hours later. The 3 women had fallen asleep. Yifeng looked refreshed, left the room, and came to the rest area on the 3rd floor. Sit cross-legged. Take out the remaining crystal cores. 6 ordinary crystal cores were harvested in the morning, and Xiaobai consumed 3. 7 ordinary crystal cores were harvested in the afternoon, and Yifeng gave 4 to Xiaobai. Yifeng currently has 6 ordinary crystal cores and 1 special crystal core from a mutant zombie dog. With the mythical power, he has an absorption efficiency of about 1 crystal core per hour, which is 3 times that of the legendary power. Yifeng lined up the 6 ordinary crystal cores, took one of them in his hand, calmed down, and began to practice. Holding the crystal core, Yifeng felt a cool touch. Focus on feeling the energy contained in the crystal core. Soon, Yifeng felt a stream of energy emanating from the crystal core and flowing into his body. As the energy entered his body, Yifeng's spirit was shocked. Time passed by minute. Waves of energy were absorbed into Yifeng's body. His body began to undergo slight changes. His muscles tightened, his strength increased, and the energy in his body gradually increased. About an hour later, Yifeng finished absorbing the energy of a crystal core. He picked up the 2nd zombie crystal core and began to absorb it. Then the 3rd one. Time passed by unknowingly. Yifeng's body trembled, and a barrier in his body was broken. His breath rose. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yifeng's eyes. His strength was successfully upgraded from 2-star to 3-star. His combat power increased. Yi Feng continued to absorb the energy of the crystal core. 3 more hours passed. Yi Feng absorbed all the remaining 3 energy crystal cores. The energy star level was raised by 1 star to 4 star. Ha! Yi Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. Click on the panel to check the combat power. Name, Yi Feng, level, first level 4 star, power, Chaos Thunder, skills, Lightning Strike, Storage Space, Malicious Perception, Sacred Blessing, Eye of Insight. Combat Power Index, 956. Yi Feng was overjoyed. For every star increase in mythical power, the combat power increased by about 30 points. Yi Feng's own initial combat power was 120 points. Ordinary superpowers, initially 1 level and 1 star, have a combat power of about 40 points, such as Chu Xiaotu. In his previous life, Yi Feng also had ordinary superpowers. Each time he upgraded a star, his combat power increased by about 10 points. For mythical superpowers, each upgrade is about 30 points. The gap with ordinary superpowers is 20 points. Don't underestimate the combat power gap of only 20 points. Yi Feng's eyes moved slightly. The strength of superpowers increases exponentially with each promotion. The gap between levels is very large. The initial small gap becomes larger and larger as time goes on. In the end, there is a gap of millions of combat power. Yi Feng got up and moved his hands and feet. After practicing for 6 hours in a row, he was a little tired. With a thought, Yi Feng gave himself a sacred blessing to recover. He returned to the big room. Nan Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Nan Shirin were sleeping soundly. Yi Feng lay down beside them to rest. After dawn, Yi Feng got up, full of energy. Although he didn't sleep much, it was enough for Yi Feng's current physical condition. The girls had already gotten up and left. Yi Feng opened the task panel as usual. The system prompt sounded. Prompt, choose whether to increase the difficulty of the daily task. This increase is the last difficulty increase. There are still 2 choices. Yi Feng was surprised and happy. The happy thing is that the difficulty of the daily task can continue to increase. The surprise is that this is the last increase. Yi Feng no longer thinks about it and chooses the first option. Daily tasks refresh. Daily task, kill 100 zombies. Task reward, 100 baits. The bait reward is increased to 100. Yi Feng was happy. After washing up, he went downstairs. Nan Ruyan has prepared a hearty breakfast. Steaming buns, fragrant meatball soup, and braised beef that looks very delicious. Yi Feng and his friends sat down and started to eat breakfast. The 4 servant warriors in other villa areas did not have this kind of breakfast treatment. However, Yi Feng had prepared breakfast for them in advance, so they would not be hungry. At the dinner table, Chu Xiaotu and Mu Qingli looked a little strange. The image of Yi Feng's super fierceness last night has been deeply rooted in their hearts. After a simple breakfast, Mu Qingli pulled Yi Feng and asked, Yi Feng, I also want to join you. Join the God of War team and become a contractor. Yi Feng was not surprised by her decision. Originally, she should have been contracted yesterday. But considering that she was Lin Xiaoxiao's relative, there was no rush to make a decision. Mu Qingli nodded firmly. Yi Feng, I have thought about it very clearly. Okay, in that case, Yi Feng squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertips and stretched it to Mu Qingli's delicate red lips. Mu Qingli's pretty face was slightly red. What's the matter? It wasn't like this when you contracted the 4 of them yesterday? Facing Yi Feng's burning gaze, Mu Qingli hesitated for a moment, but still stuck out her tongue, rolled it slightly, and swallowed the blood on Yi Feng's fingertips into her stomach. It tasted a little fishy. Mu Qingli frowned slightly. The power of the contract rose up. A strange feeling came over her. A voice came to Mu Qingli's ears. Do you want to sign the contract and become a warrior? Mu Qingli did not hesitate and immediately agreed. In an instant, her heart suddenly palpitated. A golden light emerged and poured into Mu Qingli's delicate body. She bathed in the golden light and quickly became stronger. Mu Qingli only felt hot all over, and streams of heat kept surging in her body. For a while, she couldn't help but immerse herself in the process of becoming stronger. Not long after, the golden light dissipated and the strengthening ended. The contract is done. Yi Feng's contracted warrior has 1 more person. Thank you, my Lord God of War. Mu Qingli joked. Yi Feng was in a good mood. Since you have become a warrior, you have to go out and hunt zombies. Mu Qingli expressed his understanding. Lin Xiaoxiao had already informed him of all the situations. Yi Feng recalled the female warriors scattered in other villas. He also distributed equipment to the 5 people, including Mu Qingli, one by one. Tang swords, guns, bulletproof vests, etc. Ready to go. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. Including Xiao Bai, his God of War team already has 10 members. We still choose to split up into 2 groups, and I will be on my own. Your team will be led by Nan Ruyan for the time being, and Lin Xiaoxiao will be the deputy captain. No one objected. At this time, Xiaobai said, Dad, what about me? Yi Feng's face was dark. I felt that it was a bit weird for a dog to always call him Dad. It's a pity. Xiaobai never changed his ways. Xiaobai, listen to me. When you go out in the future, you must call your position. Shilin Xiaobai blinked, feeling that his father's words made some sense, and quickly changed his words. Yi Feng, God of War, what position do I hold? Yi Feng frowned slightly. You are a dog, and you still want to be the captain? But looking at Xiaobai's hopeful eyes, Yi Feng decided to encourage him. Xiaobai, your mission is more important. I appoint you as the vanguard officer, a mobile member. You must not only kill zombies bravely, but also pay attention to protecting the safety of your teammates at all times. Can you do this? Xiaobai, can you do this well? Yi Feng asked. Hearing this, Xiaobai felt a rush of blood rush into his heart, and he slapped his chest with his dog paw in great excitement. Dad! Lord God of War, don't worry, I will definitely protect my teammates. What went wrong? Ask me. Shilin Xiaobai's eyes showed excitement, feeling that he had a heavy responsibility. Looking at Xiaobai who was wagging his tail continuously, Yi Feng's lips curved into a smile. Xiaobai has super combat power and healing skills. With Xiaobai around, he felt more at ease. Activate the Eye of Insight. Name, Shilin Xiaobai, Realm, first level 4 stars. Yi Feng looked happy. It seems that this silly dog like me is not slacking off. It has absorbed all the zombie crystal cores given to it, and its strength has been increased to 4 stars. Finished telling Xiaobai. Yi Feng turned around, took out his phone, and clicked on the map. Plan areas and routes for today's cleanup. Yesterday. They have cleared away the zombies in most areas of the Longtan Mountain Villa area. The rest are some corner areas. Think for a moment. Yi Feng decided to divide his troops into 2 groups today and form his own team. This way. Basically, it only takes 1 morning to completely eliminate the zombies in the entire villa area. Yi Feng called Nan Ruyan over. Here, and here, you are responsible for cleaning up, and leave the rest to me. Nan Ruyan nodded, indicating that she understood. The area is divided. Yi Feng looked around at everyone and gave orders. In that case, let's all set off. Today's goal is to completely eliminate the zombies in the villa area. Yi Feng formed a team alone and came to the first villa. In the villa, there are 2 zombies. A humanoid zombie and a pet dog zombie. Yi Feng takes a leisurely stroll. In a flash of thought. Boom! A bolt of thunder struck down, and the 2 zombies' bodies turned into charcoal and fell to the ground dead. Yi Feng stepped forward to collect the loot and collect the villa items. After everything was over, Yi Feng quickly went to the next villa and continued to clean up the zombies. Then the 3rd building, the 4th building. An hour and a half later. In a villa. Yi Feng slashed with his knife and killed the last zombie. Swing the knife and pick. No zombie cores were found. Yi Feng looked around. There are no zombies in the entire field of vision. Ha! Yi Feng exhaled lightly. He has completely cleaned up the zombies in the divided areas. Finished the task ahead of time. I wonder what the current situation is like for Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaobai. Yi Feng murmured to himself. Well, first collect the villa supplies they cleared out yesterday, and then go meet Xiaobai. Yi Feng made a decision. The figure flashed and disappeared. The other side. Nan Ruyan's team, with nimble hands and feet, once again cleaned up the zombies in a villa. However, they still carry the mission given by Yi Feng. Act quickly to pick out valuable items in the villa and pile them in one place. Convenient for Yi Feng to collect and use in a unified manner. Collect, carry, organize. After all, there is strength in numbers, and they get the job done quickly. Gather again. Nan Shireen thought for a moment and said, I feel that everyone's combat abilities have been significantly improved, and everyone is more proficient in hunting zombies. There are still the last 3 villas. In order to save time, we will simply divide them into 3 groups and clean them at the same time. What do you think? After the words fell, everyone looked at each other. Chu Xiaotu felt that it was a bit risky, but she hadn't spoken yet. I agree. Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to agree. The vice captain did not object to the captain's proposal. Basically, everyone has no opinion. The team immediately divided into 3 groups, each heading towards the last 3 villas. Longtanshan Villa area. A villa on the edge. A strong middle-aged man was lying comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the service of the 2 women beside him. People with superpowers are truly superior to others. The man narrowed his eyes and sighed. He was originally just a member of the security team in the villa area, named Wang Dali. After the end of the world, most of the security team were transformed into zombies. The remaining security guards basically died violent deaths. Wang Dali was lucky and escaped with his life. What's more, he unexpectedly awakened his superpower, a huge fist. The rare superpower not only made Wang Dali's fist hard and huge, but also indestructible. Physical fitness has also been greatly improved, and combat power has been greatly enhanced. Relying on this superpower, Wang Dali mustered up the courage to kill the zombies and escape from the security room to the villa. While collecting supplies, 3 survivors were also rescued. 2 women and 1 man, one of whom is a couple. At first, everyone got along fairly well. However, as time passed, Wang Dali's mentality gradually changed. Order is broken, rumors are spreading, and no one will care about him. Wang Dali's mind was wandering. One day, he couldn't hold it in any longer and called a woman named Lily among the survivors into the room and forced her to have sex with him. Wang Dali was very happy. But Lily has a husband. The husband, who noticed something was going on, was beaten to death by Wang Dali with a backhand punch while trying to resist him. After killing someone, Wang Dali became even more unscrupulous. Under the threat of his life, Lily finally knelt down and begged for mercy, and surrendered to him. The other woman was of decent appearance. Wang Dali threatened her with food, and she finally gave in. Wang Dali had the ability to kill zombies and find supplies. It was not a problem to feed 2 women. At this moment, Wang Dali was on the sofa, enjoying himself with his eyes closed. Squeak! Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. Wang Dali was startled and looked up. He saw 3 girls with knives and guns breaking into the villa. This group of people were Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhu Xiaotu, and a new female warrior who joined yesterday. At the same time, Yifeng came to the villa. After mental investigation, everything was clear in his mind. So, they actually started to clean up the zombies separately. They are quite brave, eh? Yifeng couldn't help but exclaimed and raised his eyebrows. It's interesting that there are survivors here. Yifeng smiled playfully and thought to himself. It's just right, I can see how Lin Xiaoxiao handles it. Yifeng put on the invisible mask, blended into the environment, and entered the villa. Inside the villa, Lin Xiaoxiao and Wang Dali looked at each other. Ha! There are survivors here? Are there any zombies here? Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked at first, then asked. Wang Dali looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, his eyes immediately couldn't move away, and his body immediately sat up. Oh my god! This girl is so beautiful. This chest, this buttocks, so fucking perky. It's outrageous. She is really the best in the world. A trace of greed flashed in Wang Dali's eyes, and he glanced at Zhu Xiaotu again. This beautiful girl is not bad either. She is weak and cute. She is just right to be a maid. In comparison, Wang Dali found that the 2 women next to him were not attractive immediately. The difference in appearance level is too big. Wang Dali swallowed hard and stood up slowly. Ladies, there are no zombies here. We are all survivors. Wang Dali squeezed out an expression that he thought was kind. He didn't dare to make any more mistakes. These women all had guns and knives. He was not afraid of knives. But his fists had not touched bullets yet, and he didn't know if he could resist them. Zhu Xiaotu and another female warrior stood on the left and right sides of Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao would do the general negotiation. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and said, although it's a bit unreasonable, I still have to inform you that this villa, even the entire Longtan Mountain Villa district, is already the property of our God of War team. As compensation, I will give each of you a bag of food, and then ask you to leave. Let me leave? Hearing this, Wang Dali's expression was gloomy. Excuse me, are you a superpower? Why are you acting so overbearing? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head slowly, her tone unquestionable. This is not something you can know, you just need to leave. Wang Dali did not ask what would happen if he did not leave. He showed his murderous intent, took a step forward as if unintentionally, and said, can we join your team? Lin Xiaoxiao did not like Wang Dali's eyes, glanced at him with disgust, and responded, sorry, we don't accept people like you, please leave immediately. Lin Xiaoxiao said, turning around to get food. Wang Dali thought to himself, the opportunity has come. He acted decisively. Go to hell. The fist of his right hand quickly swelled, became bigger and harder, and slammed into Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao heard the sound of breaking air, secretly thought it was not good, and immediately turned around. I saw a huge fist attacking her. Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked. He turned out to be a superpower? Boom! Lin Xiaoxiao was knocked away by Wang Dali's punch without time to dodge. Bang! Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate body fell heavily to the ground. For a moment, she felt extremely painful all over her body. Things happened too quickly. Zhu Xiaotu and another soldier reacted, and immediately raised their guns in a hurry to prepare to shoot. But it was too late. Because the distance was too close, and they did not stay alert at the first time, and Wang Dali had planned it in advance, he saw him waving his two fists again and slapped hard. Snap! Snap! The guns in Zhu Xiaotu and the female soldier's hands were instantly slapped to the ground. Ha! Get down obediently for me. Wang Dali saw that everything was going well, grinned, and punched again. Zhu Xiaotu mustered up the courage, did not retreat but advanced, and drew his knife to chop. Swish! The knife is extremely fast. Wang Dali was startled and quickly leaned back to avoid the knife. He looked shocked. Damn it! How could this woman's attack speed be so fast? It feels, not like an ordinary person. Could she be a superpower? Zhu Xiaotu continued to swing the knife and slashed in the direction of Wang Dali, but there was no pattern. Wang Dali waved his fist and rushed forward again. Zhu Xiaotu's combat power was higher than Wang Dali's, but his superpower was not a combat type. Although Wang Dali's combat power was low, he had a rare superpower, a huge fist. Bang bang! The two fought evenly for a while. Another female warrior fought guerrilla warfare next to him. The three fought in one place. Wang Dali became more and more frightened and sweated more and more. Superpower! The two must be superpowers, ordinary people would not be so strong. Just when Wang Dali was horrified, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the ground, had recovered. She was not seriously injured, so she did not trigger the healing ability of the contracted war god's power. Lin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain, picked up the pistol that fell to the ground, and prepared to shoot. However, she found helplessly that Wang Dali and Zhu Xiaotu's figures changed back and forth. She couldn't aim. Fearing that she would accidentally hurt her teammates, she could only worry on the side. Wang Dali saw Lin Xiaoxiao crawling up from the corner of his eye, and his heart was extremely anxious and sweating. This shouldn't be. This punch would definitely make Lin Xiaoxiao unconscious. Why does she look like nothing happened? What a ghost! Lin Xiaoxiao bit her teeth lightly, simply put away the pistol, and also drew out the Tang sword to join the battle. The three women besieged Wang Dali together. Wang Dali was overwhelmed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The three people are not ordinary people. How is it possible? How could there be so many superpowers? Wang Dali thought he was a child of destiny, but reality slapped him hard. Puff! He was stabbed in the thigh, and blood was flowing. The situation became more and more critical, and Wang Dali surrendered. Beauties, I was wrong. Three beauties, stop fighting, Wang Dali shouted loudly. Lin Xiaoxiao ignored him. Puff! Zhu Xiaotu slashed Wang Dali's arm again. Blood was flying. Wang Dali was angry. Damn! Prepare to fight for life. At this moment, there was a bang. Wang Dali felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. There was a gunshot wound on his chest that was gurgling with blood. You don't have martial ethics. Wang Dali looked at Lin Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Lin Xiaoxiao held the gun in her right hand, her face excited. It turned out that she was fighting, and suddenly she had an idea. I can't aim at a distance, can I still aim at a close distance? Taking advantage of Wang Dali's unpreparedness, she took out her pistol and fired decisively. As the old saying goes, 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Wang Dali covered his chest, his eyes showed resentment, and was about to say something. Lin Xiaoxiao was unwilling to talk nonsense, her eyes were full of hatred, and she pulled the trigger continuously. Go to hell! Bang 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 bang! She fired all the bullets in one breath. Blood spurted out of every shot. Wang Dali's body was full of gunshots, his consciousness was blurred, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao was still not satisfied, so she drew out the Tang sword and chopped off Wang Dali's head with one knife. Puff! Wang Dali's head and body were separated, and he couldn't die anymore. After solving the opponent, the three women were panting, looked at each other, and their faces were full of relief. Don't be careless, there are 2 survivors. Lin Xiaoxiao reminded. They looked at the other 2 survivors in the house together. The 2 women had been trembling with fear at the battle scene and hid behind the sofa. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao and others win. Seeing that they could no longer hide, they ran out and knelt down, begging for mercy. Please, don't kill me, I'm not in the same group with him. Thank you. Thank you for avenging me, my husband was killed by this beast. I was just captured by him, to serve him. Please don't kill me. The 2 women cried and begged Lin Xiaoxiao to let them go. After hearing the reason, Lin Xiaoxiao did not vent her anger on them. According to the procedure, 2 bags of food were given and the 2 were driven away. The danger was lifted, and the 3 looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. This time it's too dangerous. Lin Xiaoxiao blamed herself a little. Just then, a gentle male voice came. He, do you feel the evil in people's hearts? A gentle voice came. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with surprise. Xu Xiaotu also trembled. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly reacted, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. It's Brother Yifeng. The girls looked around, but couldn't find where Yifeng was. Brother Yifeng, where are you? Why can't I see you? Lin Xiaoxiao showed anxiety. Yifeng lifted his invisibility and slowly showed up. When did you come? Why didn't you help me? Lin Xiaoxiao threw herself into Yifeng's arms, her face full of grievance. I've been here for a while, watching the whole battle. I just wanted to see if you can stand on your own, but now it seems that you're still a long way off, Yifeng criticized with a serious expression. Is that so? Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her beautiful eyes and stopped talking. Yifeng's tone became more and more fierce. You have too many questions. For example, why did you let the enemy walk in front of you? Also, why did you dare to turn around and do something else when the enemy had already come to you? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with shame, and she explained, this time. It was indeed my fault. I didn't expect him to be a superpower, and I didn't expect him to attack by surprise. Seeing that she admitted her mistake, Yifeng softened his tone. Xiaoxiao, you must be careful in the future. In the end times, every seemingly insignificant enemy may have evil intentions and want your life. Yifeng, I know, I will never be careless again. Lin Xiaoxiao said repeatedly. Yifeng looked at Xu Xiaotu again. And you, when you heard that there were no zombies, you relaxed and didn't point your guns at the enemy. Didn't you think he was deceiving you? Xu Xiaotu and the female warrior bowed their heads in shame and humbly accepted Yifeng's lesson. After a scolding, Yifeng changed the subject. Xiaoxiao, the punch from that superpower just now must have hit you hard, right? Hearing that Yifeng finally began to care about her, Lin Xiaoxiao immediately felt wronged. It hurts very, very much. I still have several special pains all over my body now. Brother Yifeng, you start to teach me a lesson right away, and you don't care about me. Lin Xiaoxiao felt very wronged. Yifeng touched her head and comforted her. I only teach you a lesson because I care about you. Let's go find Qilin Xiaobai now and let it treat you. While speaking, Yifeng waved his hand and cast 3 sacred blessings. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 white lights fell on the 3 people one by one. In an instant, the fatigue of the 3 people was swept away. Under the sacred blessing, Lin Xiaoxiao showed a happy look on her face, and the pain in her body was relieved immediately. Xu Xiaotu and the female warrior felt the sacred blessing for the first time, and they also showed surprise on their faces. The blessing ended. Yifeng put the materials of this villa into the space. If there's nothing else, let's leave. Yifeng led Lin Xiaoxiao and the other 2 out of the villa and walked towards Qilin Xiaobai. Along the way, Yifeng, you are not allowed to tell Nan Shireen and the others about this. Promise me, otherwise they will definitely laugh at me. Lin Xiaoxiao kept begging. No. Yifeng frowned and shook his head to refuse. He wanted to use this as a negative example and publicize it in the team. Yifeng, just promise me. Please. Lin Xiaoxiao's matter was too embarrassing and she didn't want to spread it, especially not Nan Shireen. Brother Yifeng, please. Her chest was soft and she kept scratching Yifeng's arm, acting like a spoiled child. Yifeng smiled. Finally, he couldn't stand Lin Xiaoxiao's pestering and reluctantly agreed. Lin Xiaoxiao ran to warn the female member and Xu Xiaotu to keep the secret as well. Outside of villa, Yifeng and Nan Shireen met successfully. Nan Ruyan came to Yifeng, reported the situation, and presented the spoils. Yifeng, the villa area has been cleaned up, and a total of 6 crystal cores have been harvested. Yifeng showed a happy face and took the 6 crystal cores. Well done. Shilin Xiaobai jumped over to ask for credit. Woof woof. Lord God of War, I have successfully completed the task. Yifeng smiled and touched the dog's head, throwing 3 crystal cores to Xiaobai. Practice well, don't slack off. Xiaobai's eyes showed joy, swallowed the 3 crystal cores into his stomach, and prepared to digest them when he returned to improve his strength. Swallowing 3 crystal cores at once is extremely risky for humans. But the mutant beast relies on its physical advantage, and as long as it does not eat a large number of crystal cores, there is basically no risk. Not to mention, Xiaobai also has the blood of the Qilin, which makes him even more unscrupulous. Yi Feng gave an order. Xiaobai, go and treat Lin Xiaoxiao. Okay. Qilin Xiaobai responded. A pure white healing light with an auspicious aura burst out from the golden horn on Qilin Xiaobai's head. Buzz. The pure white light fell on Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate body, constantly healing her injuries. Qilin Xiaobai's skill auspicious healing. It can release auspicious light to quickly heal the wounds of itself or others, and can slightly increase the target's defense in a short period of time. Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Her pain continued to ease, and her injuries were also healing rapidly. After a while, the healing was over and Lin Xiaoxiao was in great shape. Yi Feng led the team back to the main villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Feng gathered everyone and announced. Everyone did a good job. I decided to have a barbecue at noon. Eat the legendary mutant beast meat, it is guaranteed to be extremely delicious. Everyone cheered and was excited. Ha, let's eat barbecue. It's mutant beast meat, everyone's eyes were full of joy. Especially the newly joined warriors, they have never eaten decent food. Now they heard about eating barbecue, and everyone was very happy. Outside the main villa, there is a special courtyard that can be used as a barbecue site. Yi Feng came here and took out the mutant Cao Cao killed in the library of Jiangcheng University. Bang! A huge monster landed and appeared in front of everyone. The once majestic mutant beast has now become a corpse, exuding a faint meaty aroma. Nan Shirin's pretty face changed slightly, obviously remembering the time when she was in fear. Everyone was surprised and gathered around. How majestic! What a huge beast! Are we going to eat this today? Can it be eaten? Yi Feng smiled and explained, yes, we will eat this today. Mutated beast meat contains energy, which can nourish the human body. Eating it has many benefits, and this meat is extremely delicious. Just eat it. Eat it without making a sound. The women were amazed. Yi Feng did not need to bother with the meat processing. Everyone got busy, processing the ingredients, adding seasonings, cutting and dicing, and setting up the barbecue grill. Soon, plates of mutant beast meat were placed next to the grill. Everyone sat around, looking forward to it. Yi Feng sat down, stretched out his chopsticks, picked up pieces of processed mutant beast meat, put them on the charcoal fire, and slowly grilled them. Blazing! The flames rose, constantly licking the grill, transferring heat. Slowly, the mutant meat exuded an alluring aroma. That fresh aroma was more fragrant than any human barbecue. Nan Shirin, Lin Xiaoxiao and others stared at the barbecue, with a hint of anticipation in their beautiful eyes. Gradually, the aroma became stronger and stronger. The mutant meat was roasted golden and crispy, with oil and water flowing. The onlookers were drooling with greed. Yi Feng raised a knife, gently cut the barbecue, poked a piece and put it in his mouth. He took a bite. The taste was delicious, burnt and delicious, and extremely delicious. Yi Feng was immediately intoxicated, a trace of memory flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, yes, this is the taste. Yi Feng recalled the mutant meat he had only eaten once in his previous life. It was the spicy grilled wings made from mutant swan meat. The taste was still fresh in my memory. It was almost exactly the same as the barbecue he had today. Super delicious. Yi Feng came back to his senses. Seeing that the girls were already very greedy and kept swallowing their saliva, Yi Feng smiled, waved his hand, and said, okay, let's eat. Everyone was excited. But, you can't eat too much. This meat contains energy. If you eat too much, it will be difficult to digest, Yi Feng warned. Hearing this, the girls couldn't wait to come forward, pick up the golden barbecue with chopsticks, and put it in their mouths. After just 2 bites, Lin Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes lit up. Fresh and juicy, delicious, so delicious. Xu Xiaotu, Mu Qingli and others also praised it. Eating this kind of meat is really a pleasure. Everyone devoured it and chewed it with big mouthfuls. Intoxicated by the pleasure brought by the barbecue, Yi Feng took out drinks, beer, and vegetables and fruit plates to relieve greasiness. Everyone ate barbecue and drank beer together, and drank happily. Chatting, laughing. After eating barbecue, Yi Feng was in a good mood. How about we go swimming together? In front of the main villa, there is a large swimming pool. The swimming pool is rectangular and covers an area of about 800 square meters. It is surrounded by neat green lawns, clean and tidy. There are also parasols and lounge chairs on the lawn. Naturally, no one objects to Yi Feng's proposal. Send 4 female warriors to other villas to stand guard. Only Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Shirin, Nan Ruyan, Chu Xiaotu, and Mu Qingli were left at the scene. Yi Feng took out a swimsuit from the space. The previous search in the supermarket gave him a lot of gains. All kinds of styles, everything is available. The women chose swimsuits, returned to the villa room, and changed into swimsuits. Yi Feng stayed where he was and filled the swimming pool with water. Then he changed into a black swimming trunks and jumped into the pool. Splashing water. Yi Feng swam several times happily, feeling relaxed. After landing, Yi Feng lay on a chair, looking up at the sky, and drinking juice comfortably. The purpose of swimming is not just swimming. Yi Feng waited for the girls to come out. The first to come out of the villa were Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shirin. Lin Xiaoxiao wore a white one-piece swimsuit, which was a bit conservative, but still showed off her wonderful figure. Nan Shirin chose a blue striped bikini, which showed off her long legs and tall figure. "Ha, come here quickly, I'm ready." Yi Feng smiled and was in a good mood. The 2 girls came over and turned around in front of Yi Feng. They were plump and thin, bright and beautiful. Yi Feng stared at them, his heart was hot. Plop! Plop! The 2 girls jumped into the water and swam happily. Just then, Chu Xiaotu and Nan Ruyan walked out of the villa. Yi Feng looked up. Chu Xiaotu was wearing a cute yellow one-piece swimsuit, and she looked very playful and lively. Nan Ruyan was wearing a black bikini, with a curvy front and back, and she was very graceful and particularly seductive. Yi Feng licked his lower lip. The 2 also turned around in front of Yi Feng and then jumped into the water. The last one to appear was Mu Qingli. The light blue bikini was particularly bold and avant-garde. She walked slowly, like a supermodel on a catwalk. Yi Feng looked up and was refreshed. Mu Qingli entered the water last. The 5 girls started playing in the water and playing in the swimming pool. They were all plump and thin, charming, and full of spring. Yi Feng quietly admired them on the shore. After a while, "Yi Feng, aren't you coming down?" Nan Ruyan lay on the shore and greeted him. Yi Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. "Have you finished swimming? If I come down, the scene will be very different." Yi Feng stood up and came to the edge of the swimming pool. "Brother Yi Feng, you come down," Lin Xiaoxiao said in the same tender voice. "He, then I'll come." Yi Feng laughed wickedly. Plop! Jumped into the swimming pool. Splashed a splash of water. Yi Feng pounced on the crowd. Like a wolf into a flock of sheep, causing the girls to exclaim. In the swimming pool, there was a burst of playful and cheering sounds. From time to time, there were splashes of water. Everyone chased and played in the water, and it was lively. But soon, the scene suddenly changed. Omitted here. After a long while, Yi Feng smiled. He turned sideways and locked his eyes on Chu Xiaotu and Mu Qingli. Seeing Yi Feng looking over, Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes like water boldly looked straight at Yi Feng. Chu Xiaotu's eyes flickered, her pretty face blushed, and she lowered her head slightly. They watched 3 good shows in a row. They were already excited. Yi Feng walked over, holding Chu Xiaotu with his left hand and Mu Qingli with his right hand. "You two, come back to the big room with me?" A smile flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. The 2 girls lowered their heads and their pretty faces were all red, and no one spoke. Seeing that the 2 did not object, Yi Feng was overjoyed. He carried the 2 on his shoulders with his backhand, and Yi Feng's figure disappeared instantly amid their exclamations. Inside the villa room, Yi Feng smiled and kept scanning the 2 girls' bodies. Chu Xiaotu was short and petite, and her face was pure and beautiful. In terms of both figure and appearance, she is far inferior to Lin Xiaoxiao and Nan Shirin. But Chu Xiaotu also has advantages. She is petite and delicate, with a gentle temperament. She makes people feel tired at first sight. Yi Feng eats too much meat and fish, and is easily sick of it. Now it is time to have something light to adjust the appetite, which is also a different flavor. Let's talk about Mu Qingli, this beauty. Yi Feng likes her very much. The identity of a big star brings a strange blessing. Mu Qingli can be said to have a perfect figure. Tall, long legs, hips, are all top-notch. In terms of appearance, impeccable. Pretty snow-white face, comparable to Nan Shireen. In terms of temperament, if Nan Shireen is an iceberg beauty, like a Tianshan snow lotus, you can watch from a distance but not desecrate. Then Mu Qingli is a pure lust beauty. Amazing beauty, breathtaking, and heart-stirring. At this moment, Chu Xiaotu and Mu Qingli are like two delicate flowers. Chu Xiaotu is a fragrant jasmine, and Mu Qingli is a passionate rose. Yi Feng laughed strangely, and was about to turn into a flower thief. 1 hour later. In the room. Brother Yi Feng, you are so amazing. Chu Xiaotu's pretty face flushed. Her eyes showed admiration. Mu Qingli's beautiful eyes were also misty. The two girls lay beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng lay lazily beside him, satisfied. Yi Feng liked Mu Qingli more. There was no other reason, she was just too beautiful. Her appearance was no less than Nan Shireen, and she also had the blessing of celebrity status. This made Yi Feng full of motivation. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Prompt, trigger event. Prompt, you feel happy, reward plus 20 bait. Prompt, you successfully communicated emotions, reward plus 40 bait. System reward, successfully arrived. Yi Feng was delighted and looked at the two girls. Xiaotu, Qingli, I will promote you to contract warriors. The two girls were surprised and happy when they heard this. Yi Feng operated the power of the contract and began to be promoted. Buzz. A mysterious breath filled the whole room. Golden light emerged from the void and entered the bodies of Chu Xiaotu and Mu Qingli. Under the surprised eyes of the two of them, the golden light was strengthened and played a role, constantly improving their physical strength. Strength, speed, physique, reaction. Comprehensive enhancement. Not long after, the contract enhancement ended. Yi Feng activated the Eye of Insight. Name, Chu Xiaotu, rank, first level, 1 star, superpower, animal affinity, skills, God of War blessing, God of War power, combat power index, 201 combat power increased greatly. Chu Xiaotu felt the newly added power, her eyes were blurred. Power that increased out of thin air. Yi Feng looked at Mu Qingli again. Name, Mu Qingli, rank, none, power, none, skills, War God blessing, War God power, combat power index, 158. Mu Qingli's combat power also increased, and she turned into a superwoman, with the power of nearly 16 people. She felt the surging power in her body, and was very surprised. Mu Qingli leaned sideways and hugged Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt the softness, and his heart was moved. He couldn't help but be eager to move. Yi Feng, you are so good to me. Thank you for promoting me. Mu Qingli's tone was delicate. Chu Xiaotu saw this and was not to be outdone. She also hugged Yi Feng's other arm. I'm so happy, brother Yi Feng, Xiaotu loves you so much. Yi Feng laughed so hard that he couldn't close his legs. The beautiful and charming Mu Qingli has a special charm. Especially the soft and sticky voice, which is even more attractive. As for the petite Chu Xiaotu, there is a kind of weak temperament, which makes people want to bully when they see it. As a refreshing side dish, it is perfect. How do you want to thank me? Yi Feng's eyes were smiling. The two girls blushed when they heard it. Half an hour later, the two girls fell asleep. Yi Feng was in a good mood. With a wave of his hand, he sprinkled a sacred blessing on the two. Yi Feng got up, dressed, left the big bedroom, and went to the entertainment room on the 3rd floor. Closed the door. Yi Feng sat cross-legged. Checked the number of baits he had. Bait, 80. A total of 60 were obtained today, and 20 were left yesterday, so a total of 80. Yi Feng was delighted and clicked on the daily task. The daily task has not been completed yet, and 17 zombies need to be killed. It seems that he needs to go out again. Yi Feng looked thoughtful. Check his realm. Realm, first level, for stars. Yi Feng sat cross-legged and took a zombie crystal core in his hand. His mind moved. Started to absorb the energy of the zombie crystal core. Swish. Swish. Energy was constantly absorbed into the body, strengthening his body and slowly increasing the energy in the body. Time passed quietly. Yi Feng completely absorbed the energy of the zombie crystal core. His breath increased, and his strength increased. Yi Feng picked up the second crystal core and continued to absorb it. An hour later, the absorption was complete. Then the third one. At some point, Yi Feng's body suddenly trembled. His breath suddenly soared. Yi Feng was unmoved and continued to absorb the energy of the crystal core, then slowly opened his eyes. Ha! Yi Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air. Click on the panel. Realm, first level, 5 stars. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with joy. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yifeng got up and went downstairs. In the doghouse on the first floor, Shilin Xiaobai was sleeping, and the energy aftermath that had not yet dissipated on his body showed that it had also digested the crystal core completely. Yifeng came here and looked up. He found that Xiaobai's aura was also first level 5-star. Xiaobai is very hardworking and has not been idle during this period. Yifeng smiled. In the living room, Nan Ruyan, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Nan Shirin were watching movies, eating snacks, and chatting. Chu Xiaotu and Mu Qingli were overwhelmed and rested in the room upstairs. Seeing Yifeng coming down, they greeted him one after another. Brother Yifeng. Brother Feng, let's watch a movie together. Nan Ruyan even stepped forward, smiled charmingly. Why, my lord god of war, do you still want to? Nan Ruyan smiled. Hearing this, Yifeng waved his hand quickly. Take a break today. As the saying goes, only cows can die of exhaustion, but there is no way to spoil the land. Moreover, there are 5 plots of land. If there is more, Yifeng will be a little overwhelmed. The girls heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. Yifeng walked to the dining table, picked up an apple on the table and took a bite. By the way, Ruyan, is there any result for the intelligence I asked you to collect? Hearing this, Nan Ruyan immediately said, there is progress. According to the news on the internet, there are mutant zombies in this location of biting Commercial Street. As she said, she handed Yifeng a mobile phone. Yifeng took the phone and checked it, and said thoughtfully, this place is not bad, not far or near, it's worth my trip. Nan Ruyan smiled mysteriously, took out another mobile phone, and continued, Yifeng, I found something that you will definitely be interested in. What's the matter? Yifeng was a little curious. Nan Ruyan smiled and explained, near that Commercial Street, there is a law firm named Shijing. Half an hour ago, a beautiful female lawyer posted a message asking for help, named Lin Kaiwei, and attached a photo. Nan Ruyan showed the photo to Yifeng. The beauty left a message saying that whoever can save her is willing to give her life. Glancing at the photo, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. She is a beautiful beauty. The woman in the photo has a gorgeous appearance, black-rimmed glasses, and a professional suit, which gives her a unique look. However, the photo appears to have been retouched. Nan Ruyan pursed her lips and smiled, then said, you haven't met such a beautiful woman-in-law, have you? Yifeng touched his chin and said with a smile, indeed. It seems that this Commercial Street is worth a visit. After looking at the time, Yifeng made a decisive decision. Without further ado, I'll set off immediately. You don't have to follow me, just have a good rest at home. Yifeng turned sideways and shouted in the direction of the kennel, Xiaobai, come out and come with me. Hearing this, Shilin Xiaobai jumped up and immediately got up from the kennel, shaking his head and running towards Yifeng. Dad, where are we going? Yifeng touched the dog's head. Go down the mountain and kill the zombies. Yifeng looked at the girls and said, I will be back tonight, you don't have to wait for me, you can have dinner as normal and go to bed early, we have to go out tomorrow and continue to kill zombies. When the girls heard this, they all nodded to express their understanding. Get out of the villa. Yifeng looked at Xiaobai's broad back and thought. Xiaobai, how about you become my mount and let me ride? Hearing this, Xiaobai was shocked. I go. Could it be that Yifeng often talks to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others? Xiaobai watched and listened. You can learn something while being ignorant. Xiaobai felt uneasy and his eyes showed embarrassment. Dad, what does mount mean? It's just like riding a horse. You carry me forward. Yifeng replied. Xiaobai suddenly had a sense of the picture. That's it. No, not quite. Xiaobai looked hesitant. Yifeng was a little confused. What's wrong? How normal? Xiaobai's eyes widened. Is it normal? Yifeng glanced at Xiaobai and saw a troubled expression on his face. Simply waved his hand. That's all, if you don't let me ride, then forget it. I'll find a better mount from now on. Xiaobai was shocked when he heard this. Feeling that he was about to fall out of favor, he suddenly felt uneasy. It gritted its teeth. Fight. Just ride, come on. Xiaobai closed his eyes and knelt down. The dog's face showed a look of death. It was strange to see Xiaobai so much. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. He kicked Xiaobai on the buttocks and cursed with a smile. You stupid dog, what have you been thinking about all day? Xiaobai was kicked in the face and felt a little aggrieved. Yifeng looked at Xiaobai who was at a loss and continued, you got it completely wrong. Forget it, I won't ride you, we'll go by car, on the road. The silver-white RV sped by. Zombies blocking the road were knocked away by it. Unobstructed. Inside the car. Master, you really don't want to ride me? I told you, I meant a mount, but you got it wrong. But master, you ride every day. Shut up, I can't explain it to you. Anyway, I won't ride you at a negative distance. Shilin Xiaobai, that's good. The vehicle moves forward smoothly. Yi Feng decided to go fishing. Click on the panel. The number of baits is 80. The system combines all ordinary fishing baits into high-level fishing baits. Yi Feng thought silently in his heart. 10 pieces of ordinary fishing bait can be combined into 1 piece of advanced fishing bait. After the system confirms again, Yi Feng obtained 8 pieces of high-grade fishing bait. Yi Feng thought silently in his heart, system, start fishing. In the fishing space, the fishhook draws a parabola and flies into the boundless darkness. Tip, fishing in progress. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 pair of red high heels. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 Miniba King TV game level flagship model. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a bottle of Zijiatang Luwei Rimania 1 concentrate +1 bottle. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 stack of zombie attracting charms. It seems like something good is coming out. Yi Feng's expression changed. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and winning 35 milliliters of Merrill Lynch ibuprofen suspension +2 boxes. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting a Yanoji E63 mobile phone +1. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and getting +1 bottle of Jingu Palace Wine Vintage Puree Wine. Tip, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a rare level +1 weapon upgrade stone. 6 fishing sessions over. There are no epics or legends this time. Yi Feng looked a little regretful. Click to see the harvest. Item, zombie attractant. Quality, rare. Description, a magical talisman paper, with a strange power, can attract zombies within 100 meters to a designated location. Yi Feng's eyes lit up and his face showed joy. This thing seems good. A magical tool for attracting monsters. Yi Feng checked and found that he had fished out a stack. A stack of the system represents 20 pieces. In other words, Yi Feng has 20 zombie-attracting talismans. I'll find a chance to try it later. Yi Feng put the things into the space. Continue to check the harvest. High heels, ibuprofen, wine, mobile phones. These are useless. But the last item. Yi Feng clicked to view. Item, weapon upgrade stone, quality, rare. Description, consumables. This magical stone contains powerful energy, which can be used to upgrade weapons of the corresponding level and improve the performance and attributes of the weapons. Additional description, the improvement effect of specific attributes depends on the quality of the upgrade stone and the specific attributes of the equipment. After the enhancement is successful, the quality will be improved by 1 level. Put the power upgrade stone close to the equipment that needs to be enhanced. Yi Feng's eyes flashed. He currently only has 1 weapon, which happens to be rare. With a thought, Yi Feng took out the flame sword. Take out the fist-sized upgrade stone that emits a blue glow and put it on the sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The enhanced stone turned into a pool of liquid and merged into the flame sword. The flame sword, the blade trembled. Not long after, the flame sword absorbed the enhanced stone completely. Master, what are you doing? Xiaobai showed curiosity. Upgrading weapons. Yi Feng answered casually. At this moment, a strong purple light burst out and filled the entire space inside the car. The light dissipated. A brand new weapon appeared in front of Yi Feng. Item, blazing earth-splitting sword, quality, epic. Description, a sword containing the power of lava. The blade is specially forged, and it will definitely cause fire damage when attacking, and there is a high probability of flame explosion when hitting the enemy, causing range damage. Yi Feng was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grasped the blazing earth-splitting knife, and a stream of heat surged through his body. Yi Feng was suddenly filled with heroic spirit. The blazing earth-splitting knife in his hand exuded a strong and hot breath. The handle was made of strange dragon bones, and the surface of the blade was engraved with flame patterns, as if lava was flowing. Handsome. Yi Feng waved twice, and the sound of breaking through the air came out. Good knife. Yi Feng was full of joy. I will find some zombies later to test my new weapon. Not long after, the silver RV drove to Qinghe Commercial Street. Yi Feng and Xiaobai got out of the car. Put the car into the space. Xiaobai, our target is a mutant zombie cheetah, do you know? Xiaobai shouted, indicating that he understood. Yifeng suddenly said, "Xiaobai, don't move." Xiaobai stood still, with a puzzled look on his face. Yifeng turned over, wrote on Xiaobai, and released the mental detection skill. Xiaobai felt Yifeng on his back. In a trance, he finally understood. So, this is the way to ride. Yifeng's mental power continued to extend like a thread. Various information came into his vision. Xiaobai, run. Xiaobai ran quickly. More information came into Yifeng's vision. The zombies on the street soon noticed Xiaobai and rushed towards him. Roar, roar, roar. There were 2 zombies blocking the road ahead. Xiaobai pounced with one claw and tore the 2 zombies to pieces. Then he began to kill. Every time he pawed out, a zombie was killed. Yifeng did not make a move, and his mental power continued to extend forward. Continuously exploring. There is nothing here either. After a moment, Yifeng's eyes showed regret. He did not find the cheetah-shaped zombie mentioned in the intelligence collected by Nan Ruyan. Yifeng sighed secretly. Well, since we can't find mutant zombies, let's kill some ordinary zombies first. Yifeng's eyes moved slightly and he stretched out his right hand. In an instant, a ball of gray lightning condensed in Yifeng's palm. Crackling. Soon, zombies began to gather in large numbers in front. Yifeng threw the lightning ball decisively. Boom! Thunder exploded, and electric arcs raged. In an instant, dozens of zombies were charred and fell to the ground dead. However, the zombies were like moths to a flame, and they continued to rush in. Yifeng laughed. Just in time. Boom boom. Thunders fell one after another. At the same time, Xiaobai rushed out, waving his claws continuously. Puff, puff. One man and one dog, like killing gods, constantly harvesting zombies. On both sides of the street. Soon, survivors noticed this horrifying scene. They all looked horrified. Oh my God, husband, come out and see God. Oh my God. Is this still a human? The superpower is so strong? It's like the god of thunder descending to earth. Too outrageous. There are also survivors who are very curious about Xiaobai. What is this person riding? A big lion? Why does it look so brave and unusual? It looks a bit like a dog, but it has horns. Yifeng and Xiaobai continue to harvest zombies. Most of the survivors just watched the battle silently. They didn't ask for help rashly. It has been many days since the end of the world. Most people have realized the cruelty of the end of the world. You have no value, why should others save you? Unless you are a person who can't survive. So only a few survivors sent a distress signal to Yifeng. Lord Thunder God, please save me. I am willing to be your dog and servant. Save me. I have fair skin and beautiful face, and I am proficient in playing and singing. Brother, save me, I will give you my wife. Other requests for help, Yifeng basically turned a deaf ear. But when he met this kind of wife-giving, Yifeng immediately became interested and took a look. The next moment, Yifeng withdrew his gaze in disappointment. The quality of his wife is really average. Not to mention Nan Shireen and Lin Xiaoxiao. Even Xu Xiaotu is not there. Even if she is a married woman, in front of her husband, Yifeng can't get interested. Yifeng's vision is very high. In fact, he has his own standard for classifying beauties. For Yifeng, the first level, the most beautiful women, belongs to the T0 level. Reference characters, Nan Shireen, Mu Qingli. The second level, the most beautiful women with worse appearance, belongs to the T1 level. Reference characters, Lin Xiaoxiao, Nan Ruyan. The third tier, the appearance is a little worse, but also a stunning beauty, belonging to the T2 level. Reference characters, Li Yating, Yifeng's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Wumei. The fourth tier, the stunning beauty goalkeeper, T3 level. Reference characters, Xu Xiaotu, Su Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wumei's female assistant. As for those who are not up to the T3 level, there are artificial beauties, Yifeng doesn't even look at them. On the street, blood flows like a river, and murderous aura spreads. Yifeng and Xiaobai continue to kill. A quarter of an hour later, the zombies in the entire block were basically cleared out. On the ground, there were zombie limbs and arms everywhere. In the air, bursts of bloody smell spread. Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back. Yifeng was too lazy to find the remaining zombies hiding in the corners of the street one by one. Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground, Yifeng showed joy. Clean up the battlefield. Yifeng and Xiaobai began to check the zombie heads and collect the spoils. This one doesn't have one. This one has one. Soon, the collection was finished. Yi Feng and Xiaobai killed more than 130 zombies in total, and finally harvested 4 zombie crystal cores in total. Yi Feng curled his lips. His face was a little dark. With normal luck, he should have 6 crystal cores. But it doesn't matter. As long as you kill enough, big data will balance the benefits. Yi Feng put the zombie crystal cores into the storage space. He turned over and wrote on Xiaobai. Let's go to the next block. The mutant zombie cheetah may also be there. Yi Feng came to the next block, released mental power and kept searching. At the same time, he hunted zombies all the way. Finally, he killed some zombies, but he still didn't find any traces of zombie cheetahs. Puff! Kill a zombie with a thunderbolt. Yi Feng's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It's not a good idea to search blindly. How about? Yi Feng decided to change direction. Go to the law firm first. After all, there is a pretty lady there. If you can't find zombies, you can take in a maid. Take out the map on your phone and look at the direction. Yi Feng rode Xiaobai and moved quickly. Soon, Yi Feng arrived at the target location. Shizhen Law Firm. A mental probe was sent out. Yi Feng's face suddenly changed. Not good. Yi Feng's face changed slightly. In his spiritual exploration vision, the office area of Shizhen Law Firm, there was a zombie in the form of a cheetah, killing people in it. There were also many survivors hiding in the corners. Yi Feng was surprised and happy. It's really hard to find it without any effort. It turns out that you are here, little cheetah. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth rose. Roar! On the street, a large wave of zombies kept surrounding them. These zombies were brought by Yi Feng and Xiaobai all the way. Yi Feng's mind turned and he made a quick decision. Xiaobai, you are responsible for dealing with these zombies we brought. Remember, you must collect the spoils. Yi Feng instructed. Xiaobai heard the words and his eyes flashed with excitement. Leave it to me. Xiaobai suddenly pounced and rushed towards the zombies like lightning. Puff! Puff! The waving claws were like gold and iron. Every time the claws were swung out, a zombie was torn into pieces and killed on the spot. Yi Feng was satisfied to see Xiaobai's bravery. His figure flashed and rushed to the inside of the law firm. Yi Feng was very fast. Only a residual image was left in the air. Law firm. A room. 8 survivors huddled in a corner, their faces terrified. It's over, that monster is coming. What should I do? Damn, I don't want to die. Everyone was terrified and kept talking. Damn, we have to fight that beast. Someone said fiercely. Fighting for nothing. The superpower Zhao Chang who was deceived by Lin Kaiwei can't beat this beast. What can we fight with? Another sturdy man said unhappily. Whoa, I don't want to die. A beautiful woman wearing a black silk hip skirt and a pair of black framed glasses said in a crying voice. She cried so hard that I felt sorry for her. Why are you crying? It's because you are useless and can't seduce a strong man. I thought Zhao Chang was so strong, but he turned out to be a useless person. The sturdy man glanced at the woman and cursed loudly. How could I know he was so useless? Didn't you greet him with a smile at the beginning? The woman stopped crying and retorted without showing any weakness. You bitch, the sturdy man was about to continue to curse. Just then, a low roar came. Roar! A cheetah zombie with smooth body lines and dark body walked slowly into the room. Seeing this, everyone's face turned pale instantly and their bodies trembled like sieves. My God, it's over. We are all going to die. The sturdy man also laughed miserably. The mutant cheetah zombie's eyes glowed red and its claws were extremely sharp. His figure flashed and pounced on everyone. Everyone was so scared that their souls were gone and they kept screaming. The cheetah zombie's body flew high. Just as it opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite, a flash of lightning flashed. Thunder exploded. Boom! A terrifying lightning bolt as thick as a pencil instantly hit the cheetah zombie's head. The cheetah zombie in the air trembled and then fell heavily to the ground. Its body was charred, its eyes showed a blank look, it twitched a few times on the ground and stopped moving. Mutated cheetah zombie, dead. Everyone looked at this scene, first stunned in place, and then all looked ecstatic. They survived. They were saved. Dead, the monster is dead. We survived. In the crowd, some people were excited and crying, and some looked crazy. Soon, a slight sound of footsteps came. Everyone looked up. A handsome man dressed in black, with a well-proportioned figure and a handsome face like Pannon, walked over leisurely. He saved us. Everyone looked at each other. The sturdy man thought quickly and stepped forward and said, "Did you save us?" "Really, thank you so much." He had a flattering expression on his face. Yi Feng glanced at him. "Don't thank me, I'll charge you." Everyone was confused. Yi Feng walked straight to the front of the mutant zombie cheetah and dug out the special crystal core in its head. After doing this, Yi Feng looked sideways. There were 8 survivors, a sturdy man, a disheveled woman. Yi Feng frowned. Among these people, there was no target person? Could it be that she had already passed away?